The most cutthroat competition in Counter-Strike returns, and this season is taking things to an entirely new level. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Premier Fall Showdown 2022. My name is Freya. Joining me up on the desk, as always, Maniac, Pimp. Gentlemen, excited to be back for some more Counter-Strike action at Blast?
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago I heard Maniac say, on record that he loves online Counter-Strike and that he missed online Counter-Strike, so I'm a little bit thrown off guard right here, Freya.
Yeah, we got plenty.
I stand by my words. I'm actually kind of happy to see some online Counter-Strike. I'm also happy to be as tall as Jacob. I have a box, so you guys don't see that. I'm as tall as Jacob right now.
Breaking the illusion already.
No, but people know I'm not that tall, so it's out there. But at least I have a couple of footage out there.
Throwing yourself under the bus twice already, and we've only just opened up the show. Well, of course, we do have a lot of Counter-Strike on the cards, as we were saying. A showdown is going to be gracing the stage, and we can take a look at the Blast year, as of course we have concluded the spring season, and of course at the full groups, which opened up at the start of the new season. That was really interesting to get to see a new look of some of the teams, a lot of roster changes in that one as well. But the showdown, as we're saying, obviously an online tournament, Pimp, but single elimination best of three. You lose one series, you are out of the running from potentially making it to the full final.
No room for any mistakes whatsoever. Best of three games, surely you can lose one map, but as you said, you lose the game and you will be out. And there's a lot of teams, I'd say, fighting for the very few spots we have at stake right here. So as you said, very cutthroat.
I like the savagery of this, though. It's a lot of pressure for the teams.
I've always loved it. I've always loved Showdown. Obviously, we have here the teams that are already in the Royal Arena, but
yeah,
they're missing some names. Maybe Vitality could be on that list. Who knows?
Potentially, no bias up here.
No bias
at all. But this is an interesting kind of mix of names when we're just throwing it back to the full groups that we saw going on just earlier in the season. The fact that, OG actually looked really, really solid coming into that. I'm not going to cry on G2's parade. We all know what happened during the RMR. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them there, but they will be making it to the Royal Arena.
Yeah, that's nice. There's still something to play for the rest of the season for G2. My problem with that list right there is that there's a severe lack of Danish players inside a Danish arena, with a Danish crowd. That's a problem for me because we want the good vibes in there. So regardless of the odds, of Astralis and heroic qualifying right here, we need some more.
You are the good vibes, Jacob. You are the good vibes.
Good vibes all round. But of course, all teams are going to be fighting for that spot at the Royal Arena. But the cherry on top of this beautiful pudding at Blast, of course, the final Tier 1 event of the year is the Blast World Finals. December 14th to 18th does mark on the calendar the Blast Premier World Finals, the final Tier 1 tournament of the year. A lot of teams going to be vying for a spot in that. Of course, the winners of the full finals and, of course, the CSGO Major. We already have 3 teams, though, Jacob, that have made it to that grand stage. FaZe, Na'Vi, and Vitality.
Yeah, top quality teams. If you want to be at the World Finals, you got to be a top quality team. You got to be a championship caliber team, right? These teams have won tournaments. That's why they're here. You see how they qualified from EPL season 15 and season 16, the spring final in Na'Vi as well, and the rest of the spots as well. Only to teams who can win tournaments, and that's the caliber of that one. You want to finish off the year as a World Final, with teams who can win stuff.
Only champions. Only champions. We obviously have the teams that have graced, I guess, the trophies of 2022 on that list. They obviously FaZe #1 candidate, Na'Vi right behind Vitality recently with the EPL S16. Only good teams, only good stuff.
Yeah, that was very nice indeed. Great to see Na'Vi as well, obviously back in action at the World Finals too. No strangers to lifting trophies there as well, but this time going to be in Abu Dhabi. I'm very excited to seeing the teams going to be entering the stage, particularly as it is going to be the final tournament of the year, kind of to round off the 2022 calendar.
Yeah, this is going to be a close-up for the year, Freya, but also going to be post-major, and Lord knows what kind of situation we're going to find ourselves in. The next few weeks of Counter-Strike are going to decide what goes in the history books, and this is how we close the year in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, we can also take a look at the leaderboard for the current standings heading into the World Finals. Of course, expect this to be chopping and changing as the 2022 year progresses. We can see, obviously we're kind of seeing double with the 1, 2, and 3s, but that does mean that those names, or those spots rather, go to the names that are currently in positions 4, 5, and 6, but things getting quite close, particularly when you're looking at ENCE, Team Liquid, maybe Astralis getting a
especially with the timing of the World Finals, right? After the Major, there's not a lot of tournaments, so look at G2 right now. They didn't qualify for the Major. Luckily for them, they're part of the Blast Fall Finals, and most likely will also be part of the World Finals if this leaderboard holds up. So still a lot to play for. Astralis, on the other hand, Liquid, there's teams that will miss out. There's teams that will go early on vacation.
And Cloud9 is going to have to get some points in the next few weeks if we want to see them in Abu Dhabi. They're not playing in the Showdown, not in the Royal Arena. They can grab some points, of course.
They can just win the Major.
Yep.
Just man, if only I realized it was that easy. Just win the Major.
Yeah. I mean, it is good spot for ENCE as well, because they're not a partner team here at Blast, currently in contention with potentially taking that spot at the World Final. It'd be kind of cool to see them in that position too.
Yeah, it would be, because especially after all these roster moves, I personally hadn't expected them to be that strong, and in the end, Legend spot earned at the major already.
And of course, a huge prize pool going to be awarded at the World Final. $1 million total, no less. I know we say it every single time, gentlemen, but you competed at the wrong time.
Why do we always have to go back to this? We are well aware, Jacob and I, that there was nowhere to be found $1 million when we were playing. Maybe 1 million pins or ketchup packs. That's probably what we had when we were playing.
I once won $2,000 winning a tournament.
$2,000?
Yeah, I'm a little sad right now. Thank you.
Where was that?
Yeah.
Copenhagen games.
Good stuff, Jacob. Good stuff. Well, of course, we do have to kick things off right here, right now. Of course, the World Final and Full Final are going to be coming up at the end of the year. But right now, it's all about the Blast Premier Showdown.
It's the first time we play a showdown. It will be a hard task.
Bobbin suddenly cuts down 2 clean headshots, 3 on the round.
Honestly, we want to play some good CS. We can take down some of these top-tier teams.
Searson caught with a nade out. Oh, down through smoke.
We have to win, okay? We have to step up now. We have to play good now. Just playing our own game, focusing a lot more on ourselves.
Queenix doesn't have the bomb planted for him, has to pull out the AK in time, takes the duel!
Astralis, they won against us in last time. We are coming for them.
Oh my god, alright, Cesar is going in for 4!
Weren't able to qualify for Blast. It's a pretty sad feeling.
He's gonna deliver again from a 4v5.
Okay.
I really like the role of being underdog. We will not leave anything on the table.
He's trying to find the shot, can't land it!
Every tournament we play is to give 100%.
Even better double third.
Damn.
We never underestimate an opponent.
Of course, the first day of the Fall Showdown up on the cards, but we are going to throw it to a quick break whilst we resolve some tech issues. We'll be back very shortly with all the action. tech issues now resolved, we can resume with the Blast Premier Fall Showdown, one of the most cutthroat competitions that we have in the CSGO circuit. And of course, it is split into two divisions, one being European, the other one being of the Americas, which you can see respectively on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of your screen. A lot of incredible games that are going to be coming up, particularly Matthew, as it is single elimination best of threes. You lose one, you are out of contention from potentially making it to the full finals.
Yeah, there is no get out of jail free card for you. And what I like about the showdown is that usually it never goes according to plan.
Yeah.
I feel like you're looking at the EU side of things and you might have the idea that the Vitality heroic is already a punch ticket. That's it. That's going to be the grand final. But if history has told us anything, is that shit's gonna hit the fan at showdown. Let me tell you, we can ask Liquid about it.
Yeah, if you like the upset potential, you're going to love watching the showdown because literally every single iteration, we've seen upsets happening. I just want to throw it back to the spring showdown that we saw just 6 months ago. Astralis, they were 1-up in that grand final series versus ENCE. What was it, 16-3? They managed to win that first map.
I
then
believe
ENCE
so.
managed to come back and win it all. And then Payne as well on the other side for America.
Yeah, and both teams fully deserved it, right? Payne made a massive surprise by taking down Freya, who were the massive favorites in the NA division. And of course, for ENCE to come back in that game against Astralis. And I guess the whole moral of that story as well is that ENCE qualified for a qualifier, that them qualified for the qualifier, and then got into the tournament where they ended up qualifying for Blast finals, I guess.
Yeah.
So it was a qualifier after a qualifier after a qualifier. They got all the way. And I love that story. You know, I love the fact that you could come from basically nowhere and get all the way into the fall finals if you're good enough.
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting thing for me about the showdown is how much of an open circuit it really is. We don't just have the partner teams in attendance here, as of course, ENCE and Payne was showing last time around too. I do want to bring up exactly where the teams are playing from, though. Of course, you can see behind us, there aren't any teams. They are playing from online, but we can see some of the teams in Europe are boot camping. Most of them aren't, though.
Yeah, and I don't like that. I feel like, you know, I would like to see all the teams boot camp. I would like to see all the teams being together. Now, for Vitality, it makes sense. This is probably part of their preparation leading into the major, which is their big goal. Of course, qualifying for the fall finals would be nice for Vitality, especially having Sonic, Dupree, and Magic returning to Royal Arena as active players. It's a big motivation. But overall, you see Big as well qualifying for the major. This is more so a part of a strategical reason in terms of you want to make sure, right, that you're ready for the major, not necessarily this tournament.
I feel like it's a prism through which we have to think about this showdown, is that teams have different positions, different aspirations in regards to the major that's coming, in regards to the end of the season that's coming. So if you're Vitality, for example, of course you want to make it to World Arena. Of course you want to be there here in Copenhagen, but you have a very important goal round around the corner, whereas some other teams, they might just throw everything but the kitchen sink at this event right now.
But this is the really interesting thing for me about the Astralis situation, as we just saw on that graphic, no bootcamp for them. We know they're not making it to the major. Jacob, this is literally their last chance to actually be doing anything in 2022. They have to be making it to the full finals.
There's a realistic chance that the Astralis you'll see tonight play against EF will be the last time you see that Astralis play together ever, right? Changes are happening to this roster. Changes are inevitable for Astralis. It's only a question of time before that happen. I agree, you know, if you're a dead team on paper, if you're not really, you know, sticking together, which everything suggests that they're not, then it doesn't necessarily make sense to boot camp. It doesn't necessarily make sense to be together. But let's be honest, right? We've been talking about Astralis for the vast majority of the year, I guess, and it's really positive, right? They had that one event in Cologne where they got all the way to the semi-final. Apart from that, it's just been disappointment after disappointment, not making the major. So, yeah, I'm just taking a step back, and I'll watch the game tonight thinking that may be the last time we're ever going to see a legend like Supnix play in Astralis. It may be the last time we're going to see Farley wear the Astralis jersey, and for once, you just have to let it unfold, you know, and see what happens.
It's a disheartening situation. It's a distressing situation. To think about these players, what they're going through. You see here Glaive standing up. But that man had to go through his career, right? The successes he's had, and now kind of emotional desert he's been in, I guess. In Astralis, they had so many issues, so many turmoils, and it comes as an unavoidable fact that changes is coming. Changes are coming for the Astralis, and I almost want to go as far as saying it doesn't matter what's happening here. It doesn't matter. I feel like the changes are already happening.
The thing is, right, the timing of all of this as well. You see the roster changes that has been made, Config coming out, Mr. in as a stand-in. You have the coach going out as well, and then Castle coming in as a coach. He's not actively going to be able to coach during the game because of some rule sets. You know, they made the roster switch a little bit too late for that. Everything in terms of the timing for Astralis is off as well. We're talking about their season as a whole. If they don't qualify for the fall finals, the season is effectively over for Astralis, right? There's some online tournaments. There's a couple of smaller LAN tournaments they could attend if they wanted to. But in terms of the big boys league, that's it. They have 3 months of I guess, downtime where they could reorganize the team, restructure the team, and come back. But Astralis have never needed a success more than they do here at the Showdown, and they've never been in a worse spot to get it.
But do you feel like they actually need it? Because again, I don't think it would actually change anything.
Yeah.
Might as well just hit rock bottom.
Yep.
Hit rock bottom, regather, regroup, rethink your approach. Who are the players you want to trust for next year? Who do you want to build your project around? You have BlameF in here, of course. If I'm at the reins, I'm not going to let BlameF go anywhere. I still believe in Glaive on a personal level, but then who else do I want to see in this roster? And he doesn't freaking care what happens at the end of the year. You have to rethink your approach for 2023.
I think it was Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, that said that, you know, the best thing that could have happened to Astralis was for them not to qualify to
Yanko said that too. A lot of people had that idea.
Sorry, I said giving credit where
You said that too.
I mean, lots of high mind, maybe, but I think it is kind of true, because we were coming off of Cologne and saying, you know, they need to make some sort of shuffle. Didn't see anything happening over the player break like we were all kind of hoping for. And I mean, yeah, the results kind of just speak for themselves.
It does. It was very disappointing for Astralis. You know, they didn't deserve to qualify for the major. They don't have the level to be at the major, to be completely honest. And to just, you know, further explain on us talking about it's almost better if they hit rock bottom. Yeah, it is, because we need to see a re-ramp of Astralis. I will say, though, that, you know, the cynical me, I agree with that. Let's see them hit rock bottom. Let's see, you know, Device coming back in and get back to it, right? But if you're Astralis, if you're the brand Astralis, if you have Danish ties to it as well, you think about Royal Arena as the pinnacle for them. Being inside that arena, getting out there with the jerseys, getting out there connecting with the young kids who all adore Astralis still till this date. They do their jersey release every year during Royal Arena as well. What happens if Astralis don't qualify for Royal Arena, right? The economical consequences for Astralis is massive, and that's also going to hurt them in the sense of who can they sign? How much money do they have to work with? Siblings on a massive contract. Device perhaps coming in, right? Without the Royal Arena revenue, Astralis is suffering massively.
We can stay on trend with the Danish pressure.
Yeah.
There's a name that should also be there. Heroic. Heroic, a team that's been living in the shadow of the Astralis brand for so long, but finally trying to gain the hearts and the support and the tears somehow of the fans of Danish Counter-Strike with them. They are primed in a position to be at the Royal Arena. They are coming here as de facto favorite because they beat Vitality all the time when they face them. It was the case again at the road to Rio. They're at the bottom of the bracket. They're going to have probably to face off with Big at some point, although they have to take one step at a time. But they're also a team that would like to be here. And Jacob, I don't know where you stand on this, but it is so strange to see a team that is yet to gain the hearts of their national fans. It's quite unique. Honestly, it is.
Yeah, but that's because of Astralis, right? There's just no competition in Denmark. Even Astralis in the current situation have much more fans, you know, much more support from the Danish audience than Heroic will probably ever have. What I will say, though, that if Heroic managed to qualify for Royal Arena, that'll be the first year that Heroic is inside the Royal Arena where Astralis won't be there. And that can change the dynamic a little bit, right? Because the Danish fans will have to cheer up for Heroic. They'll have to pick a team, and that will be Heroic if they manage to go inside the Royal Arena. So I agree with you. It's kind of wild that we are, you know, 5 years into the tenure almost, and they still haven't won the hearts of the Danish fans. But this is a massive opportunity. They get to Royal Arena, Astralis won't. Well, all of a sudden, you have a massive opportunity.
Yeah, I'm giggling a little bit because I'm just throwing my mind back to the full finals last year and some of the boos that unfortunately Heroic were receiving because they were going up against their Danish brothers in Astralis. And yeah, crazy to think that potentially only one of these two obviously can't make it, but there are some other names in the mix as well that could be taking the crown in the Royal Arena.
Yes, it absolutely is. And this is where a brand in itself can actually survive the test of results. I think people struggle to change their opinions, right? Once Astralis is a name that you love, then you will stick to it. You will love that name no matter what. And with Heroic, I think they're trying to fight to have people on their side, and this is a great opportunity. There are other names as well who could be there, and I'm just, out of all the teams possible, mind you, may I present you a Vitality?
Yeah.
What do we think? How do we stand on Vitality going to Royal Arena? Any takers? Anyone against it? You want to catch me outside? How about that?
Such a leading question, you know. Vitality for the first time in, 12 months finding success. For the first time ever since bringing in Magic's, Sonic and Dupree, finding the success that we all expected them to have at Pro League, right? They ended up winning the entire tournament. They qualified for the major as well. Finally, the 5 players you see on screen is finding some much-needed synergy, I'd say. The addition of Spinks has really, I guess, added another level. Not necessarily to Spinks as a person. I don't think he's fully, you know, integrated into the lineup, but Saivu is back to his absolute best and playing like he's the best player in the world. So, yeah, I'll buy it, Maniac. It would be nice to have the current best player in the world in Royal Arena.
Yeah, no, it would be beautiful indeed. I do want to throw the kind of conversation back to what you were talking about, though. You know, finally, Vitality actually managing to lift a trophy. Were we jumping the gun a little bit in terms of this integration? Because we heard a few words from Dupree in the recent HLTV confirmed saying, you know, potentially actually there was too much of a heavy expectation considering everybody's now communicating in English. Obviously, communication is a huge part of when you're building an international roster.
Yeah, you referenced that interview from Dupree. By the way, guys, you should absolutely check out that video. 100%. It was a great work on HLTV. TV confirmed. When this enterprise, when this project came together, I think everyone, myself included, underestimated how hard it was going to be to hit the ground running and actually have some results. We were all disappointed, myself first, at the very beginning. But then they went through the wows and the tribulations. They actually learned from it. Everyone fixed their game just a little bit. Apex took a little bit of time to adjust as Nigel in the English-speaking department as well. But you mentioned Spix, and it really feels like he himself was a piece of the puzzle. He was a piece of the muscle.
Both
great. He maybe like he was like a fiber of a bicep or something. But he did good to that team. He really did good. What he brings in terms of attitude, in terms of assertiveness on the server, his individual performance, albeit not as great as Ents, which is very obvious, by the way. He wasn't going to provide that. But still strong, and other players picking up the slack. Magisk is better. Saiwu is currently #1. I think there's no big argument. Everything is coming together for my heart to be broken in Rio.
Yeah, of course, we will be prefacing Vitality as we get into our first series of the day versus TYLOO. But I do want to continue along the train, I guess, of the Danes, because we do have, obviously, Dupree, Magisk, and Coach Sonic representing here, because we do have another fully Danish squad that are going to be potentially vying for a spot in the Royal Arena. So that kind of makes up 3 full Danish squads and kind of a 4th semi-Danish squad, but all fighting for a spot on their home ground.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure which team has the better chance, whether that being Astralis or Static in current situation. I feel Static is a team that not getting slept on, right? But there's a couple of these players that are very interesting in the future for a lot of teams. You see some of the players right here. Breezer is a guy that was part of the Astralis talent group, played the WePlay Academy League, then got out of Astralis and into a real team. Kabi as well, the guy with the highest blast score. A great individual. Crown as well, a good player. There's some talent within this team, you know, that justifies them qualifying for the showdown, to justify them being here. But let's manage our expectations just a little bit. We saw them during the RMR as well. They had a really, really tough time. Couldn't get much done. Yeah, exactly. So it's not a team that I expect to do much damage here, but in itself, the fact they even got to the showdown is impressive for them. And they have a very difficult matchup, to be honest. Facing Heroic is probably one of the worst teams to go up against when they don't have respect for you per se. I feel like they really steamroll people to whom they deem I guess, undeserving of a game against them. And I think it's just what's going to happen to Ecstatic. But you know what? Good for them, because Manx and Quinix, they be destroying me in Face It when I play them. So you know what? You get the treatment now.
Yeah, you want them to experience some pain coming into the showdown. I do want to flip the conversation to Eternal Fire as well, because we will be seeing them going up versus Astralis. Obviously, no strangers to the Danes as well. We saw them taking them on in the RMR. But after the RMR, an immediate roster change for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, a little bit surprising as well. I don't think a lot of people saw that coming. Xflout, of course, coming in now as well. And it's a team that, I guess we've seen the best of the best from Santaros. He's really firing on all cylinders, but a team that really hasn't come together all yet, I'd say. I feel like there's a lot of potential within them, and I'm curious to see if this change of in-game leading role as well, and the change of player is going to help them to elevate themselves. You see it here, Xflout coming in instead of Major. There's a lot of potential, but I guess the point of conversation for me has always been Voxic. Is he ever coming back to a level that is, you know, somewhat respectable or enough to push them in the right direction?
I think he's been doing all right as an individual. Very recently, you look at his numbers, he's wide in the green, surely, but the issue for me is structurally, I feel like this has to be just a temporary step for them. Sure, they didn't believe in Major. They didn't think maybe his direction was going to fit. They want to change. I can understand that, but we all know that this lineup is not going to be the one that stays together at some point. Like, Imor is probably not going to stay as an IGL. Xcloud was removed at the time, so I struggle to see a long-term vision for Eternal Fire, but the truth is, they have some heavy hitters. Zentaris is one of the highest-rated players in the last 6 months, actually ridiculous. Voxic is having a good game, and suddenly Astralis will be in trouble.
Yeah, I do want to throw it to one more team, though, that I feel like we probably have a few question marks about. Obviously saw them taken to the stage at the RMR. I did like seeing Sangle versus Mouse in that game. Sure, maybe Mouse were missing the step here and there, but promising signs from Sangle. Do you expect anything here, though, Pimp?
I don't expect them to be able to qualify, no. But again, a team of this caliber being in the showdown is a compliment in itself. You have Fusi as well, a guy that we saw a lot during last season. He was standing in for NIP instead of Device, so he's now finally found a home. And I guess I love the story of these academy players, you know, coming out in the real world and getting to establish themselves on not necessarily top teams, but teams that I guess flirt with the idea that they want to be up there where it's really fun to be. Sangle Esports, a team that also played the PGL major qualifier, you know, so it is a team and an organization that has been around for quite some time, and they're finding some sort of consistency in the way they perform as well. So I like to see them here, but I don't really expect much from them.
Look, they get here and there a few opportunities to be under the spotlight. That was the case on the road to Rio. We talked about it against Mouse. It could be the time here at the showdown as well. Are we overplaying the card of the Road to Rio? I think so, because my entire analysis and my whole notes rely on that best of 3 against Mouse. And that's not a good sign. It's a very short, I guess, data or set of data. but good for them. You have the opportunity right now. Write your own history.
Yeah, and upsets are always rife here at the Showdown, but we can take a look at what is on the cards for day one here in Copenhagen. Of course, the North American division going to be going down later today. That's Complexity versus Sharks, Astralis versus Eternal Fire before that. But it's time to kick off in our first game of the day, TYLOO versus Vitality.
I think that the overall level of Counter-Strike is just really amazing right now.
Everyone can play good CS nowadays, and you can't underestimate anyone. You need to do your best in each game against every team.
It's about hitting those good days and good maps consistently, I feel like.
Queenix doesn't have the bomb planted for him. Has to pull out the AK in time.
We never underestimate an opponent. We always give everything whoever we play.
Just go and do your job and play. Just believe your teammate, cheer each other and win, smash them and go next one. We are looking like this, not the names.
I really like the role of being underdog because you know it's just like the biggest upside, biggest minutes, biggest story. So I really like being in this position.
The younger team, they have like nothing to lose. It's like full all in for them.
The newly claimed world #1s now make their Showdown debut versus the likes of TYLOO. Very much underdogs coming into this one, Jacob. I have a lot of questions about this kind of new look TYLOO that we're going to be seeing entering the server today.
Okay, then ask me one.
What should we expect, Jacob?
Yeah.
Analysis King. Use that big brain.
How rude.
Listen, that's a
on the
wonderful
knowledge.
question for you. A wonderful question. I don't know what to expect from TYLOO, right? And it's been like
Thank you, Jacob.
that case
Back
for
to you
a
in the
very,
studio.
very long time. You see the players right here. You see some of the names that you know. Some of the names who's been around for quite some time. Dan King, Freeman, slowly, Summer for that matter as well. Aristo now coming in, saying in an interview, if I'm not mistaken, that he wants to dominate the Asian scene of Counter-Strike. I haven't seen them dominate, right? I looked through the results. They're losing a lot of games to teams they're not supposed to lose to. They're not nearly the highest ranked team in Asian Counter-Strike right now. So if you take into that consideration that they're now moving in against the best team in the world, arguably, at least according to the rankings in Vitality, no one really knows what to expect. And that's the problem for TYLOO. It's been like that for a very long time. You even see this graph here. It's unbelievable, right? TYLOO used to be a known quantity that they could always be competitive. Not anymore.
I think that's what we are living off of, you and I, Jacob, because we've been around the block in Counter-Strike for a while, and the name of TYLOO is something that we have kept in our minds and our hearts, because for the longest time, they weren't the one representative of Asian Counter-Strike. Right? They were here, they were out there making plays, they were annoying to play against. But maybe it's time we just actualize our knowledge, actualize our evaluations. It's not the case anymore. They're struggling. I think they're ranked 7th in the sub-Asian ranking of HLTV.
Yeah.
So there is still, you know, a kind of a margin to be gapped right here. There are a few players we know, but it's gonna be so tough. It's gonna be so tough for them. He talked. That interview is kind of interesting. He says the quality of practice. How are you supposed to practice all year? Come here now and have a shot at the Showdown. Your first opponent is Vitality. Like, how are you supposed to make it work? How overperforming you must be, because the level is so different than what you have to deal with in general.
Yeah, and I did like that Aristo has been kind of realistic in that interview and saying the aim of coming here is simply to get some experience versus the higher caliber European opposition. And kind of who better to be experimenting against than versus Vitality?
I guess so, and it's not because I want to downplay this matchup at all, because it is a great opportunity for TYLOO, but it doesn't really matter for me how they do against Vitality right here. It's the practice games, right? It's all the time in Europe they got to use the most of. If they're right now in Europe for a week or 2 weeks, who knows how long they're going to be here boot camping, use all that time to gain as much experience as you can against some of the top tier European opposition. You have this one official game, sure, against Vitality, but let's be realistic. Anything else than a 2-0 blowout would be a little bit disappointing for Vitality. So as much practice you can get in for TYLOO, as much, you know, hitting the ground running in a way that you can get in if you're TYLOO, the better.
Yeah, very tough opposition coming up in the form of Vitality. Obviously, we were saying now crowned the #1 team in the world, at least according to the HLTV World Rankings, with that EPL Season 16 win. And for Dupree, another accolade, 18 out of 18 majors, the only player to do so in CSGO history. That is an absolutely incredible feat.
Making a case for the most consistent player we have at the highest level. Dupree has been at every single major. He's the one and only in that category now. A player who's been, I don't know if I can use that term, I guess underrated or undervalued for this whole career, because he has been next to the greatest, next to the device of the world. He's been in a team that's been winning so much that as a result, you don't really take the time to consider him as an individual. He was basically the poster child of aggressive Counter-Strike from the very beginning. By the way, he's playing with Apex now. It's funny to see that two opponents with the same style are not together. But he's done so much in Counter-Strike. He had to reinvent himself. He had to fight back so much. I have nothing but respect for dupreeh.
It's the adaptability as well, because I agree with you. He's been around for such a long time. He's found consistency. But let's be honest, the last couple of months we've been talking about dupreeh as being perhaps a weak link in Vitality, not playing up to par. He's even said it himself.
He doesn't have
exactly, doesn't have the same amount of confidence, yet he's still found a way to still be an attribute to Vitality. He's still, you know, a guy that you could rely on in some certain way, and he's using all that experience to make sure that he qualifies major after major.
Well, let's hear from the Major King himself. It's dupreeh with Banks.
In terms of the in-game side of things right now, when you look at practice that you guys are having before the major and then say official matches that you're going to have here at the Showdown, how do you view that invaluable practice, right, and experience for the team?
I mean, I think official games, no matter if it's played online or played like this, is considered like being online. I mean, we're here as team boot camping, and I know that TYLOO is the same place, so it's kind of a LAN game in some sense, you know. But it's going to be quite exciting. We're actually going to shake hands after the game.
Hey.
But I mean, in general, I mean, playing a official game will always be some kind of good practice for the team, no matter what. In some sense, you could actually be a better practice than actual practice, because you get the feeling of a real game, like you have the economy game and everything going on, and things is just getting a little bit more like, how do you say, like real in some sense.
Yeah.
I think that we just want to look at this as of course we want to qualify for the playoffs, but at the same time we also look at this as practice, because there's no secret that the major is the top priority right now.
Yeah, definitely so. Now, in terms of going up against TYLOO today, right, they're not even the best team within Asia anymore. Things have changed quite dramatically for them. But should this be a game where we'll be looking at you guys taking it as like a walk in the park? Should this be pretty convincing scorelines, or how do you see it?
I don't think there's any secret in that we are the upper team, or how do you say, like the team that should be locking it in this game one, or feeling, I would say, like have the advantage. The big brother, whatever you call it. I can't but I mean, like going up against TYLOO is a team that I have played in multiple situations. So, but obviously it's a different team right now. But they just brought in some new guys, so I'm sure they also want to prove something, that they made the right changes and made the right and are heading in the right direction. But I think it's very important when you're the top dog coming into a game like this, that you just take it as any other game, like you focus and realize that the other team is also a good team. It's not like you can get away with everything, but at the same time you also need to prove that you are the top dog. So it's about finding the right balance of playing with your guts, and also at the same time not making the mistakes that can you stop doing that, and not making making the stupid mistakes.
Game time for dupreeh, I guess, or maybe some tasty treat done in the microwave. But
Someone's cooking right there.
Yeah, he mentioned the fact that, both themselves and TYLOO, they're boot camping in the same place in Serbia.
Yeah, they might have a very similar ping. We cannot use technical ping as an explanation, right? It's basically a boot camp boot camp. Look, I just wanted to put this cruise on dupreeh for half a second, because I think that in the current landscape of Vitality, with TYLOO reaching that level, with Magisk playing better Counter-Strike, with Spinks kind of slowed it in, I view him as an X factor. I view him as the one that can change things, change the paradigm for Vitality. Because yes, he's been struggling recently. There's no other way to look at it. You can try to switch the numbers around and you can try to lie to yourself. He has been struggling individually, but what if he finds that groove?
That's what I love about Vitality. They won Pro League, and still there's so much untapped potential. You said it yourself, Spinks not playing up to his best yet. Will probably still need some time to get comfortable within the system. And then dupreeh, that is right now playing some of the worst Counter-Strike he's done consistently for a long, long time. But we know how good he can be. We know how good he has been. And even when he came into Vitality the first time around, he was the one of dupreeh and Magic that actually performed well. So there's still so much untapped potential within Vitality, yet they've already won a big trophy, and yet they're already qualified for the World Finals. So I'm excited to see.
Yeah, and going back to that EPL Season 16 win, the fact that it was a best-of-5 final as well, the mental resilience and the fortitude that Vitality had to have, I was, personally perhaps doubting them going into that situation. And then the fashion they were able to do it in as well, really impressive.
I think it's a very formative event as a team to be able to survive a best-of-5 the way they did. Remember, it was 2-1 Liquid, then there's an overtime on that fourth map. Vitality could have been out, but they stay in it. We see the maps coming in. We have Dust to pick by Vitality. A little bit of a surprise, if I'm going to be honest. The Inferno pick from TYLOO I saw coming, but I'm just going to preface it. This entire game relies on the ability of TYLOO to win T rounds. I think this is the issue for them. It has been the issue when they played in Cologne. Vitality smacked them on the first half, 14-1 in overpass. If TYLOO cannot find a way to pierce through the defense, it's going to be just croissant and baguette all the way. I mean, what is it? Rødgrød med fløte, I should guess, in Danish?
Well done.
Was that Bang
Fat
on.
is that one.
Well done.
And multilingual Machu back at it again. But you mentioned the defensive side from Vitality. I believe Danny has a particular moment for us to look on the mixed team. What have you got for us, Mahone?
Vitality are going to be quite tough to deal with, as Maniac mentioned, and I have a round to actually illustrate this. This is from a previous match that happened, and it's a very simple aggression, but what you'll see here is that Apex, he's going to push down here towards this second mid area, and he's going to find Exertion coming up towards that window rim position. And it kind of looks like he just kind of timinged him. If you think of this from Exertion's point of view, kind of just seems like he peaked at the right time. But the reality is that this is actually very well thought out. So the first thing is to facilitate this aggression. You'll see that ZywOo, he's going to hold down this middle position to allow Apex the safety so that he can actually peek this second mid area without a player swinging from the left side of middle. Second thing you'll notice here is that Apex, he's kind of playing from a slight off angle. He's not taking the direct line here towards the second mid. And the reason why is because typically when T's come up here towards the second mid area, they throw this flash. So Apex, he doesn't want to be in a position where he's going to get pushed off the angle. So by staying further back here, he's able to dodge that flash. And it also tells him this player is very likely crossing towards the left side. Waits for that flash to pop. Then he peeks out, knowing that this player is very likely on the left side, and that's how he gets a kill. A second detail that you might notice about this as well is that they throw this Molotov here towards the balcony. Now, it doesn't really come into play in this particular round, but something to notice is that typically this Molotov is used to slow down the progression of T's so they can't get into window room right away. And by doing so, this allows Apex to have a bit more time to peek down towards the second mid area and find that kill. So this is something that Vitality are going to have to kind of do against TYLOO, or maybe not necessarily have to do, but TYLOO are going to have to watch out for it and find a way to counter it.
Thank you very much for that insight, Danny. I do want to bring up our Betway predictions, though, before jumping into this first single elimination best of 3 series. Of course, all of the talent and the Betway guys as well, selecting who they think are going to be winning. I mean, complexity across the board.
You want to talk about this, the Astralis pick?
Right now.
I'm not sure. I like Danish Counter-Strike. Don't you, Pimp?
That was the best you got for us?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I have hope.
I mean, I do like Danish
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike, and I for once hope you're right, but I highly doubt it.
And no pickers for TYLOO in the first game. You think they're too much of an underdog here to do
Why are
any
you looking
damage?
at me? Were you expecting me to be the TYLOO pick out of all that
Jacob,
Vitality?
why didn't you pick TYLOO?
Yes, Jacob, that's a good question.
I couldn't look myself in the mirror if I did. I kind of wanted to, but nah.
I think it's the best of 3 aspect of it. Best of 1, we would probably have a lot of crazy picks, but best of 3, it seems hard.
Yeah, definitely a test indeed, and TYLOO are going to have to potentially withstand Vitality in this one. Their pick of Inferno coming up in our first match of the single elimination best of 3 series. Maui and Anders will be back with all the action after this break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the first match. It is going to be Vitality versus TYLOO. I'm here with Maui Snake. How are you doing, Alex? Is everything good?
I'm doing great. It's been a while since I've been here with you.
Yes.
I think the last time we casted was Pro League a couple seasons ago, actually. But it's going to be a good time, no doubt about it.
This will be wild. This is such a crazy format, obviously. Really unforgiving, which I think for a lot of these teams is going to be tough. Surely for TYLOO, this is rough. Best of 3 against Vitality. There should be no way, right?
With a new roster, too.
Yes.
I'm used to seeing Ben Ted in the server for TYLOO, but they've got a couple new additions. And hopefully they can stand their ground. That's what we want. Something competitive, something that shows that Asian and Chinese CS is here to play against what is one of, if not the best teams in the world in Vitality.
That's what it feels like right now. Yeah, it feels like even in a loss, if they could just put up some good numbers here and show a little bit, that would be impressive all on its own, right? They do have that underdog, I think, ability, you know, like I'm sure it's going to be real hard for Vitality, if not almost impossible, to know what they're going to be up against. But in a best of 3, that just gets minimized so much more. If this is best of 1, it'd be so much easier. Not easy, but it would be a little bit easier maybe on TYLOO to pull in some crazy upset.
That would be one of those times when just having unorthodox strategies like TYLOO has had in the past can just work wonders. But yeah, when you have to replicate that over multiple maps, it really does lean heavily in Vitality's favor. So hopefully we get just some firepower. I want to see this Aristo guy. He seems like he's a new kid on the block for TYLOO. I want to see some moments from him. I want to see him showing a spark, and I want to see if he is the future of Asian CS.
That'd be really something. We've seen so many talents coming out in, you know, not just the European scene, but just in general, a lot of new talent coming out, young kids playing at extremely high levels. It'd be great to see that coming out of the CA region as well. That'd be really something. We'll see, I guess. Vitality, I'm sure they're going to be ready, and obviously a little bit down the road, we've got Astralis as well taking on Eternal Fire. That game in itself, I think, is also potentially crazy. I actually had a really hard time picking a win of that one. I'm really confused about both those lineups.
Who'd you end up going with?
I think I ended up picking Astralis, just maybe force a habit, but it's not a confident pick at all for me.
That was my toughest one of the day by far. This one was fairly straightforward. And with Astralis right now, it's just tough to say how they're going to be coming into that server, how prepared they are. I mean, the roster changes, all of that. It's not looking too pretty for them. Whereas Vitality, they're quite the opposite. This team hit the ground running with that Sphinx Edition best roster move of the player break. They've already captured a title at the most recent ESL Pro League. And I think that they're coming into this event, if not the Major 2, thinking that they're one of the strongest teams out there.
They should hopefully feel that way. I mean, during the RMR, there was some hiccups, but that's true for everybody, it feels like. Nobody looked completely immortal coming out of that event. So, yeah, but in this particular one, it's really only Vitality could only end up looking weaker throughout this. I feel like, you know, unless they beat them 16-3, 16-3,
yeah,
we're all going to say, oh, okay, well, you know, should have been a little bit more one-sided. So I'm excited to see how it's going to be playing out.
If they gave up 6 rounds, it should have been 5.
Exactly. Like, there's always going to be criticism no matter what.
The bar is so high for Vitality in this one.
Yeah. Although that is again probably unfair because again researching this team is going to be entirely impossible. Yeah,
it's impossible.
Can't be done.
They've never played with this 5-man. Yeah, I tried a little bit just to see are they going to switch up some spots here and there, but when they're changing the in-game leader too, you don't know what sort of strategies they're going to bring to the table. Are they going to use something from Ben Tet's playbook, or are they going to revamp it entirely? And I have no doubt that this team, TYLOO, that is working under some pretty tough conditions, given the fact that Letney has it's kind of weird for him now because Ben Tet used to speak English, but as we get into it, I'm sure we'll talk about it so much more. This will definitely be an uphill battle for TYLOO, but we're heading into their map pick of Inferno. We'll see what kind of damage they can do against the heavy favorites in Vitality.
Whew, yes, Vitality, they're going to be starting on the CT side with TYLOO on the T side, and already out the gate from that T spawn, running up into the middle. It's going to be Danking leading the charge with a Glock in hand. No, this is slowing down just a tiny bit. Always a good move. You never really know how many people there. It's going to be a 4-1 setup, though, for Vitality, just leaving one person over at the B-bomb side. That could be scary, but we'll see if it works.
Oh. Peek down mid, and Freeman takes down Zai Wu. A nice frag to find from the new member of TYLOO. Reincorporated into the lineup, in fact. Had a little bit stint elsewhere. And still prodding for some more information, but it does look like TYLOO will be ending up towards B. Freeman, wow, another kill.
Did he see that gun barrel over by quad? If he did, that's so much info. They might already know Apex is going to get knocked out, and this round is practically over already. That's amazingly well done. Double kill for Freeman up here. Going to be walking in. I think he might have actually seen just the tip of the gun, because then he knows everything.
I think you may be right. He was posturing like he was ready for it. He was even peeking with intent in that ladder fight. But Spinx takes him down, and that'll be 4 alive for TYLOO in this one. Vitality not even going for it. They just want some exits. So TYLOO already on the board.
What do you reckon the protocol is for Apex in that particular moment? You know, he's there alone. He has an HE in hand. Is he just supposed to throw the HE and live, or does he have to give up his life to fight at that corner?
That's a tough one, because the setup is for Bracket to succeed, and when Freeman's able to find 2 kills towards Bracket, the setup is already broken. So he was supposed to live, but at that point, everything's out the window, and he throws the nade. He gets instantly headshotted. That just did not go according to plan for Vitality. TYLOO, though, they come into the server hot, and that's what we needed to see for this to be a competitive game. Yeah, so to make sense of it maybe for people at home, in a perfect world for Vitality in that round, even if he just gets 1 kill and just lives and they do a 4-on-5 retake at B, is that kind of the plan for that pistol round if you're Vitality? Yeah. Assuming they don't lose anyone on the A side, obviously. Assuming that there's no Bracket presence at all from TYLOO, you would expect that it's a 5-on-5 retake, and Vitality had a couple more nades to work with there. Would have been something up their sleeve in terms of getting back in that. But we see a Force Buy coming from Vitality. We see a couple SMGs, a Molotov. It's actually quite a bit of money. And they use it to get some early space. Very well done from Vitality, because TYLOO now have to reclaim the whole of Banana.
And they don't have that many nades themselves, so if they have to spend a bunch of them now on Banana, then they're not going to have them to execute into the bomb site itself afterwards. So maybe that could be something to look at there. They're still pushed pretty deep down. Magisk with the Deagle, and Apex on the other side. That is a good use of the Molotov, though. It's going to force them into the corner. This could be a oh, they have a second one. It doesn't get any better. That absolutely will shut it down. Spinx at range, though. He's going to get Summer at the very least, and will get taken down afterwards. That second Molotov towards the tree was absolutely beautiful.
This looked great for TYLOO. Just using the Molotovs exactly where they needed to. Hitting the shots on top of it. Should be a second for them. dupreeh has snuck down alt mid quite early on, but Aristo here by his lonesome, and I think ZywOo may get the better of him, but they actually just move past each other. And TYLOO's taking some time with this. It still seems like there's very low risk of danger, even if dupreeh begins his flank.
Yeah, and I think we should appreciate this kind of this careful maneuvering here from TYLOO, even around that obviously is 100% won. It's never really worth it to just assume that and run onto a bomb site, especially when you're playing against a team like Vitality. It's good to see. It might be a little bit boring. People watching at home, you think, oh, come on, get that round over with. But really, you should appreciate the fact that they're taking their time, because there's a lot on the line here for them, obviously. So anything they can get away with. But it's going to be 2-0 in favor of the TYLOO team. That's a good start.
It's not bad. You can see the value of utility in this round. This is why you need it. And I like that TYLOO also kept things pretty simple for themselves. They knew that Vitality had the banana control. They used the first molly for the broom closet, second for logs. It's a pretty ABC clear for them as they dispatch of those players. A little bit of resistance met in the form of Spinx, but other than that, TYLOO walk away with 4 alive, and keeping 3 rifles into the next round is definitely going to help.
Also, you know, if they hadn't used that second Molotov and then they go to clear Apex because they obviously know that he's there, they could be shocked by the fact that there's a second player in there. There could be almost a little bit of a mind game set up. So super important that they manage to clear that out and they don't run into any weird traps at all. Going to be a 3rd round coming up now, obviously, with Vitality kind of having to sit this one out slightly. We could try and do a little bit with the HEs and the Deagle, whatever, but mostly probably going to get run over here.
They have a triple nade.
Ooh, they bought another one. That's nice.
Yeah, we'll see where that goes. But quick take towards Banana from TYLOO. Not as fearful as they were in the previous round, where they let Vitality have this space early on. They know that the utility will be much lighter on the Vitality side, and just using utility very cleanly as Aristo finds one towards apartments. Might get the second too, and he does. So this is an A site, free for the taking, but as we've seen, TYLOO, they take their time with these things.
Slowly. He's got such a great read. That is beautiful. I love how he used the MAC-10 as well over in the apartments. Just the slow down, recovering the recoil. Not that stressed about it, even though he was under a little bit of pressure against the MP9 on the other side. Could have easily gone down. And now they're kind of sending this lone MAC-10 into the bomb site, which is great stuff because whatever he was going to find in there, all they could have lost is the MAC-10. It's just always worth it. So 3-0 in favor of the T side. This is a great start. if you are going to build an upset or even just a really good storyline, this is how you surely have to begin. Real test is coming up now, though. 4th round, and obviously Vitality are going to be picking up all kinds of rifles.
But we see a couple players from Vitality there without helmets. Apex and Spinks will be extra vulnerable to the MAC-10s of Slowly and Aristo. So we'll see if that plays any part in the outcome of the 4th round. But TYLOO, they've been doing a very good job at Banana early on, but we see Vitality start with 3 here, so there will be a contest.
They're going to go really hard at it. I think everyone is either smoked or flashed at the moment, so no real clear vision. And there's the first kill in the round, though. Spinks able to pick it up on Slowly around the smoke. I don't know if you heard him running out there, but something definitely tipped him to the fact that someone was going to be out there. Attempted aggression, though, and from Slowly's point of view, if he could have got in there and just stayed hidden, that would have been such a power move, but kind of gets called on it.
Right. Nice spam from Spinks. And, oh, wow. This is daring. DanKing takes down Spinks. Apex has been spotted with 23 HP as the lone defender. This will be very tough if TYLOO decide to breach through that smoke, but they decide against it.
They do force out the smoke and the Molotov behind it even, so they're surely going to have heard that and said, you know what, there's still a minute on the clock, and that was probably the last nades. Dupree started to walk his way almost. There's still a 4-on-4 here, but interesting stuff. I'm not even shocked that they try to retake top Banana from Vitality's point of view. I'm just shocked they made so much noise doing it.
Right, the wide swing, the peek into it, and TYLOO were so ready, having the boost already assembled for DanKing. Dupree, though, he's joined up with Apex. There are 2 defenders on this B site. Only a couple nades, though, for TYLOO to work with.
We'll see. Dupree in position here by the coffins. Good, strong headshot to begin with. That's always going to help out a little bit to slow them down. And speaking of which, 18 seconds, that deep Molotov, and it forces out Apex. Dupree's still here, and they need that bomb plant right now. No one's covering DanKing. This is so scary, and he's going to get spammed down. Yeah, that's a disaster. 7 seconds now, and the backup is coming. 2 versus 3 here. The bomb is finally getting planted. But Freeman, I'm sure someone's going to be checking it. It's a little bit suspicious that there's only one person fighting at the moment. Summer is going to be going down, and there's Freeman with a kill. He's sandwiched in, though, and Magus will take him down. So, good triple kill on the round for Dupree, and the first round on the board for Vitality.
Dupree, the devs talked about him so much. The fact that he has now gone where no player has gone before, accomplishing a feat in 18 consecutive majors attended. And you can see the value in his play right there, being able to find the rotation and without even seeing DanKing, able to take him down as well. These were important fights. To hold on to that space right there was pivotal if Vitality wanted any chance in that retake. Nice try from Freeman at the end, though.
Yeah, they did some real damage as well to the Vitality economy, so at least they can be happy about that, but that's not going to carry them through. DanKing's picked up the AWP. T-side Inferno. See how they're going to find an opening if they can. I imagine that's going to be one of the trickier things coming up to play against a team like Vitality, is actually getting a clear shot with that AWP.
This was a set piece out of spawn from TYLOO. They want to do a fast arch wrap and already assembling the boost. Dupree not able to find a kill, but Vitality are in a great position to control this. Apex, it looks like he knows exactly what's coming. Slowly, right there, into his waiting arms, but a good trade.
Aristo able to pick it up, yeah, that's not bad. Almost stacked on top of each other there. That could have been really dangerous, but Freeman just not getting the right angle and has to fall back slightly from it. 4 versus 4 now, and still over a minute left. And look at how all those 3A defenders, I'm sure they're going to move around, but they're basically all stacked towards the pit and quad side, leaving Arch and really the B-bomb side super vulnerable.
This puts so much pressure on Spinks. TYLOO, they're slowly constricting him with CT control and an exec coming from Banana itself. He's defending at the coffins. Great Molotov for him, and a flash too. That's very well done from Spinks. Now it's all about staying alive. If he can slow TYLOO down, the rotation, the cavalry, it is coming.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. That AWP had better spin around right now. Oh, you can see the panic as well, but nice shot. DanKing, legs, Spinks, he's almost got that double. The bomb is freshly planted, though, and he is going to be going down. Cyber will pick up one of them, and there to take over his Magus. Great 1-2 punch combination, and now Aristo is all on his own. Molotov on top, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. They have a kit on Cybers. Even with the flames there, they should have enough time for the defuse.
That is so well played by Spinks. To stay alive for that entire round, at coffins, at construction to maintain that space. It took away so many angles from TYLOO. They would have wanted to clear him. They would have hoped he would have died at some point. Yeah. But that one leg shot that Dan King found on him, just not enough to take him down. You see the consequences of not finding the kill.
And it really looked like Vitality thought, even if they're going to compete, surely at one point, wow, okay, they're going to at least clear top mid again. So they had all those 3A defenders really far away. So if Spinks doesn't do what he's doing in that round, they probably lose it right away. If he just dies or gets traded immediately, then it's a quick bomb plant and a really awkward 3-on-3 after plant. So well done in every respect. 3-2 now. Vitality started to climb their way up there. But at least there's a bomb plant for TYLOO. They're going to get some extra cash in the bank behind that.
This is one of those rounds that will tell a greater picture based off of its outcome. You can see that the money is quite low for both sides, so greater implications. But we see the playback from Vitality there. Smoke at Car, the Molotov as well. We saw the same maneuver from Apex and Spinks before. Last time, Dan King caught him out with a boost. This time, it's slowly looking for it, but Spinks is ready. Great pre-aim from him to already find the man advantage.
Feels like we're seeing a lot of this right now with those M4A1s. The Vitality are just doing a lot of damage through smokes, and it feels like maybe TYLOO are in a meta where they're trusting a little bit too much in some of those grenades, and not quite clear that some of the spam going to be coming through is really on point. Cyber with the AWP, that's probably a shot that he could have, taken an extra second to get, but fair enough. Gonna not risk running into anything, which is definitely the smarter move. They're in a 3-on-5 anyway, so why risk it? But yeah, good start.
TYLOO in this round, recognizing that they've lost most of their options, are making their way back up Banana. A lot of teams, I would say, in Europe would have saved by now. They would have, and that, okay. Ooh. All right, there it is. That's the save coming out.
We are in the save meta, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's adopted it. Doesn't matter how aggressive or how off meta the team may seem, it seems like everybody's caught on that it's better to just save 3 of your guns into the next one.
Could we say that James was just way ahead of his time? Actually outsmarted the entire Counter-Strike scene?
A bit of a pioneer.
Damn. Okay.
An innovator. A forward thinker.
And, typically not appreciated, in his time. People mocking him, There's a whole story here.
It's just like the Jesus meme of, he said the truth and they hated him for it.
Exactly. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Yeah, it feels like this is what people are doing at the moment. So curious to see what the next iteration, the next iteration, either people figure out a way to beat this current meta or Valve change the game. Surely it's got to be one or the other.
It always seems like it is. There's always some new way to be even more efficient.
Yeah.
So we'll see if where that comes from next. But timeout from TYLOO. They had to piece together a buy into this round. They still have a lot of weaponry to work with, but just not quite the amount of utility that you would hope for in a gun round.
Yeah, it's definitely not perfect. Mac 10 is back out, and there's no head armor on 2 out of 3 or 5 people on the Vitality side. And this time they actually can't afford it, so always funny when people can buy head armor and they don't, and then it comes back to bite them. So I guess we'll see if that's going to be the case here. Not actually the Mac 10 that's leading the charge.
No. In fact, it's Summer at the bottom of Banana. But an early Porch-heavy setup between Dupree and Zywoo. And you can see, because of that, the Vitality players towards Banana are playing a little more passively. The point of emphasis for the CT side is towards bracket at present moment, so no reason to take 2 fights simultaneously. Oh, great nade. Wow, that's over 100 damage. Well done.
Yeah. Spink's in a great position here as well, unless there's a really powerful... Even if there is, probably just starts the fight anyway. That's awkward, though. No return fire through, and Summer's going to get the kill even low on health, so something to work with. 4-on-4. Notice in this round, Vitality threw almost no nades to start into Banana. They didn't do the customary sort of bombardment the Molotovs down, so feels like almost that's a conversation they had beforehand to try and do that a little bit less and keep them maybe for the actual defense of the B-bomb side itself.
Yeah, it seems like they expected a shift in pacing from TYLOO. And well done at that, because it did so much damage with those later grenades. And now TYLOO, this is not something they've done before. Walking right into bracket does seem like it'll be a short, heavy hit. And without a pit player, as Magisk slots himself in Graveyard, it might be difficult for Vitality to hold.
That's Molotov down on the ground. That's going to ruin your day every time. 15 seconds. Good shot from Freeman, but Cyber's still here. He's got Dupree with the backup, and there is a third player rotating in. And Dan King, he can't make it out of the apps. 5 seconds, and yeah, might try and get one last shot, which he will, but still going to be losing the round. So 4 in a row straight here for Vitality to get back into the lead of the game. Did they? Oh, there's the AWP save. I was getting worried for a second.
That ended up getting a little bit close on the bomb site for Vitality, but with so little time, they were well in control of the round. A shot from Freeman, but ZywOo just pushes right in front of that Moto smoke. So frustrating if you're a T, see a guy right there. That's where you threw a smoke. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, and in your mind, you almost always think of that as safe territory, right? You're like, it's smoked off, it's good, I don't have to work, because you've got like 10 other angles to cover when you're coming out of apps anyway, so yeah, that sucks. Ooh. That's a cool idea. I like it. AWP on that T side. Deep nade down, but they're going to be really careful. Flashing their way through. Trying to see if they can run in. Leading the charge with the C-set 75. That's a rare occurrence nowadays. But Summer's going to make it work. And now Apex, almost for a minute, thought, yeah, he's going to smoke and Molotov, so forcing everything out. Oh, and still catching the kill. That's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah. Not bad from Apex, just dumping all of his utility. But you can see that TYLOO, they don't have too much left to work with. They do pick up a smoke and an A1S, but it's still going to be very difficult to breach either site. Might be a contact play coming out from Freeman. That might be one of the only options you have left. So we see that he's leading the charge with the AWP, slowly peeking into every angle. This is pretty much the only way you have to get a clean entry at this point. And that stops him dead in his tracks.
Yeah, going to be slowed right to down. Apex, I think he's picked up another Molotov, so probably one stacked over there by construction. So even if they wait this out, it could be a huge issue for them. And on the TYLOO side of things, what, one smoke? If they use that preemptively, that Molotov could completely ruin the round for them. 27 seconds. There's a smoke put up, so let's see Molotov in return. And that's bad news. Surely there's going to be at least a couple of people from the A-bomb side to rotate a little bit closer. Dupree's thinking about it. 15 seconds on the clock, so no mistakes right now for the T side. And they're going to get the opening. That's brilliant. Freeman getting that one, but Meg is still hiding back here, slowing down the bomb, and he's going to get that one on the Aristo, and that'll close it out. Freeman, he just can't get the job done, even after getting the kill. That's really close again, but it's Vitality 5 in a row.
The time has been favorable for Vitality. 5 rounds in a row, 2 of the last ones down to the clock. So TYLOO, they're just having a little bit of difficulty gaining that early space, finding a way to get close to these bomb sites, or close enough that they can get in. But it's a nice bounce back from Vitality, and it's one that I would say most of us expected for them once they got weaponry to start fighting back, to show why they're one of the best teams in the world. So we'll see. Does TYLOO have any sort of response to this? They actually, in the last round, were able to get space relatively quickly, but it was with a bit of a haphazard approach.
I feel like Vitality are getting so much out of the utility that they have left in the last 30 seconds of the rounds right now. It feels like they have such a good read on the pace of the T side, although this is a huge change. Summer's going to open it up, taking down Dupree, and now chaos everywhere. Oh, the flashes are so good. Spinks is out. Megas is down. Now it's just ZywOo in the pit on his own. They almost got him right then and there. I think they heard it, realized they've tagged him. They're going to find him with a headshot through Apex alone, and he gets knocked out. That is really well done.
That was beautiful from TYLOO. You could see ZywOo was blinded over and over again, repeatedly. Felt like he was blind for 9 consecutive seconds there. That was well done from TYLOO. That is a strat right there that everybody at home should take, and they should see what led to that. How did they consecutively blind ZywOo that many times and make it so difficult? He got one shot off in this whole sequence, if I'm not mistaken. That's great from TYLOO, and we want to see more of that. We want to see some more pizzazz, some more power in these executes to take that space.
And the immediate follow-through once they get the opening on the quad side is so great. There's no real delay. They just go for it. Summer's going to get traded, but at least he got that opening on Dupree. And now Apex, wow, a little bit worried back here. Oh, they're going to be picking up the AK. That's quick thinking. Nearly a kill on Slowly. Horrifying. Again, the smoke and the power of that M4A1 is just never to be underestimated.
It finds so much damage. If you have a good game sense, imagine when Glaive was just so great at spamming through smoke if he had always been using the A1S. How much deadlier that Astralis Rain would have been. That's something I actually get nightmares about.
Yeah, and I mean, they even changed the, they even sort of tried to debuff the M4A1 a little bit, and still, it's just the go-to gun for the CT side.
It's never enough.
Yeah, don't ever see the M4A4 much anymore. A couple of players maybe, but yeah. Ooh, look at this. Retaking top mid at a pretty good time right here. Freeman might have a tough time opening this up. They don't have that many nades left either on the T side, so they might have to swing into this in a really awkward way.
If there's no smoke, this will be so tough for TYLOO.
Yeah.
And with the time running down, you probably don't want to actually show intent in either direction. Dan King, he does have a nade out, but yeah, if you don't smoke this is so tough.
Yeah, you said it, and there we go. Cyber were able to get a kill as well. The bomb is on the ground, and Freeman trying to swing for it. That's a bold move to take that fight, but I guess he kind of had to. Again, they're doing a lot of damage. Been a bunch of rounds now where it's down into 2v2s at the end, so they're, it's not like they're building a lot of money on the CT side, but they just can't win the critical rounds here, and now they're in a little bit of trouble. 6-4.
I do like that Vitality has held their position towards bracket in these late rounds. They know that they've let TYLOO have that space sometimes for free, and this time they just say no. We're not going to give that up so easily. You're not going to just get into bracket, because they when Vitality let them have bracket, they've seen the consequences. Those flashes into sight are deadly. So
yeah,
just got to change things up, and that's what a dynamic defense will do.
It's been working out for them really, really well. No bomb plant in that previous round. They're still going to be able to put together a buy. I think maybe Aristo's going to be, lacking a little bit, but otherwise they're in a decent position. 6-4 though. I mean, it's not all bad. If they can get another 2 or 3 rounds on the board here, TYLOO, then that'd be super interesting. Maybe not 3, but just 2. Get up to 6. It's a good foundation.
Yeah, especially given that it's their map pick. This game is by no means over. It's by no means decided. Been tough for TYLOO since the gun rounds commenced, but we have liked that set piece just a couple rounds prior to this one. See if they have a set piece similar, because it does look like this is shaping up to be a Halls pop pretty early on. We see that Summer, the man with the most utility, is towards bracket, which means that he'll be able to assist all these players as they go for any kind of waterfall or flood from the balcony. But it seems like they are interested in bracket. Nice timing on that swing from Magist, but it's only good for 1.
I can't believe Dan King managed to get the spin around and actually get the headshot. That's really cool, but still, this seems like it's being a little bit red at the very least. Easy shot for Cyber. He's going to swing again, take down Freeman. Not in the mood to miss very many shots at the moment. He's 6-9, so 9-6 right now, so he's doing a fine job. Good double kill in this round for him, and he's laughing, having himself a good time. That seemed like they understood exactly what was happening once they found those 2 players in the middle. It felt like Vitality had a really good read.
Vitality funneled them towards the apartments. TYLOO was already interested in going in that direction, but after they lost that 1 mid player, they just sent all 4 towards the balcony side, and at that point, it was easy pickings for ZywOo. So, not really working out the way they wanted. That early smoke towards apartments actually was one of the key pieces of utility from Vitality in that last one.
All right, feeling super brave about it. He's got Dupree in here in the middle, but Cyber's just standing in the middle for a long time normally. With the AWP, you're going to leave if you don't get an early challenge in the first 5 seconds. You're probably just out of there. And somehow, they're winning the early fights here, TYLOO. This is not how it's supposed to go. Taking down 2 players over at Banana.
They got both? Yeah, this is a free bomb site. We've seen TYLOO take their time, even after they get the 2 kills. They don't rush into things head first. And before, it's looked methodical. But this round, it may lead to their demise. There is a rotation in from Vitality already. Magisk is towards CT spawn. And now things get a little bit worrisome if you're TYLOO. 2 players on such low HP, and what was a 5-on-3 advantage now becomes very scary, especially when Magisk is able to get one like that.
Yep, almost picking him through the smoke as well. It's close, and there's the headshot to bring down Freeman. Oh no, right back into a 3-on-3. You're right. Slowing it down could be a very, very good choice, but at times it can absolutely backfire. Some good grenades on the Vitality side if they wanted to go for a retake, even if Dupree is a bit low on health. They're going to start to show up at least and see if they get an early fight. They can actually isolate slowly here and take the fight against him. Flash Maybe to go over. There's Magisk with the opening kill. Exactly like we were talking about. Slowly out of the round. And now grenade in the back. Oh, better not hit Summer or he's dead. Oh, what? On Magisk. I think that's not part of the script, surely. That was a little bit of a hiccup. Aristo back here, and he's going to get challenged, but will stand up to it. And now time is running down on this bomb. Cyber's going to pick it up. He did get legged, but I think he's back. No, not in time. He gave it up. I thought maybe he would have had it, but that's not going to be the case. 5th round on the board for TYLOO.
Oh, wow. Out of nowhere. Yeah, the 2 kills early on towards Banana gave TYLOO such a great entrance into that B site. It looked like, with how long they were taking to get in, that the rotation was going to be everything. That just did enough finding those 2 kills, but TYLOO still able to hold on. That would have been disastrous for their confidence if they were not able to convert that one. So they hang on, but just by the skin of their teeth. Oh, the money, though, for Vitality, it's broken.
Yeah. I mean, again, there are so many 2v2s in the last 3 or 4 rounds, so that's got to be surely part of it. Just keeping in there, TYLOO. And it's paying off at the moment. 5-7. What a great beginning. If they win this round, if they don't screw anything up here, then this is a great flash to enter with.
Well
Summer
done.
setting it up for Slowly to pick up 2. Could have easily been a 3rd, but they'll get the job done anyway. And even then, they are actually a little bit timid about walking into the B bomb site, but eventually they will. Oh, no.
No. That's not good. It still looks like it'll be pretty tough for Vitality in this one. No kit. Probably just want to save those guns moving forward, but you don't want to take so many casualties as they are. You do not want to give up those AKs either, but yeah, that'll be a 6 on the board for TYLOO. And Dupree, some nice shots towards middle, able to retrieve an AK for himself and ZywOo, but
is he going to throw down the Molotov to try and keep them close to the bomb? Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. ZywOo, he definitely just wants to keep the AK, but if something free comes in his direction, I'm sure he's going to hit it.
Yeah, and someone just has to run because of the bomb. Ooh, that's awkward.
Yeah.
I thought this was a really good plan. Kind of herd them towards ZywOo, who had more health, and then...
And Summer had 10 health when that fight started, so just needed 1 bullet.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It was one that went as expected in terms of the result, but the journey that took us there, not quite how we envisioned it.
14th round coming up. 6 on the board for TYLOO. I think it's already better than I was expecting. Maybe my expectations were a bit low, but still. Happy to be surprised already. If they can keep this up, it could be really interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. I've liked how TYLOO have bounced back in this one. It looked like the gun rounds were all in favor of Vitality, but they've got another one. So, not out of the woods just yet. And ZywOo posted up. Nice shot onto Summer. I'm not sure if the Boiler player was spotted in Dupree, but he decides to evacuate regardless.
Devastating if you try and hunt down that AWP and then there's a rifle hiding in the corner and you're just going to be running right into it. Nade in there, peek behind it. That's so much damage. Oh, lining them up, but it's a double kill for Magisk on the back of it. So Slowly and DanKing 2 versus 4. And Vitality have no real reason to do anything. Maybe if DanKing could open it up. If you win the fight against Apex, they could isolate Spinks on the other side, but it's been found out.
At this point, this is well in Vitality's control. Could have got timing there, Apex. That was a bit risky to just be standing right there.
Yeah.
But I guess he felt it was worth the risk. And yeah, now putting this together for TYLOO is just very, very difficult. You got to use a lot of creativity. 2 Molotovs, a single smoke. There are ways to isolate these fights, but now ZywOo, he'll be in charge of Moto. And nice shot from DanKing, though. Wow, that could open things up.
Yeah, probably thought maybe Dupree was watching it. I can't believe he's not shot the gun. There we go, but Slowly sneaks on in, right behind him. And it's a 1 versus 2, although Apex and Spinks are real close by, and Slowly's so low on health. There should be no way for him to win this, and he's going to walk straight into it. Nicely done on the retake. But again, down into a 2-on-2. It is going to be the 15th round coming up, but still, they're putting in a real fight here.
Yeah, we can see that every round for TYLOO. It's not like they're just getting blown out of the water.
No.
By any means. They're getting space, they're getting control, but they're just taking so many casualties along the way. And that's just because Vitality have thrown out different defenses nearly round to round, different positions for ZywOo, sometimes 3 Banana to start. It's been good for Vitality overall, but to have 6 for your TYLOO, you're not upset about that. 7 would give you quite the confidence going into the CT side, though, of your pick.
Yeah, that could really be one of... I mean, they need as much as they can get, obviously. So try and pick that up. Try and see if you could do it. This is your map pick, after all, like you pointed out. Some more grenades exchanged. Again, this really hasn't been the most crazy game for banana exchanges. It feels like both teams have kind of said, let's not dump everything into banana. Just keep it cool like that.
With how much value Vitality's finding with late round utility, you wouldn't blame them for holding on to some nades. Now, TYLOO, they wanted to run the Halls pop before. Last time around, they were stopped because of a mid-swing from Magisk. This time, it may work out a little bit better for them.
I would hate to AWP in this position if I'm Cyber, just because of having to turn around and kind of look up with the AWP, but... walk back into the bomb side. Mega's gonna get down. Nice over top of the smoke shot there from Freeman. He's gonna get 3 kills to enter with. That could not have worked any better. And remember, they've tried this apartments pop a couple of times and been denied, but this time they make it work beautifully. And Apex and Spinks, they should have no business even getting closer. That's 4 kills now for Freeman. He's won this entire round on his own, which is super impressive. Spinks out there, not much he could do at the moment. He's going to get shot down 7-8 in favor of Vitality at the end of the half. That's actually great work.
What a beautiful Halls pop to kick off, or to close the half, that is. We will see if Vitality will maintain their lead, or if TYLOO pull off the upset after a break.
Let's roll. Let him fly. It's up to you now. Stay sharp.
Here we go. We're back. The excitement is going to continue. 7-8 in the first half in favor of Vitality. overall, just I think a really impressive first half for TYLOO, honestly. I wasn't expecting this. I'm super excited though that we're here. I want to see them go now. They've started something. Now I want to see them finish it.
If you took the nameplates away, you wouldn't know that this were a team that didn't qualify for the major, and you wouldn't know that they were playing the #1 team in the world.
True.
That is a big compliment from me to TYLOO, because they put together some nice rounds there. They made sure that they stayed competitive in every round, pretty much. The money was always teetering for Vitality.
Yeah, if they could have broken their economy a little bit deeper on, a little bit earlier on in the first half, you know, it could have been even a little bit different. Could have been 8-7 in favor of TYLOO instead. So, small margins there. Sneaking up the middle. Wow, they got past now. They're going to be making some noise and just spotting it. Maybe a second late. Some are not going to be able to get that kill, and now they're wrapping straight to the B bomb site. It's all hands on deck over here. 3 people inside of the B bomb site. Those it's not that bad. The opening shot goes to Dupree, though. That's a little bit disgusting with the Glock at range, and Apex trying to run him down. Aristo goes next and all on his own back here. Dan King, I mean, they probably wouldn't be expecting it, but they're going to do the hard work of checking. And meanwhile, Megisk, 2 headshots. He even looks surprised himself.
Yeah, just nice split coming out from Vitality there. We see that Magisk holding on to Banana, closing things out. Wow.
Oh my god.
The run and gun from Dupree right there. That's nice. Okay.
That's why he was surprised. Like, oh.
Yeah, that felt really fortunate for him. You can see that they're happy with how things went there. The initial walk into middle 2 is something that you don't see all too often, especially with a smoke moto, just to protect them for any sort of play, as someone might think of contesting the long side, but that would generally dissuade them. But we see that a nice shot from Apex, as the scout has been taken down already.
Yeah, but attempted aggression, I like it. He did tag up Spinks. If he could have got away, would have been something to build on. With the Deagles behind. 9-7, though. I can't believe they... Especially that opening shot for Dupree. That's just... That kind of takes away that 3-man defense quickly.
See a couple nades still for TYLOO. Well, now they're gone. Not finding the mark there. As Spink still holds on to apartments. But there's a nice rotation from TYLOO. They have 3 players to defend B, and Vitality is posturing as if they want that.
Ouch. Yeah. An 8.5 onto a restart right there. Thrown over the wall. They have the right idea, though. I mean, they have 3 people at the bomb side. I'm just not sure it's going to make a big difference, but at least they have everyone in the right position. Smokes are going to be going up. Molotovs, and I'm sure some flashbangs to follow it up. And Mac 10 is in first. A little bit awkward. He will go down. Attempt from Freeman. Slowly we'll get 2. That's actually it's pretty good trading from TYLOO. They just ran out of players at the end.
Yeah, it was very close. It was a good attempt. They even had a great counter smoke that Vitality decided to bust on through. It almost just felt like if TYLOO hit that first shot 1 bullet earlier on all those players, they could have followed up for more, but good flashes from Vitality made that very difficult. So that'll be a 10th for Vitality. Summer was able to pick up the scout at least, so he'll be able to pass that to Dan King, who has been the opper for TYLOO in this. But yeah, other than that, just a clean round from Vitality, not making it too complicated once they got that banana space. Just decided to go with it.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I guess from TYLOO's point of view, they kind of guessed correctly it was going to be B. They did in the pistol round too, so they have some decent reads about where Vitality want to go. They just can't win the fights, at least in some of the critical rounds here. Maybe especially the pistol round would have been something really important if they could have picked it up. So still got to give them some credit for stacking the players at the right bomb site. On the scoreboard right now, Slowly's at 13, Freeman's at 13, so those are kind of the two people leading the charge. Megisk is at 18 kills on the other side. That's a little bit crazy.
Yeah, he was feasting towards A. He was having a great time. All those TYLOO plays that almost worked towards A, they were almost working because Magisk was picking up 1 or 2 kills at a time. No luck there.
Very aggressive though.
We've seen Vitality actually struggle on the T side of Inferno before. Well,
yeah.
So this game isn't over just yet, especially with Slowly picking up 1, but it does seem like there's a good chance Vitality cleans this up. But I mean, versus Maus recently at the RMR, they had a very tough time on the offense.
Curious to see if that's something that surely has to improve. I feel like you can't just ditch Inferno as a map. So so hopefully they can start to build that up a little bit more. But maybe leaves an opening. Freeman getting tagged up in the side of the bomb site. He's very much on his own. And with just a USB, yeah, it was going to be one way or another they were going to find him there. So it will be round number 11 on the board here for Vitality. Nothing much TYLOO could do about it. It'll be interesting to see what the test that they're going to throw Vitality's way, though, in the upcoming round. I think that's where we're going to see what, if anything, they've planned on the CT side.
We have to see, is TYLOO going to be a team that turtles and tries to play for aggro in the mid round? Or are they going to try to stand their ground early on? It seems like the game plan that TYLOO has brought to this game has included a couple different pace changes. So it'll be tough for Vitality to immediately guess, is it going to be the send down banana, or is it going to be a fight for late control? And that's credit to TYLOO too, because they have been pretty difficult for Vitality to read in this game thus far.
You really want that. Oh, it's a nice attempt. That actually works really well. Gonna get one more rifle away. And let's see, yeah. Up to Vitality to set the pace of this upcoming round, obviously.
Yeah, we see Dan King, though, is able to equip the op. That's nice. Don't want to go into your first gun round, especially down 4 rounds, without your opper's primary weapon. But ZywOo, on the other hand, we know that he likes to pick up the AK, especially on this map.
Yeah. For someone who's so good with the AWP, he's actually he can be really quick to make that choice and say, I'm not even going to try and do it. Not ready for it. And I mean, again, T-side Inferno, it's not so crazy. You do lose a lot of the mobility and
just quick trading ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. Being able to scale. That's all more difficult with an op. Okay. But Jiska's found himself at logs, though. We see some nades coming down from TYLOO. And Jiska's fairly safely able to take the space, but nice kill from Dan King to find a 4-on-4 as Majis does get one towards B.
Yeah, they had that double holes set up. Still, though, Dupree, aggressive. Oh, Aristo, he wanted to be the hero and fight his way through, but that loses on the bomb site. They will get the kill on Dupree, and that means the retake's probably on. I was going to say otherwise. Maybe it's not actually worth it to run for here because you're so far away, but 2 versus 3, you're going to feel like we should do this.
Oh, wow. Forgot the timing. ZywOo taken down. Apex in the 1v3. This would be incredible. And he is swinging for the fences, taking every fight he can, finds Freeman, looks for more, but Summer is able to win the duel. So, first gun round, and TYLOO is able to get an 8th.
You know, they didn't have a kit picked up anywhere. I'm not sure, obviously, Apex can't know that, but it almost feels like if he would have just slowed down a little bit and try to play that a little bit more slowly, maybe they would have even been in trouble for time eventually. But that's a good retake. TYLOO just absolutely making it work, and especially catching Dupree before the retake is even on. That's great news.
I feel a lot of Apex clutches end up looking like that, or attempts at clutches end up looking like that. He'll swing for one fight, wants to reposition, swings for another fight, and if he can instantly nail the shots, it looks incredible. Some of Apex's clutches look fantastic, but he always is looking for the next duel, and usually tries to do it from a new position every time.
It's got that French Counter-Strike DNA.
Yeah, yeah.
So we were watching, who was it? Heat that were playing. What was the other French team?
Falcons.
Falcons through the RMR. That was
a crazy dust too.
That was a crash course in French Counter-Strike for anyone that didn't know. Wild stuff. Oh, here we go. Summer on the early headshot.
With the A4.
Yeah. Rare sight these days. Nade follow-up. Blows the gun away, but a gap in the smoke. Dan King gonna be there on the return. It's not bad. 3 versus 4 now. Nobody in the B bomb side. They've kind of almost all evacuated over here, which seems risky.
Great flash.
That's what you want. So they get back up into a 3-on-3. Freeman gonna wide swing that one, and that's the bomb on the ground. So now they definitely know the fact that they did the early rotate might actually help them out. Side was out in the open. He's gonna pick up that one. Did they realize? It looks like he does. Aristo. No, I don't think he knows. Oh. Now he might be dead, and he will be. Oh, he snuck right past the net. That's amazing. 1 versus 1, but it's Vitality coming out on bottom of that one.
That was a very fast rotation from TYLOO. Works out in their favor, Maybe even an over-rotation, but sometimes that's what you need, especially with weak weaponry as TYLOO had in that round. Aristo finishing things off with the MP9 and able to find the trade. Yeah, ZywOo had no idea that there was a player there, or that there could be one there. Well done, and the battle for economy continues as Vitality force up into this. They had some very fast maneuvers in the previous round. It might need to be even faster with these weapons.
I feel like for the first time now in this game, you can kind of sense that now it's really on.
Yeah.
You've got that 11-9 scoreline. That's pretty much wide open. The money is slightly favoring TYLOO at the moment. It's start to get that way, especially if they can pick this one up. Could be huge.
Jeez, walking right through that. Look how far back TYLOO are playing. They're giving up all this space to Vitality.
Good flashes around the corner. Summer, though, and Freeman. Bit of a crossfire setup here. And wow, Freeman doing all the work. He had that quad kill earlier. He's picked up another 3 on top here. ZywOo's going to be going down. So flawless round. Wow, this is starting to really shape up. They're doing amazing work right now.
I just love that TYLOO brought a very clear plan into that round. Some teams kind of flirt with playing somewhat towards bracket, somewhat back, but you could see on the radar, everybody was playing back from TYLOO. When the flood started from Vitality, everyone from TYLOO was in position to just take down all those players. So everyone that Vitality was pushing forward was running into at least 2 members of TYLOO.
Yeah, and there's a lot of benefits. Obviously, as you pointed out, you give up some map control, but it's really hard to lose rifles to the enemy in that situation. You're probably not going to get easily, swung on and just swarm down. They have to run a huge distance to actually catch you. Wow, well, that's crazy.
Ooh, that looked a little overeager.
It is just an MP9, I suppose. Yeah. He was like, I'm going to go farm them. I'm not, but I wanted to.
Yeah. Guys, I'm going to farm them. That's the call.
Listen, Maui, I know you, unfortunately, like me, you also sometimes play Dota, so we all know what that feels like.
Yeah. Just mop them up. I'm going to go into their jungle.
Oh, I lost all the money.
Check the kill feed. Oh, that's me dead. Well, at least it's not your hard carry, and it's just a...
that is the upside.
A player with an MP9.
Didn't give any rapiers over to the enemy team. It's all good.
Not that disastrous, but oh no, that is the defender.
Yeah, now it could be a little bit interesting. Magus will pick up one, although they're gonna swarm down and actually find the bomb. I don't think Vitality were ready for that. I think they thought surely they're not gonna 3-man push the middle of the map with rifles against pistols, but they did.
Yeah, TYLOO were simply more decisive in this round so far, but they are being encroached on from multiple directions. This will be tough for Summer to deal with. Dupree finds the trade, 2-on-2. Magisk still making his presence known to the TYLOO members. And this is a long-range fight with the Tech-9. It'll be so hard. And we see that the CTs win at the bottom of mid. You can't say that most rounds.
No, that's such an awkward place to be in, but I guess they kind of had an idea about where they were coming from, so...
The new bomb site became the bottom of mid because the bomb was there. That's... That's some fast thinking from TYLOO. I liked how quickly they were able to adapt to that situation, actually, because that was getting pretty hectic, and a less experienced team or one without great communication would sometimes get lost.
Yeah, especially losing Damn King over at the B-bomb side. You could tell probably what Vitality wanted to do was, sort of shrink away from the top mid, get the bomb, trying to tank that B-bomb side, and then just all that gets taken away. Because TYLOO just start pushing the middle. Ooh,
nice
boost on over the half wall to take down Apex. We're tied up at 11-11. I did not think that I was going to be saying those words, but here we are.
I didn't see this coming at all going into the match, but TYLOO have put up a great fight. They have a man advantage in round 23, and Vitality, they are sneaking their way into middle. But it'll be right into Dan King's op if they approach the long side without any utility. He's ready. He's waiting.
Almost like they sense it a little bit on the other side. They don't want to walk straight into it. There's the good smoke up to at least obscure his vision just a tiny bit, aware that there could be a boost on the other side. If they can get the timing down. Yeah, second smoke. You could tell they're thinking about it. If they get close enough, especially over on Ramp and over by A apartments, they can wrap this A bomb site in seconds. Here we go. Opening, try to be set up there. Dupree not going to get it, but there is a good trade. And that AWP just can't be put into play. So that's the opening. That's the bomb going to get planted. And Vitality in a great position right here. Not that much money in the bank either for TYLOO. They really need to not lose these rifles.
That might be it for the round. But just able to escape. And this is a much better look for Vitality. When they lost the game versus Mouse recently, they never tried moving up long. It was short play after short play, a banana attempt sprinkled in. But this is them in the mid round, even with a man disadvantage, taking up such a pivotal position on the map. You needed to see this sort of evolution from Vitality if you wanted to consider them a top team on Inferno, for them to just fix one simple mistake, not using long.
And you know, some of that really far back positioning we were talking about earlier with TYLOO being down in the pit and inside of the bomb site, the fact that they allow for that also means the rest of the Vitality force coming in, like Saiwu here, he's so close to the site when the fight's happening. All they have to do is sort of turn the corner and he's on the bomb site.
Yeah. The response that we saw from Vitality when they face those kinds of situations, though, on the CT side, is they always aggress Porsche. And we saw from TYLOO there that they got stuck in the bomb site. They weren't able to make that proactive decision, which they needed to stop the pinch. So that's great from Vitality, but we saw the exact counter when Vitality were defending, actually.
A lot of damage on the slowly Danking, attempting some risky maneuver in the middle. Unscoped, actually, instead of firing the gun. It felt like that could have probably been a kill.
He wants that shot back.
Yeah, would have loved that. But they've taken on Magisk, and that's great news. He's been the raid boss. 24 kills on him right now. So, good news.
He's been doing an excellent job. Generally, towards the B side or the floater player, when it comes to the offense for Vitality, one of the more pivotal positions. But we see Vitality this time just slowly creeping up. Danking playing the off angle at the bottom of the stairs towards the entrance of the site. This is usually good for one, unless Vitality flash it off.
So risky. Oh, he is in a lot of trouble. This AWP is absolutely going to get run over. Even if he got that kill on Sago, you have to assume that he's going to get traded right away. And they are going to make the call to save. So 13-11 will be the scoreline for Vitality. Started to walk away with just when they hit that 11-11 scoreline. Vitality started to wake up.
Something I'm going to put forward there is that Zaiwu was also the first in on that play.
Yeah.
You don't usually see the hyperstar of a team just jumping in like that, almost knife out, just trying to chase down the Opper. But the flashes were there. He trusted the plan, and it all worked out. So well done. And TYLOO, they're losing a bit of their grip on this game. They're having some difficulty. As Vitality recognized, and you recognize, Anders, that this game was heating up, they started just... They shifted into another gear.
Man. The money there on the TYLOO side, just another problem for them, surely. Another point where you have to assume that if this ends up being a lost map for them, then some of it is going to be down to the economy and them just not really being able to fight the kind of fight that they'd want to here. Yeah, Cyber started to have himself a little bit of a game.
Yeah, frustrating stuff for TYLOO. But they still have more to work with here. They have a chance to fight back. They have a chance to keep on just delivering here and showing everybody that this game isn't one that you should write off. That's how most would have read this coming in. But flash over the top, Magisk is in, and another trade. TYLOO playing on top of each other. Well done to make sure that they don't lose the man advantage.
It's not bad. Deep nade, but Cyber's back there picking up the bomb instead, so was never going to get touched by it. It seems like they'll focus some of their attention instead now towards top mid. Dupree setting up that D Molotov and another one on the quad side. So yeah, they're really going to have that top mid control.
It keeps all their smokes in check. So now they have a lot to work with. They could
look at the rotation out of B.
Oh yeah, what a gamble.
They did this earlier and it worked. But calling it twice in a half is pretty risky. All right, he's going to start to walk back. They didn't feel the immediate pressure, so they're like, all right, let's at least have one person B, and that's a knockout opening. Dupree taking down Freeman, Summer alone in the pit, and he just can't see a thing. They did the same thing when Cyber was down there on the CT side. They had that great layering of flashbangs to just attack that side and jump past. I can't believe it. Apex probably can't believe it. But the bomb, yeah, it's going to get planted here. Nobody to stop that. He's so low on health. Probably should be happy about that smoke.
He just wants to get out at this point. Ooh. All right. Hightailing it out of there. And that will be a 4th, or 14th, that is, for Vitality. Unless Dan King pulls off the impossible. They are pushing towards him.
I was going to say, surely right now, even getting away from the bomb right now would actually be kind of a miracle. Got to remember that new blast radius is insane.
Oh, yeah. He's going to die if he stays here.
He definitely will.
Okay, he's dead. Yeah. That's, he was getting pinched. The bomb was going to blow up. It was a choose-your-own-adventure moment for Dan King. What a shot from Debris there. Yeah, this short play from Vitality was so strong. That flash on top of the double stack box in the site, perfectly blinding the pit player, the second pit player, that is. And even though that setup looked very strong for TYLOO, you could just see once you give Vitality bracket, they have some very strong execs into the site.
You gotta appreciate Apex not just playing the game, but also reenacting the deaths in the game. That's brilliant. Oh man, that's the only defensive B wiped out. This is a real problem because Magus has had himself a great game, but you can start to feel Cyberus is getting inspired. He started to warm up a little bit, and you don't ever want to see that. If you're on the side of TYLOO here and you're thinking, okay, maybe we have a shot at an upset, at least winning a map would be really huge. Now that Cyberus here, it's just got a lot more difficult, no doubt.
Right, it was Magist earlier on, carrying the torch, but now that you said it, it's an uphill battle, and even Apex is just calling better too. I think he's recognized exactly TYLOO's CT side game plan. The early banana aggression has been a staple, and then they generally have been evacuating towards bracket, and they've just been playing A site most of the time. And so this is, I mean, it's kind of an IGL's dream once you get a beat on them like that you know you're going to be able to walk into bracket, because they've walked into bracket a couple of times now, Vitality. That there should be a little bit more of a defense there from TYLOO. Once they look at this one back, they'll see. That was a bit of a fault.
It doesn't take a lot, especially this top level. And once the IGL is zoomed in on it, yeah, it's going to get exploited over and over again. Summer out here with the AK. He's going to be able to save that at the very least. So that is small, tiny victory. 15-11. So 4 chances right now for Vitality to close this out on Inferno. Avoid the overtime and all that.
It'll be tough. They put up a great game, but the last 4 rounds for Vitality have been so strong, and Apex, when he's jiving like that, I mean, you know he's feeling himself in every way. No op for Dan King either. Doesn't get easier.
Are they gonna push middle? Yeah, look at this. Grenade down to run, flashbang over, and they take the fight straight to them. And it's actually working. Summer on the double. They wipe out Vitality to get to 12. I don't think I've seen that before. Not in that fashion anyway. What an absolutely all-out aggressive move coming out from the TYLOO camp.
That usually just doesn't work that well. The halls push, the lower mid push, the swings coming in with the Dan King flashes over the roof of the apartments. It all comes together beautifully. And I bet Apex is wondering, okay, I mean, we'll let them have that one, but let's not get caught off again, because usually a default should be what stops that. And you can see it's a little bit more tempered, the approach from Vitality this time.
That flash over the building for the apps peak to come through, but then also the fact that there's a player on the low ground who ran in from first middle is absolutely crazy.
You think you're safe when you get back into that mid pit.
Yeah.
But no, not if someone's already swinging on the low ground.
Okay. Meg is finding a spot between the Molotovs, and he's going to use it and wipe out Aristo and slowly both. And Dupree in position. Nearly could have been a double spray down of his own, but he's going to get the confirmation, right? He knows there's a second player there. At most, there could be a single B defender, and there probably isn't.
Unfortunately for TYLOO in this game, Banana has been their greatest foil. They just have never been able to really kill Magist cleanly. He usually was going at least 1 for 1, at the very least. I think maybe he died once for free, but still, 2 on 4. We'll see if TYLOO are able to bring this one back. They have a lot of utility to work with.
15-12, a 2 versus 4 retake. I don't even know how you could begin to do this one. Dan King sneaking around with the AWP. He's found no entries, and the Molotov has just gone down. He's slowed already. Good shot on the Apex, but they have more grenades throwing his way. And there's no shot here. 16 to 12 as Vitality will take down TYLOO on the opening map. Although it wasn't easy. They had to fight for it.
There was a good game plan here from TYLOO. They showed that there was a reason that they picked this map, even though Vitality, the heavy favorites, got the job done. TYLOO should look back at this with a lot of pride.
Yeah, well done. We'll go to break before we head into the second map, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Oh, bro!
And look at how arrogant I look.
Today, we're playing CS compatibility. What? What game do I play the most that isn't CSGO?
Okay, I'm ready.
Good job, Neil.
If I could buff a weapon, which weapon would I choose?
Easy cut, I think.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm ready as well. I knew it.
Good old times.
Yep. What is my best highlight? Ooh. Good job, Neil. 3 out of 3 so far.
Yeah, we're doing good. Who do you think is the better CSGO player, me or you? And look at how arrogant I look.
That's why you got a heart at a smile.
Yeah, I know. I knew you would actually take me.
Of course.
Because you are not a person who would ever take yourself into these kind of questions. I'm just like,
we know each other. That's good. That's a good sign. I can eat one last meal. What is it I am eating?
Oh.
And I'm a guy that likes food, so that will...
Are we talking food or desserts?
Food, not desserts.
Okay. Oh, then it's a bit tough, Peter.
Yeah, because I have a lot.
Yeah, you do actually have so much food to like.
Okay, I will...
I'm gonna gamble.
The thing is, I'm gonna go with...
Don't say it loud.
I'm gonna go with this one. You ready? Oh, bro! That's pretty good.
So good.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
You guys are doing really well.
Apparently, yeah.
We know each other too well, apparently. After a long and successful career in CS, what's next for me after hanging up the mouse? What will I be doing after playing?
That's actually a tough question.
Because I don't really know myself. In some way, you could think yourself to it. But I'm not gonna say more, otherwise it's...
I'm just gonna go over something. I'm just gonna gamble. I'm just gonna gamble.
Really?
Yeah.
You're so good. That's actually crazy. I know I gave a little hint in some way, but...
But I would have gone with coach no matter what, actually, I think. Because that's like the most obvious thing.
Yeah.
The pick of TYLOO almost coming through, but the Woo and his crew, they wrapped this one up. 16 to 12 is the final scoreline, which for TYLOO has to be slightly disheartening because I think they delivered way more than what we were expecting about you.
Yeah, I think it's a fair statement. We started this pre-match talking about the T side of TYLOO and how complicated it was last time they met IM Cologne. That was a completely different story here. Not only gun round and conversion, of course, but a couple of very interesting strategies they put in here. I think Vitality gave the space to TYLOO to express themselves in the first half, and they just grabbed it. They grabbed it, and they put up a very competitive fight.
They made it a competitive game in itself, and I think that's what's most impressive. They get off to the good start, they win the pistol, they convert from that point onwards, and as you said, Matthew, once you get into a half when you're on the T side and you still manage to be competitive in a lot of the buy rounds against a team like Vitality, which strengths are on the CT side, you've done a good job, right? There was a couple of rounds, there was a couple of moments where you thought to yourself, okay, TYLOO came in well prepared. So yeah, a game that I kind of expected. No, Vitality winning, that's almost a given in this matchup, but they were very competitive throughout TYLOO.
Yeah, let's throw on over to Danny to take a look at a good look at one of the moments from TYLOO early on in the first half. What have you got for us, Mahone?
I've got this A execute that TYLOO did in the first half. Maui Snake pointed this out, so I did the research, looked at it right away, and put this together. So right here, what we're going to see is just a simple lane pop. And what's actually interesting about this is just their flash usage. So first, we're going to go through kind of the kills here. And what we'll see here first is that they swing up Boiler without a flash. And this is very not typical. Most of the time, teams will throw a flash over towards Boiler. But because of the fact they don't do it, dupreeh is actually completely caught off guard by it. He doesn't expect that at all. But this is where the layering of the flashes comes through. Danking, he throws these flashes that land just over the roof, and they're basically supposed to blind players over here, so that forces them towards that right side there. That's exactly what happens to Magisk, who's here. The pop comes in, he gets taken off that first angle, and then Freeman is able to throw these flashes that land just above the balcony like this. These flashes are very common, but they're extremely effective to blind people towards this pit area. The other flashes that are also thrown here is this rooftop flash. This flash is becoming a bit more common nowadays, and this flash blinds people who are playing that box, behind the single box, and anyone playing towards that back corner area. That flash, along with this second flash off the wall, blinds Magisk here completely and allows him to take this lane position for free. You see from Magisk's point of view, he's just completely blinded. He has really no chance of being able to find this kill. And then ZywOo, even here from this balcony area, he gets blinded as well. And there isn't really many angles that he can take, and he has to kind of fade into the smoke to find anything else. And this is probably the most effective way to kind of come up short. You have to use flashes, and TYLOO, they did a beautiful job of doing it here.
I really love that Mahone chose to break down that particular moment as well, because it kind of echoes exactly what you were saying, Matthew. We saw a TYLOO that was coming in with a certain layer, a certain level of strategy, which maybe we weren't anticipating from the Seoul Asian representatives.
No, and they caught Vitality with their pants down in a couple of these rounds. It was well pointed out here by Mahone, the fact that Vitality is caught off guard and completely blind. You look at the timer, it's 1:29 when TYLOO is executing on the A side. dupreeh is blind, sure, but he's mostly alone. I think Magisk was on his way to get to the setup with dupreeh to have that lane cover, but he wasn't even there yet. They didn't expect such a rhythm coming out of TYLOO, and it's great we give them the flowers for that.
Make no mistake, there was perfectly executed Counter-Strike right there coming out for TYLOO, and especially considering it is TYLOO, right? When you look towards their strengths, it's much based on the individuals. We often, you know, I guess criticize them for not having that layer of strategical depth when you're watching them. This was a very good round of Counter-Strike. They had it in this game, especially on the T side. Again, facilitated by some of the individuals as well. Freeman had a couple of rounds when he came out and was the opening guy. We saw it in the pistol. You saw it in the very last round in the game as well, where he got this triple kill coming out of apartment. So there was a lot of layers to TYLOO, and overall, you know, despite losing the game 16-12, I'm almost standing with a feeling that they won the game in a way, right? They won for us.
Take it all. Everybody take a deep breath. They made it competitive.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Jacob.
I expected them to lose 16-5. They were decent.
Yeah, well, that's what they were coming here to Showdown for. I know that one of the players was saying, you know, that's what they were looking at coming into this tournament, getting a bit more experience, being able to, you know, try some new things versus some of these top-tier teams. But then we go into that second half, and I feel like it was a Vitality that maybe we were expecting. They managed to find a lot of momentum coming into the later stages of that T side.
Yeah, I think mostly as soon as Vitality were able to trade 1-for-1 and they were on the T side, this is where the disparity of experience really shone through. And this is where Vitality showed TYLOO the ropes of the game, how to handle these 3v3s. Once the bomb gets down, then you up to individuals to actually clutch it out. And you could see that Vitality was a league ahead of TYLOO. The rounds that TYLOO won in the second half were very clear-cut rounds where they just steamrolled completely. We had, what, 27, round 28, I think, where they just rushed second mid and the round is over in 9 seconds. Great, but you cannot replicate that. It's going to be a one-time off. As soon as trades were happening, Vitality had the upper hand.
Yeah, I want to throw one particular name into the mix with this. We normally talk about ZywOo, you know, being like the rigor of the team. But actually, it was Magisk who was really, really showing up in spades. And you were picking him coming into this game and just saying, actually, we need to give this Dane some more credit in terms of what he's been consistently delivering for Vitality.
He's been trending upwards for quite some time, I'd say, for Vitality. He's been kind of like the unsung hero for them for quite some time. He had a good CT side. He was locking down this bomb side a couple of times where he could have gotten close had he not got the double kills. Magisk is slowly but surely finding his old self. Like the Magic we saw in Astralis that was always known to be the B player, the B anchor on a map like Dust 2, always good for 2 kills. I think we see that Magic more and more often now in Vitality, and it's a huge asset to this team, especially when you consider how good they can be in the future with Magic playing well. This game was all about him, you know, having a good one. ZywOo, he woke up in the middle of it, but we haven't mentioned Spinks whatsoever in this game. He wasn't needed, and Vitality still won relatively convincingly, and that's the untapped potential we're talking about when it comes to Vitality.
Yeah, Magisk was a stabilizer for Vitality because I think Apex for him to fight early on in the round was a little bit like buying a pig in a poke, right? They wanted to fight, they wanted to trade, but the problem was TYLOO had the skill necessary to put them in their places. We saw Apex, we saw Spinks trying to fight down Banana, get wrecked a couple of times, and then we had to see the rotations coming in. So Apex just had to calm down a little bit, because he can. and that was fine.
Now, we are moving into Vitality's pick of Dust 2. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I hate that they've actually picked into this map. You know, I really, really despise it because that was something that Vitality were talking about. They wanted to improve their map pool. They wanted to move away from potentially, you know, picking into this one too much. They haven't. I mean, do they need to in this series? I don't know. Obviously, we're going to see how it plays out. But what are you kind of thinking of both these squads coming into things?
I think it's a comfortable pick for Vitality. Sure, you want to expand your map pool. You could have gone with a Vertigo, which you advocated for, you know, off screen. But you want to make sure that you do something you're comfortable with. And I think Vitality have picked Dust 2 against some of the best teams in the world, so why not do it against a team like TYLOO as well? I think you said something very interesting as well when it comes to Inferno and the second half as well. Yeah, I'm surprised too. But the fact that the individual quality of the players from Vitality shine through. If you look at a map like Dust 2 where you can be as aggressive as you want to, the individuals, the freedom you give a guy like Saivu, the freedom you give a guy like Dupree who can push into Dark on the CT side, who can push up middle if he wants to, even play the secondary up, right? Everything little helps here for TYLOO, but in raw matters, I feel like for Vitality, it's a good map because it gives freedom to all the star players to do whatever they want.
I also think it kind of nullifies the lack of information you might have. If you're Vitality and you're trying to prepare for TYLOO, you don't know what the hell is going to be happening. Maui Snake mentioned it at the caster desk. We don't know this lineup. We don't know new IGL, new players. What the hell are they going to do? We put them on Dust 2. Where the strategy kind of has a low floor. We know pretty much what to expect from people.
There's a limit, right?
So we're saying, listen, strategically, you're not going to beat us. And individually, we got the better hands. That's it, we got you.
In terms of expectations coming into this particular map as well, I know Mahone was talking about before coming into the map of Inferno, he expected to potentially see a more aggressive CT side of Vitality. Didn't really see that play out too much. Are we expecting more of that on Dust 2?
Not necessarily. I think Vitality is going to try to win the game by just playing their own brand of Counter-Strike. It may sound a bit boring, but we do see them, I guess, we do see them, you know, play sometimes aggressive on the CT side. Saivu, not known to be early aggressing, right? He likes to go up short late into the round, try to retake map control. Same for Dupree and Magix on the B-bomb side. They like to take that dark, but late in the round as well. So I don't really expect any early aggression from Vitality throughout the entire game. It'll happen occasionally, but it's going to be a game they want to play it on their own terms.
Matthew, is this looking boohoo for TYLOO?
Yeah, I think it's looking boohoo. Yeah, I think the croissants have been eaten. I think the jam is firmly on the baguette, and we're moving on.
Jam on a baguette?
You need to put jam on baguette?
Yes.
Butter? Of course, it's coated, dude.
Jam?
Jam, of course. Strawberry jam on your baguette.
Here. They say the UK has poor taste.
I'm going to take you on a trip to the south coast of France, Côte d'Azur. We're going to have a good time there.
Very romantic.
Baguette with jam. That's it.
No romance on the cards for TYLOO coming into this one, in your opinion, Jacob?
No, get me out.
That's it. Well, let's see exactly how it is going to play out. Dust 2, Vitality's pick, and potentially the final lifeline for TYLOO in this best-of-3 single elimination series. They're going to have to grab this one hands-on, and it's going down in just a few.
Here we go. We're back with the second map. It is TYLOO up against Vitality. The odds now 12-1, as you could tell. It was 10-1 at the first map. Obviously, the odds for the whole series, but still, it makes sense that that first map didn't quite go TYLOO's way, and it was their map pick.
If it was already 10-1 and now it's 12-1, how much more can it go?
I mean, it feels like surely not much longer, because I'm assuming that this will also be a very, very tough task on the second map for the TYLOO side. Surely they could be the end of the road for them, although they did impress us. I mean, to be honest, I think what they did on Inferno is really cool. They weren't that far from at least getting it into, you know, like, it could have been like 14, maybe in overtime if they would have won. Maybe this pistol in the second half could have made a big difference.
We saw a great game plan from TYLOO, actually, but Pimp has brought it up that Vitality likes to pick Dust 2 against even the best teams in the world. Freya hates it, though. Freya is not a fan of the Dust 2 picks. No, it's scary. It's scary. Anybody can play Dust 2. Everybody has played Dust 2. But actually, with this 5-man roster, TYLOO has only played Inferno.
Yeah, that's so who knows what they're going to be bringing to the table. We're about to find out. You've got the frontline seats, frontline tickets for this show. TYLOO going to be starting on the CT side with Vitality on the T side. And they are taking a really measured approach. Looked like they were running for some kind of a B hit. Still could be, but just a little bit delayed. They're waiting for it. Smoke, classic smoke if you want to get up on the box. That's to your right side as you come out of the tunnels. More grenades raining in. Deep Molotov. Ooh, that actually goes in the front, so could be a little bit scary. Oh, did he just do a 360 out onto the car? Looked like it. It doesn't really impress anyone. Slowly and Freeman going to get some kills. Oh, look at the lineup here. Magus got his own, and he is shut down. What an absolutely brutal welcome they had in that B-bomb site.
Yeah, I'm sure in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, ZywOo would have accrued maybe 300, 500 points right there.
Yeah.
But in CSGO, he found 0 points. TYLOO, on the other hand, they are the ones to get the first on the board. We could see, wow, little grind, little 360 spin. Probably a little, maybe a kickflip too. But yeah, Slowly and Summer come together to put a great defense out. And they needed that. They needed that. Vitality, they're a very good Dust 2 team. I think they're probably in the top 3 in the world right now. Might even put them number 1.
Yeah, who's in competition? Is it Big? Is that where we're...
Big have been a little rocky on it, actually.
All right.
I haven't always loved it, but they have been having to swap players in and out, whereas Vitality have looked very steady and stable. Their CT side is just phenomenal on this map.
Something that hopefully TYLOO have done a bit of research on. They're going to need it. Freeman out here, he's got some backup, and they should be able to shut this down pretty easily. There's really no pressure apart from the amount of Ts that are showing up on the catwalk, and they're going to lose not a single player. Good job.
Yeah, that is exactly how you want it to go if you are TYLOO. But now Vitality, they'll bite back. A few guns coming out. Looks like everybody will equip the AK. And now TYLOO, they have an option. We saw some aggression on the CT side of Inferno. We saw the unorthodox swings mid. We saw a lot of fights for Banana, but now they have an option ahead of themselves. And it'll be to combat the long attack from Vitality.
Yeah, they sent 3 people this way. Timing there for ZywOo that he doesn't quite hit. I really like the aggression that was coming out on the CT side of Inferno. I mean, some of the time is risky and it did backfire at times, but I think it's cool if you could do that. Look at it upper dark right now, pushing in while Vitality are trying to take over catwalk. But this is a massive play that's coming out right now.
Oh, okay, nice cleanup from Dan King and Freeman. Taking down 3 already, stopped in its tracks, and slowly already towards lower tunnels, finding ZywOo in the side of the head. Magisk is able to return with 1, but he is surrounded, and TYLOO pick up a 3rd. Great nade damage, great utility to slow down the initial aggress from Vitality off of the catwalk swing, and that will work in their favor.
They didn't even really need that push into upper and lower dark, I mean, until the very end, but just because Dan King and Freeman are doing such a good job here. But the fact that they would try and do it anyway is still really cool.
Exactly. There were so many elements to this round that TYLOO actually were using. There were so many little aggressions in multiple directions. Not really actually known by Vitality, perhaps. They don't necessarily know that there was a little bit of a swing towards lower earlier in the round. But this time, they are aware. Magisk already finds 1 towards long A. but gives up the position. No space taken with that kill.
Yeah, can't really do much with it. Maybe later on they could go and find a rifle there if they feel like there's some weakness. Someone's got to be careful. So he's back looking for the fight, and will take down Cyber at a minimum. Still a 4-on-4 here. And they're hearing the footsteps down below. They kind of know that someone's coming. The grenade doesn't really do much of anything. Oh, this is scary if you're on that ramp. You've got to be real careful. Summer goes down. Yeah, he was very exposed to 2 or 3 different people there.
Oh, Spinks has the bomb, but he's able to escape. TYLOO are right on his heels, and Freeman is holding this position towards long. If he swings out, he'll find some easy frags towards A, but he wants to wait. Oh, swings out now. Taps are there, but Magisk, who's been on fire in this round, picks up his 3rd. Now Apex towards the ramp, has to come up with something big. Flicks down, unable to actually connect, and DanKing takes down Apex through the smoke. So TYLOO, they're able to recover that one, but a lot of casualties.
Yeah, and it felt like Apex probably could have done maybe a little bit more in that one. Magisk had to do almost all of the work. Eventually, they're going to find the bomb and defuse it as well. But that is a really expensive round. So Vitality, even in losing it, they're going to shrug and say, okay. But all we've really done is we've built ourselves up for the next round, where if we win it, we probably wipe out a lot of their economy. So
yeah, you could even say it's just Magisk that's doing it.
Yeah.
5 kills and nobody else with 1 on Vitality.
That's crazy.
Yeah, 4 rounds deep. So he's going to need some help. He was the star of the show for Vitality on Inferno. We saw a late surge from ZywOo. It would be nice to get some early help, though, so that TYLOO cannot extend the lead.
Look at this aggression again. That smoke is up, so it is a little bit suspicious. I'm sure someone's pulling it out from the Vitality side. In fact, you can see Dupree's kind of halted on the other side, worried about what might be happening down there. Flashing their way down to try and take a look, but double setup. Oh, Molotov on top. So now they have to obviously show their hand here. How did they escape this, though?
Ooh. A push? That's what they opt for. But just right there for the trade. But slowly's creeping up towards Cat. ZywOo, he's holding the line. This should be a freebie for him. And he does not miss those. Now the final players from TYLOO, they're separated. It'll have to be a heroic effort from Aristo if he wants to defend the A site. Still has some utility. He can actually make this pretty difficult. And now that DanKing has made his presence known, it is all on Aristo.
Yeah, they're scaling up long right away. They don't want to really miss a beat here. They know the ops on the other side, so just try and get past, throw their smokes, and yeah, jump past, no problem here. Grenade, not going to be able to stop the bomb or really kill anyone, but it could obviously do some damage. It's not bad. Still should be there around, and TYLOO even might want to think about saving what they've got. I think this is very, very risky to go for.
Yeah, given the damage and the fact that they have the money they have, this is an easy call for TYLOO. Get out of there. You'll live to fight another day.
What's your take on, I mean, pushing lower dark like that with the smoke? Obviously, you kind of have to throw the smoke to make sure that you're not going to get caught if there's a quick boost on the T side. But it's such a strong signal that you're down there, right? It was no surprise to Vitality that something was up.
It does not feel like you have a lot of options once you're there. The options were either stand in the smoke, back up through double doors, or push.
Yeah.
And they opted to push, which Vitality were very ready for. I don't actually think it's even that bad of a fight for the CTs. Your right eye swinging into a guy that's kind of holding a left eye. It's not that bad, but it's just that it's so obvious it's coming. It's the only thing they can really do. There's no surprise factor once the smoke goes down. So TYLOO have shown an affinity towards the lower tunnels. Might be part of their game plan because they are changing things up. They're playing slightly off meta in terms of what they're prioritizing in terms of positions.
How long? Straight away, 3 people out here, but the flashes are so good. Apex able to take down Freeman. And the rest of them, this is scary. If you're on the CT side right now, recommitting to this fight with 2 people and one of them being the AWP, this can absolutely backfire. I'm really worried for that setup on the CT side.
Oh. Wow. Aristo takes down 2, and there's a push towards T-spawn from Summer.
I'd take it all back.
TYLOO are such an active defense, and it works in their favor. 4 versus 2, all up to ZywOo and Dupree. But they have quite a bit of information. Although TYLOO have separated in every single direction. This is like watching Scooby-Doo and saying split up gang. They're just everywhere now.
I can't believe it. That is, yeah, that is something that you could tell Vitality were not really expecting it either. Especially maybe outside of the hallways here. If they walk in the middle, though, they could find an easier kill, at least, on Summer.
He has to recognize the timing soon. Surely you have to turn around now. Okay, there it is. Almost gets the kill, but ZywOo takes him down. Okay, now things get interesting, especially given the HP of two TYLOO players. 2 on Slowly, 19 on Aristo. This is very doable for Vitality to bring it back.
They just used their they picked up another one there on Aristo. They have another smoke. Pointing it out because, yeah, there's the Molotov. So that's going to limit the entries into the B-bomb side, at least for a couple of seconds here. Bomb ticking away. They do have a couple of kits in play as well. Setting up for the retake. I'm sure they don't want to give up this round easily. They need to hurry about it too as well. AWP there. Molotov doesn't really do that much, and there's a nice opening. Now it's all on the Pre. 1 versus 3. They can't get the job done. They're straight on that bomb. Not that much time left, but they are able to close it in. So good job. 5-1. And they steal that round right back. In spite of a great entry out on long from Apex, they just took it back from them.
They just kept going. They just kept pushing on forward. This fight from Aristo was pivotal. What? Instant headshot on Apex. That'll do the trick. And the flash from Aristo to set up Slowly right there. There were so many bodies coming at ZywOo. He didn't know where to look. And so TYLOO are able to maintain and extend their lead 5-1. Even with the 5v4 advantage from Vitality. I also am just curious about what happened towards tunnels in that last round. Why are they in T-spawn so quickly?
Yeah, they're super, super aggressive. It feels like Vitality surely will have to change their pace a little bit and sort of say, okay, we actually need to be so much more aware. Because they are going to go back and be aggressive. And even if they have been before, they're just going to double down on it. You can see Slowly in the hallway. Bit of an off angle, but is he going to push forward?
Slowly's in front of that. Great flash from Dupree. Perfectly sets that up. Vitality are now aware that TYLOO, they're trying to find a fight anywhere they can.
Flash, he hears it. Gonna peek right behind it. Good stuff. Sometimes you throw a Molotov to that position from the T side just to exactly avoid that happening. They keep going out long, though, and does he realize he's in so much danger? But Aristo's still winning the fight against Apex. I thought he was dead right then and there. It looked like he was about to get shot on the side of the head, but it's a 3-on-3 instead. Bomb over by the B hallways. Spink's just listening. He's hearing the footsteps down below. He's going to make the drop, and this could be the round almost. Yep, he's going to open it up. That's huge. Freeman, position revealed, and in a 1 versus 2.
Classic get right lurk coming out from Spinks. Freeman will use the smoke to try to isolate. Faces it, gets the better of ZywOo, spins around, but can't find the shot onto Magist. That was a great crossfire from Vitality as they had positioned themselves well to close things out.
Wow, they barely squeaked through that round.
That was so close.
Could have gone either way. 2-5.
It almost took Magist so long to get that return kill there, but this was a great flank from Spinks, recognizing the timing. Some people wait a little too long right there, but he did what he could.
Okay, it's taking a lot of the money, all of the money really away from TYLOO, so could be a chance right now for Vitality at least to take a deep breath because they needed Freeman at 10-4. He was a force of nature on that first map as well. So good to see him keep that up. The aggression is still happening, even with very limited funds. They're just still going to be fighting. But surely Vitality they're putting the pieces on their side. They're realizing, all right, there is a theme in these rounds, and it's just that CT side aggression.
Yeah, TYLOO are allergic to taking fights on bomb sites. They do not. They think that they have to aggress into T-spawn, it feels like, every round right now.
Yeah.
And Vitality, they got that. They got the message. They know how to deal with this now, but it's still an advantage for TYLOO. They still have 5 rounds. They still have the lead. And we don't know how many more tricks they have because they are pushing from every single direction. I wouldn't doubt a long push coming out soon.
Yeah, long push, I was going to say, maybe something like double catwalk eventually too. Like, especially if you're combining it anyway with the push in the middle. They're still doing it. Dan King's going to pick up a kill. Magus Kier going to get overwhelmed. And Dupree, yeah, he's already had the call from middle. He knows someone is back there, so has to just slowly start to fall back a little bit. 3-on-3. And again, all the pressure here on Vitality. Oh, man.
No way. Wow. That is bold from Summer. Just reads Dupree's position, right-clicks Flash to take that space. But 2-on-2, and Dan King, he's taking control of tunnels? This is so much information for TYLOO right now. It does leave Aristo out on an island, but if Aristo peeks this, that would be wild. Or Dan King, that is, but great flick. A great flick from ZywOo.
They don't know how to slow it down.
They keep going. They just
crazy.
keep going.
Aristo going to start to move on up. He might hear them if they keep running out there, so got to be a little bit careful.
I think he should.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should.
Going to start to fall back. Timing is pretty decent for him, although they do have some Molotovs, so they should be able to get rid of him either way. A little bit of a jump past. He picks up one of them. And now Spinks. Dangerous challenge. 30 seconds. And back into a 1 versus 1. The bomb.
Oh, I love this.
Lost for a minute.
Oh, this is so neat from Aristo. Going for the fast long flank, knowing that Spinks will have to deal with that position for the next couple seconds. And it looks like he'll get the timing.
Yeah, absolutely dead on. Perfect. He goes for it, and he's going to pick it up. A huge 1 versus 2 clutch. And Aristo, hero of the round, going to even be able to pick up that AWP at the end.
Yeah, he actually held off the fist bump to pick up the op right there. We saw it in the player cam. This is just... Okay, TYLOO are playing a brand of CS right now that I think we associated with Asian CS maybe 5 years ago. And then a couple teams like IHC came into the mix and showed that they wanted to emulate that European style, but TYLOO said, no, we're still playing it over here. Let's remind everybody how soon they forgot.
What's even more frustrating, I'm sure, for Vitality's point of view, but also really fun to watch, is that even when Vitality know what's coming, they still can't stop it. Dupree's like, I know you're going to be aggressive, and I'm still dying.
And he's still getting hit with the right-click flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is sneaky from Vitality. They are up cat with pace. Already Majis scaling towards the elbow. Dan King has no idea that is coming. And now Aristo, he'll hold on to long, but that's all they have. Bomb site, ripe for the taking for Vitality.
Surely an instant save here. They just don't have the money in the bank to throw this round away. Yeah, they're not going to even start to move there. Although I kind of... Now, this was obviously very fast on catwalk, but if Vitality had actually called for a B hit out of spawn, then they would have been so ready for it. So TYLOO even kind of almost trying to be a little bit of a step ahead and saying, you know what, maybe instead of them waiting for us, maybe they will try and change the pace and then we'll be ready for it.
It does seem like usually teams call for that 3B stack around round 12, 13, 14, and we'll see what Aristo's able to do. Just self-preservation is key, but yeah, there's too many bodies in too many directions right now. And a cool attempt, some interesting theory from TYLOO in that one, but a better call from Apex. That was done so fast that Dan King, he was scoping up surely for the just entrance to Cat. Little did he know there was already a man on elbow who was ready to take his life.
Yeah, that was a little bit too quick for them to keep up with it. Round number 11. And 6-4 scoreline. Vitality a little bit behind. But starting to get there. Started to wake up. Still Maggie's doing most of the work. It's just been one of those days for him. Oh my god!
No. Oh.
Why, Apex?
You hate to see that if you're Freeman.
Why has he gone and done that?
Yeah, just dirty. Filthy.
That's actually so... That's disgusting. Now we're going to have matchmaking and Face-It games filled with, you know, people trying that.
Yeah, usually you get Rain doing that. He's one of the few players that just spams that with an AK. But doesn't usually work. Doesn't feel too powerful most of the time. Dupree holding, he has the bomb and he is pressing on forward, doesn't even care. Spinks right behind him, able to kill Summer, who's swinging from the B ramp. Now slowly has all of this space to defend, takes down 2 in fact, but runs out of bullets. And ZywOo, he's able to find the kill. This is just a nice quick play once again from Vitality. They are now very much so focusing on middle. You see all those X's, blue and red, just littered on the CT side towards mid.
Pretty aggressive though, walking up with the bomb like you pointed out. Could have ended kind of badly if they would have lost the bomb initially, and more people would have been called in from the CT side. It doesn't work out that way though. Aristo out here with MP9 in hand, and it's going to be 6-5 in favor of TYLOO still. But yeah, their funds are starting to run out, and Vitality are they're starting to get over the initial shell shock of just how aggressive this first half has been from the CT side.
Yeah, this is reading a little bit like Inferno, where the openers from TYLOO are surprising enough that they can accomplish a lead, but it's difficult to put together a winning half if this is the style of play you're going to use. So, yeah, they're starting to figure things out. That's pretty dirty. Ooh. Oh, ouch.
This was almost quad-like.
Yeah. Yeah, Slowly has been a very strong player in the Asian region for some time now. And we haven't really said his name too much, I'd say, in this game. It's been mostly the Freeman show.
Yeah.
But we can see a little bit of his firepower in that one there.
All 5 of them out long. So, hoping for some aggression. Dupree's going to be in the middle. They walk into the B-bomb site, so they're going to find that out. The bomb awkwardly is in T-spawn, so that's surely someone's going to run there before the CT show up. Otherwise, it's going to be a really fun round. If they could catch Spinks right here, that'd be something.
This is where Spinks fantasy pickers rejoice. Oh, okay, and now they let out a collective sigh.
Oh, God.
Yeah, there was a cropping to be had.
That's what you're hoping for, isn't it? Gets the 5-man spray down.
Yeah, just a nice anti-eco highlight. And now it might be Apex.
Yeah, he's set up for it. Kind of surprised they haven't moved at all. There's the flash, but with the AK range, don't want to be giving it up either. He handles himself very well.
4 headshots.
Yeah, great way to minimize the angle using the side of the wall there to make sure that they just can't they can't swing wide enough to catch him.
Nicely done from Vitality. 5 alive. Apex with the quad, and Magisk is putting himself on 14. Once again, just showing how stable he is as a player for this team, as it has been him really showing up lately for Vitality. The difficulty, he had some difficulties, I'd say, when they first started this lineup, but after Spinks joined, it seems like Magisk has very much so freed himself. Playing great CS.
Timeout called from TYLOO to try and discuss the challenges that have started to mount a little bit. What is there a plan B when the aggression sort of fades away, when Vitality have adjusted and they're going to be reading some of these calls a little bit more? That's the big question. We don't know, I guess.
Well, we've seen some B aggression. We've seen a bit of mid aggression. I guess some cat swings here and there, but mostly on eco rounds from TYLOO. We haven't really seen the long push other than that most recent round. So that's something that could be in the back pocket. And it looks like they want to send actually 3 people towards long, but it's usually just for the Aristo setup. That's been pretty consistent for TYLOO there. Just get the long anchor ready in position.
Yeah, and they really trust Aristo down there. He's been playing well, so I don't blame them for it. But it does seem like he's alone down there for the most part. And look at this. This just looks like a completely standard round on all fronts from the CT side. It's kind of rare.
In terms of where they are on the radar, this is the most standard round that TYLOO have played.
They probably don't like it, though, thinking,
They feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I wish we could go fight somewhere right now. Oh, this is a great round to call a B-split, though. If Vitality pull the trigger on this, they might be screwed inside of that B-bomb site. Look at the smoke up there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's such a great way to cover the mid to B. Just drop smoke. Okay. Freeman pushed through, though.
I can't believe the timing. They were looking for it for such a long time, and now there's a giant gap in that one. If Freeman doesn't show up for that double kill, I think they just execute that mid to B split, and I think they're probably dead inside of that bomb site. And now instead, very much looking like a 7th round for TYLOO. That's some amazing timing on that peak.
Excellent. There was very little reason to think that was safe, but I mean, I guess he had some kind of feeling. Nice dink from him there too. 3 kills, and Spinks, nothing left to do in that round. 7 rounds for TYLOO, still able to maintain their lead. They've been doing a great job in this one. Even though they didn't show that early round aggression, it was what came in the mid round for Freeman there. And that is such a curious smoke that was thrown there onto that CT box, because you usually just want to start throwing a standard mid to B smoke, but instead throwing what was the boost smoke without actually having a CT smoke, that's something that I think Vitality will look back at and question.
And even when the CT smoke came in, it had that gap in it, so it kind of maybe it said that something was off in that moment for the team in general. Timing shot doesn't really work out for Saibu, but they're going to send more people in behind it. They want to try and see if they can fight Aristo once again. Got free win with him this time, and look at the counter flashes that are coming out. It's looking so good. What a nice triple for Freeman out here, and Dan King's going to be taking down Saibu. The bomb dropped. It's just Magus on his own.
Freeman is playing with incredible poise right now. So swift on all of those kills. Each one taking what felt like 6 or less bullets. Just free-flowing aim and slowly to take down Magisk. Yeah, TYLOO have now won a half against Vitality on their map pick. That is a surprising sight. This is probably Freya right now shaking her head saying, this is why. She said it.
Yeah, she called it. Freeman has shown up to this first half with 16 kills. So super great after that triple in the round. Yeah, they're really, they're showing us something. The 15th round is coming up. A chance for 9 if they can make it work. But in the middle, earlier it was Apex with the AK. This time it was Saibu on the jumping summer, leaving only one person inside of B. Was a Molotov down, so they didn't want to try and rush through. Dan King is down here, and it feels like they know, yeah, time to back on out. They definitely knew.
Yeah, Vitality, they've been so cautious about lower for this entire game. After they saw what TYLOO did in the beginning, they were never going to let it become an easy pick towards that side, but slowly he is in for a world of hurt. He is being pinched. He didn't know where to look right there, but just easily takes him down. And slowly didn't even get to fire a bullet back.
It felt like there was almost a little bit of desperation in his moves even before they started fighting him. That Molotov that he threw in went really deep into the corner, didn't really block off the tunnel, and yeah, maybe just a little bit of panic setting into his play. A 3-on-5 retake that should be impossible for Vitality to screw up. They should have had this no matter what. Apex, a little cheeky peek coming out. They still have more nades. He's going to get blown up eventually. But as you can tell, the smokes, the flashes keep raining over the wall here in T-side. They're just dug in. That bomb is almost already gone here. And trying to get through the window, it's going to be Dupree on the double kill. And an 8-7 finish in favor of TYLOO. Great start to them here on the second map. We'll see what they got if they can actually finish what they started in the second half. It is coming up after the break.
We've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back.
Yeah, this is the calm before the storm, right? This is where the purest form of Counter-Strike is played. We're going to have some great teams up on that stage. And are they going to crumble or are they going to show up?
Can you let me hear you roar? Right here, he stops it, sprays away the defuse block. The kings of Counter-Strike defend their crowns inside the Royal Arena.
Well, well, well. 8-7 at the end of the half, Maui. How do we feel about this, by the way, in favor of TYLOO?
I would say that most of us are surprised. We didn't know what game plan TYLOO were going to be coming into this with, but we've liked it. It's been entertaining. It's been high octane. We've seen some sights on Dust 2 I don't think many people have seen lately. CTs in T-spawn within 25 seconds. Can't say that happens every day. And for Vitality to be hunted down when they're the ones on the offense, that is just throwing them for a whirl. And you can see that it took them a while to adjust.
Ooh, is that a smoke for CT spawn that's just thrown while they're running? Oh, look at the aggression. They can play that game too. Vitality swinging back into lower and getting the double kill. Magus back here dueling it out. He's actually still got plenty of health left. That feels like revenge from the side of Vitality, saying, you know what? Here's what it feels like when you can't even set up your execute because you're just getting run down. Take some of this.
Yeah. So similar to how TYLOO was playing their defense. Vitality already showing that. Flexing, in fact, for the pistol. This will be tough for TYLOO. This will be a challenge. If Vitality want to play that sort of style on the defense, then TYLOO will have to rethink their approach every single round.
I mean, it feels like for TYLOO, that's just how they like to play, but for Vitality to switch it up too much also is hugely risky, right? So maybe we'll find out. It looked like they wanted to. That would have been fun, especially for Dupree with that MP9. They don't have any armor, so he would have loved for the entire team to show up. Nade down below. That's a shocking amount of grenade damage.
That one hurt. It stung. And the MP9's doing work.
Yeah, look. Oh, so close to getting the ace.
Almost. He's even... Hey, that was mine. Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, he's...
Come on.
Telling Sonic. Can you tell him next time to let me just get the...
He actually looked mad.
I think he was very mad.
Yeah.
I could sympathize. All my games are like that.
Yeah, who's stealing it from you?
It's myself, unfortunately.
Just whiffing at the end.
Exactly. Yeah. But I'll find someone to blame. You know how it is. I'm not going to take any responsibility for any rounds that get screwed up.
That's what leads to true growth.
Yeah, exactly. Unload your responsibility onto the game or Valve or your teammates. Or anything, really.
Never look within.
Dog outside barking. There are a lot of ways to go with it, really.
Introspection is a fool's game.
That's exactly right.
All right. This is an interesting setup already from Vitality. 3 towards Catwalk. We see TYLOO going with a fairly standard approach, but actually missing the hinge smoke. That's not pretty.
Almost looked like he missed the smoke because he wanted to get away from the potential AWP shot on the other side. He's like, please.
Yeah, he looked nervous putting it down. And we actually see that Apex is the one holding long. It's been Spinks most of the time for Vitality. And he's been doing such a great job at being aggressive at the right time at that position, but slowly. Should be a setup flash. Okay, it's from the CTs, in fact. So Spinks is able to reap the rewards of a perfect grenade from ZywOo.
Yeah, you said it. Aggression at the right time. It just wasn't on long. It was on the catwalk instead, and they keep going. Some are actually getting a double kill. Freeman, though, bomb is in the middle. So once they find out where he is, it should be a safe round right here. Ooh, there's the spot. Freeman, good click away, but ZywOo out here going to be very hard to find. Freeman doing the best that he can, but he's low on health. ZywOo able to take him down. So kind of an expensive round, but it's Vitality winning it.
ZywOo has been on point in these rifle duels. On Inferno 2, anytime somebody was peeking him, even if it feels like they might have an advantage, he's been nailing them just before they even round the corner. But that was cool from Vitality to put 3 towards Cat, to have that flash timing right there. You could see that TYLOO were a bit flustered after they missed the hinge smoke. They ended up sort of lingering in mid for longer than they would have wanted, and that led to just an open window, a huge window for Vitality, and they capitalized.
Some upgraded pistols now back on the T side. Ooh, okay. Wait a minute. And a scout. Not to be underestimated. He's going to defeat ZywOo on that one. So, what a shot coming out from Slowly. Oh, the phone. 3 versus 5 now. They don't have any smokes for the cross on long, obviously. So it could still be a really awkward round, but Apex is tagged. Oh, and he finds the headshot. What is going on? Spinks and Meg is left 2 versus 5, but TYLOO pulling this out of nowhere.
Vitality are out of this round. There's no way back in this. There's no way. Run boosts across just for good measure, but what excellent shots from DanKing and Slowly. Man, that deagle shot from Slowly through the mid double doors, filthy. Let's see if he can have another in him. No, not quite. Spinks, perfect pre-aim as a matter of fact, but that's a round stolen from TYLOO.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's really shocking, but I guess that's what can happen. That's why people buy the Deagle and the Scout, you know, especially on Dust 2. It's such an open map. Sometimes you get away with a little bit. Beautiful stuff, though. Looked like Apex at the end had no idea how exposed he was. It's like he got tagged and he was trying to sneak away, and then he just got found anyway. Well done.
DanKing just, I mean, he cocked that Scout back and just instantly fired it again. Just as fast as humanly possible. Oh,
2 targets
he flicked
even.
Down, too.
Oh, damn. There's that one tag, and Apex is like, I can...
Tagged and bagged.
Oh. Yeah, that's rough. It's that blood in the water skin for the Scout. Makes all the difference in the world, I'm telling you.
It's pretty. Is it Shark Week?
Yeah, I guess it is. Well, they're playing it later tonight, aren't they?
Yeah. True. All right. Fast, long commit coming out from TYLOO. 2 players there, and Slowly, while blind and seemingly moving, takes down Apex. But there is aggression from Vitality. dupreeh knows that he has to close the net, has to try to find some space. But he makes his way to Cat. And TYLOO right now, they don't actually have anybody in pit yet. They know they have space towards the long, but they're worried. You can see DanKing, he's checking every single flank, every possibility. But it does look like TYLOO are fairly content with that space. They just want to punish any sort of re-aggress.
I'm so curious about the fact that they're falling back. I feel like a lot of teams right now will just be... They'll just take long.
Yeah.
They might wait, but eventually they just will do it if they're already out here. But it feels like this is a good call. Look at the minimap and where Vitality are at the moment. So if they keep going with this speed, they're going to beat them to it.
It looks like it's the perfect mid-round from TYLOO. No one from Vitality towards B. The only way this could go poorly is if TYLOO take too long. We saw on Inferno how methodical they were once they had man advantages.
True.
But this time it won't come back to bite them. Vitality have not budged at all.
Yeah, and Vitality might even probably be saying, you know what, we're going to save all these guns if they go B, and if they come A, we'll try and win them rounds. So that's even probably like a pre-calculated point of view from them that they obviously could sense the silence out there, but I just think they've already made the call like 30 seconds ago saying it doesn't really matter. Maui, earlier you were advertising the first half, you were advertising the powers of Vitality on the CT side. What comes to mind? Like, why do they have a good CT side generally on this map? What is it that makes it interesting?
Well, I think that after they started using Spinks for Masuda, it feels like that long presence has been very tough to deal with. We can see that Apex and Spinks have been swapping between that spot throughout this game thus far. And also, unfortunately for Vitality, that challenge towards long had Apex with seemingly the better spawn, so he was the one tasked to fight. And it just seems like they've always been good at knowing when do they need to proactively rotate versus passively rotate, whether they need to push through tunnels, push through cat, push through long to get some space, or if they should just take the route through CT. It feels like they always weigh the risks in the proper way and choose the option that gives them the best chance of staying alive or just taking the right risk to find a flank kill.
Having the right player on long, I mean, we saw it earlier on the TYLOO side, right? They had a great setup down there. Sometimes Freeman would show up. Otherwise, Aristo showing up and doing great work with the M4A1. So, ooh, nice little setup here. Got to be real careful, but Make is covering the retreat. dupreeh going to be setting up a huge, devastating grenade that lands on Aristo, and he's all the way down. dupreeh just with the FAMAS here. They're trying to get around the corner, but back up has started to show up, and DanKing, he's going to get the kill. Nade from ZywOo and down below on Summer. He wants to hunt him down. Probably not worth it here. 1 versus 3. But Dupree and Magisk, that Danish duo inside of the B bomb side, doing all of the work at the start of the round, and Spinks will finish it all off here. So they remain the lead just slightly, 11-10.
That's such a great hold from Dupree and Magisk to double up like that. It's essentially just holding down the same angle with the same line, and TYLOO could not get past it. The wall of bullets was there. But we could even see in that round, just on the minimap, that Spinks, he went for the proactive rotate, pushed towards long, and I feel like Vitality for the rest of this game probably want to slot Spinks towards long. I think they recognize that every time Apex has been there, it's been a little bit tougher. And as soon as I say that, it is ZywOo with the spawn, and he's already able to find one, but a quick return from DanKing.
Yeah, and what a ZywOo move as well. Getting the kill and then just recommitting to the fight around the smoke. You could see a lot of players around the world that would have been caught by that. You're just not expecting for the AWP to double down on that kind of aggression, but DanKing was ready. Vitality taking a page out of the TYLOO playbook and going very, very aggressive in upper and lower dark. So they pretty much have cleared almost the rest of the map at this point in time. They know that they're out long somewhere. A lot of nades on the CT side too.
They want the deep CT smoke instead of the normal cross smokes. That might come back to bite them, given the positions of Vitality right now.
Oh, dear.
Oh, just a spam through smoke, it looks like, and Magisk is able to find a man advantage.
Yeah, on top of the HE grenade. He's going to go for it again. He's still out there. Freeman has got a smoke in hand, and he's dead. Magisk, while they are setting up that long push, just absolutely picking it apart. That is frustrating. DanKing? What? Wow. If he would have pulled the trigger, I can't believe it. Magisk is... He's wrecking them in this round. He's got 24 kills, and he's going to get that last one, 2 quad kill on Magisk to close the round out with. He just said, absolutely no way you're winning this round.
He's just able to do whatever he wants, it feels like. He's catching TYLOO in a moment of transition right there where they're figuring out how do they even want to cross long, and he just took the fight to them, and he brutalized them. That was tough, and TYLOO are a bit shell-shocked by that. This is just a guy swinging out. I don't even know if there's necessarily flash support in that second swing towards Car, but he didn't care because he's winning the fight.
12-10. AK, Deagles, Scout. We saw what they could do earlier, so hopefully Vitality are a little bit more prepared this time. Don't want to be giving up another round like this one. Yeah, a little bit more careful, you can tell Dupree. Respecting the fact that someone could be back there.
Okay. TYLOO are having a bit of difficulty figuring out where they want to go in this one. They only have a single smoke and flash left, and it seems like slowly maybe had an inkling of a feeling that he could find a timing on that swing, but not the case. Vitality, they're ready in every single direction. They have eyes on every possible opening. And some spam found.
Yeah, but so map control lost. Apex ready to take on the fight. Dupree, no problem there. That AK gets carried on over and picked up again. And Summer is on his own. The bomb plant would actually be kind of cool for them to get just a little bit of extra money. And it is just barely put down. Apex to get that last one. And we're at 13-10. Vitality now 3 rounds away from taking down TYLOO in a 2-0 fashion. But I've got to say again, they've been showing us a lot here today, and it definitely showed us why they could be a dangerous team to meet at the wrong time in any bracket of any tournament. You could see how a team could get completely caught off guard by this kind of a play.
This is a game for so many teams to look back at, and don't just think of the results that TYLOO had round to round, but think of the theory behind some of the plays that they ran, because there were some very unique and innovative ideas that they threw at Vitality, and some of them worked, and some of them barely didn't. So if you had some different players in some of those positions, who knows what could be the result. Early, long attempt from DanKing doesn't quite work out. Apex slotting himself close towards the doors. And Magisk, he's at the bottom of mid. He's right in that smoke.
Ooh, yes, he is. Second AWP in play. There's the first one. And both the AWPs pick up a kill each, so powerful way to start the round. But I feel like you're right, though. If you were like any sort of high-level European team, if you could pick up one of these rounds where they do that ridiculous push both from upper and lower dark and just kind of keep going If you could throw in one round like that in a half, that would really confuse any opponent you have, right? Spink's probably a rare miss from him right there.
He's usually so good at tracking in those situations. Usually so clean with just pulling the crosshair straight down. But Freeman gets the better of him, and he has also been having a great day today. Perfect jump jiggle from dupreeh right there to get that information. And now Apex, he wants to go for a swing. Can't nail the shot immediately. This is a labored fight, but he's able to get it done.
Feels very risky when you keep coming back for that one, but he does it in the end. Survives on a bit of health. Slowly in Freeman, a lot of trouble. dupreeh showing up this time to the corner instead of Magisk. He's got that AWD, so he didn't really want to fight it.
Oh, there's a big gap.
There is a gap. Cyber's going to get that kill easily. All on Freeman. 20 seconds, and he's going to get caught. Cyber with a good cleanup in the round. 3 kills on him, and a 14-10 scoreline. So Vitality kind of running away with the game now in the later stages here.
This has been a formidable defense, and the double op setup coming out from Vitality was their way of changing things up. TYLOO not having the right utility to deal with that, not the right type of clears. And Vitality seemingly restoring normality to this matchup, as this may be the final full buy coming out from TYLOO, as they can't even scrap together full utility on any of their players. This is not pretty for them.
Yeah, what do you do here? 3 smokes, 2 flashbangs, 1 HE grenade. Definitely feels like this is the kind of round where you maybe would have been worth it to go down to like a Galil or 2 and try to have a little bit more. If you get denied once you've thrown some of this out, oh, they can pick up a little bit more at the end. All right, a couple of more smokes. That's not bad. Oh, okay. Looked like that was about to be a team kill, but they trade Summer for Magisk down the middle.
It looks like he almost just shot the ragdoll.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if he necessarily saw his opponent, but it's a 4-on-4, and that's good for TYLOO. That works in their favor, especially when it's a player like Magisk. ZywOo's still holding the line, and they seem to be hesitant to be throwing the hinge smoke. And just jumping across costs Aristo 59 points of health. Sometimes you have to cut corners when you have low utility, so thankfully he doesn't lose his life for it.
Danking really hoping that Cyber wants to show up somewhere. If he did, they could probably switch this into a mid to B split pretty quickly. Still not sure if that's what they want to go for, although they are walking out here. Cyber's definitely hearing it. Nice little shot there. Bomb is on the ground. Counter Molotov to show it up, and he's going to keep pushing. He's so aggressive. dupreeh gets a kill, and Cyber to close down Danking. That is the super weapon of having Cyber on your team, isn't it?
Yeah. Great recognition by him to recognize there's no boost smoke, so he's able to just jump across. And okay, he does see that player underneath his teammate's elbow.
Okay.
Okay, it's not a completely blind shot.
It just happened way too quickly for anyone to realize.
Yeah, glad we got that replay. Well, TYLOO are on their last legs in this. We talked about how dire their bye was in the previous. It is not looking any better for round 26. Coming up with a plan. This is it.
Freeman's been having himself a really good game, hasn't he? 21 kills, only outdone by Magisk at 27, and 20 on dupreeh. So
yeah, the story of Freeman is a bit of redemption. It seemed like he was removed from TYLOO. He was definitely the best player on Vici Gaming a handful of 3 years ago, and then had to work his way back into the team.
Yeah.
And you're seeing why. I mean, he was talked about on that Vici roster, and why, once again, he might be the best player on TYLOO.
Certainly feels like it right now. But they need to win 5 in a row. That's the hard truth. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to make it through. Tough break facing Vitality in your first game, and yet they've managed to make it look really competitive, which is awesome to see. Oh, what a shot! That's a 2 for 1. Freeman's lucky to be alive. Very low on health. 3 versus 4. They wanted to speed it up here in Apex. Taking the fight right to them, but slowly took him down. Still a 2-on-3 with the bomb in a really awkward position. And now taking the time to get the boost up on top. Bomb has been retrieved at the very least. But how did they recover this round?
They will go for the reroute. And this does seem to be a better option. It will be Spinks defending, but he doesn't have the angle yet. In fact, he's giving it up completely. So TYLOO will be able to sneak onto the A bomb site, and it'll be up to Vitality to retake. Only a couple flashes for Vitality once they choose to commence that, but they want to keep their numbers intact. They're playing right on top of each other. Spinks and Magis right towards CT, and TYLOO will recognize in just a moment that this is, in fact, a free site.
Yeah, full-on retake coming in instead for Vitality, which is kind of playing it by the numbers. But they are checking out the middle at exactly when this is happening. 25 seconds, and first little challenge. Oh, Freeman, he's so deep in there. I actually thought Spinks might have given up that fight from running. That seemed like it was going to make a little bit too much noise. Molotov will slow them down, but only for a second. And the truth is, Summer is on his own right here. 1 versus 3 with a Galil in hand. Already flashed out. Did spot one of them down the middle. Good little volley coming out, but Magisk will take him down. Seems only fitting. He gets the 29th kill at the end. And it's a 16-10 victory as Vitality bring down TYLOO. In spite of a really cool performance from them, it's not enough.
TYLOO showed us some plays, some openers that they should be proud of, but at the end of the day, it is Vitality, the #1 ranked team in the world, that will keep moving on in the Blast Fall Showdown.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. You got to give it to them. I mean, they made it a hard fight for Vitality, and that in itself probably is not that easy. And Vitality may be learning some new stuff about just how aggressive you could be on that CT side. So all around, just an eventful game, we've got to say. Luckily, we have a whole desk ready to bring it all down for us, so please take it away for us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, 2-0 for the side of Vitality. They managed to sweep up their pick of Dust 2. Unfortunately for TYLOO, they can't avoid the savagery of the showdown. We say it time and time again. Single elimination is always going to be cutthroat. But Matthew, more of a competitive 2 maps than I thought possible with the questions we have for TYLOO coming into it.
Yeah, I thought Inferno was more competitive than Dust 2. I think on this map, Vitality was a step ahead, quite clearly. We can see in the first half, Maui and Enders mentioned the aggressiveness coming out of TYLOO, and this is where they caught Vitality off guard with a couple of these moves. And you know what? I appreciate it. I don't mind it. You want to take your chance, you want to take the bull by the horn and be aggressive, that's great. But that was truly the limitations of the game plan that TYLOO had. Anytime Vitality stabilized, they were ahead, and a very logical victory.
Yeah, I'd agree with that sentiment. I think TYLOO played a good game of Counter-Strike, though. The fact they won the first half as well in Dust 2, you know, a half that can be argued that is very difficult against a quality opponent like Vitality, was a very positive sign towards me. I fully agree with what you're saying. It felt like every time the game had to be settled, you know, every time it stabilized in a way. You saw I guess the known prospects coming out in Magic, you know, showing up on the server.
What a game.
Being by far the best player out of everyone, you know, and taking the game by his own strides. And to be completely honest, it's just good to see Magic's play that brand of Counter-Strike again. It's been 2-3 years since we've seen him play so consistently well as he's doing right now. And yeah, it's against TYLOO, a team they're supposed to win against, but Magic doesn't care. He's playing some of the best Counter-Strike he's done in many years.
I mean, the caveat, again, for the viewers joining us right now is that we are a mere few days away from the major. We are a few days away from the major trio. And if Magisk is actually hitting full confidence right now, how much of a game changer can it be for Vitality? We had Spinks join the lineup, and the whole dialogue was, oh my god, he's the second superstar. He's going to be right by ZywOo. Together, 1-2 punch combination is going to be insane. This man is actually picking up that secondary role right now. He is the one putting up the frags time and time again. What, 58 kills he had in this series? I think it was 29 and 29. That was insane. I know it's TYLOO, but I don't care. For his personal confidence, this is great. And
I love this within the context of, as you were saying, Vitality as a whole team. Obviously, we've had, you know, the roster changes coming in to this year as well. Obviously, they were formerly an entirely French lineup. And I think there was quite a lot of scrutiny put on both Dupree and Magisk immediately coming into the lineup because they didn't necessarily deliver him what we expected. Great to see Magisk, you know, really fired up in this series.
Not only Magisk, Dupree as well had a decent game right here. He's the second highest rated player on the server, the second highest obviously for Vitality as well. Him and Magic's on Dust 2 went 10-0 combined in opening kills in this one. They dictated the game. They were the aggressors. They were the ones going out, opening up the game, making sure TYLOO couldn't find the footing, especially in the second half as well. So I fully agree with you. We've been putting them both under a bit of flack in a sense that we expected more from them coming in. But let's be honest, right? They didn't play Counter-Strike competitively, at least for 5-6 months coming into Vitality. They were sitting down, you know, in Astralis on the bench, not doing anything. And it took a little bit of time for them to get fired up. But as Matthew said, you know, if they can do that before the major, just fine.
And I think it's just justified when you're looking at kind of the veterancy of both Magisk and dupreeh and the history of them as players that we do be putting them under the spotlight like this. And as you were saying, great signs coming into the upcoming Rio Major.
Yeah, and we are going to continue to apply that pressure. We're not going to sell the story that all doubts are gone and this series just wipes off the slate clean. That's not what we're saying. But this is just a very good reminder of the power that can be across Vitality's lineup if it's not just a side will show. I mean, he was relatively quiet, if you ask me. He wasn't playing his brand A game right now, but he also didn't need. Magisk was doing great. dupreeh was stable and solid. So we just had to be there.
Yeah, some good vibes from the Vitality camp. But let's hear some more of them in this mic'd up moment.
Nice. One more. I'm holding. Nice.
One more. Two more. Good nade.
Yeah, maybe they're pushing. I can flash. Coming.
They're going.
Flash water for me.
Touch. They're blind as well.
I'm in front of you. Go.
Let's do there.
One is B. Both car. Nice. Last that car.
I can flash you into the slate. Going.
Kill him.
Nice. Emil and Peter. Oh my god, there were so many, man.
Bro, I think the first guy so far is
nice, I guess.
I tried to murder you, but...
Can you...
I think that's something else that I love about Vitality. It's just the emotions. And when you get to hear these moments, yeah, some of their comms, interesting. Definitely Vitality branded.
Yeah, imagine being on a TeamSpeak with dupreeh and Apex at the same time, you know, every single day. I almost feel sorry for Saivu, Magix, and Spink sometimes. I think there's a lot of stuff going on, you know, but dupreeh is always up for a good comment like that.
And I like that we got to hear that particular moment from Vitality because that just comes a couple of rounds after our eco play that we're going to be putting under the spotlight, actually for TYLOO in this instance, which was quite surprising.
Yeah, the second half of TYLOO wasn't great, but be that as it may, that one round from TYLOO was just a very good reminder of the skill that there is on this lineup. You can see the scoreline is 8-10. Vitality was merely getting on track, and this is where the sparks just fly on the freaking server. Danking here with the scout. That shot had me shouting in the green room onto that mid part of the map, and then TYLOO just played really well. They just stick together. Here, there is a little bit of a mistake being made on the A side. Apex offering his life for the motherhood of Vitality, and that is just it. 3 quick kills, eco play, dust to and skill, you know, that's the duo.
And I like the fact that TYLOO, you know, was trying to stop the momentum of Vitality as well, particularly coming into that second half. That's kind of what we saw them getting away with on Inferno. Obviously, the same happened on that map of Dust too, but it's nice to see that they were trying to bolster a fight. They weren't just rolling over and, you know, letting Vitality roll the rock down the hill.
They were competitive, right? They were absolutely competitive. They won the first half. They could have applied even more pressure towards Vitality. Let's imagine a scenario where they win the second pistol round as well. They convert the second pistol round as well. Obviously, it didn't happen, right? But it was close in a sense that they made it competitive. And let's be realistic. I didn't expect this game to be competitive whatsoever. I expected Vitality to run away with it from start to finish. So again, I'm left with a feeling that TYLOO did themselves proud. TYLOO did themselves justice by being here at the showdown. They weren't meant to beat Vitality by no means, but they did a good job.
Yeah, just in terms of our expectations of TYLOO, obviously going forward, we don't see them anymore here at the showdown because it is single elimination. But we were kind of prefacing this, framing TYLOO coming into this particular tournament that it is a learning experience. What are your kind of hopes for TYLOO going forward? We don't know how long they're going to be in Europe, but I kind of hope that they stay friends with Europe and they stay here a little bit longer.
Yeah, listen, I can only hope that for them, but I think sometimes we have the tendency to over-evaluate what we see from these teams and say, oh my god, that was a great series against Vitality. We're going to see them in 3 months and say, listen, this is going to be great, and then they get smacked around, right? So we don't know. They kind of peer into the lights and then they disappear for a while, and we don't really know how they spend the time. And sure, this is a great stepping stone. What just happened here, I think you mentioned it. It's a decent fight. It's a fair fight from TYLOO. They played some solid Counter-Strike. That doesn't give me enough hope to tell you that in 3 or 6 months, sorry, Blade, by the way, that we know it's going to be there. That's not enough for me. But if that's the Counter-Strike they're going to play, I can sign my name on it. I'm happy with it.
We need a bigger sample size, right? And there's plenty of opportunity for that, especially within Europe. There's so many online tournaments. There's so many different leagues, different qualifiers, different ways of participating. So if they were to stay in Europe just for a couple of weeks, they could give us a bigger sample size. Surely you're not going to beat a team like Vitality, but if you can beat some of the tier 2 opposition within Europe, we can start to have the conversation that TYLOO perhaps can be a legit team in the future. But please, for the love of God, just stay a couple of weeks and play any of those, you know, online tournaments that is out there, because there's so many to choose from.
Well, with that Vitality victory, let's get a few words from the captain of the squad. It's Apex with Banks.
Apex, you start off with the win that you wanted and most would have expected here against TYLOO. I guess I want to start by asking, though, obviously they're a hard team to prepare for. You've not seen them with this lineup and get the information on them. But did they surprise you in some way? Did they play better than you expected?
Actually, they played kind of the same way they used to do. I mean, they try with Let Me as coach. I feel like they're trying to play the European team. So we expected most of the thing they did. They played pretty well, and it was pretty annoying on our city side Inferno because we lost some crucial rounds.
Yeah.
But yeah, the rest was pretty good and played well, so GG to them.
So when you say like pretty annoying, right, you're losing some of these crucial rounds, is this more mistakes on your end and this is stuff that you need to fix, or is it just doesn't really matter because you've got the win still and it's a game where you've not as focused maybe?
Well, yeah, I don't think we played that good yet today, but we didn't play that bad either, so that's nothing like to care about. Just like focusing on ourselves today. Wasn't like as I said, the best game, but it's fine. So let's see how it goes for the next one, but this one, it was okay.
It was okay. Now, I also want to ask about this, right? We talk about it a lot when it comes to getting towards the major, saving strats for the major, and how you guys are building up into it. Is that the case when you come to this? Because obviously you want to be at the full finals, but obviously the major's just around the corner. Is it just about kind of keeping a bit of what you've got old and working things on the fly?
Yes, we try to hide a bit, of course, as usual. It's always the same, but we all really want to qualify for the event. Because it's on Danish soil, so and we have three Danish in the team, so it's really important for all of us to qualify and go there. So yeah, it's really important. Let's see how it goes.
And let me find out from you. I think most of us are expecting it between you and Heroic for that final spot, right, to grab it. Do you think that's going to be the case as well, or is there another dark horse in here?
Well, big is always can be surprising on the bracket side. On our side, yeah, Fire, Astralis can play really well as well. So. I mean, you never know. I mean, it can happen on both ways. So let's see how it goes, game by game for me.
GG's around to Vitality surviving the first test of the Fall Showdown. Our production also told me that apparently the whole of Vitality went and shook hands with TYLOO because they are, of course, all in Serbia.
It's cute, you know, it's kind of cool to have an online tournament where both teams are playing from the same spot in a way, so it was a land match.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's take a look at the bracket to see exactly how the standings are laying after the first series of the Fall Showdown. I guess no surprises there, really, to see Vitality going through 2-0. They will be making it through to that semi-final to face either Astralis or Eternal Fire.
Apex said it. It wasn't the prettiest Counter-Strike they played, but the job is done for Vitality. They arrived in Serbia. They set up for the boot camp. Everyone maybe took a little bit of time to warm up, except for Magist, but that's fine. That first game is in the bag. Now they can sit and relax and watch the next game to decide their opponent.
Does it give you the confidence level that we saw of Vitality coming through this to potentially, be making it deeper into this tournament, Jacob?
I would say so. You know, it doesn't tell me anything we didn't know already. That Vitality is a much better team than TYLOO, and Vitality is still one of the favorites to qualify for the Fall Finals.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule to see what else is left on the cards. Of course, it's 3 best-of-3s going down today. Our last game of the day will be in the Americas division, Complexity taking on Sharks. But before that, it's going to be Astralis taking on Eternal Fire after the break. Astralis hoping to survive through the fire and flames, but the Turkish squad looking to burn it eternally. Eternal Fire taking on Astralis in our second best-of-3 elimination series of the day. Both squads faltering at the road to Rio, and some history because Machu, they did face each other in a best-of-1 in that situation.
Yeah, they did face each other, and Astralis got the better of Eternal Fire. There was a 16-9 victory, but mostly what struck out to me, or what came out of that game, was the chess match won by Glaive against Major. And that is the context that we need for this game, because if you are new to the scene, Major, the player I just mentioned, isn't in the roster anymore. At the end of Road to Rio, Eternal Fire got together, they had a beer, and they said, you know what, we are done. None of that, we don't want you anymore. We bring out Xfloud. That was a little bit harsh, and Major had a couple of words. He said he was a little bit surprised by how this happened and why it happened, but they lost faith in the IGL. They made changes. We'll see if it's for the better or the worse.
That's also the context of this game, right? It's a new Eternal Fire coming in with a new in-game leader in Immo, trying to pick up the pieces, and I guess a newly motivated Eternal Fire as well. They weren't supposed to qualify for the major. No one expected them to qualify for the major. Would have been nice for them to make an upset, right? But they weren't really one of the favorites. Whereas for Astralis, there was a massive disappointment. For the first time in the history of Astralis, they're not going to be part of a major. So I feel in terms of where these two teams are at mentally right now, Eternal Fire in a state where it could go into a honeymoon period, perhaps, whereas Astralis, it's a dead ship sinking. You know?
I thought Eternal Fire could make it to the major. I had maybe higher expectations. I thought they could be, you know, in a world where the position number 6, 7, 8 in the Road to Rio was a big, you know, open mind. Yeah. I thought they could. I thought it could be a team. We talked about the skill of course, Xantares and Woxic. Then I thought that the guidance of Major would be exactly what they needed to kind of activate the pieces. Boy, was I wrong. It didn't pan out at all, and I was disappointed with what I saw from Eternal Fire.
Well, you mentioned the name Woxic. Let's get some words from him, courtesy of Banks, ahead of this game.
So Woxic, you guys are traveling event to event to event. You're on a busy schedule, but I want to see between travel days, you know, and going to these different events, how many actual practice days have you managed to get in with the new team?
I think we managed to practice like maybe 5 perfect days, and rest it wasn't even perfect. One day like we have a medic day, one day we have like different officials, and we couldn't do that like whole day practice. Like maybe only 5 times last 1 month.
Not a lot going in there, but you're still showing some progression, even with Immo coming in as the IGL. And I want to also ask about that in terms of how you would describe the difference between him and Major, because for me, at least from Immo, I'm still seeing him frag out pretty well.
Yeah, the difference between Meyer and Immo, I think the most important part, Meyer has more structure about inside of the game, but Immo has like more reading inside of the round and deciding in last second something else which he is seeing, and that's why we are adapting on it and changing the pH of the game. So that's also we like to play more.
Nice, you can be a bit more reactive with it as well.
Yes, reactive. Like if they do this, okay, let's do it now. This.
Nice, that's good to see. And also, I would say when we look at Rotterdam as an example, you guys improved game after game, right? Getting this official practice under your belt. How confident do you feel today going up against Astralis, who's kind of wounded at the moment?
Like we are feeling comfortable against them because also we need to get the revenge from the previous tournament, and that's what we lost. But now, like everyone is like on the shape because we keep playing official, we keep traveling to tournaments. It's not like we just give a break or something. So if we are on point today, they will never no chance.
And even with Vertigo going out, are you guys comfortable enough with your map pool that you can take the win here? Because I would actually say in this position, at least personally, you might be the favorites coming into this.
Yeah. Like for us, we are.
Nice.
But for them, of course, for them.
And obviously, I don't know the veto yet, so don't spoil it. But I'm going to touch on this Mirage thing. That Mirage has been a good map for them overall, but this is where Blame F leads on it. Statistically, it looks like a bad map for you guys, but you've had some really close games. Were you confident if it goes to Mirage? You feel like you can get the win on that?
Yeah, we are confident about that map as well. We are not able to play in official, and we couldn't show in like the official games yet. But the last time we did it, it was like 16-14 against, and it was our mistake to go on that way because we were leading 13-6 or something, or 12-6. And you shouldn't lose this kind of game if you want to win the event or if you want to be the win against good teams. So if we just do the same things and not let them to win, they will have no chance, as I said.
great mentality from Woxic coming into this one. And I want to go back to a point that you were bringing up earlier, Jacob, just saying in terms of, the different ends of the scale, totally different mental game when we're thinking about Astralis coming into this whole tournament.
Yeah, of course. You're Eternal Fire right now. You had a decent tournament in Rotterdam. You're very close beating Ents in a semi-final that could have netted you a final in a decent-sized tournament. You're bringing in a new in-game leader. You're trying to structure that as well. You have motivation, right? You have desire to win. You have desire to make it work. Whereas if you look towards Astralis, let's be completely honest, no one really knows, and I guess the players themselves even don't really know where that sink is. That ship is sinking right now.
I'm just baffled by the confidence shown by Woxic, and I think it's kind of a tell. Astralis is not a team that people are frightened to play anymore. Right? That time has changed. It's over. And even though Glaive really schooled them on Inferno at the road to Rio, it feels like Woxic is confident that in best of 3 it is going to be fine. I agree with James. I think it's a point that was brought up in the interview. The fact that we're in a best of 3 maybe opens up possibilities for Eternal Fire, because we have to remember Astralis is playing with Mr. instead of Config. Of course, Config out, not anymore in Astralis, and he leaves a wide gap in a lot of maps. The Ancients, the Nukes, we don't really know how Astralis is going to handle that issue. And if I'm Eternal Fire, I'm trying to pounce on it immediately.
I think that's the real hardball. If you're an Astralis fan, you're any of the players in Astralis, people always talking about Config as a huge win condition for the Danish side. Now that he is out, we cannot realistically expect Mr. to be filling all the holes that are going to be left by him.
He was the one aggressive element Astralis had to them. He was the one guy who could dictate a game by himself. He was the one guy who had the ability with the rifle to go in and fully dictate a game, or at least open up space for a guy like BlameF to really come into fruition. So yes, I agree. The loss of Config on the server is going to be massive. Mr. did okay, I'd say, during the RMR, but he's no Config and he hasn't had time to being integrated into this lineup. I'm not even sure it's the plan to try to integrate him, right? He's just a stand-in for now, trying to help them out in a dire situation. So yeah, I don't think we can underestimate the fact that Config is no longer on the server, and that was one of the few things that actually worked more than not, I'd say, for Astralis.
Well, we did speak about these two teams having a bit of history together, particularly after playing against each other at the RMR, and Danny has a particular moment from that series. What have you got for us?
As Maniac mentioned, Glaive kind of masterminded the T side against them on Inferno, so I have a round that basically shows that. So what you'll see here is, first we'll see 4v4 situation. Glaive simply going to throw a flash for BlameF to get this kill onto Woxic, and then they're in a 4v3 situation. And what I want to kind of call attention to is the fact that Glaive doesn't actually push in with BlameF here. Now, this may seem a little bit weird, but you'll understand why. So BlameF, he pushes in, he dies, but the reason why Glaive doesn't actually push in here is because, first of all, for a few reasons, sorry. First of all, BlameF is, or they're in a man advantage situation here, so they can afford to just kind of get BlameF to just push in. Maybe he gets a kill or two. If he does, then they basically win the round. That's obvious. Second thing is that because everybody is actually so far away from each other here, if Glaive actually goes in with BlameF here, they could both die and put these last two in a man disadvantage. But the last thing is actually that Glaive has the opportunity to create false information for the CTs. And what I mean by that is, if you look at Major's point of view here, after he gets his kill onto BlameF, he doesn't see a second person. He gets a flash in, doesn't see anybody. So what this does is it basically makes him think that it could be going back to A. This is deliberate from Glaive. He's making sure that he's not seen here so that the rotation goes back to A. You see, that's exactly what happens. Xantares, he goes back towards A. And what Glaive has basically done here is he's reset the CT's positions. In a 3-on-3 situation, the typical setup is usually one player at B, two players at A, and what Glaive is going to call here is that all three of these players, they're just going to group up and hit B, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And this is all because he just made sure that he wasn't seen, so by the time Astralis kind of group up together, they're in a 3v1 in the site. Zipnix throws a smoke as well as a flash, they clear the site, Farley gets his kill onto the player towards Dark, and then Glaive finds a follow-up on the player rotating through the site. And this is really what it came down to on that T side, where Glaive, he was just able to call such a good game against them, and this is a perfect example of why.
Some really excellent details picked up there from Mahone. But before we do dissect the Danes anymore, let's hear from BlameF.
Blame, I know it's pretty tough times for Astralis at the moment with all the changes that are going on, but obviously this is an important tournament for you guys, especially considering what the rest of the year may hold. Are you feeling any extra pressure, especially obviously with the Royal Arena being such a key one for the Astralis organisation?
No, I don't feel a lot of pressure, honestly. I think I know a lot of people said there was a lot of pressure on us in the RMR as well and all that stuff, but for me I think that's kind of like maybe a little bit unjustified in the sense that we're playing with academy player right now, and we haven't had much time together. And yeah, obviously we lost a player, and a lot of stuff. We lost our coach, and all that stuff. So a lot of stuff is going on right now, and I don't think that adds a lot of pressure to us right now. Not for me, at least. That's not what I feel.
Okay, that's good to hear. And you touched on it there, right? The academy player coming in, Mr. How is it for him to adjust? Because it can't be easy to go from the level he was playing at to playing against these tier 1 players and these big level of tournaments. And what have you guys done to help him feel ready and to feel more comfortable?
I mean, obviously we try to do a lot of stuff to make him feel comfortable and all that, but it's also hard for him because he came in and then we had like a little bit under a week, I think, to get him ready for the RMR, and we have to learn 6 maps on how we play and all the positions and all the spot names and all the strats and that stuff. You have to learn that in 6 days, right? So of course he's trying to play as good as he can, but he also has to think all the time, like, am I doing the right thing on all that stuff? So yeah, I think he's doing a good job, everything considered.
Would you say that he exceeded your expectations so far?
I mean, I played a lot with him also, just casually, you know, in faces and stuff, and I think he's a really good player, but I think just it's hard for him as well to exceed big expectations when it's like we're in a moment where we won 1 game and lost 3 games or something like that in the RMR, you know, so then it's hard for him to show how good he really is, you know, when the team is losing a lot. I think that's like, when your team is losing, it's hard to show how good you are. Like, it's easy to show when your team is winning, obviously. Like, that's when it's going to be more rounds and opportunities to show how good you are, I think.
And in terms of what Astralis is trying to achieve right now, I know we've touched on this before, me and you, with your taking over the IGL side of things for Mirage, but I'm wondering, considering what's going on right now, is it potential where you will take over more of those roles if some roles can be swapped round again, or is it always just going to stay as it is?
What do you mean, like with IGL role? Or?
Yeah, with you to take over some more control in that sense while all of this is going on.
No, I don't think so. I took the Mirage one because the whole team came to me and asked if I wanted to do that, or like asked me to do it. So that's why I did it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. But no, it's not something that I strive for to be the ideal of the team. I think Glaive should be the ideal.
I like that Banks asked that question because I was curious to see if they were switching up that in-game leading role. Any other maps? But speaking of the maps on screen, surprises for you, Matthew, in this one?
It's not a great surprise, but the fact that Eternal Fire decided to remove Ancient, never mind Mr. being at spot of config, I thought that this could be a reason to float it and call the bluff of Astralis, saying, listen, you're not going to pick Ancient. We know how important config is, his core element of your strategies, because I knew that if Overpass was open, Astralis would jump on it. I thought EF would remove Overpass, call the bluff on Ancient, and then anyway have a good veto. But I think it could still be a 2-1 for EF.
Fully agree with that one. I also look at the veto right here, and I think Mirage as well. You know, Astralis removing Mirage, not picking Mirage. It's almost 5 months ago since EF last time won a game on Mirage. They've lost 5 in a row on that map. Astralis did show during Force, during the RMR. They lost 16-14, but they've always been competitive on a map like Mirage, especially after adding Blame F as the in-game leader. So I'm a little bit surprised by the Overpass pick coming out of Astralis. I would have reckoned they would go with Mirage, which is a map that EF is not playing nor winning.
Well, we are going to see exactly how it will play out, but not before we head into the first map of Dust 2. Eternal's Fire pick coming into things. That wheel is actually favouring Astralis coming into this one. We're going to see exactly how it plays out after this break.
We're ready with the second match of the day. It's going to be Astralis versus Eternal Fire. Odds favoring, a little bit the Astralis side. Actually pretty close. I'm so confused about this. Feels like almost a coin toss to me. I'm really not sure what's going to happen.
Astralis, I'd say, has been put well by Banks, actually, in the interview. He said they're wounded.
Yes.
They're a wounded team. They're a team that isn't showing the same face that we're used to seeing from the storied organization. And Eternal Fire, they're a team that's on the rise. They're a team that got better and better throughout the duration of ESL Challenger Rotterdam. And I think that they are going to be able to take this fight to Astralis. This is going to be a tough one if the Danes want to come out on top.
I feel like that sounds about right. I did pick them to win this one, but it really was almost a coin toss at the end of it. So I'm ready to be wrong on this one, definitely. Could be tricky as well, but everything on the line. Obviously, for Astralis, maybe more so than any other team in the showdown. They obviously want to make it to play in the arena.
The Royal Arena is where every Danish player wants to make a statement. And so for Astralis, they'll have to make it through the entire showdown if they want to stamp their mark.
Ooh, it looked like that was going to be straight to the B bomb side. Glaive's been looking in the middle, and I don't think he's seen anyone at all yet. So they might be aware of what's coming. Glaive about to be there too. Yeah, they have a good read. But that first kill is always the most important one. And Mr. back here, feet is on fire already. No, actually, he's going to be fine. Blame it for the dualies, and now Glaive in the window. Putting more bullets into it. He's finally going to get taken down, so a 2-on-3. I'm so shocked that Eternal Fire won this battle, even though they froze and stopped at the entrance into B, which is normally a very bad way to go.
It looked like Mr. had an opportunity to come up with so many more frags. The Molly actually missed the mark, but the retake's still on. Farlig coming in late from tunnels. Will be presented a fight in just a moment's time. As he slowly creeps on forward. He catches off Woxic. Oh, but takes a while to find the kill. In fact, he doesn't get the kill at all. Zipnix is able to get Woxic, in fact. And with so little time, Paz swings out wide to take him down. Eternal Fire start off with 1.
It looked like he made a footstep coming up from the rear just a little bit too early, and that kind of gave the game away. So super unfortunate stuff. But not for Eternal Fire. They're going to be excited about winning that one. Yeah, normally when you pause entering into a bomb site like that, it could be the first step in the wrong direction. But they managed to fight their way out, so again, more power to them.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Mr. wasn't burning. He had a chance to take so many shots, but could never really find the mark. Woxic was able to snipe him as he was coming in, and the player in closet with the dualies, I think, only getting the 1. So Astralis had an opportunity there, but that actually goes to show the firepower already doing some damage for Eternal Fire. I think Woxic's view would have been the most difficult to find Mr. I think he was far back in the tunnels, but still able to snipe him. So, a bit fortunate. Looks like the game is back underway, though, after a brief tech.
Good stuff. Quick to sort it out. So, obviously, everything being picked up on the Eternal Fire side. Interesting to see that Astralis is just going to get, what, the 1 Deagle and some USPs? Sometimes teams will invest really aggressively on the CT side for a second round like this, but I guess they're keeping it cool for now.
Especially on Dust 2.
Yeah.
All right. Quick play out long. Nice flash, but able to duck into safety is Xantares, and we see the spray control from him there. That is beautiful stuff. Well done by Xantares. And Blameoff actually almost makes his money back on the Deagle. Just 1, though.
Yeah, could have been. That's the kind of spray control we should all aspire to master at some point. Not necessarily easy, but you put in some time and practice, it could be done.
Yeah, it's all on your own. You don't need a friend. You don't need anybody else. You can just go in aimbots or recoil control, and it's all you. Just sit there until it's as good as Xantares.
That looked like that should have connected, but it did not. Scout on Woxic, out on long. Farlig running right into it, and Emor nearly going to be getting a double kill there. That looked like he was about to spray down Sip on top of it, but 4 on 5. And Astralis slowed down at the start of the 3rd round. And not even really just to get the long control, right?
Just the one kill, and they're satisfied. Eternal Fire working with Emor as their newest in-game leader. And we heard Woxic in the interview with James Banks saying that even though Major had more structure, maybe more strategies out of spawn, Emor maybe arguably the better caller after the round starts, the better mid-rounder. That's kind of what I parsed from that interview. And so this is them being diligent and deliberate about their approach in the remaining 55 seconds.
Feels like mid-round calling could be like as much an art as it can be science sometimes. Like it's if you hit like a really good streak of intuiting the right situation on the other side, it could be insane. But obviously, if you fall into a bad streak where you can kind of keep having slightly the wrong read, then maybe you wish you had some of the more structured stuff that maybe Major was bringing to it. I guess we'll find out. So far, so good. They pull out the perfect call in this one in the 4-on-5. And I'm sure Astralis is just going to immediately save. No point in doing anything else.
Exactly. We see the mid-round coming out from Emor, and there's no response. So, that'll be 3 straight for Eternal Fire off of a single long kill. This is not what Astralis would have wanted, but they have a lot to work with into the following round. But this is also why it's curious that Astralis decided to full save in the second. We were mentioning that,
yes.
and we can dive into that here because we see that Farlig had a rifle, and you would obviously want your primary opper, on Dust 2 especially, to have an op in your first gun round.
Yeah.
It may take an opportunity away from you to have what some would call a full gun round in this one, or in the third round there, but at the same time, teams just so highly value that op's presence on D2. We saw Vitality in the last game even have 2 at times.
Yeah, that worked out real well. Actually, speaking of the last game, you know, just also what a difference for Astralis here in this one in terms of how little aggressive they were in the last round. You know, they just kept chilling out, didn't really try and do anything. You could see Eternal Fire gave them plenty of time to go look for some aggression, and Astralis just stayed long, stayed in B basically, and eventually bomb was planted in A. But they were really, really static in that last round. Obviously, if you missed it, you missed TYLOO being unbelievably aggressive on the CT side of Dust 2.
That's a game to rewind, if anybody did not catch it. And cat control is taken by Xantarez. Minimal utility expended too. This is very nice. This is making Emor's job so much easier, finding this much space. And that's what star players do. They take space, they take names, and they put numbers on the board. Xantarez already topping the scoreboard with 5.
Yeah, if you're on the Astralis hype train here, you don't really want to see Xantarez at all come up with a good start. You know how dangerous he could be. Down the middle, though, going to get shut down by Glaive. That's a good start. An attempted flash in from Emor. They wanted to see if they could maybe get the revenge frag, but Glaive is on out of there. Blamef taking up his position. That smoke is barely covering. Do they know? I don't think he's seen the foot just yet. Blamef going to be walking up, and now he's checking it. Now he definitely knows, and that's a huge find, although Pass will take him down through the smoke headshot, and we're back into a 3 versus 4 with about 27 seconds left.
Yeah, Xipnix catching Woxic. Beautiful off angle. Takes him a while to find the kill, but that's a nice flash from Farlig to set up Xipnix, but this is getting a little bit dicey, but with only 15 seconds left, Eternal Fire, they gotta hit the gas. They gotta move forward, but they will have no opportunity to do such as Xipnix in the flames takes down the final 2.
Yeah, good stuff. A little bit of risky situation, right? Because it took a couple of extra seconds for Sip to find that kill. Was a chance that it could have spun out of control. And it was just a scout on Farlig down on long as well, so not the most stopping power. But they get the round on the board. 3-1. That's all they wanted. AWP now picked up on Woxic. Still just the scout on the CT side, so for a minute he's going to have a slight advantage in that department.
Oh, this is a quick mid play. Emor taking space so fast. Wow, already out mid doors within 20 seconds of the round's beginning. And Blamef, he suspects this. He knows this is a possibility. He'll look for the spam. Nice damage there. This should be a good nade as well. Lot of damage, as a matter of fact, but the B split is on.
I was going to say, even the damage might not matter. If they get one good flash over the wall, they just had one, but They're slowing it down. They're waiting for Astralis to come through. What a nice sneak. And xCloud able to pick it up. And he closes out the entire B bomb site. That is really well done. All of the focus from those two CTs was just on the window and the doorway. They could find Taz, but he's going to get the headshot. Walk stick up in the window, and now it's definitely not worth it here for BlameF. Great calling coming out from Eternal Fire. They sensed the weakness. They knew it was there. They even give themselves a chance to slow it down, which is very tricky. Once you pull the trigger on that mid to B split, it's kind of hard to slow it down.
That's such a unique opening for xCloud to just jiggle on out, to find that opener on Mr. who was exposed from the tunnels. It's like he found a sliver gap in that defense, in that crossfire between Glaive and Mr., and was able to get an opener because of it. Definitely not what Astralis were suspecting. They were keyed in on that window. They thought that first entry was going to be coming from there, but Eternal Fire with a bit of a remix.
Yeah.
Well done.
What a find.
Yeah, to get both too. Double entry from xCloud. That is not how Astralis thought that round was going to break down. So BlameF with the only primary weapon on the side of Astralis. He'll have to do quite a bit in this round, and expect maybe a cap boost for him.
Yeah, you should certainly try to get him into action somehow. You're right.
Yep.
And try and get him up on catwalk right away. In the meantime, Upper Dark taken over by Eternal Fire, and they're going to be sneaking their way forward here. 5-7 in hand. Much popular right now. Glaive's still going to get traded, but that pistol's really seen a resurgence in the last couple of months.
The 5.7 is gotta be one of the most in-meta pistols right now.
Sure, yeah.
Just medium close range, one-shot headshot, and even at far range, it's not that inaccurate and can do upwards of 85 damage. So it's incredibly powerful. Plus the fact that when you're blind and you spam it at headshot level, it resets relatively quickly. You can just keep shooting it, and it's not that bad.
Yeah, and if you're coming through smoke or anything like that, you know, you can keep going for a long time. Yeah, it's got almost no downsides, really.
Yeah. And people were basically saying that the Deagle was overpowered for so long because you could just body shot spam when it was $700. You can do this now with a $500 gun, and it's not that bad either. So
yeah,
just such a great defensive tool for the CTs. Right now, it does seem like the CTs have a couple nice weapons to work with, A1S and the 5.7.
And for this round on the Astralis side, the AWP on Farlick finally, that you were highlighting earlier, that some of their buys kind of stopped them from having that. Quick trade xCloud with a double to enter the B-bomb side, and they're in trouble. And look at how quick it is. Molotov into the window, smoke up in the door, and they even take down Blame after the fact, but that's what a great flight path for him to get. Double kill, he takes care of all the entrances, and they just win the round right then and there.
The pace has been blistering from Eternal Fire. They've been so quick. Out mid, out B tunnels, the opening picks towards long. Everything has been working in the opening rounds for Eternal Fire. Astralis with no response. The only thing that could work is probably getting an op on them, but the op couldn't find an opener. It was not in the right position. Great calling, and also xCloud has been playing just very well.
Yeah,
he stole the show in the last couple gun rounds.
No doubt about that. Keeping his composure. I mean, that's one of those situations where if he gets a double kill and then instead of hugging the right and jumping up in the box, if he swings into the side, maybe BlameF is out there in the middle catching him, and suddenly, they're right back, but he's so focused on that. So even the movement after the couple of kills is super nice to see. 6-1 the scoreline. Astralis off to a bit of a stumbling start here, whereas Eternal Fire have got their eyes on the prize.
Yeah, this Eternal Fire project has taken a while to really get going, but we've seen with their improvements at Rotterdam, maybe how they're playing against Astralis, there's hope. There's hope for this team. Not one that you can just count out so easily. Feels like they're finding the right blend of tactics and firepower to make this a formidable opponent for anybody that faces them.
Yeah, because I think what we saw from them during the RMR was kind of disappointing. I didn't really get the sense that things were moving in the right direction, so... And I mean, it's not that long ago. Kind of a short turnaround time if you're going to make a project work. If they could do that, that actually would be a really cool story.
Right. And given the fact that Banks actually asked them, how many days of practice, of full practice have you gotten? And Woxic said 5 days in the last month.
Yeah, ouch.
There's a lot of room to grow here if you're EF.
Okay. Possibly a dangerous run boost being attempted there, but no one was watching, so I guess it's okay at the end. Look at who's in upper and lower dark. I mean, right now, Astralis kind of know everything. They just don't have the weapons to necessarily do a lot with, but that's a cool flash. They have that 1 AWV, so being able to put that into play is not a bad idea. Woxic, he's got the right aim for it here. Definitely got the right lineup. Could be worried about double scoping instead. Someone again walks out close, but that's the bomb drop. Glaive taking down Emo. That's now things are getting a bit concerning. Trying to get the cross. Sip is there, but he's going to get found. X-Flow to try and open it. And that dreaded 5-7 like we were talking about. He can just keep firing for a long time. He's going to get down, but now there's a double flank coming out on long. 3 versus 3. Good read from Woxic. Oh, he's so ready for it. Should have probably stayed alive on against that one. Blamef taking the fight. Wow. I can't believe that works. Long range with the MP9, and he brings down X-Flow. It's all on Paz. He's sneaking up, but he's going to get found. Finally able to bring him down. That is probably a round that I don't think Astralis should be winning.
I mean, Blamef winning that second fight, that's not a fight you're supposed to win with an MP9, but he just laser beams that car player right in the face with it. And this guy still, even when Astralis are having such a turbulent time in the last couple months, he still finds a way to have so much impact and to be so reliable. So he puts that retake together, and it's just, man, it's just perfect. Wastes almost no bullets with a gun that is known for just spraying everywhere.
Yeah, that seems to be what it does. Double AWP now on the CT side.
Okay.
A ticket back into the first half here for Astralis. Could be.
This is an opportunity. Glaive will be tested. We'll see how good his AWP is. Clean, long control taken from Eternal Fire. They don't have anybody in pit just yet, so that could be the next pitfall for them. But Woxic dancing in lower. You don't always see an AWPer as the lower B defaulter. That's generally done by a rifler, but and with his sensitivity as high as it is, he could probably flick in every single direction on his screen right now in half a second. So I trust him, is what I'm saying.
Well, he hasn't had to fight anyone, so far so good, but I was wondering about the same thing too. You know, it seems like a big risk to try and take. He had to flash himself into some of those, you know, positions as well. If he's caught in the wrong moment with the flash in his hand, it's just, the whole thing has seemed a bit awkward. They've decided they want to come through the smoke at about a minute on the clock. Mister in the corner, and he's going to get traded right away. Farlig can't do more than that, so again, good trade. That's perfectly acceptable if you're on the T side. And they're going to be putting up smokes. They have... yeah, one more smoke, 2 more Molotovs. There's one of them thrown out, so they could keep this wall up both in the window and the doorway for quite a while.
Oh, get another smoke door. This will be difficult. See Glaive, he's standing pretty far back right now, but Woxic on this back plat, this should be him feasting on these Tuttle's players. Gets both, and the third. Well done from Woxic there to make sure Astralis has no chance. They don't even get a foot in the door.
That was so cool. So the first flashbang that gets thrown in is from the CT side at the end when they're trying to fight Woxic at the back. And that was for the CTs to swing, but the second flashbang... so right here, there's a T flashbang from X-Flow that gets thrown in. So just great work. Basically making sure that even if they wanted to try and fight Woxic back there, they were at a huge disadvantage. What a brilliant start here for Eternal Fire. 7 rounds on the board to the 2 of Astralis, putting a lot of pressure on that CT side economy. If they win this round, Astralis will have to save, and then they can really build a brilliant first half.
It's already looking promising for Eternal Fire, and for Astralis, there's really been no consistent recipe for success. Just the 2 rounds. One is a brilliant retake off the back of some heroics from Blamef, and at this point, I mean, it's tough to find where the win condition is. This B bomb site has felt very vulnerable for Astralis, so they are stacking 3 players here. Blamef have that ace in the hole playing towards window.
They're getting a bit of mid-control here. There isn't an off-angle up on the scaffolding from Blamef, so... yeah, maybe if he could find the kill, but if he goes down, they're going to have the same problem on the B-bomb side that they've had all along, which is Again, they're going to get rained on with grenades going over the wall, and they're going to have that two-man setup inside. A little bit scary. That takes a lot of the attention away, though. I wonder if anyone's going to be checking BlameF up close as they're jumping. xFloud nearly down by the timing, but he's going to catch Glaive. It's all on BlameF. I think he's the only one that can save this round. He's going to get one of them, but they're running and gunning at the same time. Mister's going to get caught. Emo with a double entry, and Woxic in the middle. Combat opening on his own. We were questioning that earlier when he was just checking lower dark, but this time he's in the middle, straight up fighting them. And Farley, he knows it is not worth it. He's going to have to back on out. 8-2. And a save coming up for Astralis. This one AWP is all they have, and he's running with his back. Oh, lucky to be alive.
Oh, Woxic's already hunting.
Yeah.
I don't know if Farley's going to be able to survive this. Wow, just barely, again, turns the corner. But this was the perfect setup for Astralis, and they still couldn't hold on. So that's a bit of an indication of how this game is going for them. And they're slowly encroaching on Farley's position. This will be the only gun that Astralis have to work with if he's able to save it. And Woxic, he's getting so close. There's a nade. Oh, they're right on him! And they take him down. Oof. Adding insult to injury. Man, Astralis, they almost read it. This was what they were supposed to be doing, but Glaive getting caught in the tunnels as he goes for the push. Usually, you do want to make the proactive play on the strong side of the map, but in this case, it would have actually worked out better if he just stayed tucked. That's rather unfortunate for them.
Yeah, their setup was kind of designed to counter that exact kind of a play coming out from the T side, and still, it is not enough. 8-2, and we're back with some upgraded pistols. Cheeky MP9 on BlameF. He's already shown us how good he can be with it. And Mister trying to find some safety back here. Oh, nice headshot. They need another one, though. Flashbang is slowing everyone right down, and now Eternal Fire almost has to wonder, do they want to keep pushing this? Glaive is now up close. This feels very, very dangerous. The bomb, though, tragically has fallen through the smoke into the bomb site, and it's just xFloud on the other side. No way out of this one. That felt like maybe an overcommitment for the Eternal Fire side.
In what has been a rather meticulously put together half for Eternal Fire, this is one that felt a little bit sloppy. There were some corners being cut. They just wanted to brute force their way in, and they faced the wrath of those deagles. That was not too pretty for EF. xFloud is being hunted now, and if Astralis can retrieve this off, that would be massive. And yeah, Farley getting it. I don't think he'll have the time, though. Oh, actually.
Just barely, yeah.
Yeah, just naps it. Okay, this was EF trying something that is probably Emor just going for a call that's a little bit more based off of gut feeling as opposed to what you would hope they would have ironed out. Just something that's a little slower, more thoughtful.
I feel like if you're going to be doing that, especially if you can guess the buy on the other side, like, you certainly just want to Mac 10 to, like, if you can jump into the bomb site, if you find 2 or 3 people in there, you say, okay, that's fine, we lost the Mac 10, we can back on out, but it felt like sitting where they were kind of on top of each other. It's a little bit like Return in the pistol round. If you sit at that narrow choke point, it could just backfire so easily, and this time it did.
Right. We're starting to see just how... I think this is actually what Woxic said in the interview. The Emor might not have as many openers, but better mid-rounds. That was just not a great opener.
Yeah.
Well characterized by the opera of Eternal Fire.
Glaive is taking a bit of damage at the start of this round. Curious to see. I think in the green room, there was a little bit of conversation around how their T sides were falling a little bit apart during some of the Rotterdam event. That sort of what was lacking a little bit. So far so good for them here. If that's what we're in for, if they're going to be playing better on the CT side, then it could be real interesting.
Eternal Fire had actually every reason to make the grand finals in my eyes of Rotterdam. They won map 1 versus ENCE. Map 2, they were up 8-2 on the CT side of Mirage, and they kind of just, they slowly fell apart. They ran out of gas. But with a T side like this, you think that the CT side should be able to carry them.
Yeah, it's a compelling start, surely. Flashing their way through. Emo leading the charge. There's still a couple of people all the way back, and one sneaking out long. I think that's Paz making his way out then. What an opening. Woxic taking down Glaive, and Paz comes in. Farley's on his own by the truck in a very dangerous position. Going to try to fall back, but it has to be really careful he doesn't get caught here. 2 versus 3. And Mr. is down in CT spawn, but can he even get up? That's a nice shot. Needs one more to maybe take him down, and it's not going to matter. I don't know where that bullet went, but maybe just slightly above his head. Round is done.
Oh.
So done.
Yeah.
Woxic with a triple. He is 13-4 right now, and having himself another kind of game I haven't seen on the Woxic for a long time. It's, you know, makes me a little bit happy.
Yeah, you don't get this too often from Woxic, but I want to praise xFloud right now. I think that this guy has been so strong on the entries, especially the set piece entries, or when the round is in control of Eternal Fire on the mid to B split, on this cat exec. Both times he's coming up with the goods. He's finding the opening headshots that he needs to. And if you're getting openers on any kind of set piece exec, you're just going to keep the floodgates are open at that point. The flashes, everything is there for you to scale further. And Farlig's able to get one, but there's a quick trade, a return kill from Xantarez at long. Zipnik's getting caught. There was a smoke down at the door, but he just did not expect the pop.
Woxic down out of the round. That's surely something that Astralis could build on. Pretty much the entire rest of the map kind of lost a little bit to Eternal Fire. And I just feel like it's a tough call to make when you're on the T side. But when you have this part of the map, if you want to go back, you have to check all of middle catwalk, upper and lower dark. It's just so much map that you have to kind of walk. You can't really run there because there could be someone hiding. So yeah, they're gonna follow through and just go for Farlig. He's got no way out. Taking Xantarez with, you know what? Fair play. That's not bad.
Getting one may be enough. It's not ideal, but okay, that is a lost smoke. Okay, no, they got it. Now BlameF will be able to throw a one-way for himself. Gets on top of the boxes here. Can use that to his advantage. Actually gives it up. Too much utility in his direction, as we can see some flames where he was standing. But with the man advantage, Astralis are definitely in control, but will they convert? 1 for 1, now xFloud in the 1v2.
Yeah, I guess the bomb down. They're right on front of him, and yeah, Glaive will be able to catch it. Must have seen the gun barrel, I have to assume, there at the edge of the box. So well played, even though I think there was some panic there at the end. Glaive with the triple, though. And it will be finally a 4th round picked up from Astralis. Started to get there slowly.
Seems like taking down Woxic might be a key for them. That allowed... We could have seen more from Farlig. Usually when you're able to take down the T side opper, what that lets your CT side opper do is just go for peaks. You should know, or there's a strong likelihood that you're not going to be held. So, nice duel being won from Farlig. Doesn't necessarily capitalize on it in the way we thought, but just well put together by Astralis there in the mid-late round too. But we've been seeing some weaknesses from Astralis towards B, and if Eternal Fire want to work with what's been, I'd say, an open site, then I would expect Emor to go back to the tried and tested B split or some kind of hit towards that side.
Woxic trying for the same fight down the middle that he lost in the last round of Farlig, just barely. Farlig actually going to find Paz behind him, so Woxic feeling like I had the right idea. I just could never find him. 4 versus 5. And a very similar opening to this round as the last one. Eternal Fire decided to go out long in the previous round. This time, looks like they're going to try and turn it into a mid to B pretty quickly, but BlameF is there to stop it. That's a beautiful setup with a flash in the middle. BlameF going to get 2 kills. xFloud, as you said, good with the openings, and he's going to get another one, but it just feels like this time it might be a little bit too late. He's going to turn the corner and find BlameF, or rather be found by BlameF. 3rd kill of the round for him, and Xantarez on his own in the middle, about to get shot in the back. It's Glaive showing up with the AWP, so good stuff. 5-9. Astralis coming a little bit alive at the end of the half here, and they desperately need it.
BlameF has such great recognition when he's advantaged in a fight. This crouch peek into Emor, that kind of just jiggle wall crouch. A lot of players either tuck there or they overcommit, but he just goes for that little, that little just swivel almost on the corner, and it works out in his favor. And then he's able to get all the way back into closet. xFloud never saw it coming. He never thought that was truly a position that BlameF could be in.
Yeah, you could tell he just kind of jumped past and checked it, you know, in passing, and that's not good enough. Glaive is going to be taking out Woxic. And then once again, they have long, and it kind of almost feels like once again, well, is there a better option from here? You have 2 smokes. You can smoke the cross.
That's got to be it. Double smoke on the cross and a single flash to scale. not too much else to work with. Has to be the full send on top of that, too.
Gotta be careful. Here comes the flash to set it up, and they almost lined up for it, but Emo, good headshot. They're gonna be boosting to try and take a look over. Not finding anyone back there. Pass down and out of the round. Glaive setting that shot on the AWP, and what a nice find. A mid-air shot on the X-Cloud. They're gonna get a bit of a return now, but it's all on Emo. 1 versus 3 here, and he's gonna go down 9-6 at the end of the half. Eternal Fire after a strong start, but Astralis, they've come alive a little bit. We'll see if they can fully wake up in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
This kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years.
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything.
You're sitting in this chair?
Yes.
And the guy touching your shoulder, it's Gabe Newell. It's been a long time coming. Maybe it is kind of like that ex-girlfriend that you've been thinking about for a few years, and you started to let her go, but she's back in your life. Martin was very young when he played this in Counter-Strike Source, so you don't remember too much, right?
No, I mean, I played this map in Source a little bit, but yeah, I was so young I can't really remember.
Look, Nico, it's the new map Tuscan.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think about this map?
The spawn is different already, right?
The spawn? Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like this in the old one.
In CS 1.6?
Yeah.
In CS 1.6, bro, I was not even born.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Well, the T-spawn, it looks really different from before, right? Before it used to be like, I mean, like sand. There it's like, I don't know, a really good place. Really beautiful though.
It's an Italian restaurant. We like that.
It is. Oh, bolognese.
Yeah, bolognese.
Ragu. We need a ragu.
Hopefully we can get it here.
Is it on the menu?
No, there's olives and stuff like that, I think. It's like, maybe it's like, you know, like the Spanish...
tapas or?
Tapas, yeah, some tapas maybe. Yeah, but that's fine. When T-spawn, going to the right, yeah.
We'll look for another Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
Well, you get down here, and this is all safe space. You can
This is
still keep
safe?
running.
Okay,
Yeah, you
okay.
can still keep running.
A bit with knife maybe?
Then knife. And then you get to here, this is like a B lobby.
Maybe more box in the B lobby. I don't know if you remember. I think you had more box than that.
Edward, this frag movie from here.
Yeah, 5 one tap. No, not one tap, but 5 ace with the USP and in 1.6.
This like kind of graffiti. You see? I'll show you. Like headshot, I think, or something.
USP special, no? It says.
ESP special, yeah.
That's from Edward? Like?
Yeah, from Edward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He did like this.
Yeah, he killed 5.
So to the left is like the middle area.
Yeah.
And here you can bounce a flash as well on this wall.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice just to strafe out. And this is like a pretty bloodbath area, I would say.
Can the CTs be here?
Yes, no, not there, to the left, I think. But they can be like here to the right.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty even timing.
Yeah.
If we go towards B, on the right side, then you have like short, which is the first entrance.
Yeah, short here. Yeah.
And then the other one is long.
Of course.
Some people also call it banana.
Makes sense.
It's the good old B rush.
Yeah.
A 9-6 finish at the end of the first half with Eternal Fire leading the way. And Astralis kind of struggling to keep up in some way. And at the end of the half, they kind of made up for it, started to get back into it a little bit more. But the truth is, if Eternal Fire keep up like this, they're going to win the opening map. They did pick it, so I'm sure that's what they're hoping for as well. But so far, so good.
Oh! What a shot.
Nice.
Oh, man. You're just supposed to be spotting, mister. Xantares says, look right here at this. This bullet that I'm placing right in your face.
Volley. Julie's in front. That looked like it took a little bit too long. But at least he's going to get confirmation that someone's there. Map is looking really small for Astralis right now, and they're not going to waste any time. They want to go for it, although there's 2 people out here. One in the window, throwing bullets, and that somehow connects a lot. Woxic running up behind, all on Glaive with the Glock. 1 versus 4, and he has got no shot at it. Woxic is having himself a game. Up to 15 kills now that the first round of the second half is over.
I would love to see the Xantares shot on Mister. There we go. Oh, oh, wow.
Get out.
It is just picture perfect.
That's actually disgusting.
Took a snapshot.
Oof.
Kept him right there. All right, single flash for Farlig. Looks like it'll be a little bit of a long flood. Let's go. Emor is here with an MP9. He can collect big time.
Yeah, flash is already used, so not really going to connect any longer. They wanted to delay it just to see what was going on out there. Some good dinks on there, Santaris, but again, it's just a Glock at range, so he's still alive. And Farlig, MP9 is a bit too far away. And so is the bomb and really everything else. So going to be 11-6 here in favor of Eternal Fire. That is just in every way a good start. It's lined up well for them to take this map. Second map would be Overpass, I believe. So it could be interesting to see how that's going to play out.
That seems like it's supposed to be a punish pick coming out from Astralis. I'm sure the desk will have some thoughts once we head there. But Eternal Fire have put themselves in a very strong position right now. As we can see, Astralis are buying up with, I'd say, minimal or half utility. Not all the nades you would want, but then again, we're seeing X-Wowed with the ump, so that's a bit unique. Taking a page, I guess, from Glave's book there.
They're all playing really well. I mean, we're sort of focusing a little bit on Woxic, but it's not like the rest of them aren't doing a lot of work, so that's typically a good recipe for winning not just the one map that you pick, but sort of keeping things going. It's not just that your one sniper on Dust 2 is running wild. X-Cloud doing well, Sintaris is doing well, Paz is not that far away. And if Emor could keep all these mid-round calls, then it's all good. That actually did connect.
Yeah. Players are so good at hitting that now.
Yeah.
No one feels safe dropping that hinge smoke right there. Almost feels like the better option to do that pixel lineup outside long A.
Nice nade. Just catching Farlig.
We see a little bit of some long pressure onto Emor as Zipnix has made his way out the doors. And there is a contest, and Zipnix comes out on top. That smoke should not help Eternal Fire, as the Astralis throw their own corner smoke to allow them space, and they are trapped. Eternal Fire has 2 players at car right now, but Woxic nails 2 headshots immediately to keep himself alive and to keep Eternal Fire in this round.
The bomb is actually lost up there. I think if they knew that, that might be a little bit of an issue. Mister's going to be so careful. If he ran close to the wall and actually went down, the bomb could drop into CT spawn, and that's probably them losing the round. I can't believe they made it out. That's an insane choice. Woxic basically says, I'm not going to fight long. I've got my eyes on Catwalk, and he hit 2 scout headshots. That, they could have won the round with just a little bit more going their way. That's crazy.
Just a single more kill, and that is so doable for them. That is not the way you would want to see a CT defense respond to an A pinch. But if you can find the kills, I mean, that's Counter-Strike for you. Anything can work if you find the frags. So I would say don't try to replicate that, but I do need to see those Woxic shots. I can't believe that he found 2 headshots from that position.
I was even about to say at one point, I thought, why is he not helping on long? It feels so crazy, but there's a reason why he didn't.
If that's the fight that he's more comfortable with, then have at it.
He just got the crosshair back. Those shots are so back-to-back. And he went for it. Man. If they would have got the kill on Mister coming in, that's it. I think they just win the round.
Right.
Crazy.
If that falls right there into elevator or the boost spot, that's so tough for Astralis to retrieve, even if it is just a 1v2 at that point. So Astralis are able to get one on the board relatively early in the half. Glaive coming out with a 360 spin, but Xantarez doesn't care about his fancy jumps. He's just going to nail him right through the smoke. Man down Astralis. Got to put the pieces together.
4-round gap at the moment. Quick take of middle. Are they going to keep going? Sip certainly putting a lot of pressure on it right now. Santerra's up here. He's really not quite sure what's happening in the middle, although Paz is checking from the other side, so still not clear what Astralis want to do. They finally got on long as well. Good little lurk, though. That could have worked.
Looks like this is shaping up to be a B exec. Only a single smoke remaining on Blame F. This might be for the mid to B, as the rest of his team...
Oh, look at Emor, out long.
Oh, yeah.
He is snuck all the way out. He's actually just gone fully forward. He might catch Blame F in the middle. They still need for this beat defense to actually hold, but the game is up. They know what's coming. Blame F spins around and takes him down. And look at this. They wipe out the defense anyway. Everyone on the Eternal Fire side must have known what was coming, and still they could not actually defend the bomb side. That's frustrating.
Incredibly so. And once again, we see Eternal Fire just getting nailed in a position where it doesn't feel like both B defenders should be. For them to both die at door right there to try to stop the mid to B. It felt like they wanted to connect with Emor to stop the mid to B together, but it was just Blame F, and he was able to get a kill and survive. That's worst case scenario for Eternal Fire, to be caught like that. This is 2 rounds consecutively now that they're getting shot in the wrong position from basically the worst angle. They're not taking fair fights.
And now their money is in a really awkward spot, dreadful spot if you're on the Eternal Fire side. This is Astralis' ticket for a really cool second half comeback here on the T side. 11-8. Probably going to get at least a round for free here. Yeah, this timing is awful for that B defense.
Yeah, that there was a plan there from Eternal Fire. It just came a little late.
Yeah, definitely.
It seemed like Astralis might have also pushed through a smoke right there. I couldn't quite... I think that's maybe why they caught them off so badly. But yeah, this will be a tough one for Eternal Fire. Xantarez with the only primary weapon. The A1S, he'll be dueled by Glaive. Okay. That's a start. There's hope now.
Yeah, they open the door into something. But they got to keep going. Farley up here. Yeah, he'll spot that down there. But again, just the M4 into play. Oh, wow. They're all taking middle. Look at the aggression.
Yeah. The positioning now from Paz, that might go unchecked. Okay, they all just back up.
They got the AK.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the reason why they're like, all right. Mister's going to be taking out X-Cloud over on the other side. Astralis really not committed to anything just yet. And that gives time for Eternal Fire to walk into some of these lineups, which is probably what Astralis want to begin with. Good stuff.
Yeah, this is looking pretty clean from Astralis now, giving up cat control. And if they go for this swing, Emor may just be a dead man in a moment's time. So many bodies flying at him, and Blame F takes him down before he can even drop mid-air, as a matter of fact. Xantarez will likely be able to take that A1S moving forward, but this will be a 9th for Astralis. And they're starting to look cleaner and cleaner round by round. This is getting tough for Eternal Fire. We'll have a buy coming up, though. I think Xantarez will have to drop Woxic and Op. And it seems like Glaive's just getting a grasp of how he wants to call against this team now.
Yeah, they're really starting to pick it up. I'm really impressed by the second half for Astralis. The first half looked very confused, but they've picked it up, and I think you can start to tell. And also that the fact that the money just continuously is not there for the CT side in the second half is really becoming a huge problem. So 9-11 the scoreline, and yeah, the Danes are starting to make this work. 14 kills on Glaive as well.
This kill right here, this throws everything into commotion for Eternal Fire. Mr. finding X-Cloud on B, it just forces the hand of Eternal Fire. They're just desperately trying to regain ground, and it's not good enough. It was going to be a tough round at that, but with a 5-on-4 advantage, you'd like to see at least it come down to the wire.
2-round gap now. And Astralis, I mean, they have a fair amount of money on their side to work with. They can keep the scoring for a bit. Down the middle. Pretty much a default, but really, really quickly that they run down here, not afraid at all. And I guess Eternal Fire haven't really shown that much aggression either. Nothing for Astralis to respect at the moment.
Yeah, other than the pistol, it's been pretty clear-cut for the Eternal Fire defense. which is a bit surprising. But Woxic wants to take this duel versus Glaive. Oh, he's presented an opportunity, but it's just the tip of Glaive's head. Oh, this might get the better of him now.
You gotta be really careful. Woxic's been playing out of his mind so far, but if he's outside of the range of the scope or the flash on top, that is a cool trick. That could have definitely got him killed. They're gonna push the advantage behind that. They know they pushed him out of that zone. Emo goes down, Farlig able to open up on long, and Eternal Fire almost have to be... Yeah, they might just want to call a save. They might have already tried to do that. They just couldn't actually get out of there. That's crazy. What a call.
That was
Astralis on 10.
That was so well put together by Glaive. Knowing where that Opper was, I think he got a glimpse of him as he crossed at one point, and then able to crouch on back, flash him off the angle. Then they just scaled with such ferocity, so much pace, and Farlig posting up on the corner. I mean, he's doing what he needs to do. Hasn't had the loudest game, but he's gotten some essential kills like that to keep him in this one. And now Eternal Fire, they're being hunted down.
Yeah. And they should. They've got so much money on the T side. There's no reason not to. Grenades raining in. They catch Paz as well. And Woxic gonna surely follow right behind this one. Mister will take him down. And it's 10-11. Astralis walking this game back really rapidly. This is... What an opening.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Farlig. And that feels like an unnecessary peek from Glaive, but he's just saying, I'm putting this flag for Astralis right here on the A site. Just try to take it from me.
Good run. Again, taking away the money for Eternal Fire. That's something that they've really succeeded in. And again, we are kind of in that save meta, so the fact that Eternal Fire can't, you know, they can't save the 3 rifles like a lot of other teams are doing these days, means their rounds where they don't have money are like this. They're just flat out broke.
Nothing to work with. Some pistols. Astralis just, it feels like every step of the default has gone so according to plan for Astralis, and that's, if you're Eternal Fire, sometimes you want to throw in a bit of a mix-up, some kind of aggression, because Astralis are taking all of this space with very little contention from the defense, and if you give Glaive all the space that he wants on any map, his ability and his conversion rate, it's so high.
Nice little move. Blame have to open up. Gotta be careful when you turn this corner. 2 people waiting. One of them playing anti-flash, but Emo covering his teammate nicely. And that's an AK that they could go and pick up right there. 40 seconds.
Yeah, they make their way back to the A site. Glaive acting as the lurk towards middle. Slow creep up from Mister and Zipnix as Farlig holds the line. But Xantares with an AK, that's where it's scary for Astralis. This is a tough duel to win. There's a flash, though, and that is perfect. Dispatching Xantares, and now they move on up. There's still a player on site in Emor, but he is getting surrounded. Presence on Cat, presence at Ramp, and Mister peering right through the corner of the smoke takes him down. And that is the last defensive player out.
Do you think Xantares in that moment is kind of expecting the double smoke, and instead he gets a flashbang, and he's like, oh, cool.
It did seem like he wanted to just play the off angle. He was wide in the open right there.
Yeah.
It's one of those angles that when you have aim like Xantares, you're going to win, I'd say 9 out of 10 times even. But obviously you see the drawback given that one pop flash and you're done.
Yeah, it felt like the kind of position you want to play to catch someone just as the smoke is popping, and you feel like if you're deep enough, you could kind of look there and maybe catch 1 or 2 through the smoke, but man, he got absolutely destroyed. Tied up 5 in a row now for Astralis, and we're looking at an 11-11 scoreline. This is becoming a very one-sided match in the second half of the game. Eternal Fire not able to put it together so far. They have to start winning rounds here.
It's just been standard defense after standard defense from Eternal Fire. There's a solo push from Xantares, and that's not how you want your openers to go. You want some kind of play that gets the T's off kilter, and that just hasn't happened. It's been free reign for the T's. They've been going anywhere they want. And there haven't even been many attempts to play back at rounds. We saw the one push out long from Emor earlier in the half. Blamef was able to catch it, and since then there's no tunnel pushes, no late cat aggresses. It's been looking like Eternal Fire, they've been trying to just turtle up, and it's just not working. It simply isn't working.
Yeah, and like you pointed out, you're up against an in-game leader like Glaive. You just know that it's gonna be real tough. Xflout kind of a little bit alone. He's got Paz outside. They're giving them some time, and this worked earlier. Remember, Eternal Fire were a little bit aggressive in the middle of the round earlier, so Astralis saying, let's see if you're going to be doing it again. This time, leaving Mr. in upper dark. It looks like they're going to try and hit that A-bomb side one more time. So, question is, can Woxic stand up to it? There are going to be a lot of grenades coming his way. At least 2 or 3 flashbangs you have to assume over the wall.
Still have so much utility to work with. Woxic, yeah, there's one. Another deep flash coming his way. Mr. gets the opener. Now Woxic, he has to step up. He has to get a shot. That's one. That'll kick things off. But still, so difficult. Tries to find the wallbang, but unsuccessful at that. Still holding his ground, but he's tagged. He's getting nailed, and he's still trying to fight.
Look at who's lurking out here. Blameth low on health, so timing is crucial for him. Thinking about it right now, it looks real good. If he keeps stepping forward, Woxic is definitely dead. Oh, what a nice little creepy shot coming out. Woxic's out of the round. Emor trying to get close. He knows where Farlig is, so he's going to catch that, no problem. Runs to catch Sip as well. This is a great move. And he's back straight on it. Not sure. Blameth, that's a 10-second. Yep, that is a big problem. Has to come off it, but he can't. And that's the round 1. Blameth coming in. Just needed that last kill. If he'd had a kit, probably would have been his round. But instead, it's going to be 12 to 11. And the nade at the end. Oh, no. Blameth with a stunning round. Quad kill to get to 18.
Blameth is in the head of every Eternal Fire player. He read them every step of the way in the late round with the long flank to take down Woxic, to go back Cat to take out the diffuser. Even if he had a kit, he wouldn't have had it.
Yeah, that's true.
This was a masterful round from Blameth.
He would have been exactly for what, 0.48 away? That's crazy.
That is mega. That's when you think you have it. When Eternal Fire thinks they've brought a round back, it's this man, Blameth, that actually just snatches their dreams.
That is a crushing loss, no doubt. 12 to 11. Astralis now in the lead and 4 rounds away from stealing their opponent's map pick.
Brutal. And the money is no better for Eternal Fire. Wow, this felt like Eternal Fire did enough in the first half.
It really did, yeah. I was sure that they were on their way to at least winning their own map pick. Now, that's looking very, very questionable. 9-6 in their favor. Since then, they've won 2 rounds in the second half, and those were the opening 2 rounds. They won the pistol, they won the second round, and then boom. Astralis never looked back.
And it's just been these cookie-cutter defenses from Eternal Fire that feel so easy for Astralis to deal with. Every piece of map control, it's so lightly contested, and just letting Astralis maneuver wherever they want to for the entirety of this half since the gun round started. Now, Mr. has a chance to build some confidence in this round himself. Ooh, only the 1, but quick return from Blameth. I might not expect a third, though. Still dancing with him is Paz, and he comes out on top. So this is tunnels control taken by the CTs. This is, in some ways, the most interesting way that Eternal Fire have played a defensive round since this half started.
Yeah.
And it is working for them as Woxic nails Farlig.
I'm gonna need to see a slow motion of that. He tracked him mid-air. He wasn't just content to get the tag there. He wanted to get the headshot. Paz will take down Glaive with that stolen AK, and they know where Sib is because they saw him jump down there at the bottom of long, too. So 1 versus 3 for Sip to try and see if he clutches his way out of this one. 30 seconds as well. Woxic right in front. That's an easier shot. He's going to take one of them down, but is he expecting it? Emor with the AWP out on long, crouching in, and he's going to go down. Eternal Fire finally finding another round.
Finally breaking the streak, and with some tunnels aggression to kick it off. This is what we have been waiting for Eternal Fire, to realize that the standard approach to the defense is not working. That's beautiful tracking from Woxic there. This needs to be the catalyst to kick off just a change. They need to just throw something else at Astralis. If it is the same thing again and again, then I can't expect different results. But we see that this is ignited Eternal Fire. Xantra is already in lower B.
Yeah, they need this to be the turning point. They've got to feel like this map is slipping out of their hands. Mister's got some awareness. Yeah, I mean, that smoke in the middle is always suspicious, right? When you're on the T side and you see that smoke, you kind of know we have to be really careful. And I mean, if nothing else, it'll probably force Astralis to spend some time and maybe some grenades to clear bottom dark right now, lower dark at the moment. Oh, scary stuff. Look at Farley. He senses there was an opportunity. That's a cool move. I like it.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Farley. He recognized that there was a player dancing with him there. Knowing it likely isn't Woxic, who has been towards the A side of the map for, pretty sure, every single round that's happened. So, Astralis, they're making their way up cat again, and this is looking like more of the same, where Astralis are finding all the map control that they want. And this is still quite curious that Glaive has an op on catwalk, so he could cut off rotations with this one. Farley, he had a chance there. The contact op not ringing true, but it is Glaive's contact op that cuts off the rotation. Now, mid to B is wide open, but Astralis, they're electing to move up cat. They only have 20 seconds, though.
Yeah, and they're going to Woxic. He's got 21 kills. This might be a real bad move. 18 seconds on the clock, and they're going to shut it down. I can't believe it. Mister taking down Woxic. And Emo, he wants to fight. There's no way. Mister's going to drop him as well. And with 10 seconds on the clock, that's how close it is. If they don't get those openings, even after everything Glaive did, they could have still lost a round just to time alone. If Woxic is there picking up 1 or 2 kills, that's the end.
That is brutal for Eternal Fire. They were in a commotion there. The comms must have been frantic in the final 15 seconds of that round because it felt like everyone was slightly out of position for Eternal Fire. They thought it could have been a mid to B. As Glaive gets that kill towards CT spawn and he finds the other on that B ramp, you know that everybody from EF, they're ringing the alarm bells, but it's actually a cat swing from Mister that does Eternal Fire in. Wow.
What a round. Imagine if you're Santaris and you've just heard a call from a teammate saying, oh, Orb is in the B tunnels, trying to entry here. Oh, wow, okay.
Wow.
X-Cloud.
Okay.
He did not want to let go of that AK bow. He was felt emotionally attached to that one.
Yeah.
Good triple. But imagine this. You just heard the Orb go off on the B bomb side. You walk into the middle and there's another Orb on the T side.
Right.
Who's expecting that?
Right. That is... Oh, that's a beautiful shot for Mister, actually. But that's a very unorthodox round coming out from Glaive. He knew that Eternal Fire were gaining some confidence, but he snuffed it out. He snuffed out the flame there. That is tough to deal with. Okay, a long contest early on. Astralis firmly in control of that position. This has not been an emphasis for them. They've been so satisfied with Cat repeatedly, but this is something that Eternal Fire will now have to deal with. A new situation, a new problem arises.
Oh, look at this. What a change of pace here. Sure, Eternal Fire checking up a dark, but they're going to be late to the party. If this keeps going, Astralis, they might hit a sick timing. Running on past, Santaris going to get caught in the smoke, and Emor is in a lot more trouble as well. Flashed forever and a day, and he will actually get the vision back in time to take down Mister. That's something to work with. He's back for it. Pass will pick up the kill on Zasip. I can't believe it. They might have turned this around. Eternal Fire now in a 3 versus 4.
Emor tucks back in, and they're still trying to get across, but there's no smokes for them. Woxic taking down Glaive. Farlick is able to retrieve the bomb, and Emor flash on through. That will feed Blame F1, and you don't want to test the beast. He's finding some tags. These players are quite low towards Cat and Gandalf, but X-Cloud, he might be that trump card towards CT.
They have to know. He has to pick up the bomb and try to plant it, so just don't give him any fights beforehand. He was really far back. I guess that's not really his fault. Woxic feeling slightly the pressure. He's not sure if Blamef is walking up close to him, so he has to go and check every once in a while. There's the peek, and he gets the shot. 15 seconds. He's already stolen around from them. Surely he can't do it again. 10 seconds on the clock now. And as you said, X-Cloud, the ace up the sleeve down there in CT spawn, and he's there at the right time. Oh, gets the headshot. Almost had the rifle out. That is way too close.
That is so close for X-Cloud. He was waiting so long as he sees that kill feed light up. All of his teammates dying. He knows the pressure. It's mounting every subsequent death. There is more weight on his shoulders, but he stands up and he is able to deliver the final blow to make sure that Eternal Fire do not get clutched on.
I really thought Emo was completely dead in that moment, and I thought the whole bomb site was going to get wiped out behind that kill, but he stayed alive and did a lot in that round, so more credit to him, I guess. 13-13, and that's a running shot. Oh, no. You hate to see it.
Yeah, and one of the first times that Eternal Fire go for that mid-aggression and it's punished like that, I don't even think Glaive was completely ready for it. You see some of those bullets on the wall right there? He was shooting while running. He was shooting. Those first couple bullets were inaccurate.
That's what it felt like. Oh, man. Certainly from Woxic's point of view, it looked like Glaive's model was still kind of moving. I mean, that can happen when you do the animation canceling, but still opening up on Centeris and inside of the B bomb side. But again, Astralis, they don't push their advantage immediately. Emo's going to get run down. That was a no-scope from Farlig. And down the middle, I don't know. There's no way back. They need to save the guns.
There's no options here for Eternal Fire. There's no way back into this one. Keep the guns. Live to fight another day. But the hunt's already on. Mr. towards the tunnels. X-Cloud, he's been masterful so far, but that is just a sick off angle from Mr. And he takes down Paz as well. This is looking dire for Eternal Fire. They could save to try to play for overtime, but to give Astralis 15, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, it really will.
It has to be the right call to save. It's impossible to justify this one.
I really feel like some part of this map so far has to be about just how little Eternal Fire have managed to save once the rounds are lost. Either they've fought for way too long, or Astralis have been out hunting, because they have so much money on the Astralis side. They don't really care about losing rifles in the hunt. And that's been a problem. Ooh, nice bit of bodyguarding there, keeping Farlig alive while he's opening into the B-bomb site.
Good defense from Mr. Very necessary to make sure that this B default goes according to plan.
He's up to 18, Mr. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he had a quiet start. So it's nice to see him gain that confidence. Hasn't been a completely flawed player by any means when he's played for Astralis, but I'll say this. After multiple We Play Academy seasons, he wasn't necessarily on anybody's radar to be the guy to step up. But to be doing this well versus Eternal Fire, this should be a confidence booster for him moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, what an insane role to be thrown into, to say, hey, could you come into this team that's basically just lost in the woods somewhere, and you just have to try and see if you could join them and you know, not get eaten by the bears or whatever else is going on out there. It's a little bit crazy, so I don't envy Mr. necessarily for being thrown into this, but yeah, so far so good on this one. Seems like he's up to something cool. 28th round, and Glaive, what a call. Sneaking out middle. Gonna be finding a free kill on X-Cloud. Almost a free kill as well on the pass, but he's just gonna call it in. And again, they have this advantage to the B-bomb site, and they decide to push A. That seems to be a theme that we're kind of replaying over and over again here. They've got this a lot of times where they get the kills in middle, and they go A.
Oh, Farley got that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Woxic might get one just with his position, but can't quite hit the first shot. Yeah, Glaive is saying, let me handle the mid to B. You guys go up. It's very Happy-esque, actually. Just
wow, that's a throwback.
Yeah, I'll go this way and get a couple kills, and you guys do everything you need to on the other side of the map. It worked for a while.
It worked for a while.
Yeah.
You can only bait your entire team for so long until they all hate you now.
Strats work in cycles, you know. Strats and styles work in cycles, as does fashion. Ooh. Nice shot. Tag on to Paz. Early long fight.
15-13. This is it for Eternal Fire. 2 chances. They have to get this into overtime, or their map is going to be stolen. It's a good start here. A lot of the fight out there happening through the smoke, but who cares if they come out on top? 3 versus 5 now. And this is where Eternal Fire, you know, even as you pointed out, not that much practice and all the rest of it, but you want to have a protocol for a 3-on-5 to say, we know how to win these rounds. Like, we know how to limit our exposure, make sure you can always trade, just don't give anything up for free.
Oh, there's one. X-Cloud, though, has a great angle, but that molly should take him off that position. Oh, no, it didn't actually quite hit the mark.
No.
Oh, now it's spreading. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, they hear it too. He's in some trouble. Next one goes into the smoke. Paz is down. Wait.
Ow. Oh, wow.
He must have jumped?
Yeah, he sniped him in window. Okay, Farlig, though, flanked by Emor, who pushed out long. This will be a 2-on-3 as Glaive and Mr. make their way into the site. Eternal Fire don't know that both players in B yet. They're still trying to understand what's going on right now. And this now becomes a very doable post plant between Glaive and Mr.
No more nades still on the T side, so there is that to think about. But Mister's up close. Blown up. All right. All on Glaive. The Molotov as well to put some pressure on. He goes for the fight. It's a brave effort, but it's just too much with the nade in front. So it will be 15-14. Eternal Fire taking a step in the right direction here. They need another one, though, to put it into overtime.
And this got very scary for them in the waning moments. This was quite doable. If Mr. just had a little bit more health,
yeah,
anything could have happened, actually. But here's that shot that Farlig found. Just posting up on the angle, pass swings right in. Lone B defender going for a fight like that. It's a bit risky. We saw that Eternal Fire almost paid the ultimate cost for it.
And even in winning this round, their money is not even that great.
No. No, it is not. There will be at least a single drop rifle coming out from Emor, but someone's going to have to work with scraps. That is the picture right now. And a tech pause comes out at an inopportune time as the tension is still so high. Eternal Fire had such an opportunity to close this one out, to move to overpass with a map in their pocket, but Astralis, they found a huge read in this game. Glaive started breaking down the CT setups of Eternal Fire at will. Every round, it felt like he knew exactly where they needed to put the pieces, where he needed to send the troops. And what was so fantastic about Glaive's calling is that not only was he doing that with such poise, but his own play, especially covering the mid to B, was phenomenal.
Yeah, well and truly. That must feel to Eternal Fire like a huge weakness. The middle of the map right now makes you wonder almost if, you know, especially here in the 30th round, if Glaive has some kind of insight into, you know, maybe they're going to overstack that a little bit. Maybe they're going to do like, you know, 1B, 2A, 2 mid or something like that. Maybe you find a weakness there. Maybe you go for long in a round like this because you don't think they're going to have 3 people long, especially assuming you get the right spawn for it. So, yeah, a lot to work with right now when you found a couple of weaknesses like that.
Yeah, and one of the only mind games that Eternal Fire have thrown in the direction of Astralis is the late push from Emor out long. That's been one of the only wild cards in their defenses, as it's been relatively standard beyond that. So now it becomes, does Astralis leave a lurker towards long to try to catch that? Or do they think there's no chance he's going in for it in round number 30? That's one of those things that takes an IGL like Glaive to really make the read on.
Yeah, a lot of data to compile, obviously, in a moment like this. Yeah, and still working on that tech timeout, so hopefully something to be fixed sooner rather than later. But man, for Eternal Fire to come this close, if they can't get into overtime, if they lose a 16-14, that's going to feel really bad going into Astralis map, which second map will be Overpass if it gets to it. It should be a decent map for Astralis to play. Glaive with 23 and Blameth on 22. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Glaive matching Woxic on the other side of the server, who's been having a great game for himself, but to see Glaive go toe-to-toe with him, that's also impressive in its own right. So we do have the disconnect coming out.
Yeah, but Emor's just getting his internet back up and running. Okay. So once that's up, that's working, we'll be in a good spot, no doubt. Woxic. I mean, without Woxic, they probably lose this map already, which that's not necessarily a good thing.
No, surely not. He definitely has had to overperform in some moments to keep Eternal Fire competitive in this game. In the first half, though, I mean, this looked good for Eternal Fire. It
really did.
The way that they were playing with pace towards Catwalk, it felt like they got Catwalk control or out double doors mid control within the first 30, sometimes even 20 seconds of every round. They had a read on Astralis 2 going into this one, that's for sure. They knew that they could test their limits there.
How do you think if you're somebody like Mr. who's coming in a lineup like this, how do you even get to learn any of the strats? I mean, I feel like the onboarding for something like that is just going to be so hard, right? Because you can't just send them access to a Google document and say, hey, we have 200 pages you need to read overnight. You know, like that. Even if you could, that's never going to help, right?
That's a tall order. I don't think many people could cram that quickly. Under any circumstances. So
you almost have to like try and do it, you know, a little bit at a time. Be like, okay, we here are like 3 ideas that we're working with. Try and see if you can play around this. Follow as much as you can, and then we'll try and do it in practice and show you a little bit. It's just, man, what an uphill battle for him personally, right? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of valuable experience, but damn.
It depends also what the integration with the academy team, Astralis Talent, is with Astralis. If they're actually sharing a bit of a strat book, if they have. I'd say it wouldn't surprise me if Astralis gives them a couple of their ideas, a couple of their openers.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Just so that they're well versed if any situation like this ever does arise. So hopefully that's in place. I know that for Big Academy, for example, Tapson works with the academy team after practice with
I've heard
Big.
about this.
Yeah. So
what a machine.
That's a guy that wants to prop up a scene. So hopefully Mr. is not just running into these situations blind. And he does have a tournament of experience now under his belt, playing the RMR and all.
Yeah, something to think about. I think we might have you more back with a little bit of luck. So hopefully that means we can get the whole thing restarted. Round number 30. If you are just joining us, opening map here, second best of 3 of the day. We do have another one coming up at the end of the day, which obviously Scrawny and Launders will be your hosts for that one, and the microphone at the very least. So
raring to go.
Yeah. No doubt. You've been hanging out with them in London, haven't you, for a bit?
Yes, we have, actually. Between the Road to Rio for North America and this event, they actually rented a place that was right across the street from me. So we actually hung out for the entirety of the 1 week break. It was a great time. You should have been there.
I should have, yeah. That's a good point. I'm sure no doubt my wife would be very excited if I said, you know what if I go to London and party with the boys? Or you just...
We weren't partying, we were getting cultured.
All right.
We were finding culture out there.
Fair enough.
Museums, restaurants, historical sites.
Well, I'm sure she still appreciate it, you know. Like, all right.
Yeah.
If you're seeing museums, it's fine. Go have a good time. Yeah. That's nice.
We went to the Natural History Museum.
Really?
Yeah, we saw whale bones.
I believe they have. Did they have a dodo there?
Yes, they do have a dodo.
One of the few ones that made it. I mean, obviously they make it, but
it's not alive.
No,
put it like that.
Sadly.
Yeah, I would have eaten it if I could.
Portuguese sailors really did a number on those.
I need someone to tell me how they tasted. Actually, was it fatty? But we're back. We are back.
There we go.
That's what we like to see. Okay, Bai's looking a little healthier than I would have imagined for Eternal Fire.
I thought it was going to get worse as well. One shot, one chance here for Eternal Fire to recover this map, get it into overtime, and look at Sipper Long. No fear at all. Do they even realize smoke at the corner as well? And trading a lot of nades, but again, that mid portion of the map is looking a bit weak for Eternal Fire, at least for the minute. So got to be careful. Sip, yeah, he's not loving that.
Decides to get out. Neither team aware right now what sort of long presence the other has. This is an interesting state of affairs.
That is a lot of nades traded for really no effect at the end of it. I mean, obviously the trading of nades in itself is an effect, but...
It's like watching Banana Control.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
It's rather similar, but there's a catagress from Eternal Fire. They are looking to take some space in return for the lost ground of Long. And this is a little bit of a change-up. We haven't seen this too consistently from Eternal Fire.
Mister has to be okay, they're a little bit further back. I was going to say, when he comes back like that, could be really scary. He sees the jump, going to put a smoke straight up, but that looked like it almost told him something. He's like, all right, I'm going to clear out Catwalk, or at least try to do it. Missed shot from Walksig there. And looks like they could be trying to four-man that Catwalk position. If they get one good flash around the corner, that might be everything. Centaurus is here, but he's not had the best game yet. He's at 15 kills. And inside the smoke, oh, what a devastating opening. Emor absolutely red alert up here. He's in trouble, Mister, to get the follow opening to bring him down. And now it's a 5-on-3, and this is looking really good for Astralis. The bomb is going to get planted, and Eternal Fire, I don't know how they can make this retake work at all.
This is so tough. A single hit on the Paz, but Glaive shooting xCloud down. This is looking so hard for Eternal Fire to take space. Slowly creeping up. Their presence is known as Woxix is jumping, and that will do it. Astralis with the cat pop are able to take down Eternal Fire. What a beautiful comeback.
Yeah, absolutely well done. Glaive with the last couple of kills. I think he ended at 26, so he had himself an absolutely monstrous game. Astralis to pick up the opening map, and that means it's a chance to maybe 2-0 this one on Overpass second map coming up, but it won't be before we get to a break. Stay tuned.
What the Woo! Tech. Think about that one! Vote, guys. Bro. Please smoke window.
You hold me under, Nico? Yeah, but...
I can molly under from it.
Do it.
I go B.
Was already out dead. I'm leaving. Nothing mid.
Yeah, normal under spike KA.
Are you with
I will
B?
smoke.
Oh,
I will smoke B. I smoke B from backside and I rotate.
He's opening up still. Molly ramp? Need help.
I'm running ticket. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm running ticket.
Two apps. I can flash CT for you.
Flash it, yeah, CT in front of CT.
Flash CT now. Dodge. Apps.
Dead.
Stairs and up. Stairs.
Four apps.
Nice bro.
Wait, Flash that monster.
Pillar headshot.
Еще зиг монстр, два монстра зиг.
Сейчас мост заберу.
Я зиг забрал. Зиг забрал.
Пикай лево. Smoke не Out CT.
Clear heaven.
Блутовый CT.
Blue flank, one blue.
Ванна воде было.
Да, флэш есть.
Heaven right now. Front heaven, okay. CT.
Вода и плент.
Я выхожу.
Nice.
Хорош.
Ich sollte mir saven. Wenn du jetzt...
Versucht die Runde zu gewinnen, bitte. Müsst Leute
Ich contacte dann, okay?
Ja.
Rechte Seite. Wo willst du contacten? Ja, ich contacte Kelly, okay?
I'll just sit under you, I guess, Nico, okay? I drop down. Okay. 90
I'm on the platform.
I'm holding up. Saving. Ops copying. Okay, I'm not peeking.
Should be A.
Walk. Nothing here. I'm jumping up. Ramp. One sandbag.
I can molly for side, are they planting?
Planting and then sandbag.
Top default.
Nice. Last sandbag with op.
Last top, yeah.
I'm taking fade.
I will go twist on your contact.
Despite a slow start from the Danes, a return to form on their opponent's map pick. 16-14 is the final scoreline on Dust 2, despite Eternal Fire actually being up 9-3 at one point in the opening stages, Jacob.
It was a very good start to the game for Eternal Fire. They got off to a good start. They kept Astralis away from the rhythm they would have liked to have on the CT side. It took Astralis 12 rounds to first win 2 rounds in a row, right? We talk about the economical aspect of the game. If you can't win 2 rounds in a row on a CT side like Dust 2, more often than not, you'll be in a scenario where the money's tight. You can't really buy up. You're going to lack an AWP. You're going to lack utility. And I feel Eternal Fire took advantage of that, got into a really good rhythm in the first half, up 9-3. Astralis and the Resurgence, I guess it happened in the later stages of the first half, netting themselves 3 rounds, around 12, 13, 15, and 14. And then coming into it, it felt like Eternal Fire on the CT side had nothing to show for.
Yeah, I want to just talk a little bit more about the first half that we saw from Eternal Fire, because we heard some confident words from Woxix coming into this, and he delivered in that first portion, but then just petered out coming into the remaining stages.
Yeah, the first half started
started exactly how it was supposed to be. If you're an EF fan, if you're looking for an EF victory, I think Xcloud is a name that we need to mention. He had a bunch of very impactful entry frags. That's a very good example here. He started, you can see this is round 5. He sneaks out of the smokes, finds that double kill, but it's going to happen again and again. Here it's on the trade. He's got a beautiful spray transfer. Again, it was Mr. and it was Fale who were struggling massively on that B side. Eternal Fire got away with 2 or 3 gun rounds, and then they just played off of their advantage. They abused long what they had to. They knew they had the money advantage on Astralis, and this was well-rounded before the crash.
Yeah, speaking of the crash, you were drawing similarities to what we saw going down at the RMR, and we're actually going to begin with the last round to illustrate exactly what the issues were for Eternal Fire.
Yes, my heart still aches. Let's have a look at the last round. It illustrates all the issues that EF had on the CT side. 25 seconds, 5v5 setup. Zentaris is alone on an island, taking the fade of a freaking smoke, put down by Glaive, leaving Immor again completely alone. Found. Woxic is out of position towards CT spawn. We see he's going to have to try some sort of heroic retake through the smoke, but it's obviously going to be found. What I want to illustrate with that situation is that EF at no point in this game found any comfortable spot on their CT side. They did not know how to handle Astralis. They did not know how to close rounds. That 5v5 setup has almost no sense. Zentaris is alone catwalk. Immor is not close enough to trade him. They trying to cover both angles on the A side. Woxic is towards mid. They had no idea. Glaive kept them in the dark from start to finish.
You can't fault Eternal Fire for not trying, because we saw a couple of times with Woxic as well with the AWP trying to change the meta of the game. He went up middle, tried to go for an aggressive peak. There was just no quality behind it, right? This was a great example of a round where you think to yourself, this is something that happens in Face It. This is something that happens, you know, at a level where it's simply not up to par with what you're up against in the form of Astralis, and it happened over and over again. They tried individual heroics, Woxic going up middle by himself, getting punished by Glaive, another guy pushing in dark by himself, getting punished. So they tried, but there was just no quality behind it. It was a very disjointed and a very disgusting CT side, to be completely honest, from EF.
Yeah, and I feel like we might be looking at this in maybe a slightly different light if, you know, they're just coming in with a new in-game leader, obviously different ideas at the helm. But it's that fact that we saw it back at the RMR as well, this kind of exact issue playing out for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it really feels like Glaive was able to take the map control he wanted early on, and once he had it, he knew how to play his cards, he knew what timing to use, he knew how to abuse rotations. It was highlighted by Maui and others at the cast as well, that whenever Astralis wanted to take long control, they usually won that portion of the map. They pushed Eternal Fire away. And this is the risk when you play up against Glaive, is that if you allow him to kind of toy with you when he has map control, and he knows he's got way more experience than you. He knows where you're going to move when you take that side of the map, what's the next rotation, what's the next likely rotation, and they just abuse. Look at this, what he's doing with the freaking AWP here. He's actually punishing rotations because he's in their heads. And it happened at the Road to Rio, and it happened again today.
I just want to take the moment to praise Glaive for stepping up when it's needed the most, right? He's well aware that the lack of config on the server, someone has to do something, and as you said, you know, he was picking up the AWP, he was picking up the rifle, had a good individual
26
game.
kills.
26 kills. He was calling it again. They won 20-10 in terms of opening duels. So everything went the way of Astralis, and yet we still had a close game. So there's something to be said about Astralis. When Glaive is playing well, there's another, you know, unseen level. The problem was that Glaive never played well when Config and BlameF was on the server, and it apparently has to take him, you know, to really take the full responsibility of the game, you know, to pick up the AWP, to be the guy out there in the front, to close it down, shut it down, cause rotations for the opponents before he really come into fruition. And I just wish that we could have seen this Glaive while Config and BlameF was still on the team.
Yeah, I do want to give some more props to Glaive for kind of the mental fortitude in this entire situation. If we're kind of zooming out of the context for Astralis as well, I know it's a very small sample size, but the fact that we saw them faltering at the RMR, failing to qualify for the major, we weren't, you know, underestimating the amount of pressure that is on Astralis' shoulders coming into this tournament, because this could spell the last tournament of 2022 if they fail to qualify for the full finals.
Yeah, you're right to mention Glaive. I think there is no other way to describe it other than if your team is failing, as the IGL, you primarily take responsibility for what's happening. And there is no way around it. If you are the captain, if you represent your team and things are going to hell, you cannot help but take some of that burden on your shoulders. I mean, we're well aware of the external events that have happened. We know it's not only up to Glaive, but he bears the failure that Astralis has gone through. So of course he's in a tough spot. Of course he has to fight. And we've seen a couple of events where he did what he had to, a couple of matches, I should say. but it was just not enough or not consistent enough.
Understand this, right? Glaive right now doesn't have the pieces to work with. As an in-game leader, he doesn't have the structure, he doesn't have the team, they don't have the practice together with Mister in order to, outplay your opponents. He has to take responsibility as an individual player on the server, and that's what we saw. He's picking up the AWP, not only on the CT side, but also on the T side. He's calling himself around and putting himself in positions where he relies on his own individual skill in order to get over the finish line, and I love to see that. He's taking responsibility as an individual player, not necessarily as an in-game leader, because what is he supposed to do with a team that is not practicing playing with an academy player?
I mean, these are band-aid situations, right? Yeah. That's what we're looking at. And I think in a way, it's us giving credit to individuals. Like, if Astralis were able to have a deep run here at the Showdown, it would be incredible. But by all stretch of imagination, it would be incredible. And it would not take anything away from the issues they have and the rebuild that's probably going to happen in the future. That's going to change for them. But if these individuals are actually able to pull it together and get some W's here, that'd be incredibly individual, at least, because we know the team is headed for changes.
I want to flip the script to start to talk about Overpass, because you guys had some interesting thoughts in terms of Astralis moving into this.
I was a little bit surprised that Astralis picked Overpass. I thought they would have gone with Mirage. They even were the ones themselves to remove it. Eternal Fire haven't won a game on Mirage in more than 4.5 months, whereas Astralis, they've been very competitive on the map. Now, going into Overpass, you see it right here. It's not necessarily a map that Astralis have found a lot of success on, but it's perhaps one of the maps they've been practicing with Mister, right? When we look at a map pool, when we look at stats, you look over the past 3 months, and Config is playing a lot of those games. Now we're looking into a period where they've been practicing with Mister for a week and a half at top. So maybe Overpass is one of the few maps they spend a lot of time on, which is why it doesn't necessarily make sense just looking by the statistics.
Look, they're going to start on the T side, and I feel like for Eternal Fire, I'm going to be honest, it's Xantares is nothing. Xantares or nothing. And on Dust 2, we haven't even mentioned his name in this entire post map. We've never mentioned the name of Xantares, which used to be and will always be the go-to for EF. He's going to play that bathroom position forward. We know how games can look like when Xantares is on point, multi-kills on top of multi-kills on multi-kills, shutting the door on Glaive's hands, fine. But if he doesn't, I think EF is just going to lose North. They have no idea what the hell's going on.
Do you think it is just down to Xantares then, Jacob, as a win condition for Eternal Fire? Do you see this having the potential to be a 2-0 for Astralis?
I'm looking at his stats on Overpass on average. His average rating on Overpass is 1.36. The next one on the team, the second highest rated player, is at 1. So he's 0.36 rated higher than the second best on his team. It is Xantares or absolutely nothing when it comes to Overpass for EF.
Well, one last lifeline for Eternal Fire in this single elimination best of 3 matchup. An absolute gauntlet that is the Showdown, and it's getting tougher. It is their opponent's map pick of Overpass. We're going to see exactly how it goes down with Anders and Maui in just a few.
back one more time, at the very least. Second map, could be a third, we don't know yet. Odds are now heavily in favor of Astralis. They were kind of even at the start of it, but with Astralis taking away Eternal Fire's map pick on Dust 2, things are looking grim for them, aren't they?
Yeah, and kind of the lack of adaptation from Eternal Fire was a bit concerning there on Dust 2. We saw Glaive and BlameF get into the heads of Eternal Fire, and that's something to be concerned about, because on a map like Overpass, you have so much room to work with if you are either of those players. And so it'll be up to Eternal Fire to show a new face. They need to show, in my eyes, some more aggression, but it's going to be hard, because Pimp said on the desk, this is a Glaive that is showing up to play. It's a Glaive we didn't necessarily see when Config was playing with the team, and it does seem like when Glaive's back is against the wall, he shows a side of himself that many must fear.
Yeah, what an amazing map that he had right there. And Eternal Fire off to a great start. They finished, what, 9-6 at the first half, and then their CT side fell apart. Glaive took over the whole thing, and now we're on Overpass. Astralis going to be on the T side to begin with. Eternal Fire on the CT side. Got some dualies. Got a nice stacked out here. The bomb side, 4 people basically waiting. BlameF on the opening, but he can't find it. The dualies answer back instead. Emo, he's got many more bullets left. He's going to keep fighting. I can't believe it. Finally, he goes down. And Sit, he couldn't find the kill. Woxic will get his revenge. And it's a 1 versus 3 for Glaive.
Those dualies, always finding so much value. Holding a smoke with them, holding a choke point. Emor getting 2 right there. Not half bad. His aim looked so shaky, actually, in those moments.
It did.
Yeah, he looked all over the place. But Glaive, he's waiting for a mistake, and he actually finds one. But there's a trade, so maybe it's not a mistake at all. It's a plan.
Did he block X-Flout? It looked like he stopped him running away.
Yeah, he definitely stopped him in his tracks. He tried jumping away, and then Xantras says no.
I feel like one of the hard things against playing up against the dualies is just your internal clock for when he must be out of bullets is just always off. There's just always more bullets. It's so ridiculous.
Quick, he's reloading.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, he doesn't ever have to.
He's not.
Nope.
He's not going to be reloading.
Never. You rarely see the dualies reload, actually, on pistol rounds.
They should make it so that you could reload while shooting the other one, you know? So you don't ever have to, like, stop shooting.
Just one-hand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That was always a feature of shotguns in most Source Engine games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You do the Terminator reload.
Yeah.
One-handed reload, swinging the gun. Anyway, Glock's waiting out there by the playground. Gonna send Santaris a little bit further back. But there should be no real threat in this round. It feels like this should be Eternal Fire's round to just kind of cruise through and not give up too much.
Right. Should be a clean affair at that. Astralis just waiting for a mistake somewhere, hoping for a gift, but no presence from Eternal Fire. Well, there's 10 damage. All right.
It's not a lot. Hard to make a headline of that one, but...
Which Terminator is your favorite?
It almost has to be the second one.
Yeah.
Just for the
T1000.
T1000,
Yeah. Yeah, to see Arnold be a good guy, that's a big dub.
Yeah, just the whole thing is... I haven't gone back to watch it in a really long time, so I wonder how it'll feel now.
Right.
But still, yeah, I think it's got to be. Tried watching some of the later ones and couldn't quite get into it.
The new ones?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not as big of a fan of those. Predator held up really well.
Yeah, Predator, obviously.
Really.
That is one of my favorite universes, although I don't understand where they're going with some of the latest stuff, some of the Prometheus type stuff. I'm so lost. But I haven't seen the new one. I heard good things though. People seem excited about the Prey.
Right. I haven't seen that one, but there's been a death. Mr. somehow caught out. I think he was just nailed through the smoke right there? No. Confusing. Scenes.
MF though, they're trying to get some revenge. Flashed into it. Wow, he takes the same path in the pistol round, and he's almost out-dueled by that MP9 on the other side, so a little bit scary. The SMGs though will eventually fall. Just the FAMAS left, and they're just gonna overpower him. 3 people basically fighting Emor at that time. Woxic running in front of the flames to take this fight. He's in maybe a little bit of trouble, but it is a 2-on-2 now. I can't believe he made that choice, but it's actually worked out. Don't make the jump again, Santaris. That's so dangerous.
This is a tough round to piece together now for both teams. Zipnik's in the pit. neither has retrieved the bomb. Now Glaive only has a flash. He can't actually smoke off that angle. So he'll be exposed at one point. They seem to have an idea that both these players are towards CT, though. It doesn't seem like Astralis has any inclination that there's any other possibility. But Eternal Fire, they were thinking about the swing. They hold off on it, and they back up. It looks like they want to go for the double heaven face.
Ooh, that could be really weird. Sip's very low on health, obviously. Glaive back here. Just a quick peek. He does spot it out. And he's still worried about someone down there. There's the double face, and it works out. Wallbang shot from Woxic, and a close victory there for Eternal Fire. Almost completely fell apart, but they're back into it. 3-0 in their favor.
That's a great way to play the late round between Woxic and Xanter, is knowing that Astralis, if they had a smoke, they would have used a smoke. So to press from that side gives them a great vantage point, and also it's generally just easier to dispatch of the site player when you have heaven. It's just it's a favorable angle. So a cool way to deal with that. Not too many counters other than Zipnik's reading the timing perfectly and pushing into CT, but that is just that's just a guess.
Kind of a half by... No... I don't know. I thought maybe they would have picked up armor. It was down into a one-on-one in the previous round, so maybe you think if we force up with armor in this round, we're going to be able to break them. Okay, they get a little bit of armor. Sorry about that. Yeah, no head armor on two of them, but they could do a lot here. Oh, especially with that. Emo should have probably been dead right then and there. What an opening that would have been.
Yeah, just one more bullet would have done it. But Mr. decides to take the space. Zipnik's definitely relayed the fact that he lit him up. So Mr. was ready for the challenge. Hence why he ran in head first to water. So this is new space taken for Astralis. They are using that to just create a hold state. And this is going to actually throw Eternal Fire for a bit of a loop. They're not going to be sure of what's going on just yet. And we can see just a very passive setup from Eternal Fire. No one taking any risks. They have the man advantage. Xanterez is just holding the line down bathrooms. But this actually gives Astralis space. This gives them a chance to get fairly close to whichever site they choose. And it does seem like their attention is towards A.
I hate this boost, but it's actually been a minute since I've seen it. I usually just hate it because it's really hard to get away from. There's the shot. All right, they're going to be just fine. Deep nade, and that's going to do some damage on top of it. It feels like they have a pretty good read on what's coming out. 20 seconds. Santeris with the 1 kill. No one's coming out from long, so they can focus all of their attention on this. And not a bomb plant at all here for Astralis. So 4-0. And Eternal Fire. Yeah, this is the kind of start they need to recover from that loss on Dust 2. Wow, this is so close.
Oh, quick switch to start the fight there. That's a little bit disappointing for Zip to not capitalize, but didn't expect there to be a player that was that far forward. Probably thought that line was covered by a teammate, as many of his teammates were outside Monster. But Astralis will have a bye moving into round number 5. Still no op in play for them, but a wealth of utility and a miss Molotov, which would give Farlig a chance to hold on to his smoke. And Emor just facing into the angle takes down Glaive. That is so frustrating as he also dunks a nade onto Zip.
Yeah, no one's going to be happy about being on the receiving end of that one. I'm real confused. I feel like, yeah, maybe it's a bit unorthodox for Emo to be facing that, but I'm shocked that none of the two players were ready with anything. There's sort of one with a nade out, one a little bit further back. I'm not even sure what Glaive was doing, but that's kind of a shocking loss for no real reason.
It just seems so unlikely for, I'd say, for 2 reasons. One, they wouldn't necessarily expect Eternal Fire to have an op. And the other is that they weren't really that aggressive on Dust 2.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. They definitely weren't. Blameth trying to be flashed into the fight. He's going to get that one, and a double opening. It's missed double takedown pass, and now it's a little bit more interesting. Santerra's back here, but he's so blind. Still picking up the kill on Blameth. That's a very, very fortunate adjustment, and he's going to take down Farlig as well. That looked like they had the real opening, especially that flash onto Santerra's. Looked like that was going to be the end of that B-bomb site.
I can't believe Xanterez is able to hold that spray down despite the fact he's full blind there. That's well done by him. This was a great double opening into B, and yet it's just stopped in its tracks. No heaven smoke on top of that means it's easy pickings for Emor. It's hunting season.
All right, some money is building up on the CT side. And also, they haven't dropped the round yet, so 5 in a row. This time, the Molotov does not fail. But they're going to send that Tech 9 forward. This is a cool route to be running, and Mr. taking care of business. That was set up from the start. That was a great plan. Now, Woxic overrun at the end. That's still a favorable trade. 3 on 3 now. They've picked up at least a couple of guns here. This is good work.
This is one of the best looks Astralis has had so far in this game, especially with Glaive's position towards long. This is the bomb, though. If he falls, this is going to be nearly irretrievable.
Yep. Ooh, wide swing, and he gets the fight against Themor, and they pick up Paz as well. Unbelievable. That's... You could tell he was running through the fire, Mr. immediately, and then the flashbang comes in. He just goes straight for it. That is a great opening. Even if it's just the 1 kill that he gets, that's enough. xFloud now kind of posturing like he would want to try and retake this, but it feels very unlikely. Nade on top of Glaive is almost going to blow him up, but he's still alive back here, and that's all he needs to be. Just slow it down. No reason to face this really at all. Sip is going to be down, and Blamev started to get back from that connector. Glaive playing ring around the rosy as long as he wants to. Blamev's going to cancel it all out, and Astralis are on the board just like that.
A little bit of a surprise come in the direction of the A players there. Overrun by the Tech 9s. And just very well played in the late stages of this round by the remaining Astralis players. Look at this. I love this angle for it. You can just see how frustrating that is. Well done. So, 1 on the board for Astralis. But that's a tough one to replicate. That's just a bit of an opener with a rush. And this time around, they'll have to go with a slightly more standard approach. Okay, Blamev, early fight towards short. 5 on 4. And he retreats.
Pass quickly there behind him. We got to be real careful. Smoke is going to be fading at some point behind him. Sip walks straight into that kill. So double opening now. And Eternal Fire, I mean, a lot of time on the clock here, but how do you bring this round back? It almost feels like this is one of those moments where you might almost want to stack a bomb site and then either save or win.
Yeah, this is tough. It's a tough call right now for Eternal Fire. They do have Woxic with the AWP solo holding A, but that's a great return kill to find from xFloud. Nice duel to win, but still the number advantage lies with Astralis. Up to them to try to convert this, and they have a wealth of utility to go for any of the multitude of set pieces that they have. And without any utility for xFloud, this is just a hope and a prayer that he's not hard cleared on this position.
Centeris does have a flashbang, so it's technically the xFloud can get the kill, and then they can flash their way into a second one. There is kind of a setup here that could work out for them, but he has to get the first one, and it's not going to be possible. Mr. instead getting the entry, and Centeris now on his own. Shot in the back by Sip, and that is really well done. Good timing there, all on Woxic. And with the smoke up in front, he can't even really line the shot easily. Good attempt, but we'll have to back on out.
Almost with that nade. This is a bit of a worrying sign for Eternal Fire. They're still ahead. They still will be ahead after this round, but just the way that Paz wanted to get back in this round. Solo aggressing towards short, not a bad idea in itself, taking that space back for his team, but to not have the cover from connector. Ooh. Oh no, that's a dead wall.
Yeah, absolutely dead. Nice find from Farley. That's huge. They don't have to worry about that AWP in the next round. They don't really have to worry about anything in the next round. It's going to be very limited what Eternal Fire can bring into it. So, sure, not the best start really for Astralis, but you know, it's trending in the right direction. They're on the T side. They're probably okay with this.
Almost shades of Dust 2 there. Just the slow start, and now it seems like Astralis, they're getting a beat for it. They're understanding where they can find their openers, how to get those openers. And if they're able to keep whittling down the Eternal Fire players, then it's up to EF to try to come with a creative solution, which eluded them on D2. They were unable to come up with really much of anything. And you can tell Blamev just wants to bully this position. A few teams now are using some of their strongest riflers to just try to take pretty raw duels towards short, supported with maybe a single flash to get them into water. But after that, they're just on their own. And doesn't necessarily work out that well. Gets one in some information, but would have wanted a second.
Yeah, it felt like maybe xFloud was actually covering his teammates. I think otherwise Plymouth just keeps, you know, just holds down mouse 1 and just keeps going, but felt like couldn't really see how many people were behind there, so that's unfortunate. But they're going to start to gravitate towards the A side, and so will Eternal Fire. Look at this. This is kind of interesting. I mean, if they were going to try and win this round, this is how you do it.
Yep, this is neat. This is very on meta, and it seems to be working. Emor already finds one.
Yeah, swing out from Lorne, but there's Paz to take him down. Good little recovery. And now with 40 seconds, it is a 2-on-3. Gun barrels showing, and again, they peek at the same time. Great communication coming out here from the CT side. You could tell that was on the count of 3, and they went for it. 30 seconds now for Sip to try and do this. He knows where one of them is, probably knows where the other one is. And again, the double peek. Oh, what? Sip to clutch it. That is a huge 1 versus 3. We've seen the little posters going up all over Copenhagen, but yeah, this time the clutch minister was here to play.
Wow. That was a great transfer from him at the very end, bailing them out of a situation. 1 versus 3 for Zipnix. Vintage stuff. And it's, wow, Paz just had a single bullet. That's all he could take, and that's what Zip did. He nailed it right there. That was the play for Eternal Fire. That felt like they were going to steal one away from Astralis.
Yeah.
But Zipnix stands up when he needs to.
Wow, that was about to get out of control. They run into a nade, though, at the start of the round, so both Farlig and Glaive. Wow. Mr. already giving up his life. Oh, it's Santaris. They're just going to throw more people at him. Huge double, and Woxic down and connector. There's finally a one in return, but it feels like it's too late. I was going to say, don't peek this one, Woxic. There's no point. 2 versus 4, just let him have it.
This is an Eternal Fire that I would have wanted to see on Dust 2. To see this kind of aggression, to see these kind of fights being taken. Will say, though, that Overpass, more so the map that you want for individual duel taking. To see the con swings, to see the fights towards bathrooms. All of that's a little bit more favorable in this one. But this is now a very tricky situation for Astralis. 2 versus 3, and Emor has pushed so deep up Monster. But
surely no one checks this.
No, no way.
A little bit of noise being made. Might be an attempt to try and sort of bait something out. Emor was actually walking out. Oh, this is dangerous now. He's still going to win the fight. That's huge. And that should seal the round. In fact, Farley is saying, you know, at least you can't have the AWP. We're going to throw that one away. 1 versus 3, obviously, could still try and do some more damage here.
Yeah.
But the bomb is miles away.
That's what he's looking for. Just a couple of kills. Something to keep the economy low for Eternal Fire. Even able to get 1, that'd be great. And it does look like xFloud may present himself. But
yeah, pretty active walking around the map here on the CT side, even in what is basically victory. Oh, that should have been a kill. Don't know what happened. xFloud will take it, though. And it's 6-3 in favor of the CT side. Good stuff.
Look at where Xantares is playing here.
Oh, awkward.
This is where an Opper usually plays. And yeah. Xantares has been doing this for so long, even back to Space Soldiers. Back when they used to play Mirage, he would play window with an M4.
Yeah.
He would play positions that Oppers are supposed to play, and he would do it with a rifle and actually succeed. That's the skill this man possesses.
And they peeked him, what, with an 8 in hand, one of them at least.
Yeah.
That's also obviously made it very, very awkward.
Yeah, he found a good timing.
He did. And he had the aim as well to challenge, so why not? Deagle's out. Not that much utility left on Astralis, so... And they pretty much, they have no one outside of B, so... If they're worried about Eternal Fire pushing, they need to be a little bit swift on this side of the map. Otherwise, they could just get crunched. They could catch Woxic here, though. This is interesting. Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble. They can't easily hunt him down. Oh, but they can. I thought he kept running. Woxic gonna get caught now. Santaris is walking up behind them, but he's got to get careful he doesn't put himself in a sandwich here. This is a little bit awkward. Under a minute. Sneaking up, but there's the opening. Bomb on the ground, and Santaris. Huge double. Keeps going. That M4A4 absolutely paying off there. A lot of bullets to get that triple.
Wow. Just still, the 1v2 is possible for Blame. As he decides to back up. Now, testing the waters around these smokes. Looking for an in. This round's not done just yet, despite the heroics of Xantares. And Blame F, he hears that. He knows there's a player on site still. It's only a matter of time before xFloud begins to doubt his position, before he begins to think that BlameF could have snuck towards that B site.
Yeah, they are thinking about it. Sneaking up close. He just needs the one opening. Did he? I think he saw the gun barrel. Yes, he definitely did. That's a good spot from Paz, and now the game should be up here for BlameF. He can't run back any longer, and he's going to be found. Good stuff. It's interesting to see, though, BlameF trying to use the fact that he was running away. He was hoping that they spotted that and that they were going to hunt him down. That's a neat little trick for BlameF, but they don't bite, so... Yeah, well done. 7-3. Good job on Eternal Fire.
Xantarez, the one-man wrecking crew towards the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Hate to see him there, especially when he gets the jump on him. And now, Astralis, couple Tech 9s, couple Deagles. There's some util to work with here, but it looks like it might be a water crunch. There it is.
Again, they go for it, and they catch Emo one more time. Out of the round.
They have been really pestering them at water. That's been a point of contention for both teams. And with that man advantage, it's up to Glaive to piece things together. He had Eternal Fire's number on the offense of Dust 2. So he's going to have to make a strong read here because they have no utility to work with. This is all about choosing the right site or finding the right opening.
They're getting real close now. Xantarez, does he realize? I don't think he does. I think he thought they were really deep, and now they're basically on top of him, but a good shot to open it up with, taking down Mister. That's the start they need. They swing wide against him, but he's still holding his ground. I'm finally going to take him down, but at least that's a good bit of defense coming out from him. Kaz checking up close. That's really nicely done. Otherwise, he could have walked right into the shot. Still a 2-on-2, and the bomb not planted. It was close, but they had to come off it. Sip not trusting it, and xFloud will find him. That's a strong headshot, leaving just BlameF with the Deagle. 1 versus 2 and 25 seconds. He's going to have to hit some miracle 1Ds here, and again, they're double peeking him. They're really good with the communication in those kind of positions. It'll be another round. 8-3. Eternal Fire really making it work now.
That was an opportunity for Astralis, but Xantarez has been doing such a great job at staying alive, getting multi-frags when he's on these defensive positions. And it's tough to get past him. Without that extra piece of utility, without that flash to get him off the angle, he's going to nail the shot. That's just what he does. Already up to 15 kills after 11 rounds of play. He's feeling it right now. One of the few A4 users still around.
Yeah, not many left are there, but he's been making it work. Oh, okay. An attempted trick, changing the pace on the CT side, trying to say, all right, you've been maybe a little bit lackadaisical out here. Maybe we can just catch you. And they're going to get Woxic as well through the smoke. That's awkward.
These plays from Eternal Fire towards B have been with mixed results. They are finding a lot more success in the openers towards A. But they're coming into each round with a plan, so can't necessarily fault them for that. It's just that Astralis has had their number with a few of the counters. So Xantarez might get timinged here by Glaive. This is quite inopportune for him. And he... Oh, no. Oh, no. Glaive just walked by him.
Yeah, he did. He's out on long. He's already passed it, so...
Oh, he's going to hear this, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. At least for Glaive, because they're bringing the bomb back this way. It could have been really, really awkward if they would have... If Xantarez doesn't run back here, he just hangs out in the restrooms, and the rest of Astralis come running. Oh, it could be really awkward.
For the flank? Is he not sending the bomb A?
Sure.
Oh, wow.
All right. That's a lot of running. They're still gonna go for it. Oh wait. A minute. No.
Wow. They're okay. There they're moving the bomb up A.
Yeah. Okay. And they're finding xFloud. They're gonna be safe either way. There's a couple of moments there where I thought if they actually try to crunch B and they just run out of time, that would be really awkward.
Yeah. It looked like they really wanted to head in there, but the early play for Eternal Fire led to their own demise. The flash out long, not actually catching the Astralis default. But that was a heavy B default for Astralis, so kind of just unfortunate for Eternal Fire there, who still have a commanding 8-4 lead in this one. But the bye here might mean that it doesn't get any better.
Yeah, could be a way back into the first half here for the Danish side. Certainly true. Blamef running in, trusting the Molotov, making sure no one's pushing through that. He does love that really fast L-bend push. I think it's super cool. I love it when people do that too. A couple of players around the world that really enjoy that. And Emo.
Yeah.
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, it works for him. Xantares, MP9, not his weapon of choice in most situations. But if anybody could make it work, it does seem like it would be him. His performance in this game so far. And he's not even giving up the space. He is standing his ground. Okay, he's thought better of it at this point. As a boost has been assembled towards short, Woxic has a chance to catch a rotation from Astralis if they do decide to come back down. And
all right.
Yeah, that's interesting. A little bit of trade.
Astralis still seem like they want to end up at the B-bomb site. Kind of just pushing anyone that's close by the connector away. Just saying, all right, if you want to run back to A, that's fine with us. We'll execute down here. And there's nobody on the bomb site. Eternal Fire really hoping that it was going to be an A execute. X-Cloud a little bit too curious about what's happening in the B-bomb site. Catches a bullet.
Well, saw Eternal Fire go for another A stack as Xantares was pushed off of the short position. Astralis seemed to have a read on that would have shifted the defense over. And we're able to actually find a free site.
This is such a scary part in the first half here, I feel like, for Eternal Fire, because 8 rounds is pretty good, but the way that the economy is set up for them and the way that Astralis is starting to put this together, this could still be a really good first half for Astralis, and it could end up being a real letdown at the end where Eternal Fire sort of walk out of the first half thinking, man, we had something and we never actually put it together.
Yeah, I would frame it like 8-4 is very good, 8-7 is not good.
Yeah.
That's the simple way to.
And also emotionally, it's not going to feel good because you're going to end up losing like all of the end of the half, which is just never a fun time.
No, not at all. Especially given just how good the start was, and this play for Blamef has been working out fairly well. When Astralis get the opening pick, they've been fairly consistent in their conversions, I'd say.
Yeah.
Even with some half buys here and there. And this is not looking any better for Eternal Fire. A FAMAS, an MP9. Xantares is going back to the same well. Trying to make his stand in connector. Last time he didn't really find too much of a fair fight. This time, it looks like he's going to force the issue.
A couple of openings there, and they basically volunteer themselves into a bit of a sandwich. That smoke is saving them at the moment, but man, I thought they were going to be dead there in the sewer, and they still might be. Flash is raining on over. Are they not going to check now? They definitely will, and Woxic's going to be down as well. Good kill at the end for Glaive, and that will make it 6 on the side of Astralis. And again, money is, I mean, they're obviously going to be buying into this round at the 15th round, but it's not looking amazing, is it, at the moment? They're still in a little bit of trouble. No AWP to be picked up either.
No, and just a solid conversion from Astralis there. We saw Xantares, he really wants that connector fight. He really does trust his own abilities. And that time to a fault, running through the Molotov right into Zipnix, who was just waiting for him. It was a freebie for him. So
round number 15.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. If it's 9-6, you feel all right, but 8-7, all that work that you put in earlier, it seems to have just kind of slipped away.
Yeah, I very much imagine that's how it's going to feel. Look at this aggression from Xantares, like you said, trusting his own skill. And there is a reason why he does so quick. Farlig not able to pick it up, but look at Blamef sneaking through. Oh no, he could wreck this whole defense. They're not aware of it. Look at the absolute mayhem down at the B-bomb site. That surely is the round 1. Triple kill for Blamef. And Woxic against Xantares, they have no idea what happened. The bomb is quite far away, but how do you even... You've lost the entire map here. Blamef moving forward. Oh, he's going to get found. Xantares might have brought it back.
Oh, now it's a 2-on-2. This is completely doable for Eternal Fire. That smoke will be dissipating in just a moment's time. And with Mr. taking some forward space, he does have pit control, but it will be difficult for Zipnix, if not impossible, to get on the site for free.
Should be. He's just going to walk straight past Woxic, just letting him slip through. And that's going to be the bomb plant. No kit on anyone. Not sure that's going to make a big difference. They're already pretty close by. Sip locked in back there. Got to be careful. Just showing himself and takes a lot of damage for it. Mister's going to go down, and that's a great retake. Santeris at the end of it with a quad kill. And they'll get that 9-6 finish they were looking for.
That was such heavy lifting from Santeris to give them a winning half in this one. 9 rounds for Eternal Fire. But now Astralis, they switch to the defense on their map pick.
Hi, I'm Config. This is my boy Flames.
Hello guys, CSGO here from NIP, and I think this is Dupree.
Hey guys, it's Nico here, and I'm here with Ozzy, and we'll be doing CS Money Raid My Inventory.
I think the pattern is pretty cool.
I like it. The red on red is always a good combo.
Yeah, it's not bad.
He's going for the red theme, and I think he copied Nico. Nico had this first.
I have that skin too. I think it looks good with the kimonos as well, so I'm a fan of that.
It's cool. I mean, red is cool.
Sometimes I just feel like I want some mixed colors, so I put the red AK, and I'm just running and shooting.
Big fan of this one.
Yeah, the Blaze.
There's no mistake with this one.
Blaze?
I mean, he definitely copied Nico's inventory, because that's what Nico's using.
I'm good to you, so I'll definitely give you an S.
I think the Blaze gives it an A.
For sure.
So maybe
like a middle B guy?
Middle B guy, yeah.
I'm not a fan of the Ursus.
Felt like it looked nice, but then everybody made a meme out of it.
Why is everyone using
It's
red
the red theme again, or? Here we go.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Astralis, I need like red gloves. I have a red knife. I need to get something red.
I never used them.
Yeah.
Never even thought about it.
They're ugly.
Okay.
They're really ugly.
Yeah.
No.
No. I mean, Bake is good, but just like...
And I feel like it's a pretty cool AK, to be honest. I wish it was a stat trick.
He's a Vulcan guy. I like that. It's also old, a
Vulcan
little bit
is
old skin.
yeah,
as well.
it's good old
skin. I like it.
Where's the match?
There's no match.
Yeah.
The Vulcan jumped you to S tier instantly.
I mean, I would probably put him at like a C.
I think
That's not the worst. I'd give it a C maybe. You think?
That's an ugly knife. Yeah, that's really ugly.
It does look
Fire
blue.
nice.
Either I'm colorblind, that's not blue.
I mean, it's kind of blue, right?
No. It's red.
The
handle is red.
I mean, a sapphire would be nice for this, but
a little better. A bit more expensive, but...
Could be better.
Could be better. I feel like
it's like decent with the knife probably, right?
yeah, it's
Goes
like a
well.
good combo, right? But
Yeah.
Yes, of course, the theme, right? You see the theme?
I honestly don't like this AK a lot. I don't feel like purple is a nice color on an AK.
It's much better than Conflicts at least.
yeah.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know,
I think
my best highlight ever in my CS career was done with that skin.
Say B. Or C.
I would say B.
I'm gonna put you here.
I'd give it either a B or A.
Better than Flames, I guess.
Yeah.
You have to roast everything that they have.
Here we go. Second half is coming up. Second map as well. It's Astralis versus Eternal Fire. And now Eternal Fire on the T side with a 9-6 lead. Pretty good stuff, you've got to say. They've given themselves a shot right now at maybe bringing it onto a third map and try to see if they can contest this one against Astralis.
You can see who did the heavy lifting based off of the score line. Santeris with 19 kills. One away from the first half 20 bomb, but oh, actually, that's a missed smoke early on. Glaive fighting towards Monster, takes down Emor. He's presented with more targets. He is being surrounded, dancing around the pillar, and he is finally taken down.
Where's the backup? I feel like he was alive forever and a day down there, and nobody ever showed up from the high ground. They were all out in the sewer trying to get down through connector. So he did so much damage and bought so much time. And now the rest of the team will have to try and go for the retake. 2 versus 2 quickly as Farlick goes down. They're going to be on the site. They don't really need a defuse kit right now. They just need to find X-Cloud. 1 versus 2 for him. And he's going to get taken straight down. Blame it with a great read and a good retake. Astralis, they needed that pistol, and they get it.
Zipnix with some nice shots there on the retake. And Eternal Fire, it didn't seem like they necessarily knew where the retake was coming from. The positions was kind of on the site still. If they had known, they probably would have wanted to tuck more into pit. But either way, it will be Astralis that find the pistol victory in this one. And yeah, I was kind of thinking that the rotation was going to be a little faster. I felt like Glaive did more than enough around that pillar, but
yeah,
either way, gets the job done. And that was with no kit, by the way, for Astralis. They were just quick on. They wanted to be quick, make it fast.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm surprised that nobody got there in time, but I guess they just had a longer path to run than I was expecting. Glaive only with the 1 kill, but he definitely did more than just what the scoreboard was showing that round. And Tara's out here again, out in the open, like you said. One of those positions that could have been held by an AWP, but he does it instead with an AK, and they hunt down BlameF. What an absolutely great result.
The double long swing on the anti-force spy. That's a... Ooh, they're going to rethink that one after what just happened. But it's tough. When it's a player like Xantarez, you just think, like, anybody else, and we would have got the kill.
Yeah, probably. Probably true. Mr. snuck up behind them, so probably thinking for a minute, if they come back, maybe I'll catch them. There could be a timing for him where he could win it, but it's actually harder than it seems to play this kind of a role, right? Because if he pushes up too quickly and they catch him, it's kind of all for nothing and the round is over. And if he's too late, it's also probably over.
It's a huge win condition, but he's a liability if he falls. So just got to be very patient with it. But he seems to have a read on the timing, but this long play is going to be tough for Xyp9x to hold. He's not able to get 1, so it's up to Glaive, and despite getting 2, he just leaves Mr. in the 1 versus 3. Does have a beat on where Woxic is, so that'll pin the numbers, and Eternal Fire, it looks like they're taking their time trying to find the plant, getting the best position possible to make sure that Mr. has no chance in this one, but with 19 HP, and after picking up an AK, yeah, it's not. He's out of there.
Yeah, that's a shame. I think Zip probably needed to get a kill on fall back, and then Glaive needed to stay alive as well. Then that could have bought some time for Mr. to be put into play. Unfortunate stuff, but a great opening. You got to give it to Eternal Fire. That was really cool. And Xantarez, again, that just the confidence for him to stand out there is cool to watch.
He just knows that if someone swings him, he will win that fight. It's very pleasing to watch. And it's also just a great way to use him. If that's just the case, if his mechanics are that strong, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Play to your strengths.
Yeah, he's proving it right now. 20 kills on him. And we're just now leading in around number 18, so you know he's done a good job.
20 and 10. This is still not a round that Eternal Fire can take lightly. There are some weapons on the side of Astralis.
True.
There was a force buy into this from the defense.
And with that AK in the hands of Mr., there's a chance. How do you feel about it? It feels like a lot of the time the rule is whoever gets to save the gun kind of gets to keep the gun. I feel like the way that someone like Glaive or BlameF has been playing, maybe just throw it over to him.
Yeah, there's a case for that. There's definitely a case for it, who has the hot hand right now. And maybe you wish that would have happened, because now Mr's dead, no AK in play. But there's also something to be said about if someone's going to take the time to retrieve the gun, you give them it in the next round. But I think that if it came to pure game theory and no emotions at all, you would give it to BlameF.
Yeah.
But there's something, like the feeling of having the AK that you retrieve stripped away from you so that someone that still has a rifle roll can just have the better weapon, it just kind of feels bad.
Yeah, so you might lose out on some of the psychology a little bit.
Yeah.
You're basically telling one of your teammates, hey, you're the worst among us. Like, give that gun up. And
yes.
Like, oh, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm excited to play now, you know?
Right. There's emotions that need to be taken care of.
True.
In both this game and relationships.
Well, yeah. You're an expert. You got any good advice for the people out there? Do you want to
make sure to look after people. Make sure to look after each other. That's where it goes.
Generic advice with Maui. That could be a new content piece. I like it.
Just advice that doesn't sell me out, you know?
Yeah, the kind of happy quotes you see on Facebook, like in front of a mountain or a river or something, where it's like,
"Hey man, live, laugh, love."
Exactly.
That's all it takes. Eat, pray, love.
Astralis need some of that right now, I feel like. They're about to be 4 rounds down. They're playing up against the really fired up Santeras. Vintage Santeras, some might say. It's good times.
He's been excellent for Eternal Fire, both in this event and I mean basically the last 6 months. I'd say he's been a star, a bona fide star, one of the highest rated players in ESL Pro League, and always showing that all the experience that he's amassed, when paired with his already insanely strong mechanical ability, it is a force to be reckoned with.
4-round gap that's opened up here. Time for Astralis at some point here to turn it around. I mean, they don't have a lot of work with this round. Almost catching the time. It's not a bad pick. Could have worked out there for Glaive, but Paz able to get the gun out in time. And now they're going to slow it down, and I can't really blame them. Eternal Fire. They're thinking, you know what? One bit of aggression like that, let's just make sure there's nothing else happening.
They're moving right through the middle of the map, evading the Astralis defense. Xantares, they're just letting this guy off the leash, letting him do whatever he wants towards the B side of the map. And he's taking his time. He's playing with them.
Yeah, some presence here in the restrooms, but it feels like the bomb is about to make its way past. I'm not sure. I think they would have needed to catch the bomb before it gets to the bomb site. Farley is maybe 3 or 4 seconds too late here. Otherwise, it could have been interesting. Bomb is being planted in front. He's going to be walking in. Misses the first opportunity. And that probably was maybe one of the... I think he almost had to get the kill before the bomb went down.
Yes.
So try and do that. Make it a 3-on-3, then try and fight for the bomb afterwards. So a little bit of a shame. Blamer's going to get the kill on Paz. And we're back into a 3-on-3. Still feels impossible for them to actually retake the bomb side.
No kit. And with Farley having just a deagle, it seems like he just wants to get a kill, try to save a gun. And I think he has actually an opportunity to do that if he goes back down connector. Instead, he makes his way towards the site itself. He is definitely dead. Wait, what? Oh, well, he's dead, but he got a kill. So, some solace.
Spiteful.
Yeah.
Just saying, you know what, I might die, but you're coming with me. 12-7.
That's just an unexpected play. You don't see that coming if you're Emor. That's for sure. Little smirk.
It's like he wasn't sure really what the plan was. He's just rolling with it. All right.
Yeah. Okay, first gun round, though. Round 20 in this half. No op for Farlig. So we'll see how they put together this defense despite that hindrance. Handicap. Flame F sitting in connector. No one from Astralis has found any success in this position in this half. But Flame F, he's a different animal.
Good start they needed as well. And he's going to spin around and take down Paz. That's really uncomfortable now on the Eternal Fire side. X-Floud going to be moving up. He's sort of found a little bit of a gap here that he could... This can actually be very interesting now. He's even giving that up. He's saying, you know what, I'm not going to go check it. Wants to keep going. It feels like they know, though. They have a bit of a read on it. Not quite. Oh, that is awkward. Oh. But Glaive was kind of checking. He kind of knew that someone could have got there. All on Santeras 1 versus 5.
It looked like X-Cloud took his finger off the trigger, thinking that he killed Glaive already. He let go of the spray, a bullet too early. It's a bit of a shame. It could have opened things up, but now we just have Xantares in the 1-on-4. There's an op there to save, but with this little HP and an active defense from Astralis, it's unlikely that he'll be able to keep that moving forward. But he will hold on to this position. Maybe he is given an opportunity to take the sniper into the next round.
Yeah, good-looking gun. Got a little unicorn on there.
Yeah. They're real.
Just rare? Is that the...
Just we haven't seen them.
Right.
You haven't seen them. I haven't seen them.
That's a lot we haven't... I mean, I think, you know, especially if they live in the ocean, there's a good chance that we just haven't, you know... I know that's not the traditional lore, but it could be.
Seahorse lore.
Yeah, why not?
Sea unicorn lore. Yeah.
Could be a thing.
I could see it. I found some fanfics like that.
Yeah. Searching for what?
That's for me to know.
All right.
Keep some things personal. I keep them close to my chest.
Blog post that's going to be coming up in the future about all this, I'm sure.
Yeah, just, I mean, a great first gun round defense from Blame F there, though, towards Connector. That's just a position that if you have the abilities, like we've seen Xantarez, like we've seen Blame F, it can be incredibly tough to deal with because it takes so much utility to actually get somebody out and get a lot of favorable fights from it.
Blamef back in the middle. Oh, wall bang down from the other side. Blamef's going to be there to close it out, but xFlout, his whole attention was towards that door and the bullets coming through. That is unfortunate because he had the Molotov behind Blamef, so he had the whole setup to actually take that fight. He just got all of his attention pulled away. That is frustrating.
Yeah, now Farlig, he heard the flash over long, so he suspects that there is some presence here. Not sure when it's coming, but Paz is jiggling him out, and the shadow advantage works for Farlig. And he is out of dodge. There is a flash to support the retreat, and there is no return to speak of. Wait a second. Woxic actually takes down Glaive, and Xantarez finding the shot onto Mr. Now things get interesting.
And a little bit awkward. I mean, this is a 5-1-3 that you would not expect a team like Astralis to ever really give up. Sip outside of the B bomb side, this very powerful position, and yeah, he's going to spot them out there. They still don't know. He's spotted two of them. He's calling it all in. See the rotation on the minimap. They know what's coming. Sip, he should be winning the round right here. That's a strong headshot. Still kind of worrying. Yeah, they're running in. They didn't even want to spin around for it, but his teammates are coming in from the other side. Nice nade on top, and Sip clearing it out. Grenade to take down Emo. That's beautifully played.
Perfect stuff from Zipnix there. The trigger discipline to make sure he gets the clean shot. If he had shot a foot earlier, there is a chance that they just flood away from him or I'll just trade him out.
Yeah.
It's tough to not take that shot because players generally, when they come out of Connector, they will peek into that tunnel. They could have spotted him if they really wanted to, but it works in his favor. Once again, early opener from Blame F in Connector. That has been such a strong position from him thus far.
Yeah, especially because the orb is out there. So if he takes the shot of the feet and just gets returned on with the AWP, that's going to be dangerous. Oh, Bunny is not looking great. On the Eternal Fire side, 12-9. This is still such an open game. It's entirely possible that Astralis can go back and win this. Kind of a little bit like they did on Dust 2.
Yeah. Clotheslined. Woxic trying to find some early space. And whatever play was being put together here from Eternal Fire, it does not look like it got off the starting block. They are just pushed all the way back. Looks like 10th will be coming out for Astralis. Wait a second. Okay, Xantarez is still in play, so it does seem possible that he finds some damage at the very least. And if Astralis want to actually keep this streak going or stay competitive in this, they definitely want to keep the numbers up. Taking too many casualties here, especially with Glaive and Mister's money, would be quite a tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, the last one, what, was a 5-on-3 that sort of quickly turned into a 3-on-3. They did manage to recover it, but you want to keep those advantages when you get them. Xantarez, he's got a perfect read on this, and he's hunting down Glaive. So now a 2-on-3. 40 seconds on the clock, and Sip, if he catches this, that's the bomb, and that probably is the end of the round. xFlout's right there, out in the open, but Sip, smartly not trying to fight it. Oh, I say that, but he gives it up, and it's a 2-on-2 now.
Oh, no.
You've got to assume that Mister is feeling the pressure at the moment. Maybe not so much Farlig. He's down here. Oh. He's got the right read with the AWP. 20 seconds. Xantarez, he did pick up the bomb in transit. What a nice smoke to save him in the tunnel. 15 seconds here, and just play for time at this point. You know he has to put that bomb down, and Farlig is doing it fine at the moment. Xantarez has to hold it down. He can't come off that bomb plant. He's just barely going to get the bomb planted, and Farlig will be there to end the round.
The crosshair placement was there for Xantarez. If he had a split second more, he could have nailed Farlig, but still, so much damage being inflicted. Astralis still able to find their 10th round in this one, but it came at such a cost. That's beautiful from Xantarez right there. And as soon as Xantarez saw that shoulder, he was keyed in onto the angle. He knew what was coming. He knew what to look for.
Man, great stuff, but again, a strong reminder to just how dangerous Santeris could be in this game. He's up to 26 kills, and it is a 12-10 scoreline, just barely favoring Eternal Fire. But they've run out of steam a little bit once again.
Yeah, the T-sides for them have been their undoing at Rotterdam. It cost them what could have been a grand finals berth. Here at the Showdown, there's no second chances. They're already down a map. They need to close this one out if they want to have a chance at making it to the Royal Arena. And what a story that would be for Eternal Fire. That would be such a shocker for them to remove Major, to make Emor the in-game leader, and to somehow best the odds in repeated series. It seems like a pipe dream at present, but it all starts with a single win here. And many of the talent really thought Eternal Fire were going to take this, and I don't blame them either. They look, they've been getting they look strong. They look like a team that can.
Oh, that is tempting once you've seen the feet over there, but it's also dangerous to stay up here for too long.
Yes, you are very exposed, and it just costs resources in the manpower that you have to just hold to keep it boost. But it seems like Astralis have a strong read now. Given that they have the boost assembled, they know that there is no B presence whatsoever for Eternal Fire. All 5 of their players towards A. 4 in the bathrooms, 1 towards long. This is already a great setup.
It is, but I don't know, with the right nades, they don't have that many either on the T side. Yeah, that's a big problem. Because I was going to say, if they create the right wall, then maybe they could isolate Glaive up front, but I feel like that might not be possible now. Maybe it's just going to have to be Santeris again in that dreaded AK. We'll see. They're going to try, and there's the opening. Oh, he's opened it up. Paz taking down Glaive. Oh, this is beautiful stuff. They're going to find Blamev as well. Santeris is down, but it doesn't matter. The round is won, 13-10.
That first shot was devastating from Santeris. Just the swing into the opener, and then everything falls apart for Astralis. And that is one of the risks of holding that 2-man boost. If they just have that single player towards water, that could have been a 4-man A stack. But it's a risk that you run in that you'll likely and almost always get the kill if Eternal Fire decide to reroute back towards Monster. That early warning. But now Eternal Fire, let's see this one back.
Yeah. So reliable with that.
Yeah.
And Glaive out there. Molotov and everything else, he was not in a good position after they lost the first kill on that bomb site. Whew, all right.
That's the contact you actually want if you're Astralis. For your Opera to be tested by a rifle like that, it's just that Santeris has been so fast with it. I mean, Farlig had a shot. He had a chance, but...
He did.
They don't call it Santeris peak for nothing.
He's been showing us all map long. Yeah, if they get that third map, it's... I mean, he's got 27 kills.
Unbelievable. Unreal. Blamev with 24 too.
Yeah, he's trying to hold on to it.
He's throwing haymaker after haymaker at each other.
Putting out the Molotov and trying to get some speed. There's 3 people on the other side and surely dead. Boost up on the other side. Trying to see if they can spot at least one person. Emor trying to open it up. That's a good little burst. And he's going to be taking down Glaive. Everyone is blind behind this. Surely some counter utility is going to be coming out here. Sip gets one before he gets blown up. It is still a 2-on-2. And they know that Mr. is down there somewhere. Farlik showing up as well with the AWP. A lot of smoke on the bomb site. It's kind of hard to see anything at the moment. And has to be careful when the smoke fades. This double scope is so risky. And that's exactly why. X-Floud to find it. Mr. all on his own. And X-Floud to close out the round. That is a great hit. 14-10.
I can't believe Eternal Fire bring that one back. The opener onto Santeris and what felt like a panic response to fly out Monster works in their favor. Some of these shots, they must have been devastating. But X-Floud there, when the round slows down, playing around just the edge of the smoke right there. That's brutal. Blamev knows it. And Astralis right now, they're reeling. They have nothing to work with.
Yeah, most importantly, no real cash in the bank, so they're almost, well, they're not almost, they are playing for overtime at this point in time. One deagle, otherwise it's USPs, and they're just all stacked up over long at the moment, so hoping that this is going to be paying off.
Oh, heavy long presence from these pistols. They got to swing eventually. They do. FarLook takes down one, but quick cleanup as the other members of Eternal Fire are ready to go.
Yeah, just Blamev here. And they know where he is. 15-10 going to be the scoreline, and that means Astralis doing 5 in a row. And the way that this second half has been going, that doesn't really seem like it's that likely. I feel like Eternal Fire, they figured it out. They found the formula here on Overpass, which is super impressive.
Yeah, Eternal Fire have been finding so much value in these A creep-ups. I mean, xFloud was able to discover on his own that he could find an opening pick there. It just doesn't seem like Astralis have had eyes on Bathroom, and it's short. The B pop has also been devastating from Eternal Fire. It just feels like as long as they don't run into Blamev first, they have a round they can work with. That's been the seemingly one win condition. 2 of Astralis's, I'd say, they won 3 or 4 on this side. It's been off the back of Blamev actually just finding openers.
Yeah, and that's not really enough.
Oh, that's a miss-smoke.
And I mean, there might have even been a little bit of a clue in some of those rounds where it is those, you know, 4 versus 2s, 5 versus 3s, and Astralis still are struggling to close those rounds out. Even when they have the man advantage, which is obviously a little bit of an issue.
Oh, they haven't used this yet. They're just going for the nade stack.
Yeah. Doesn't do that much. Molotov is down. Flashes coming through, and they're trying to get the job done, although Sip and Blamev, especially Blamev coming in with that shot in the back, that'll close it out.
Did you see that? How the player that was boosting actually drops his grenade up to the guy that he's boosting. That's a cheeky little way to get a double nade in. Kind of unorthodox at that.
Feels like that only works if that ramp player stays where he is.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the timing between looked like it was a little bit slow. All right. Yeah, do some more damage. Why not?
Yeah, the bomb's down right at the mouth of Monster, but more kills would not be too bad. Astralis have a long way back into this one, so we'll see what they conjure up next. Eternal Fire, that is. That is a very favorable smoke.
Yeah. I don't think they were expecting anyone to be that close. Time is going to run out of this one, and it'll be 11-15.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, so Eternal Fire really have actually had some pretty solid success towards both bomb sites, so there's not necessarily any clear trend for what they will be doing next or to what they want to do to close this one out, which actually makes this defense much harder for Astralis. You can't just do a B lean off the back of them losing B for the majority of these rounds. It's been a pretty even distribution.
Sip is starting to get up there as well. He's at 21 kills behind that last round. So between him and Blamev, I don't know. If they could get Glaive from Dust 2 to join this one, that might be it. That might be what they need to get to overtime. Blamev, very aggressive positioning here. Hard to check as well. You could see Paz not mentally ready for it, and he's going to get hunted down, but Blamev slightly overstepping the mark. Very aggressive and Farley behind it, and it's going to pay off. That is pretty bold.
Yeah, just so hungry for that trade. And you could see Blamev, his eyes got wide too, once you know that he found a couple of tags on that player towards long. And now the setup for Astralis is a little curious. Glaive has very forward position towards long, and Farluk still has eyes towards A, which puts a lot of pressure on these B players because Astralis need to know that Eternal Fire's hand, it's being forced.
Yeah, they still got some time on the clock, obviously. 45 seconds here. Flash to enter. xFloud and nearly lined up for a double. That would have been a real nightmare. Woxic's going to get one. Santeras on the other. And just like that, from a 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2 in a matter of seconds. And still, they have time for the bomb plant here. Farlek sneaking in. Glaive also walking up behind. They got to be careful here. The timing is everything. Woxic, oh, he gets spotted, and well, that takes all the attention. And Glaive, now is the time to strike. Woxic is not ready for it, and that is shocking. He's going to have a heart attack there. Santera's on his own. With the mechanics, he's going to get that one now. Glaive's got to be worried, and Santera's will end it. 16-11, stopping any chance for overtime. He ends at 32 kills in regulation. That is absurd.
What a monster performance from Xantares there. That is incredible. Carrying Eternal Fire to a map number 3. We will see how this series resolves, but first, I need to hear how the Deaths breaks this one down.
I did the highlight as well, you can say that. Hey guys, I'm Nico from G2 and today I'm here with Monesi, and today we'll be guessing CSGO items, players and maps.
Okay, this is the map, and Op is OP on this map.
Train?
No,
Overpass?
Op is OP. No, wait.
Dust?
Yes. Listen, you remember the smoke and nade behind the smoke, which I'm using with
Inferno?
Yes. This map is, like, you don't have this in competitive, but you talked it before, like 5 minutes ago.
Tasca?
No.
We talked 5 minutes before?
Yes, Simple did highlight on this map.
Cash?
Yes.
I did the highlight as well, you can say mine.
Oh yeah, ridiculous. He's playing in complexity.
JT?
No.
Fang?
How do you say?
Fang?
Yes, Fanji, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, this weapon was fixed before. Now it costs
Krieg.
like... No,
Og.
wait,
M4?
1.7k.
1.7?
7k, yeah.
Scout?
No, 1.7k or 2.4k, I forgot. 1.7, I think. You
P90?
No, like...
Negev?
Yes, Negev.
You just said his name.
Really?
The map, it got removed for Vertigo. For Vertigo? Yeah, it was for Vertigo. It's with a lot of like trains.
Train?
We have it on. It's on the nuke under B side, the windows. How we call it?
Office.
It's the map that you did this bug smoke against Imperial.
Mirage. What a girl, bro.
You remember the team we lost to in Antwerp?
Antwerp against Freya?
No, the game before.
Navi?
No. Heroic?
Heroic.
And the Opera?
Cadian. Coach, best coach.
Zonic.
Muscles, pro player, retired.
Blamev, retired. Frikazoid? Pasha?
Yes. Pistol, overpowered, Op. Like.
Deagle? Pistol, overpowered, Op?
Op.
Revolver?
Yes. You know what I mean?
Flash ud. Ja, flasher ud her.
Var der? Okay, der.
Fang.
Jeg kommer ud.
Et. Ja, et til med.
Jeg kan ikke komme ud. Vent.
Begge B. Jeg har B.
Ja, jeg går.
Jeg ved. Low.
Jeg er med ikke.
Bambas.
Nej, nej, nej.
Nice.
Det var fordi døren var ikke var åben. Nej.
Jeg fatter det heller ikke. Står bare 2 bag og løber ind i døren.
Astralis may have got the giggles in that one, but it was no laughing matter for the Danes. Eternal Fire do close this one out 16-11. Not their map pick, it was actually Astralis bringing this one into the mix. And I want to approach this one in a linear fashion, I guess, Jacob, because for Eternal Fire, starting off 5-0 up, 9-6 first half to open up the map.
Yeah, it was looking good for EF to begin with, getting the pistol again, converting in the second round as well. And, you know, we know Overpass to be a map that the T-side can struggle a lot. And it felt like EF was getting off to such a good start that I was fearing for Astralis that first half was already over with. Astralis fought back into it, you know, a couple of good rounds, a couple of good calls. EF missing a couple of opportunities. Sipniks having a 1v3 round. So there was positives to be, you know, highlighted from Astralis in the first half. I will say, though, that if you're EF and you only win 9 rounds and you win the pistol, you convert, you're up 5-0, they should have had more. Good thing for them is that it didn't matter. You know, they were still better than Astralis, and their T-side was working better than Astralis could ever manage to.
Yeah, I think the 5-0 really put them in a good position. This could have been horrendous from the first half for Eternal Fire. We mentioned Xantares, and I think he delivered as he was supposed to. He had some of these signature multi-kill rounds where he was very forward in the bathroom area, which we pointed out. He delivered again. 9 rounds on the CT side, and then they win this oh-so-important force buy, which puts Astralis in the dumpster, takes the AWP away from Farlig, and then that pressure on the B side time and time again.
Yeah, you were talking about Xantares and just the rating difference that we're talking about between the rest of the camp of Eternal Fire, obviously ending on 32 kills, 123 ADR. Just huge stuff from him, and really what we needed, considering that we didn't mention his name at all in the first map.
Yeah, he stepped up massively, especially in the first half in the toilet area, I will almost say, right? There's a couple of rounds where Astralis were lucky and good enough to find the opening kill, but Xantares would fight Eternal Fire back into the round. We see it here as well. His prime position, dare I almost say it, in the overpass. This round in particular, a triple kill with the M4A4 right here, completely shredding Astralis in what was a 5v4. So without Xantares playing so well in the first half, it could have been Astralis, you know, with 7, 8, 9, 10 rounds perhaps on that T side, and that should have been enough. But you have the guy on your screen right here. He's playing some fantastic individual Counter-Strike right now. He's really in form.
Just look at the score lines when he's having these multi-kills, and you can just copy-paste one-to-one with the actual round timeline of this game. The rounds that Eternal Fire were able to convert on the CT side when they stopped the flood from Astralis were off the back of Xantares, were off the back of his multi-kills, and he closes it again. Now, when it comes to the T side, I think that Woxic played with the cards that he had. EF were not in a position to outplay Astralis across the map, which we see sometimes on Overpass, but they just realized, hey, the B side is working. We can hit it again, different ways, different timings, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but they just kept on applying that pressure, and they avoided Blamef, because we know how dangerous he can be. They just found a way to neutralize him as much as they could.
For me, it's a game where the Obbers didn't really have much impact, to be completely honest. Voxic goes throughout this game.
That's a normal game for Astralis.
That's a normal game for Astralis, normal game for Farley, but for Voxic as well, he had a total of 0 opening kills on Overpass. We'll talk about Overpass being Obbers' paradise, especially on the CT side. There's so many different angles, so many different ways of being aggressive, falling back, taking a shot, falling back further, and Voxic didn't do much, to be completely honest, with the AWP, nor did Farley, and that's been an issue for Astralis for, as you said, a very long time.
Well, before we do move into the third and final deciding map of Nuke, let's check in with the coach of Eternal Fire.
Hardstyle, you bounced back on Overpass and their pick. This looked really nice. I just wanted to see if your game plan had changed a little bit, though, knowing that Config was not here, and if that made any adjustments to how you guys approach this game.
No, not at all. We just do our part. The prep didn't change, if Config is here or not.
And in terms of Nuke, right, it's a very good map for you guys anyway. It's a good map for the Astralis of old, but do you feel like you have an advantage in this one over them?
Well, actually, RMR, we should have played the Nuke, and we planned it today.
Oh.
We want to play Nuke, yeah. That was the plan.
Okay, and how ready do you feel with Immor being the IGL and obviously xCloud coming in on Nuke?
If we can make the decisions better, then everything will be okay, I think.
Well, yeah, before we do get into discussing the third and final map of Nuke, I do just want to finish up by talking about the second half of that map of Overpass, because we were talking about, you know, the strengths of Eternal Fire on the CT side of things. Obviously, Xantares showing up. Was that just the case for Eternal Fire? Were there any other kind of shining lights for them that allowed them to close this one out? Because we did see Astralis trying to mount a comeback at some points in this map.
Again, I think what they managed to do was to have the same modus operandi to win rounds, but with enough switcheroos so that EF or Astralis rather could not adjust. I think in itself it's a win for Immor, which just had a great confidence from his coach. I'm sorry, I just cannot not mention it. Like, do you have trust in Immor? It's like, yeah, I guess if he makes the right decision. Like, come on, it's your IGL. Just do something, like give him a branch, like reach out to him. Oh my God.
Yeah, considering they were, well, I guess he wasn't the in-game leader when it was back at the RMR. Obviously, the coach was saying that they actually wanted to play Nuke. I guess maybe that gives us some hope coming into this third map if you're on a top
Yeah, it sounds like he has confidence in the Nuke pick at the very least, you know, going into that as a third deciding map. I also do think that what we saw here in Overpass is going to be a problem for Astralis. There was too many players not showing up. We praised Glaive for having a good first map. Didn't do much here. We praised Mister for not being a weak link in the first map as well. He was a weak link right here. He was contested on the B bomb side time and time again. And even though Sip did a decent job trying to cover up for it, you can't have a weak link at this, you know, at this level. If you have a certain spot on a map that's just not productive in any way, you will be punished even by a team like EF.
If Glaive isn't having the dust that we've seen, Astralis has a skill issue across the board. Not that Config isn't in the picture anymore. If you have Zip, if you have Folly, if you have Mister and Glaive, who once here and there can have a very good game, but still there is a skill issue. And I think this is going to be the picture that we have to paint coming on to Nuke. There is a savoir-faire on the side of Astralis. I think Glaive knows how to navigate Nuke. Asher Blameth knows how to be impactful on Nuke. I have no doubt. Zip knows, he's got the experience. But knowing is just half the battle. You have to be able to put forth these kills. And this is where I struggle to see. Can Glaive actually turn this into a tactical game enough that he can get in the head of Emor? Or can Centaurus play deathmatch and dance on their graves?
I'll buy into that point, and I really do hope we get to see Glaive take charge into his own hands. You know, pick up the AWP if you feel for it on the CT side. Pick up the AWP on the T side as well. Be the guy that goes out there in the front and leading the team by example. With all due respect to Farley, he has plenty and has had plenty of opportunities to showcase us and the rest of the world that he's an AWP player worth, you know, banking on for Astralis. He's yet to convince me, I guess yet to convince himself, and definitely yet to convince his teammates as well. So for Glaive right now to take charge into his own hands and go out there and showcase that he can still be that leader by example that we praised him so much for 3, 4, 5 years ago. I would love to see it now because, as Matthew said, it's needed.
Yeah, James mentioned it in that interview. It's definitely not the Astralis of old that we're seeing on Nuke recently. They only won 2 out of their last 9 matches on the ground.
Yeah, we have to be a little careful because most of these losses are 16, 13, 14, 13, 15. So it's not like, again, Astralis knows how to play Nuke. It's not a map where you can just catch them by surprise, but across the board, individually, it's a bit lackluster.
Well, it is one final lifeline for both of these teams coming into it as the gauntlet of the showdown is certainly Cutthroat. Nuke coming up as our third and final decider map between Astralis and Eternal Fire. We're going to see how it goes down after this.
we get to see a third map. It's on Nuke between Astralis and Eternal Fire. And the odds were almost even up again, which makes sense. Good job on Eternal Fire stealing away that second map.
That was not the defense you would have expected from Astralis. After finding 6 on the T side, or they just were stumped. Eternal Fire were finding openings. They had entries. Even in late rounds, it felt like Eternal Fire could always bring a round back to at least 2v2, 1v1.
Yeah.
And even the way they closed it out right there at the very end, Xantaras with the 1v2, bit poetic because he was the heavy carry for the Eternal Fire side on that one.
Yeah, what was 32 kills?
Yes. Yes.
Crazy. I really can't believe it. But that is how it ended up. So we'll see how it goes. Third and final map is coming up. We're on Nuke. What a delightful way to end this series. And we do have a whole other series coming up behind, obviously. Scrawny and London will take you through that one, so you don't want to miss it either. It'll be Astralis starting on the CT side with Eternal Fire on the T side.
Yep, and we've got a couple of dualies already. BlameF and Glaive equipped with those. Glaive playing close door spot. But Eternal Fire, a little bit unorthodox, going for an outside wrap early on. They have been spotted, but they haven't been wrangled.
Oh, this is a very confusing round now for everybody involved. Surely, finally going to be found. They come back through Mini. And now xFlower, look at the timing. Oh, he's a little bit awkward. I can't believe it. He's still found the kill. And now he's walking up behind it, taking down Mr. That seems almost criminal. How did he get away with it?
This was, well, it's not over yet. Okay, Glaive, he's in the vents. He'll have to wait for BlameF to activate. BlameF opens the door. Now Glaive, this might be the time for him, but he's unsure. He's taking his time. And Xantar is nailing BlameF, leaves just Glaive with the dualies, and he will be taken down as well. That was a wonderfully layered pistol round for Eternal Fire. They show presence, they cut noise, and they reaggress into the positions with that late flank from xFlower. That was well put together, very creative, and just incredibly effective.
If he looked like he was about to jump off that ladder, if he had made any noise or anything else like that, it would have been such a nightmare, but somehow he just managed to thread the needle. And that'll be Eternal Fire winning the pistol. Good job.
That's one of those also... like, it felt like Xyp9x should have spotted him.
Yeah.
But Xyp9x only reacts to movement.
T-Rex.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, wait a second. Oh, no.
They rushed the bomb site, and there was 4 people waiting for them. Can't make any use of that picked up gun. Mr. is still in a Mac 10. I'm not sure that's helpful either. And Woxic, yeah, there's a USP up there. He could probably challenge it, but he's feeling a little bit worried at the moment. They fall back down. There's an AK instead on Mr. That's going to be a little bit better at the very least. What an awkward thing here. The bomb is inside of the bomb site.
And he just goes right up. He recognized that the player had fallen. And now xFlower and Woxic, they'll attempt to pinch this. And it looks like xFlower once again. This guy is a timing master thus far. But Xyp9x is still alive. One-on-one situation, dancing around the silos. Xyp9x, great flash, but blinds Woxic, and Xyp9x manages to clutch it out once again. You can see a smile on his face.
4 kills in the round for Xyp. That's absolutely crazy. I don't know. Oh, it's so tricky, isn't it? Because if you're going to be doing an A-rush, doing it in a kind of round like this where you know they're not going to have any nades, is not necessarily a bad pick. And if you played slow outside, you could get picked off with scouts. So I don't know. It's not that it's so crazy, but man, what a horrible way to run into a stack.
Those USPs found so much mileage. All the pistols inside found a lot of mileage. But the force buy from Eternal Fire means Astralis are not out in the clear just yet. 4 players towards outside. In fact, 5 for Eternal Fire. And they've already thrown the cross smokes. Now, BlameF has an angle here. He spots one. Woxic already in the red.
Here in the steps. Yeah, Farley's saying, you know, I don't want to really shoot through the smoke. I just want to get down here and help out Mr. He's already down below, and they have a little bit of a 1-2 punch, although they will get traded. Slow down. That wasn't the bomb, though. And Mr. in a little bit of a trouble. Going to be closing the door, but they're quick to open it up again and go straight for the fight. xCloud nearly dead, and so is Woxic, so this should be a done deal here on the side of Astralis. They should be able to pick this one up without any bomb even getting close to the site.
Can't imagine a way xCloud finds a way into this. And it will be stopped. 2-1. That got a little bit hectic, especially for Mr. there towards that decon side. a hectic spray, but Astralis recovered the situation. They knew what was happening the entire time. That's the key there. They knew that Eternal Fire full sent it down secret. There was never any question in their mind as to whether there was a lurk or any kind of flank coming up.
If you're Eternal Fire playing the T side of this, surely at some point you have a conversation about BlameF and how he plays this yard and how aggressive he could be. So, I mean, it's going to be hard to counter, but you must have had a conversation saying you just got to be aware that he can push up like really far.
You'd hope to see some way or some idea for Eternal Fire to combat this, because Astralis ending the series on Nuke, I mean, this was a map that I think both teams knew there was a strong chance we were going to see it in the series, so there should have been a game plan going into it. But, I mean, BlameF, that's one of those things easier said than done.
Yeah.
People know what he's doing, and he still finds ways to just put up a 1.3 rating every single time.
Yeah, he's so comfortable out there. It's really, really crazy to spot. And, you know, he gets some good backup out there as well with flashes and everything else, so it could be hard to deal with. Sit back in. Could maybe try and run him down with the AK. It's possible that you could get some pressure on him. Backup is a little bit further away maybe than he would like. More. Gonna get found right then and there. And there's the backup of Farley coming in from heaven. Good job. Nobody dies. Flawless round from Astralis. And a 3-1 scoreline. They'll take it.
And we'll get the first gun round in the half coming up. And this is where, Anders, your question should hopefully be answered. Do Eternal Fire have a plan to deal with the BlameF outside presence, or will the entire yard be in control of Astralis? Yeah,
they really need to do that, because it does limit the map, obviously, in an extreme way. Gonna find out. Santera's out here. Spotting it.
That's the man to send out.
Surely, yes. The way that he was playing on overpass, you want to put him into play as soon as possible.
Okay, double nade actually not effective from Eternal Fire, but you can see that you have some tricks to try to find an opener here. Oh, actually, they actually dinked Mr. the door. Okay, they're trying to hunt Glaive down here. This is a fight that Eternal Fire are welcoming. xCloud gets Glaive down to 5 HP. That is great damage, but no kill.
Oh, the timing here for BlameF is really sick. He's walking up the stairs right next to it. Santera's with his back turned and with the Molotov on top. He's so dead. That's a pretty decent opening. Emo. Yeah, he's caught him. What? I can't believe it. Finally, he should have been dead. He will be eventually. Mr. Not realizing someone's already snuck past him, and he's going to get shot in the back. That is a little bit of a slip up. And low on health from earlier. Like you pointed out, 5 health left. xCloud with a double opening. And it's a 2-1-3 now, favoring Eternal Fire. They're going to get a bomb plant behind this.
Xipnix he's already here at Heaven, and it doesn't seem like Eternal Fire suspect this. No one's even watching Heaven right now. This is curious. But as soon as he throws this nade, they'll be alerted to his presence. And BlameF taking his time to lobby flank. Oh, and he still manages to get out. This is a bit unbelievable that they've let him have that. And the time though, it's ticking. It's down to the wire, and Xipnix is still going for this. That was getting very strange for Eternal Fire. Xipnix found so much space. He was able to relay so much info, but just unfortunately for his teammate, BlameF doesn't win the duel.
You know, if Sip would have found one more player in there, BlameF actually had a smoke for Mini. So there is even a world in which that last player from Eternal Fire out in Mini could have been in a little bit of trouble. But yeah, this is just overall a great opening for xCloud. Yeah, just imagine if Sip gets one more.
Yeah, just finding that damage early on for xCloud made taking down Glaive back silo so doable. But even when Xantaras fell there towards outside, there was an instant response from Eternal Fire. They instantly mini-wrapped, and you could see how that caught Farlig off and how Mr. trying to recover the situation actually let one through the smoke. Just a little bit panicked in that situation.
Round number 6 coming up, and that's the last of the money put into this round for Astralis. Now, they do have the AWP on Farlig. That's always fun. But they need to continue the winning ways here. Otherwise, they're going to let Eternal Fire back into the first half. Maybe a lot quicker than they want to. Wow, all right. Putting that out, running straight for it. And a must-hit shot there coming up from Farlig. But a little bit too soon to try and escape. And he's going to be found by Emo.
1 for 1. Zipnix gets a kill and some information. Emor trying to make a play through the smoke. And BlameF is able to catch him off. That's a huge kill to find, because now in the 2-on-3, despite the fact that Eternal Fire have space towards lower, they are in a man deficit. And Glaive, with that bomb being planted, opens the door and walks it. Wow! Recovers.
Yes, he does. xFlow, though. I can't believe he's so quick to adjust. He's going to say he had his crosshair in the wrong position then, but he is just lightning fast. 9 kills on xFlow. He's really coming swinging into this first half. BlameF in a 1 versus 1 against Woxic, who's picked up the bomb and is just going to make his escape. This is a really cool move. Wow, he's going to be really far away. Nice movement so far. That, I don't know, probably doesn't do anything. I was going to say, just you have the timing. Go straight for it now. And BlameF right up the vent. A little bit of an aid coming through. Ooh, wow. That actually almost blows it up. That's a lot of damage. But on the other side, AK, 1 bullet headshot's all you really need at this point in time, but BlameF is going to be able to edge him out in that fight. 1 versus 1, a very, very important clutch coming in from BlameF, saving his team, even though it cost them 4 rifles. And I'm sure you have to assume Eternal Fire are going to be forcing into this round.
Definitely. With the bomb plant, recognizing Astralis' money is so brittle at that. That is just a massive clutch for BlameF to win right there. 3 kills on the round. And a little bit hasty from Astralis as they try to convert this one near the end. The swing from Glaive, you have the man advantage. There's not always, that just feels very un-Astralis-like. That's how I put it. It feels like they would normally want to play the numbers, but sometimes that's the mind game you play, that the other team might actually think you're giving them too much respect. So
not a full force.
No. This could be a little bit slow to spawn, actually, it looked like, for Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
Usually this would indicate an A play, an A rush, but they aren't going as fast as you would expect.
Auto shotgun on Mister. You've got to give him some credit for this.
Some respect.
Good throwback at times.
Yeah, a lot of legacy players. A lot of, I'd say, pioneers, some founders.
Yeah. Well, it could only be outdone at this point by Max 7 on the hut, really. Snacks and JW and Flusher back in the day. Ooh, there we go. Choose them right up. Can't get the second one, but it's worth it even for the sound, I think.
Yeah, for our entertainment. Okay, MP9 from Zipnix, only able to get the 1. This is actually getting... This is going worse than expected for Astralis. This is perhaps a bomb plant for Eternal Fire. Farlig is here at the control doors, but if he wants to swing those open, there will be many waiting Ts. Presses on forward, up the stairs. Take down Woxic. 2-on-3 now.
And the rest are really low on health, so you have to assume that they're going to be going down at some point here. Glaive has an HE. That's a very, very good tool in this exact situation. There we go. Az is out of it. The shotgun as he blows open the door and takes down BlameF. And he's picked up this M4A1 instead. Might not be able to stop the bomb. I think he might have already just sort of accepted that, yeah, that could not happen. Bomb is going to get defused, but still, it's a fairly expensive round. You know, they get the bomb plant, they get 3 kills. Given what they had, that's not so bad.
And Glaive actually keeps the auto shotgun. Curious, but a great round for Eternal Fire in terms of economic damage and its implications. Just these first contact players in Mister and Zipnix only getting 1 apiece. This made it a little bit scary for Astralis, and that's like a Left 4 Dead scene right there. Door opens, shoot zombie. Yeah, move on to the next room.
Yeah, lucky it wasn't a boomer.
Yeah, no.
Classic game. Yeah. All right, Farlig again out here with the AWP. A little bit further back though. And on the other side, Woxic does have his. That is a dangerous peek for Farlig. Even the first go around, just running in there, that seemed dangerous. He did get the leg shot on Emo, so at least he got something done.
Yeah, and Glaive will throw a counter smoke though on the mini one to maintain some space. This is a very nice play from him to make sure that they're not entirely in the dark and they don't have to send a ramp rotator over. He heard the drop from Xantares. Knows that there's somebody here. Well played by Glaive to even things up.
Yeah, that actually is a sick play. And in the meantime, Sip aggressively pushing down towards that ramp and the hallways. Going to be taking out Paz. So just like that, 4 versus 3. And with Emo already very low from that earlier leg shot, you have to think there's still a little bit of trouble here on the Eternal Fire side.
Not too many options. They have outside, but means that eventually they'll have to converge on a site. And with this defense set up towards Hell from Zipnix and on A between Glaive and Mister. Oh, well, Zipnix might have spotted the shadow there.
Surely he did.
We did.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awkward. The bomb, the bomb dropped down. Sip, that's a little bit aggressive, but 20 seconds left, and surely there is nothing they could do to get back into this. Yeah, the bomb, that almost sort of forces their hand a little bit. I mean, they're already in a lot of trouble.
Oh, they can go down ramp. There's no one B for Astralis right now. This will be a bomb plant at the very least.
Oh, that seems like such a slip up. Bomb plant going down. And with the AWP still alive, I mean, again, they have some good grenades left on the Astralis side, but you could pull this one through if you find the right AWP shot at the right time. Flash around the corner, Woxic gonna get straight trucked by Glaive, and now it's 1 versus 3 for the AWP. And once they know where he is, they have another Molotov as well. Gonna be putting that, one of them in their shadows, but still, more out here, and that's a nice peek. Glaive having himself a really powerful round. 3 kills on him, and a bomb defuse coming through. So it'll be 6-2.
Great initiative from Glaive to throw that counter smoke towards outside, towards that mini corner. That really actually changed the entire picture for Eternal Fire. We thought they were going to have an opportunity to take mid-space, but actually they ran into a huge speed bump. So props to him, showing that even if they don't have the same players as Astralis, they still have some of those individuals that have that awareness, the game sense. They know the response is necessary in order to make life difficult for their opposition. So Eternal Fire, maybe a missed opportunity. Despite the 5v4, can't convert.
And you know who's kind of missing from the game right now is Santaris. He's 1-7 at the moment.
Yep.
Emor is 1-8. A couple of players that you'd like to see do a bit more. Flashing their way through. That's a team kill. Could have just as well been a double for Glaive, to be perfectly honest. Mister trying his best, but gonna get traded after getting that 1 kill. Still at 3-on-3, slowing it down a bit with... Oh, that's...
Wow.
That's actually not... That's awkward. That's comedy. What happened?
Oh, no. Oh, they're just sending it. Okay. Before the bomb's even planted, Zipnix scales out. And BlameF, he's able to find one. That's the bomb down on the site. That will have to be retrieved by Eternal Fire. That means there is a window of opportunity for BlameF to reposition, and you know he will take it.
Oh, is that going to be passed down below? Yes, it will be.
Well done.
What an absolute dunk. And now he's out here with the AWP. What a read from Farlig. That is a beautiful sequence.
Wow, what a recovery from Astralis in that one. It felt like they were trapped behind Molly after Molly. So little to work with, but they just send it, go 1 for 1, and then it's Farlig to close out.
I really want to see how close to that grenade landed. It looked like it must have landed right on his skull. That's crazy.
Yeah, perfectly placed at that. Eternal Fire, they're having so much difficulty finding any footing into these rounds. They won the pistol and one after that.
Yeah, but look at the money on Astralis. So they're doing something right, Eternal Fire. They just can't close the rounds. That they keep getting close, which is a little bit what we saw in the first map. Glaive this time able to secure that squeak door. Going to be taken out by Santaris, finally finding a second kill. Actually, going to keep going and getting a third on the board there. Still leaves xCloud on his own here. And yeah, getting shot in the kneecaps, never a good time. Eventually going to be found by BlameF, and it's 8-2. Astralis catching fire and just doing a fine job in the opening half here.
That jump dodge from Mister right there. Just to show his toes, and then to just keep teasing, actually. That's so frustrating if you're Eternal Fire trying to get that last kill. But either way, this was a good hold from the Astralis side. They're not only up 8-2, they're on fire at this point. Timeout being taken from Eternal Fire, as they need to find some answers. There has been no consistent recipe for success, no consistent space being allotted towards them. They've found some favorable fights towards outside, but it's been tough to convert.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you're living in that weird sort of twilight zone of we almost have them, but when that almost stretches across 5, 6, 7 rounds, eventually you start it's no longer like an encouraging thing. It's like, man, how come we're close but never close enough? Like, why is that the case? It can sort of flip in your mind from being kind of a motivating factor to being more like, I feel really defeated now, you know? So hopefully they're not there yet, because they've been really good at bringing it back throughout the first 2 maps so far. Eternal Fire, they need to start working for it right now. Woxic and X-Cloud doing just fine, but the rest of them need to step it up just a little bit more. Otherwise, Astralis will run away with this third map and knock them out of the showdown.
Yeah, no second chances. No more opportunities for Eternal Fire. Does look like they're setting up for a set piece towards that A site. We have 3 players on the roof. That's going to be the double nade back silo, top silo as a matter of fact. But it doesn't work. Mr. has changed up his position round to round. Even though he hasn't been the most reliable in terms of frags, he's not giving anything up for free. Now, Sky Flash at the ready. But Eternal Fire, they're still making their way back into lobby. They've actually lost a lot of position. They didn't have a door lurk in this one. So they don't even have lobby control. This is, wow. It almost feels like they're not sure of themselves towards that position. But Xantares just walks on in.
He's cool with it.
Yeah. Like I can clear this.
Yeah, but that is really dangerous, right? If there's a lobby crunch coming, he obviously can't hold this on his own if they're pushing 3 different angles. So, wall outside.
Wall this late is... That's not usually going to mean anything.
Yeah.
That's either a full send run or you can't use it.
Farley down here, ready to take a shot, fall back down. He's going to get confirmation. That's the bomb as well. Oh, they know everything. I see you shaking your head, Maui, because this is a little bit of a confusing round.
This is showing some of the faults maybe in the map pool, but okay, well, it's not over yet. Farlick still has to put up a strong defensive back silo. Gets one, unscopes as a matter of fact, but Molly's burning him out of position, but he is not taken down. Woxic cannot find the return, and that means that it will be an attempt at a save for the remaining Eternal Fire players. They could not decide what they wanted to do this round. We have sung Emor's praises when necessary, but this is a round that he wants to try again. That was too late of a call, too late of an idea, and what was looking like an A pop, they changed it at the last minute and seemingly for no good reason.
Yeah, that's a bit rough to watch. And also, as you know, Woxic running out of time at the end there, got killed after the clock had run down, so he's not going to have any real money to work with here. Farley, though, yeah, a little bit of hilarity when he unscoped at the wrong time, but he still did a great job. And generally, he's been playing really well on Nuke. 13-7 for him.
Yeah, everybody from Astralis has been doing their job. The fast A play coming out. Oh no, Glaive, the floodgates are open, but he's able to find 3. Well done by the leader.
Yeah, he just saved that bomb site. It's a very optimistic play from Farley, but, you know, why not? X-Cloud and Xantares should be a very powerful duo, though. Xantares has been a little bit quiet on the map. Now is a great time to step it up. Your team really needs it. They need every single round. They need the last 4 here to make this 9-6. Otherwise, Astralis is just looking way too good, and that's a long flank around. Xantares never spotting for it. And X-Cloud on his own. Mechanically, we know he could do this, but he's in such a bad position down here at the floor of the bomb site. He's going to take Sip and almost could have had BlameF. If he were on that one, I think he might have actually had it, but instead it'll go to Astralis. 10-2.
Excellent recovery from Glaive on the initial site defense. And then BlameF taking his time, peeking from an angle that Xantares never expected. See just how uncomfortable some of these situations are for Eternal Fire. But in slow-mo, it's like popping grapes for Glaive. Another pause, and
yeah,
Eternal Fire, it feels like their playbook is running dry here.
It does.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too many different ways that they're trying to innovate in these rounds, and a lot of the approaches have been rather one-dimensional. 4 going one way, sometimes even all 5.
Yeah, this might be one of the really big illustrations of what we were talking about in the interview earlier about sort of not having too much out of spawn to be ready with, and it can be kind of hard to mid-round call on Nuke. It's nice to have the setup just to create the gap in the CT defense. But if that gap never opens up, if they're already in position everywhere, then I don't know. This is it's not as easy as it seems.
You can see Emor's own individual performance is suffering for it. It's just so difficult. If you don't have the various smokes outlined, maybe they know how to throw them, but if you don't have all the necessary responses or just built out those decision trees for the team, then there's not too many options. So Emor is sitting on 2 kills himself right now. And you can just see the limitations to their strategies.
Yeah, some tricks that we haven't seen yet. I mean, they're also could be tricky to pull off, but I mean, some of those vent dives you sometimes see blowing up Squeak Door, getting someone down there. that in itself will disrupt some of the CT setup because they have to commit someone if they hear it. I mean, if they don't hear it, it's even better, but obviously it could be. But if they hear it, they still have to move someone around. And maybe you could use that in a really clever way.
Then some earlier outside smokes. Standard two smoke wall. And wow, okay. Looks like Woxic was able to find Blame F through something. That'll offer them some space. Now, this is a lifeline for Eternal Fire. This is a round where they've attained space and they have the man advantage. To lose this would be heartbreaking. It would be devastating. Okay. All right, the flying Xantares peak. He keeps on innovating how he's going to peek people.
Oh my god. Sit down and take a deep breath, Glaive. You're going to take a moment to recover from that one.
That's a jump scare.
Yeah, it really is. Oh no. Faligan, Sip left, but obviously not much to do right here. Sip showing himself in Eternal Fire. Just keep it a tight group. Don't let them have any long duels against anyone. Just get the bomb planted and then it should be all fine. I actually would love to see that peak again. Farlig's going to be found. Eternal Fire. They need the last rounds. They need to make this 10-5 absolutely critical right now if they want to stay in this map.
Yeah, because even though Astralis are not in the best form we've seen this team in, we know that this core, especially basically everybody but Mister, they've been playing Nuke for a while. They don't have the best win rate on it, but Maniac put it up on the desk that those losses Astralis have, despite having numerous, they're close games at that, 12 rounds plus on many of the losses.
Yeah, I'm sure on some level, especially for people like Glaive and Sip here, it just feels like such a home territory, right? You're never going to feel like, I don't know what I'm doing on Nuke, because it's just been their whole careers, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Even if they're not necessarily finding the openers, if they get space, they know how to use it. So, Eternal Fire, it feels like it is a must-win final 2 rounds of the half.
And you know what, again, kind of looking at some of the money, at least on Astralis, right? Even after they win all those rounds in a row, they still don't have an insane bank. Oh, that's how it starts. All right. This is it.
Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Jeez. Give him a chance.
All right. He's not nearly as shocked as I would have expected.
Scratches it, just win. Okay.
That is, it would look cinematic. You got to give him some credit.
Yeah.
Round number 14 coming up now. And all of the money put into this round for Astralis. So, realistically, if Eternal Fire win this one, they could almost get the 15th round for free. What a luxury that would be.
That would be massive for them. Cross smokes are there. Looks like they're going back to the same strategy that they just ran. But Blame F this time is playing in secret, and he's able to find that opener. But a much-needed trade coming out from Paz. That's big. So they now have a 4-on-4, and Farlig is burning alive. This guy has taken 50 damage. And this is getting difficult for Astralis to control.
Yeah, it really has. He's going to go up heaven, though. Xantares is already kind of making his way there. This could be a really awkward battle if the AK gets there beforehand. Mr. up close, but X-Cloud, he is so quick. Nearly dead, but still not at all bad. Easy enough kill for Glaive. Xantares on this long trek around. The AWP, I think, is waiting for him, though. Yes. If he stands up at the wrong time, he could be dead.
Yeah, Farlig is keyed in onto the angle. Now it's about that mid-rounding. What Woxic talked about was that Emor, he can put these rounds together, so he'll have to do it here if he wants to give his team a chance.
Maybe a flash to set it up. 25 seconds. It's a flash to put him off the corner, but they're going to bring the bomb back down low. That would be interesting. Sip, though, he's kind of in the right position down there. They're going to make the jump, but at least he's going to be able to call it out. There's the early kill on Paz with the bomb on the ground. 10 seconds, Sip. Every second counts. Oh, he's doing such a good job staying alive. Even the extra 2 or 3 seconds there, that is hell for Eternal Fire. Glaive is going to pick up one, and there's no shot at it. 11-3. And yeah, Glaive getting a couple of kills, 3 in fact in this round, but don't underestimate the extra 2 or 3 seconds that Zip bought back there. That's absolutely huge.
That back silo position from Xyp9x is just played to perfection, just jiggling around it, baiting out the shot from Woxic, buys all the time for the rotations, and you can see it wasn't a bad read. They went to the bomb site that had less players. It's just that Xyp9x made a great individual effort in order to make things just so tough for Eternal Fire there. There's no clean way to clear a guy there.
Yeah, and a less experienced player could easily panic, right? You get a kill to one side, you overswing the other side, and you get blown up, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. And then they have the extra 4 or 5 seconds to continue the fight with, which they definitely needed. Mister's going to be going down to the start of this round. Glaive sneaking in, but what an opening! Emo coming in. That's his 3rd and 4th kill in the round. xCloud, he's really hot in this first half, so he's going to keep on going. 2 versus 4, and a real good chance here for Eternal Fire to get 4.
Yeah, a bit of a brute force approach, and now all the grenades have been sent towards heaven. Xyp9x, not much more than a prayer here, as he'll try to make his way in.
Are they blocking each other?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're trying to do.
Having a good time, I think.
That's it. That's key.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing else to do really. They're never going to get out of here. There's more grenades even waiting down below. Zip flashing his way through and getting murdered immediately afterwards. So, 11-4 in the first half. Astralis off to a great start. We'll see if it's enough to win this one. After the break, we're going to find out.
Maybe he was secret.
Smoke ramp. The smoke ramp.
Hopefully he's not cold.
There's smoke door. I'll pick you. Close, left.
Left hand. Safe.
One jump sideways.
This is safe for us.
Ramp down.
Above. He molly long. Molly long.
No,
I
more
did.
ramp.
Molly the ramp, bro.
Yeah, just scam.
Okay.
Land.
I'm fighting ramp.
Close to you.
Ball. Rushing ramp. I'm in long. Rushing long.
All clear.
I'm walking with you ramp.
Head ramp, nice.
Should
be minutes events.
Go windows. Can be long now. I'm windows. Rushing long. How long? Can be out short. You can go long to you, windows. I have window. I can open short. You have ramp, Robin?
Yeah. You're good, guys. You're good.
Bomb is
go short.
Yeah, I'm hiding. They're gonna flash long again, probably. Long. Jump long! 3 long, 3! Play time. Windows. 2 windows. Fuck. Yes.
No time, right?
Yes. They have it.
Malaga.
Oh.
No.
Nice.
Nice!
What the fuck? We all
Next time, a little faster, please!
Stay alive.
Let's go back.
I can't get the bumper.
Running city then.
Nice.
One more city.
Oh, city last. Rushing. He rushed. No, he's holding you. Maybe. I don't know.
Secret. Nice, mate! One more B.
Should be one close maze, no?
Mid, one.
Go ahead then. Let's go then.
Yeah, I'm gonna take donut control.
Let's go.
One mid. Going A. Going donut. Both. I'm only blocking. I didn't molly. I'm blending. Go down. Please. Good job, Brookie.
Jarosch flankt jetzt. Sieht Würmchen ein mit Bombe down.
Der Würmchen ist aber die
hat
Zeit.
geht Karin. Bombe gepickt. Im Flash Schacht runter. Schacht runter! T-Vent oder Schacht runter.
Schacht. Erst am Schacht.
Hat der Bombe nicht? Nein.
Ah, sehr gut, Jungs.
Super, skal han ha green flag?
Super, du tar flag,
Okay.
Super, du tar flag.
Just a moment of Danish celebrations happening. Yeah, Sip did do a good job in that first half. 11-4 in favor of Astralis. They're just overall looking really strong at the moment.
It was very tough for Eternal Fire to have any response, find any consistent answers in that first half. The offense did not treat them well, but there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. Nothing is assured here. Even though it is a massive lead, even though it felt like Astralis was clearly the more comfortable team in the first half, anything can change. I'm not counting Xantares out. That's all I'm saying.
He had a really tough start to the map, but he started to wake up a little bit more. And I mean, if anyone could join xCloud and Woxic at the moment, it's possible. There is a way back here. Win the pistol. We are working inside of the tenuous rules of Sonic's law, so there is always it's always something to work for.
It's always relevant.
Sip trying for the opening mister there to follow it up, but good return with the dualies as well. And with Xantares, there's the headshot that they needed. That should be good enough. The bomb is kind of committed all the way to it, so there's no guessing game here for Eternal Fire. They know this is going to end up on the A-bomb side. BlameF and Glaive, 2 versus 3 at the moment. And they're hoping for a mistake from that CT side. And surely Emor is on the comms saying, just take a deep breath. Do not give them an easy fight here.
BlameF never opts for the obvious fight with this much time left. He will use the entire clock, expend every option in order to make things difficult for his opponents. And you can see that he's working his way around the entirety of outside. Wow. Yep.
Not even mini.
Nope.
I'd love it if you went all the way through ramp and into main again. It just keeps going.
Keep them guessing. That's the BlameF way.
Look at this.
This is the fight.
Yeah, and they're running out of time too. 20 seconds. xCloud sees it coming though. Oh, but BlameF, that's a little bit awkward. Glaive's going to be going down and he almost catches the kill, but they get off the hut. And now that's a huge problem. He needed to get that one to make it a 1 versus 1. He's going to pick up the bomb and try and fake it out. 5 seconds now. He swings for it. He might almost do it, but he's out of time. If he would have hit the headshot on Xantares, then maybe he could win the round. But instead, Eternal Fire pick it up. And you see how close that is.
Oh, such a close attempt from BlameF. So close, but didn't know where that second player was or how close they were, but gave himself every opportunity to make it happen. He did have a shot. He had the chance. If he nails that shot, it's a tough one at that. That player is retreating, but
so close.
Yeah, just can't count him out in those kinds of rounds. But Eternal Fire, that was a must-win round for them. This game would be over had they have lost it, especially in that fashion. It's such a mental blow, but no, they hold on. And now it's up to Astralis to try to put something together.
And you know, just to say, to add a little bit to it with BlameF, right? Playing those rounds really, really late. You could see how comfortable he is, though, at the end. That's probably, I mean, that's another reason why. And a lot of players, especially some of his opponents, right? They're going to be really uncomfortable. They could easily make a mistake in the last 5 seconds of a round.
Yeah, he's the one that puts the pressure on. He doesn't feel it.
Yeah. Really cool.
A lot of utility, though, for Astralis. Looks like it'll be an A-pop coming out from them.
Molotov on Pazia could actually, it could really work.
Yeah. If they're able to molly top hut, then this is going to be very difficult to hold.
There we go. 4-star. Flashed up as well. Beautiful. 2 entry kills. Oh, that's textbook. This is how you wanted to play. It doesn't always play out that way, but absolutely brilliant. Mister's going to be finding Woxic, and just like that, xCloud walking in, but he might get shot in the back if he's not careful. Deagle here ready and waiting for him, and a little bit of a mess up there, Farlik. That could have probably been a kill. xCloud wants to keep going, and mechanically, he is just off the charts at the moment. Taking down BlameF as well. He's going to find one more. 3 kills with absolutely no delay. xCloud bringing his team back into this round, and now it's all on Mister. 1 versus 2. He's going to get found, and that looked like it was a sure-fire thing here for Astralis. No kit, so they needed to be in a hurry as well. I mean, if he didn't get those kills that quickly, they might never get close to winning this round.
That's unbelievable. 4-on-2 situation, and xCloud clearing out Farlig. That could have been it right there. That could have been the round done and dusted, but he still makes his way around. After getting the hut kill, Zipnix just does not expect that to happen, and you can see...
Ouch.
Wow. Yeah, Astralis, they had that round in the palm of their hands. They let it slip through their fingertips, but... wasn't them just letting it slip. I mean, xCloud took it back by force. That was well put together by him and Xantares.
He's on 19.
Yes.
So, pretty impressive stuff here.
Yeah, and he had a great dust too. Just got to reiterate that.
True. Oh, Xantares, if they actually had been gunning for him, if they both had jumped for it, there was a chance. Running out of bullets now. USP is out. And he's just keep fighting. All right. Very aggressive. xCloud's going to get a couple of those kills, but still. 5 versus 2.
Not too much left for BlameF and Xipnix here. Okay, well, some damage wouldn't hurt. Money is still... It's in a pretty poor position for Eternal Fire. Going for a push like that from xCloud, that there might be some regrets later in this game.
It seemed like they wanted to dive Mini in that round instead of... I mean, they probably didn't know exactly where Xantares was, so they couldn't really just plan to attack him. But once they knew, if they would have gone all in, I feel like they could have probably traded him. Anyway, BlameF's going to find the kill with the Deagle instead.
Yes. This is still actually possible. There's a lot of time to work with. They have the bomb. Looks like they'll be going for the double peek onto the Mini player. So it's up to pass and multi-frag here.
Yeah, gotta be really careful. See how wide they swing.
Oh, no way.
That's the headshot. I can't believe it. What is this, a 5-on-2 into a 2-on-2 now?
These rounds are just all over the place. Everybody seems like they have a chance as long as the player's alive. And, oh, man, the door opens right in front of Woxic. He'll be keyed in on this angle for the remainder of the round now. He has no idea what's coming next. Emor, there's only 15 seconds, but if he gets this kill, the round should be over, and he does. But Xipnix hits the dink.
Yeah, the bomb is so far away. He just can't run there. So it is a cool dink, but ultimately it will be the round for Eternal Fire. But another really expensive round that should never have got that close. Not even a little bit. That's kind of unforgivable. They could have just as well lost this round. And it does terrible damage to their economy.
I have no idea how Xipnix won that MP9 versus M4 fight. That's crazy. These are some nice kills to find, but just a little overeager, perhaps, from the remaining Eternal Fire players. Could just turtle onto sites there, keep the number advantage, especially given the fact you have just so many dead Cs already. But this has now become a swing round all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yeah, the economic damage from the last round could really come back to haunt them. Sneaking through the smoke, Woxic absolutely ready for it. Good kill on the glaive. That could be one of the huge win conditions, surely, for Eternal Fire. If Woxic gets warmed up out in the yard with the AWP and becomes a problem for Astralis, yeah, that's a good way to get back on top. They are only 4 rounds down. It's not at all impossible.
Very doable. I'm sure every player on Eternal Fire believes this comeback is possible, and they believe it's happening. That opening pick, Astralis, they have no ground to speak of. This looks like it has to be a door pop.
Smoke. Ooh. Looked like there was a gap there. Maybe Emor could have found someone up against. All right. Some damage. It all adds up. And Sip just waiting on the other side for some internal timing. Smoke going to be fading, and they're going to start to sneak out here. Emor's going to be really careful. When he repeats this, they're already in. Good return, though, at the very least. Just stay alive and buy as much time as you can, which might not be enough. There's a team kill in the middle of all of that, and Farley's going to be found. xCloud and Xantares to close out the round, and it's 11-8. They get to save 2 AKs and the AWP, so they're going to be quite happy about that on the CT side.
Astralis ran out of options in that one. They had no space towards outside. They didn't want to opt for ramp. They couldn't get anything there. They couldn't find an opening at all. Well done by Eternal Fire. And if Woxic just keeps on being mobile, because we saw in that last round, he got that pick outside, moved immediately to ramp. If he is hard to predict for Glaive, then this becomes a nightmare for Astralis.
Oh, here we go. Blowing up the door, running straight in there, trying to get the vent dive in. They already lost 1. Auto shotgun on the other side. Like that. I want to believe that Emor's like, all right, we want to play that game, we can. He's certainly testing the smoke, but no one is there. And the bomb right now on the back of Mr. Not really sure where to go with it at the moment. Hoping that someone's going to dive down, so maybe catch them with the Tech 9. That's not going to be the case. It is a 4-on-3 technically, but it feels like they're a long way away from a bomb plant right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to put this together perfectly. They only have a single smoke. It's on Glaive, and he is isolated. He's a mile away from his teammates. Emor is relocated towards the hut, and this should be a free kill for him. Already spots Glaive.
Yeah.
Well done.
I'm never not gonna love that sound. I think it's so good.
It's so commanding. There's so much force behind it.
Yeah, Mr. sneaking on in. He's picked up an AK. I can't believe that he gets away with that.
He just ended up where he was earlier in the round. But
yeah, but with a better weapon, I guess. So
yeah, not bad.
This door, though. Oh, X-Flower. Got to be real careful. There's the shot they needed. BlameF will take one with him. And it's going to go straight for the bomb plant here. This is really helpful. Just getting the bomb plant, getting the bonus, even if you're going to go down right afterwards. It's still pretty good. 3 kills, though, with the auto shotgun. Emor will oh, double kill, sorry. Make some money behind that at a minimum. And it will be 11-9.
Yeah, but a bomb plant will allow Astralis a very comfy buy moving to the upcoming round. But Eternal Fire are doing it. They've yet to drop a round on the defense so far. Emor making the auto shotgun look a little bit better than Mr. did in the previous half.
How is that a headshot, by the way? He's pointing it down into the ground and still hitting it. Anyway.
Just a nice little flick.
The mystery of the auto shotgun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly doing it. You're absolutely right. From 11-4?
Yes.
Into an 11-9 scoreline. So really well done so far. Devastating for Astralis if they can't close out an 11-4 lead on Nuke to try and stay in the tournament. Obviously, that would not be the kind of headline they were looking for on any level. No. That's aggressive.
Yeah. Eternal Fire are very active now. They're moving around a lot. They're trying to set up their players with flashes. So Xcloud does seem like he may be tested. Astralis haven't really keyed in onto ramp just yet, but this might be the round.
Oh, I kind of like that. Slowing down any attempt from Astralis to play fast behind the wall. And then putting Santeris into an interesting position. See what he could do from here.
Oh, wow.
Wow, just walking headshot with that AK. That's real important. And especially against Santeris, like we talked about earlier, he is a mechanical god, so you don't often get a chance to actually do that against him.
Oh, they're giving up B. They're not committing to the rotation. Okay, that's an easy kill for BlameF. There is a return from Paz, and now Xcloud, the ramp player, has rotated on down lower.
I don't know if anyone could do it. It is Xcloud right now. He's got 24 kills, but he's probably going to have to defend this bomb site on his own. And they're everywhere. He's just not sure where to look, so good job. Only one casualty on the Astralis side.
Yeah, that was so strange. The bomb from Astralis was still at lobby when that was taking place. They needed to actually scurry down ramp to make that happen, but it looks like the player that rotated to ramp actually ended up dying. So nice round from Astralis. A little bit confusing in some ways, and really off the back of a great opener from Mr. That kill onto Xantares is just massive.
Yeah.
Because that's a great off angle from Xantares. By no means is that a bad position to be in. It's just a better shot.
But their money is not in a good position right now, which is obviously devastating news. And also, that's the last of the timeouts being used here. So if this goes really deep and if it goes into overtime, they're not going to get a chance to kind of, you know, talk things through, which is always bad news, but maybe especially with the new team, that could be really rough.
Yeah, in the first half, actually, Eternal Fire called back-to-back timeouts in the same freeze time to try to put together a plan. It did seemingly net them a couple rounds at the end of the half. They had some idea of how they wanted to play it, so maybe it was worth it, but it would have been nice to just kind of have the plan set prior to using those, so it could have been a more shorthand description. Either way, this looks like it. Actually, this just got really interesting. Woxic bought it off at the last second here, and now anything seems possible.
Okay. So either genius or madness. I guess we'll have to find out. Oh, nice start. Oh, he wants to go back for it again. Almost got the flick in McGlaive. That's a little bit bold. Santeris picking up the AWP and making a run for it. Xcloud's out of the round. Man, with that kind of an opening, I wanted to see more. I was excited for that one.
Yeah, it felt completely possible. Xantares still has the op, but I think he's lost track of Glaive here. Yeah, they definitely were not aware of his position. Now, Xantares still has the op, can find some more damage, but this does not seem like it is likely. Ooh, that op purchase in the last second, that is a snap buy that Eternal Fire may come to regret in this game, because we can see already Woxic, he's got nothing to work with in the next one. So Xantras would love to save this.
Yeah, they kind of have an idea. They're going to go check for it. Make it a run back towards CT spawn. Either way, it'll be a 13-9 scoreline here in favor of the Astralis side with... Yeah, I don't know, that really could come back to haunt them. Sometimes some of these purchases, you know, are not... They don't have to be devastating, but this one actually could come back to be a little bit scary. Has at least got a pretty good bank, so they could pick up another one down the road, but Woxic on $400 is still not that great.
It's just curious because you use the entire timeout and then make a purchase in the last 2 seconds of freeze time. It's almost like Woxic said, wait a second, I have a spawn, so I just want to go for this. And maybe it was more under control than that. But one boost, they're hunting him down. Oh, okay. Glaive taken down. Xantras, he's got no chance on Earth to keep that.
Yeah, a lot of nades as well behind it. Well done. Not allowing him to get AWP.
And this is just where things are so awkward for Eternal Fire now. You've used your last timeout. You haven't... I mean, there was a comeback there. They had 5 in a row to kick off this CT side, but Astralis, they've got a grip now. They've got the mental picture. And you know, once Glaive downloads that opposing team, it's tough to bring back any momentum on your own side.
I mean, again, looking at that scoreboard and looking at xCloud and his 24 kills, you want to say this can still be done. Emo, that's the entire magazine gone, and they know he's going to be reloading. They could definitely count the bullets there, and that's an easy choice to go for. Straight uppercut to the A-bomb site. xCloud and Santaris just walk away with the guns. It's not worth it here. It's going to be 14-9.
Solid A-pop from Astralis. These A-pops have been very effective for them.
Yeah.
It seems like a strat that they are always going to have in their back pocket, and Eternal Fire don't have a great response for it, other than a miraculous retake. So...
And even losing every single gun at the end. Quad kill on BlameF. He's up to 26 now, overtaking everybody else in the server. So, kind of running out of momentum a little bit here on the Eternal Fire side.
Yeah, and using all of his bullets. I mean, he was blind anyways for the actual fight that was about to commence. But there's just a big decision now for Eternal Fire. Do you play for OT or do you play for regulation? I mean, if you're a professional team, you're playing for overtime here, but with how these rounds have been going lately, you might even think that you have a better chance in a half buy because you're just going to throw a couple wild cards into the mix. So, Eternal Fire, they look like they want to play one more gun round.
Yeah, it's you know, I would have given them the pass even if they decided to go for the force up in this round. I said, yeah, you know what,
why not?
It's real tricky. Like, the road back into this game is just really, really long. So, you got to try something, I guess.
Slower default for Astralis here. We have Farley outside, and things are going pretty well for Astralis so far on their defaults. There's been a couple picks from Eternal Fire, but yeah, quick work at ramp. And BlameF even getting a kill at door. Just mopping him up, actually. Wow. He's farming.
Yeah, he is. He's had himself a very, very good series, BlameF. I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to him at the end of the day, so cool to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I was really curious in this game how Astralis were going to deal without having config, because he was such an excellent space taker towards outside. He had a couple moves that nobody else really went for, like the back silo rifle peek to fight an opper who's back garage. Like, nobody really does that except for him, and he was good at winning that fight. But they found other ways into these rounds. They these A pops, even just working through ramp as the first point of contact. That's all worked for them rather well. And Eternal Fire, despite the early string of rounds, the 5, it's been all Astralis since.
Six rounds in a row is what Eternal Fire need right now. It just feels really unlikely, but if they could get off to a little bit of a start, maybe they can start to roll something together. One round at a time, that's got to be all they're thinking. And again, the fact that they don't have any more timeouts is also just devastating. You'd love to be able to slow this down a little bit, sort of get everyone on the right page.
been tough. They haven't found any answer since Glaive got a beat on him. And it looks like this time Astralis are keeping things real simple. Not making any strong moves yet. Oh, nice read from Xantras though. Already finding the headshot onto Farlig.
That'll slow them down a little bit outside. Shots are kind of hard to return on the T side because of the M4A1. Gotta be careful. But they're patient on the Astralis side. They're saying, all right, let's just wait for the smokes to fade. Almost walked into the shot. That patience, that nearly paid off.
Not a bad idea. 35 seconds though. Astralis are running out of time.
They really are. Yeah, this is a little bit worrying. There's the flash and the kill for Xantras. Going to be taken down, Mr. 27 seconds. Finally, a bit of an opening here as they find Woxic, but I don't know. They're going to be going down below with Sip still playing around it. This is very readable. Good entry on the Emo, though. Still 17 seconds on the clock, and now they're going to bring the bomb back up again. They're so low on health, both of them. I feel like there's not much they could do in this round. I'm going to try for it anyway, it feels like. Yeah, waiting down below. That is it. xCloud, he's been stuck on 24 for a while. Feels like he got slowed down a bit in the second half, but we'll pick up a 25th kill right there. And 15-10 is what we're looking for.
There was an opportunity there for Astralis. There was an opportunity for Farlig. Those are the shots you want to have a second crack at.
Yeah.
But this was a very late play from them. It was all hinging on him actually even giving up that peak and finding that shot. This was one of those ones that if they put it together, it would have looked incredible, like a stroke of genius. But not the case here. And Eternal Fire have yet another round in them. So, see if Astralis simplify things in round 26.
They need it so badly here. So much pressure on them. Nuke, a great playground for Astralis to finish this off on is what it feels like at the moment. Oh, nice shot on top of the smoke. Glaive trying to sneak past. Not going to get anything done there anymore. I don't think Mr. was looking a little bit further back, so might have even been that his gun model was kind of blocking that field of view.
Okay, 2 opening picks for Eternal Fire. BlameF, he heard that rotation, so he might look for an opportunity here, but Paz is holding the line. Well done, because that would have been one way back into this one. And now a desperate attempt from Farlig and Zipnix to reach into lower, but xCloud has already moved into the back silo. And Eternal Fire, they still keep on burning.
Yeah, and speaking of which, there's a lot of money to burn for on the Astralis side. Even after taking a couple of losses here, they still have, 7,000-8,000 on each player. So once they're starting to run out, the round loss bonus is going to start to kick in as well, and they're probably going to catch them on the way down.
Any bomb plant now is just massive for Astralis. Just a whole nother gun round there. And with 4 more to play with before the possible overtime, it's really actually such a strong play to even just look for a plant, that is.
Yeah. See if they can in any of these rounds. Emo finding a little bit of damage through the smoke. Down to 74, so we're going to be careful. Glaive. Xantras is out here. Is he going to have the timing? It looks like it, but he's just going to adjust anyway. You feel like that's surely a fight that he's not meant to win.
That was looking so promising for Glaive, but Xantras, he's starting to warm up, and that's so worrying for Astralis. This outside area, they were finding some success with it. They were finding some space. They were catching him off, but now he's awake.
That is absolutely bad news, is not. 3 versus 5. Mr. trying to get the sneak through. They got caught once. They're still going to be catching Woxic. That's not bad, but the immediate return, there's just so many people out here to shoot through the smoke. Sip is up next. He's been spotted as well, and he will go down. Emo with a good double. And BlameF back here, waiting, hoping for somebody to take a peek up the stairs, but no one ever did.
Yeah, Eternal Fire, they're just so ready to brawl. As soon as these smokes are fading from Astralis, Eternal Fire is ready. They're posted. They're holding the angles, and it just feels like there's no hope in some of these duels for Astralis. It doesn't feel like a fair fight even, because they can be in a million spots, and BlameF, he's being flanked at this point, fighting to the death, and wow, okay. That was so slow. It even felt at some points just disconnected from Astralis. Just smokes fading, individuals taking fights. It needs to be a more concerted effort. Does not feel like individual duels are the way to close this if you are Astralis.
Not when you have Santaris waking up and X-Cloud also dropping kills. I mean, it's a little bit of a risk, isn't it, running into one of those two players. 3 more chances for Astralis, and they have a pretty decent buy in this one. Going to be putting Farlick down on the Tech 9, but otherwise they're good to go. Like you pointed out, a bomb plant right now would make such a difference for Astralis. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get close to that one. Santaris out here, he's so confident. He's been out here a lot, and I think once Mr. managed to beat him. Otherwise, he's been having a field day. So let's just see. Early shot there, takes down one, ready with a second, and that is the round over.
This guy's untouchable now. No one can stop him. He's a ghost. Astralis have no answer, and they keep feeding the beast. And he is unrelenting.
Yeah, every kill he takes, it makes him a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
This is a worrying sign. I don't even know if BlameF has he's really going to make a true attempt at this round now. Yeah, Xyp9x he's moving back to spawn. BlameF just hoping for a big mistake, and it's not coming. Eternal Fire, they've closed the door.
I feel like they keep testing an outside, position a lot, and either they get orbed or they run into Santaris out there. And I'm also, they're not throwing any flashes to try and get him. No Molotovs deep to try and push him out of that position. It's all a little bit flat out in the yard at the moment for Astralis.
Yeah, and this makes things really weird. Moving into round 29, you're going to have 2 guys in BlameF and Xyp9x with guns. So yeah, they have a crack at the next round, but that means in round 30, unless you got a bomb plant, you're putting yourself in a potential position to have a mismatch buy on round 29 and round 30. That's the decision that Astralis are making right now. That's either putting a lot of faith in the individuals of BlameF and Xyp9x, or it might just be a mistake outright. Wow.
Yeah, very flat. It's crunch time. 15-13. 29th round is coming up. Astralis they've been teetering on the edge of winning this one, winning this series, and knocking out Eternal Fire. But what a switch it would be if it goes into overtime. You could imagine the pressure on Astralis all of a sudden.
This is where Astralis need to recognize what have been the tendencies, what have been the weaknesses of Eternal Fire, and how do you capitalize on it. Every A-pop has worked for Astralis. It'd be a bold, maybe even obvious call to go for the A hit out of spawn, but it's had a successful track record thus far. And when you go A, what that means is you are avoiding Xantares. That is in itself a win.
Yeah, it's a good bonus to have. You don't have to deal with that. And I mean, the nature of the A-pops usually also is if you get the first kill, that's it. The site is open. Problem is, obviously, now there's a lot more nades to run through, so that could be very, very tricky. We'll see. 2 Tech 9s, 1 Deagle, 2 AKs on the side of Astralis. Still stuck at 15. Yeah, you see the counter nades coming out everywhere.
Huge utility dump coming out from Eternal Fire.
They really want to make sure that no one comes through in the first 10 seconds of the round.
They knew it was a possibility. They knew it was a weakness. So, rule that one out. But there is still some T-roof presence between Xyp9x and Glaive. Some nades to be thrown. Might be the all-in towards A.
Yeah, but a bit delayed.
Yeah. Just trying to waste some utility.
And but surely now, because there's absolutely no presence in the yard, you have to assume that Santaris is also kind of calling that in, saying this is, normally there's some people out here for me to fight. There's absolutely dead silence outside.
Right. Okay. Just a little chip damage right there.
They're walking around for a long time here, aren't they? Down to 40 seconds, and they're still hanging around lobby.
It does seem like A is where they will end. It seems like that, and they're just trying to burn some utility, maybe cause a rotation, add to the confusion. We see the outside smokes right now. Yeah, that might actually
they're gonna go for it now. They cross your fingers and hope right now, Astralis. They need the opening. They don't want to play this into overtime at all. Flash is coming through, but they get stuck in the hut for a minute now. Emo showing up, and it's a really good spray down. X-Cloud behind him, and he will shut the round down. 30 kills on him, as they get to 15-14. 30th round is coming up in Astralis. They can't close it out. They're so close, and they have been so close for a long time.
Yes, they have. And we see the repercussions of the mismatch buy coming out. But it does seem like Eternal Fire, they were aware. They put up a very strong defense on that A play. Despite that player on the floor becoming completely blind, they were still able to hold on. Great rotation from xCloud. The way that he was able to come in so quickly, despite being the ramp player, that was paramount to success on that defense.
Whew. One last attempt here. Otherwise, it's going to go to overtime, and I guarantee the pressure will be on for Astralis. They know suddenly they are at risk of getting knocked out if that happens. Oh, here we go. Flashing their way through. They call it one more time, and they trade their way in. Good opening. Evo back here. The spray is good, and Santaris has shown up from the heavens. It's xCloud, and it will be overtime. 15-15, ladies and gentlemen. Eternal Fire, they find a way to stay alive. That is crazy.
They went back to the well, Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it.
Yeah, no, I can't believe it either. They call for the A play twice in a row. Doesn't work out for them. They tried the full delay. They tried one with just the minor delay. None of it going their way. And we see Eternal Fire, they righted their wrongs, able to correct whatever was happening on those early defenses. What they couldn't do was hold on when those plays were coming at them, but this time, they fixed it. They figured it out.
What a relief. Imagine that. Oh, 11-4 first half. Sonic's law in full effect.
Absolutely. Comes back to bite him. The ghost. Still there.
xCloud, 31 kills in regulation. If it ends up being Eternal Fire winning this, you've got to get a lot of credit to him. Woxic missing a first shot. xCloud showing up and tracking Sip mid-air to bring him down. That's not bad. Glaive crouching on in for the fight and nearly getting caught on the return, but he's going to be all right. 4-on-4 with some ramp control for Astralis. All right, this is a different look.
Yes, we have not seen this from Astralis. They bring it out in overtime. The early ramp play, and Mr. actually, whoa, takes down Emor. I think that was towards the mouth of ramp. And Woxic still holds the line. They heard that op rattle out earlier in the round, so they know that there should be some more presence towards lower. But the man advantage lies with Astralis, and they're waiting for a mistake. They're waiting for a re-aggression from Eternal Fire, who should be hungry. They should be thirsty for some information.
Yeah, and it makes sense, I think. Eternal Fire haven't really been in this position for a long time. So for them to be a man down, maybe that will, you know, put some pressure on them and start to have them move around just a little bit too much. Smoke is really well timed, especially with the Molotov. Oh, they're going to push through anyway. He went maybe a little bit too deep. And up on the rafters, xCloud absolutely traded Glaive. It's a Counter-Strike classic, isn't it? When you get the one round that you needed in regulation, you get it as the first round of overtime instead.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And it's at the hands of Glaive finding the return to make it a 4-on-4 and then finding the double entry into the late A pop. Well done by the leader. Pimp was talking about this after map 1. Sometimes we get this Glaive. It didn't seem to come out too often in the previous iteration of the lineup for Astralis, but when he needs to, he can, and he does step up.
Goal opening, and Falik to find him. All right. They start with quite a bit of money, 12.
Yeah.
1250, so they're going to be all right.
Well done by Glaive. This next kill on this early... Wow. Okay. Yeah. xCloud had no chance.
That's absolutely huge. So, 16-15. First team to 19, obviously, is what we're looking for. But that one round that Astralis needed in regulation, they're going to be able to pick up here. And when you're only playing 3 rounds on either half, you know, just even winning one round like that can be such a relief just knowing, all right, we did it on the T side, we got that one round.
Yes.
Anything now is a big bonus.
Yeah, when you're stumped repeatedly. Oh, no. Oh, xCloud. Wow, that could have been a horrible timing for him. Oh, he throws a smoke down.
Yeah.
Trying to say that he went down, but Xyp9x has such great position. This is so risky if you're xCloud, and it does not pay off. A bold play goes punished.
I feel like he almost countered his own play by throwing the flashbang after he did the smoke.
Yeah.
Felt like he kind of...
It's a little bit telegraphed at that point.
Yeah, otherwise it's a sick idea.
Yeah, that felt like the nerves came in for xCloud. If he didn't throw that flash, I don't know if Xyp9x is holding it with such intent. But Woxic, okay, he's looking to reclaim some space here. This is really closing the net on Astralis.
Yeah, it is. had to unscope by, pulling the gun away, but then he can't really rescope it either. That's going to obviously give the game away too. And as a result, not really ready. 5 versus 3 here. Astralis huge if they can win this one too.
Yep. Last time around, they opted for the late door pop, but they have so much more space. Astralis, that is. Zipnik's towards hell, Mr. towards outside. Looks like it will be an A conversion from multiple angles this time.
Yeah, down 20 seconds, but he heard the flashbang, wanted to turn around, sit with a double opening, and there's nothing Santaris could really do about it. So going to be another round here favoring the Astralis side. 17-15. Santaris, $500 on Woxic, so you kind of need to save this gun to make it a full round the next one.
Yeah, this is looking heartbreaking for Eternal Fire to come back in that fashion and to now just drop 2 consecutive rounds once it hits overtime. But credit to Eternal Fire, they were stopping that A play. It's just that Astralis just completely rewrote the script. They didn't see anything like this last half. This is a new look. This is Glaive reaching deep into his bag.
Look at what he finds, though.
Yep.
AWP, that's something to really worry about. There we go, picking it up. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, you almost makes you wonder, well, why couldn't they find that in regulation? But maybe that little bit of a break between the end of the regulation and the overtime just made him rethink a couple of things. Something changed at the minimum, so worked out for them. It's really a full team effort on the Astralis side, Blamef at 28, Sip at 24, Glaive at 21, 20 on Mr. as well. He's, again, quietly having a pretty decent game.
Yeah, Mr. hasn't been too much of a liability in this series. He's had his woes on the defense.
Which is great. I mean, I feel like if you can not be a liability in this current mixture in Astralis, that's probably really good news.
Yes, absolutely. Woxic using the op recovered from Xantaras to post up on a very forward angle. This will be tough for Mr. Unless he perfectly jiggles this. This might be the opener that Eternal Fire need. And I'll say this, they need to get one. They have to get this round. If they want to go to double OT or have even a chance to close it out in the second half here, they need this pick. They need this round.
Battle of patience right now between Woxic and Mr. Who's going to give it up first? And seems like whoever does is probably going to die. Turned out to be Mr. in this case. 4 on 5, and Woxic's going to stick around. That is
only Woxic.
Yeah.
Only Woxic does that.
Why not? He's back for more and taking down Sip. Like, bring it on. Just throw more people this way if you want. That is pretty absurd.
Unreal. This is exactly what Eternal Fire needed. A shot in the arm from Woxic. Now, Blamef and Farleg, you can't count them out, but 2 versus 4, it is tough. Okay, that might be one.
Yeah, nice Molotov, and you've got to be really careful. Actually, it has. Oh, right. How did he get both?
What a transfer.
I don't even understand. I need the instant replay. All right, 17-16, though, in the first half in favor of Astralis. It's still pretty impressive when you're talking about overtime. They need 2 more rounds.
Yes, and we saw how formidable the Astralis defense was there, but this was essential to extend Eternal Fire's life in this series. Woxic needed to come up with something like this. That's just magic right there.
I still need to find out how Paz got that second kill. It was so quick.
It just felt like he breathed on him. Like,
yeah.
When the A1S transfers, it's so... It kind of just feels so nonchalant.
Here we go. Eternal Fire with the back against the wall. Definitely in some trouble once again. And it's been a minute since they were on the T side themselves, so they kind of have to remember quite far back to sort of say, okay, what actually worked?
Triple nade. But Mr. not in that position. Only played on top of that silo a handful of times, rarely starting back silo. No control for Eternal Fire just yet. Does look like they want to throw some late outside smokes to gain some space.
Yeah, they're going to try and see if they can land them. A lot of people out on the yard, though, for the Astralis side, so I doubt they're going to get fooled immediately. They're kind of going to know what's happening, especially with this forward position. It's actually what we talked about in regulation with Blamer being aggressive, and he wasn't that aggressive really in the regulation. But now look at this. How do you stop this from happening? He's going to push up, and that's actually a huge kill. xCloud dead before they even get the execute started. What a disaster. It's Woxic and Santaris here with 40 seconds, and Blamef comes back for it. Absolutely cerebral play coming out from him. 31 kills on the board. Woxic on his own, and Blamef will come on him down at the end. That is absolutely great. 18-16, and Blamef on the triple kill to almost win the map here and the series for Astralis.
2 opportunities for Astralis to end the series and move themselves forward in the showdown. This would be a nice victory for them, but it's been a hard-fought battle at that. Cool call from Eternal Fire, actually, but just wasn't enough. With that forward position from Blamef, he was able to snuff it all out. And now, Eternal Fire, they're going to have to come up with something big.
They need 2 in a row to get it back into double overtime. It feels like, yeah, living life at the limit of the moment. Emor, though, what an opening! Oh my god! He spins around. What a madman! He got all 3 of them. I swear he was blind for 2 out of 3 kills. It's all on Blamef.
Oh, no way. Every shot just nailed by Emor. Says he's going to get it done himself. The leader of Eternal Fire calls the play, calls his own number, and he made it count. Okay, series keeps on going. And even from the flames there, Xantares to find that kill.
Yeah.
That was lights out.
I can't believe it. I really need to see a replay now. That's so outrageous.
The first 2 were precise. They were sharp kills. But that third one just through the smoke, that's when you know everything is on its side at that point.
Blame was like, I might have lost a round, but I'm going to keep hunting here. Oh, what? A bit awkward.
Wait.
What? No.
What was that about?
Just having himself a good time, isn't it?
Sometimes that's all you can do.
It's like, I don't want the AK or anything else.
Right.
17-18. Look at this madness.
Wow. All headshots. Even the last one. Jeez. The shot on Sipnix there. Lave is just, what did I walk into?
Yeah. No recovering from that. 18-17. Last round of overtime. Unless we go to double OT, of course. All right. Yeah, gonna have to put out that smoke or the Molotov. Ooh, early spray from Sip, and it does not pay off. They do get slowed down behind it. Tech 9. Oh, no, that's just a USP. Glaive running in. I don't know what's happening anymore. Mister up here trying to save the day. Farlake pushing through. There's smoke everywhere. He can't see a thing. That AWP is gonna get hunted down. Surely, yep. Woxic walking up behind him. And Blamef. He would have to go nuclear on this one. Out for the smoke, and Woxic catch him as Mister. He can't complete this. They're everywhere. It's double OT. Eternal Fire. They are just really hard to put out.
That was crazy. I can't believe that they were able to get into that bomb site. There was smoke at their feet. They were walking through gray screens for moments there, and yet they still get it done. At Astralis, they were shooting ghosts in some of those moments. They were shooting shadows. There was not a lot of kill confirmation in those attempts.
Yeah.
And Eternal Fire, they keep on battling. The swiftness with which Eternal Fire is finding some of these kills, though, as they're breaching into sites, it is commendable.
I mean, this is gonna get really awkward now, because Astralis surely must also feel like, man, if we can't put them away, I mean, we're starting to get to a spot now as well where if we screw up even a couple of rounds here, we could lose in double overtime. And again, nobody wants that. No second chances here in the showdown. If you want to make your way to the Royal Arena, you got to do this flawlessly.
Yes, indeed. Slower approach from Eternal Fire. Just feeling out the situation. Blamef towards Secret. There hasn't been too much lower play for Eternal Fire in overtime here. Just taking pot shots is Woxic. And this is a great position for Blamef. He was able to find so much value in the first round of Eternal Fire's offensive attempts. But yeah, this is he already figured it out.
Yeah. He's got that internal sense somehow. And Again, we sort of introduced all of you talking about whether or not Eternal Fire are going to be ready for what BlameF does on the outside of the map, and feels like this time he could get away with a lot here. xFloud, though, going to open it up. Farlig with an important shot. Return from Walk. Second xFloud with the immediate run-in with the AK. I thought that was going to be it. Mr. should have had that one, I feel like. 2 versus 3. And let's just see. Sip up here. Ready and waiting. BlameF long flank to come through. He's going to at least get Santaris, and that'll take a lot of the attention away.
The bomb's not planted.
Nope. 10 seconds here. Sip taking the opportunity to walk on out. Does he see the top of his head? I don't know. He should get it here, and there's the shot. Picks it up and doubles it onto Woxic. That is a nice round, and they're going to get to 19.
That round was so back and forth. Felt like Astralis had the full read on what was coming from Eternal Fire. BlameF was on the flank.
Yeah.
And yet Eternal Fire, once again, these A hits, they're so potent. They're able to breach regardless of the numbers that Astralis are holding on with. And then it's BlameF and Zip to bail him out. A good flank, and just well played from Zip. Zip has been so reliable on these heaven rotations. Every time in these late rounds, he seems to be coming up with multi-frags that he has no business finding. And he all in all, has just had a very commendable series.
First to 22. You're keeping count at home now. Kind of an earlier wall this time on the Eternal Fire side. Again, they have been a little bit slow to put up this wall. This time they're trying to do it quicker, although it's very disjointed. There's something missing, isn't there?
I think there was a molly on top of the roof, and that led to a block smoke. So good counter molly from the side of Astralis, because now there's just no great option for Xantaris to cross. Okay, he actually found a way with a flash.
Cool, he did it anyway.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's that.
Improvise, adapt, overcome. Like, I'll do it. I'll find our way.
It sounds like it'd be on a motivational poster.
Another one. Oof. Emo. Gonna get denied access into Mini. And Sip is happy to just jiggle this with a Molotov in hand. Down to about 50 seconds, so looks like they're gonna try and make a little bit of noise up on the A-bomb side, but it feels like they're gonna go ramp.
Yeah, with Xantaris towards lower, they are making their way to challenge Zipnix. Gotta get that molly down. He does. And they can't cross yet. Wait, Xantaris actually made it out. Okay, now Zipnix is being flanked. He is being pinched. He had to take a fight somewhere, and the rotation is coming in. All of Astralis is moving down towards control at present. That is the bomb taken down by Clay, but xFloud finding the trade.
What a Molotov as well to keep them back. Otherwise, the Mister would have had a shot to maybe stopping the bomb entirely. 10 seconds on the clock, and they need that bomb plant right now. Door being played with on the other side. It's open. Oh, and the spray is in. BlameF. Oh, did they stop the bomb plant? They actually went off it. What a read from BlameF. Imagine the chaos in that moment. The door blown open. He's fighting 2 people at once, and yet he has the presence of mind to come off the spray. He knew they'd stop it. That is absolutely crazy.
As soon as he sees Woxic gets off of the bomb plant animation, he peels off. So well played by BlameF in the waiting moments. We'll see it back right there. Yep, movement, I'm done. I'm out. The clock has passed 4, and there is no chance for Woxic in that moment.
It really feels like BlameF loves to live in those moments. Like I said, he plays the rounds all the way to the end, but it's like the last 3 seconds where everyone else is panicked. BlameF somehow keeps the cool, and you could see it right there. That's actually very, very hard to do.
If BlameF is defusing a real-life explosive, he waits until 1 second just to make everybody else nervous. He never doubted.
He just knows. He's fine with it.
He knew what wire it was the whole time.
He just wanted to play it cool.
It's always green.
God damn. That is... I mean, again, he probably wins the spray fight anyway, but I mean, there is a chance that he gets one shot, right? He could get one tapped in that moment, so...
Right.
Just fails on it. 20 to 18. 2 rounds in a row for Astralis here into the double OT. Oh, that's a lot of spray, a lot of damage. Oh no, that's a friendly nade, and then BlameF on top? I don't even know what's happening outside.
Oh, wow.
What is going on?
Yeah, there's a frenzy right now towards outside. Eternal Fire, they full sent it, and they were clustered up.
Friendly frenzy, as it were.
Yeah. Yeah, there was just shrapnel everywhere. And grenades, they don't care whose side you're on.
They really don't. Once you take away his pin, Mr. Grenade is no longer your friend. Worth remembering.
Blame F. Just sitting in the locker room like a bully. Just waiting to pick on somebody.
Paz on his own. Not really anything you do here with 18 seconds, especially the 1 versus 4. So I just so much. The initial spray was already pretty devastating for Eternal Fire. I think 3 of their players got really low, but then the follow-up grenade buffet that was happening out there was just too much. Well, 21 to 18, that's 3 in a row for Astralis to go into the second half of the second overtime.
And there are 2 men that stand atop the server, both BlameF and XFloud, with 39 kills. Both have had massive impact for their team, and we see right there, oh, that nade.
I didn't even know how it got there. Yeah, I didn't even understand.
That bounce like that. Oh, Woxic's upset. To die like that.
Who could blame him?
Yeah, it hurts. It really does.
2 players at 39. What a struggle. 1 round for Astralis. 1 single round on the T side. That is all they need. They've proven many, many times they could do it. In regulation, they seem to favor the A pops, but they did discover some other cool strategies as well along the way. Woxic, very aggressive out here. And even though he got spotted, he's going to double and triple down on the aggression, and it works!
No way.
Blame and Falik blown up before they even get a chance to fight out in the yard. That is so sick.
He looked upset from that last round, and he just used his anger to fuel him. Unreal. Now Astralis, they have their work cut out for them in this. Bringing this one back would be a miracle. But we have seen that Glaive can be that miracle worker. Blame F, moving on forward. He can't find anything. Good spray down from Emor. And that should be it.
Santerra's thinking about, do I want to take the fight? Do I feel like I'm up for it? He always feels like he's up for it, it seems. So, yeah, why not? And Sip is going to get closed out. Emor with a good triple once again. And Eternal Fire now, you know, all the time with their backs against the wall, fighting to get into triple overtime.
Yeah, just putting this out there. I mean, every CT round that Eternal Fire have won since OT started, off the back of a multi-frag to start from Woxic. So we'll see if that's a crutch, if that's the only way that they can hold on in these ones, because, I mean, only time will tell if Woxic can do that repeatedly.
Yeah, I mean, even in that round, he just has to screw up 1 shot, and he's going to get run down. So here we go, a little bit of speed behind the early nades. They do slow it down behind it. At least taking a deep breath. Emor going to open up on Glaive. They're trying to get in there. They're checking everywhere, but there's so many people on the site. Woxic not even taking the shot, allowing his rifles to do the work in front of him. Farlig on his own with absolutely no shot at it. So an attempted return to that A-pop from the Astralis side with a slight delay in the middle of it, and they still couldn't make it work.
No, and we see Eternal Fire hold on to a strat that I think now has a sub 50% win rate for Astralis in this one. That's the 5th time they've run A-pops of any sort. Twice, Astralis were the victors, and now it should be 3 consecutive that Eternal Fire come out on top.
Wow, what a battle for the final map. I feel like it's fitting though. Again, we're talking about elimination from the tournament, so Farlik now 1 versus 4, gonna go straight for the bomb plant. And we'll try to see if he can maybe limit where they can go with the Molotov, but they're gonna double up on him right here. Nice attempt at it, but ultimately, it'll be the round for Eternal Fire, 20 to 21.
That was a nice attempt from Farlig.
Yeah.
Gave himself a chance. Isolated the duels, actually. Consecutively isolated the duels. But Eternal Fire, they have a chance to send us to a 3rd overtime. And with how they've heated up into this, it seems very doable. In fact, I'd say it seems likely. Astralis found nothing in those first 2. But it smiles on the faces of Astralis, coming up with another plan. They haven't even used all their timeouts. We are in the 2nd overtime.
Yeah.
It's wild.
I think Eternal Fire used all of theirs in like round number 26 or something. They were like really early on, it felt like.
Yeah. Yeah, just to bring it to OT.
My God. Grueling battle still raging on in the start of the server. Eternal Fire looking for more overtime all the time, it feels like. That's what they're holding on to. But yeah, you're right. Astralis don't look so defeated. I am a little bit worried because it must be frustrating just feeling like you've had so many series points to close this out with. What was it, like 5 or 6 at the end of regulation that they could have won? And then in overtime, and then again a double OT, and they still can't close it out. They're going to try again. A bomb site pass to close out. One of them Zip with the returning glaive. He's there to pick up Paz. And now you've got to be real careful, Santaris. He wants to get into the fight, but if you stick your head in, you could be dead. And that might be the game. Another Molotov here. Instantly put up, and it lands a little bit deep. Nade down. Doesn't quite kill glaive, although it's close. 3 versus 4. More grenades to slow them down. They still have another flash or 2 down here on the low ground. HE, but Mister even flashed. He's going to be able to get it. And Santaris almost thrown in. Both coming in from the high ground. This might be the end of the road here as Farlick will take it down Woxic in double overtime. It's Astralis to beat Eternal Fire and send them out of the tournament.
That was a beautiful fight from Eternal Fire. It felt like they were down and out after that first half, but they made this series competitive. And really, you have to tip your hat to them, but Astralis showing that championship mentality, they held on till the very end.
They really did. What a struggle obviously for both teams, but well played. We do have the desk ready with a massive breakdown of this epic game.
Astralis do survive the first test, and it turned out to be an absolute marathon examination. Unfortunately for Eternal Fire, that does mean the end of the road here at the Fall Showdown, but that got way closer than I think any of us could anticipate. Jacob, let's not forget, this was an 11-4 first half in the favor of Astralis.
Yeah, really, really good start for Astralis. And we may as well drag you all the way back to 4 hours ago when the game started with a bit of an eco play coming out here from Sypnix and Astralis, right? Eternal Fire winning the pistol round. You're thinking, okay, there's potential for a good start right here. Doing an inside rush, and I don't know what happens right here. USPs on everyone. Sypnix finds 2 kills from heaven, and all of a sudden they're in a 2v3 scenario that instantly becomes a 2v2. At this point, again, they're supposed to win the round. It becomes a 2v1. Xcloud finds Mister, and then Sypnix continues the terror. He's going to finish up with 4 kills in this round and winning this eco round. And at this point, it was all Astralis, as you said. Getting off to an 11-4 start at the half, you think to yourself, that should be enough for Astralis to close it out. Fast forward 2 hours, and here we are.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for taking us back 6 hours that I did not remember. You know what? None of this regulation rounds. I don't care about it. Let's talk about the overtime. Let's talk about clutches. Let's talk about how Astralis actually got off over that finish line. Couple of clutches that will haunt, absolutely haunt Eternal Fire here. 2 versus 3. Zip and BlameF turning things around. A little bit of naive out of Xcloud. Woxic's completely caught off guard. Fast forward to round number 22, or the round after that. Again, it's a 2v3. 9 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be full panic. Mister and BlameF playing with the door. Bomb cannot go down. That's round number 20. And then finally the chaos of the last round. Inside rush. Emor, he had the keys to the castle on top of that position right here, Hut. A little bit flustered, a little bit perplexed. And that is going to be enough. The trades are in favor of Astralis. And once they got the lead, they won't let go. Eternal Fire had the space. There was the space here for Eternal Fire. These clutches right here, that's the reason why they lose.
And that's like the extra crushing thing for Eternal Fire. You look back at that first half and think, you know, Astralis could have run away with it coming into that second half. The fact they had the mental fortitude to be battling back into things, unfortunately, just not enough when we get to the depths of double.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame for Eternal Fire, because I want to give them mad props, you know, for fighting back. When they're down 15-11, 15-10, you think Astralis have it under control, especially Santaris in Yard was a monster. They said it during the cast as well, both Maui and Anders, that he was feasting off it, right? He was getting better kill by kill, and at some point it felt like Astralis just couldn't break through the wall. Fast forward into the very first overtime, they win the first round on the T side, and that's usually how it goes, right? You can't get over the finish line, but then as soon as the pressure is taken off you, you kind of see what experience does for you. BlameF having a great game, Sypnix having a decent game, Glaive having some decent calls in overtime as well. Experience is the difference between Astralis and Eternal Fire. This one, Matthew showed it just here before, right? You have a lot of 3v2 scenarios. You're just not able to cope with it. You're not able to finish up the rounds, and that was what was missing for Eternal Fire right here. They're going to feel hard done by after this game.
Yeah, certainly they will. I do want to give some props to Xcloud, though. So I'm getting up to 39 frags on the board for that one. Wasn't really expecting such a fiery performance coming out of him in this one.
No, and he had a couple of very impactful moments where he actually tipped the scale for Eternal Fires, where these trades were happening left, right, and center, and then he found multi-kills. Of course, the clutches I mentioned are a reason, but I think Emor, aside from that, completely bonkers triple kill that I'm sure we're going to see in the plays of the days. Anyway, outside from that moment, I think that he and Paz were liability towards the insides. You mentioned Centaurus outside, untreatable, non-negotiable, nothing to do for Astralis, but inside was an issue for Identify. I mean, Emor and Paz, these two together struggled a couple of times.
Well, Matthew was pointing out the clutch factor of Astralis coming into those OT situations. Anything else that kind of stood out for you for Astralis that allowed them to be pulling that one over the line, or was it kind of Eternal Fire faltering and maybe the stamina aspect of this best of
I would say so, yeah, the stamina aspect and the experience coming out of some of the Astralis players. You saw Blame F involved in both those clutches as well. He had a great game. A lot of the kills on the scoreboard are, with zero impact whatsoever, where he's saving, 1 against 3, but at the end of the day, when you finish with 39 kills and you're winning a lot of the clutches that you're being put in, you have impact on the server. So credit to Blame F as well for once again, showing to be the one stable within Astralis.
I think Zip also silently had a very good regulation time. I mean, the amount of times where he was in the right place at the right time to close rounds and basically shutting the door on Eternal Fire, who were trying to do late B-side takes with 25 seconds or 20. He always had the vista, the understanding of knowing I'm going to be one side behind side, maybe one time dark, maybe one time behind that window, and he was always good for multi-kills. Finishes with 29 kills, very honorable, but in regulation, I think this is where Zip had his greatest impact.
In terms of, obviously, what we're going to be seeing of Astralis going forward as well, we're sort of painting this narrative that this really is last chance saloon for the Danes going forward. The fact that they haven't managed to make it to the major, this is kind of the only potential remaining tournament, because they've got to get through this absolute gauntlet. They're going up against Vitality. I don't know. Obviously, they've come away with the W. How does this leave this Astralis taste in your mouth, Jacob?
I think Blame said it pretty well heading into this game. There's no pressure whatsoever. He's not feeling the pressure. Astralis not feeling the pressure. No one within the organization realistically thinks that they have a chance of qualifying for Royal Arena. It would be a great, great upset if it does happen, if we once again, I guess, can get Astralis inside Royal Arena. But to be completely honest, I want a team that is competitive. I don't want to send Astralis into Royal Arena just because they're Astralis. I want them to be good enough to play there. And what I saw here against EF was not good enough, and that's also a way of looking at it. EF, they lost to Astralis during the RMR. They lose now here as well, 2-1. If you can't beat Astralis when they're at the absolute lowest they've ever been, when are you supposed to beat them? So you're going to feel hard done by if you're Centaurus and the boys from EF, but there's no excuse, right? Astralis has never been weaker and you still can't beat them.
Look, if Astralis make it through the showdown and actually qualify for the Royal Arena, it wouldn't change anything for me in the long-term story of that team. But we would have to just take a minute to bask in the individual greatness that has accomplished that. Because again, there's a context to any performance, and we know how turmoil the Astralis camp is right now. And if in spite of all of that, they actually run it all the way to Royal Arena, that'd be sick. And I'd clap my hands and I'd be happy for them. But I don't believe their story changes in any way currently.
Well, let's get a few words from inside that said camp. It's Glaive with Banks.
So, Glaive, we'll start on the positives of Dust 2. You managed to get through against a very explosive, a very strong Eternal Fire. Then we come onto the Overpass game, though, and things started to quickly slip away. What do you feel was missing on your end when it came to that? Because even on Dust 2, I felt like you yourself had to be more aggressive without Config being there, kind of making up for that lack of decision-making and just forward pushing out kind of entry fragging.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to work a lot on our Dust 2, and I mean, the CT side was pretty rough because we came so far behind in the beginning of the game. I think we had a pretty decent CT side if you only think about the buy rounds. And then the T side was much better, and that's what we have been focusing the most on. So finally, it's nice to have a good T side on those two, because it has been really shaky, like normally only like 4 or 5 rounds, and yeah, sometimes a bit more, but you know how it is.
And then when it comes to the Overpass, though, right? Like, this is one where I thought, okay, this is a very comfortable map for you guys. And we see Eternal Fire. They really got going, especially on their CT side. And you didn't really have much wiggle room after that. Were you kind of let down by your own decisiveness on that rounds? Because it was getting to a lot of the clutch rounds as well.
I think we lost some stupid rounds, I must admit. Made some mistakes. Could have gotten a few more T rounds at least, even though we once again lost the pistol. So yeah, the CT side was pretty rough. I think we had the opportunity to win that game, but didn't really hit our shots. I had like some good stacks as well, some rounds that we should have been winning. So it's just these small things that we need to win the round where we have the advantage. Not only with the man advantage, but just the percentages is in our favor, and we're still losing the round. So that's pretty tough.
And then when it comes to this nuke, it got very crazy. It was very awkward from both sides at times. But I would say after the first half, we thought, okay, look, this should be pretty comfortable. We see them swap over to the CT side. We can talk all day about nuke CT side and how that should work, but I would say you guys should be more than capable on a T side fight against a team like this.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Our T side is pretty good in practice, but sometimes we just have a hard time winning on the T side in officials, and it's a different thing that is happening every game. So when we corrected one mistake, it's a new one happening. So that has been pretty tough for us. I think maybe we need a bit of more explosive tactics, not like rush tactics, but more chaotic tactics where they get a little bit confused as where we are, because I think we played a bit too slow and delayed smoke walls and stuff like that. And yeah, they just spammed us through the smokes all the time in yard, and that was pretty tough for us.
And in terms of your next game, right, you'll be going up against Vitality coming into it. Certainly a very tough team to go up against right now. Is there a way where you can get yourself and the rest of the team up to speed to the level you want to make that a competitive matchup?
I mean, I'm not sure if there's a way, but we will just do the same thing as we have been doing, because we're trying to set ourselves up the best we can for these games. We try to prepare well for Eternal Fire, and we'll do the same for our Team Vitality. I know that they're a good team, number one in the world right now, if you look at the HLTV ranking. So we know they are a tough opponent, but we'll do our best. And for us, we only have one goal in our mind, and that is to play well and say that we did everything we could do. And if we win, we win, and if we lose, we lose.
Okay, an interesting and a different viewpoint from what I normally hear from you, but I can understand the reasons for it. Glaive, thank you very much for your time. Go off and enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you very much, Max. See you around.
Bye.
Yeah, great to get some closing thoughts from Glaive after that absolute marathon of a series. And nice to hear some kind of, I guess, honesty coming out. You know, Eternal Fire, Vitality, two very different opponents. They've got a tough matchup coming up ahead.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, you cannot just compare and say that what against EF will against Vitality. I sympathize with the issues that he's having. He said, listen, we fixed one mistake, then the next game there's another one. I always use the metaphor of the house, right? Currently, there's no foundation in the house. You can have nice tapestry on the wall, maybe have nice painting. I know you fancy arts a little bit, but if the basement isn't really sound and safe, it's not going to go well. So I feel like Glaive is just putting out fires, hoping that individuals are going to show up, hoping a couple of tactics here and there will save them, but the foundations are very rocky.
Yeah, no point building a house on a hole, as they say.
Don't do that.
We can take a look at exactly what has been going down today. Of course, it was the debut of our European division, but now it is time to throw it to a quick break before we get into our first game of the Americas division here at the Fall Showdown.
Nowadays in CS it's not hard, it's not rare anymore to find an underdog team beating the favorite one.
I feel like it's gonna be like really interesting tournament, and it's going to be really competitive. I think we're all at the same level, so it's going to be a really good tournament.
Look at this, Jack. It's a 3-on-3 inside of the B site. George gets one, but Pesa with two quick ones make that three.
The showdown will be a little challenging for us. I think these Brazilian teams are really, really good, and there's a lot of them in the showdown.
We have been underestimated a lot in many tournaments, and we just want to prove that we are a really good team as well, so we're going to do our best.
It's going to be a hard tournament. That we need to play our A game every game, because every team has a chance to get this spot.
We're going to keep focused for this tournament and just make sure that we prepare well for all these Brazilian teams, and of course EG on the other side of the bracket.
Edward, this frag movie from here.
Yeah, 5 one tap. Not one tap, but 5 ace with the USP on 1.6.
This like kind of graffiti. You see? I'll show you. Like headshot, I think, or something.
USP special, no? It says.
USP special, yeah.
That's from Edward, like?
Yeah, from Edward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He did like this.
Yeah, he killed 5.
So to the left is like the middle area.
Yeah.
And here you can bounce a flash as well on this wall.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice just to strafe out.
Yeah.
And this is like a pretty bloodbath area, I would say.
Can the CTs be here?
Yes, no, not there to the left, I think. But they can be like here to the right.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty even timing.
Yeah.
If we go towards B, on the right side, then you have like short, which is the first entrance.
Yeah, short here. Yeah.
And then the other one is long.
Of course.
Some people also call it banana.
Makes sense.
It's the good old B rush.
Yeah.
And I remember back when I was playing Source, we had this eco strat, which was completely crazy.
Okay.
You had to buy 5 smokes, and you had to run up banana, and you just had to like bounce them off these walls. You know?
Like here, yeah.
Yeah, you just bounce them, and then the next one bounced a bit deeper and a bit deeper, and you just had to run into the smoke and plant. It was completely crazy.
Yeah. I think on Source you have few boxes, but there are no boxes. The window. Do you think it's possible to boost? Yes, you can. Okay,
boost
you can boost. Okay, because back in the days you could boost, but with 3 people. That was that in Source. I remember NBK at the frag movie. He did a lot of frags up there on the right. You could like go there. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, exactly. You could hide there. It was good old times.
Or you can jump here.
But maybe you go up to the behind you. There's and then you go, or maybe it's not possible. Yeah, it is.
And then this is good position.
Good position. Up, take a peek, fall down, stuff like this, and then you can go to heaven.
Yeah, a ladder.
Yeah.
Heaven.
Yeah, the biome side is quite the same for me. You could go on the left, also on the roof on the left. Yeah, you could do all the things. I mean, the big difference is obviously the graphics. But other than that, I think you feel the same on the B-bomb side. So the box on the left and right, yeah, obviously you can go there, but not alone, can you?
No.
Maybe you can, but you're not good enough in movement.
A lot of opers like opening middle, like some of these angles.
Yeah.
And then if
take a shot.
Things are coming on A, they go to the left and they play this entrance for like repeaks.
Oh, yeah, like this one, right?
Yeah. And they take a shot and go in. And that's also fast to go to B short.
Breeze, 2 clean headshots.
I'm always like believe in the win. I'm always believing in my teammates. One of my motivations, to play in front of the crowd.
This time they've changed it up. Taco, he is absolutely steamrolling.
In single elimination, you only have 1 chance.
Pesa with 2 quick ones, make that 3.
We have been underestimated a lot. We're gonna do our best, and just be sure that I'm gonna be giving my 100%.
Joda? Oh no! No way!
Our expectation for this tournament is the highest possible. I believe that we need to qualify. We need to step up. So the pressure is getting higher.
Collateral damage, I believe. It's another headshot. 4 in a row for Holzerg.
I think the showdown will be a little challenging for us. I think these Brazilian teams are really, really good, and there's a lot of them in the showdown. Yeah, there's definitely pressure to qualify here. Making the 4 final is a really important thing for us.
It's time to hop on over to the other side of the pond as our Americas teams are ready to be taking to the stage. 8 contenders, but only 1 spot up for grabs at the Royal Arena, as we can take a look at what the bracket has laid out for us here at the Blast Premier Fall Showdown. Jacob, any kind of hallmark matchups for you in terms of these opening matchups for the Americas region?
I think the MIBR Team 1 would be the most, I guess, equal one. It'll be the one where, the closest one where I feel I don't really know who's going to win that one, MIBR being the slight favorites. But apart from that, Complexity against Sharks, we're about to see it. Complexity, massive favorites. EG against Fluxo, with EG's uprise, doing the RMR, qualifying for the major. Their favorites, the same could be said for CSGO Nation. So I expect, some pretty clear-cut games right here, but we've been surprised before.
You know what strikes me compared to the EU Showdown, of course, is that for any of these teams to actually be between the 8 teams that would be at Royal Arena would be an exceptional opportunity. Yeah. That's how I see it. There's no team that I'm looking at right now where I'm thinking that team should be in the top 8 in any tournament. That's just not the way I see it. Complexity is obviously a name we have to put forward. EG is a name we put forth, of course. Zero Nation qualified for the major, but still, the fact that you could be at the Royal Arena, that in itself is not an opportunity that's knocking on the door every month of the year.
Yeah, no, that's what's so exciting about coming into the Americas division of the Blast Fall Showdown. Normally, we call this the North American Showdown. I think we may have to rename it, though, to the Brazilian Showdown. 22 representatives of the South American country.
I mean, we have the major coming up in Rio, right? And I guess the Brazilian players have never been more motivated than they are right now. Some of them made the major, some of them didn't, but I guess it goes without saying right now that North American Counter-Strike, US Counter-Strike, Canada Counter-Strike, they're a little bit, in a rough situation. EG is finding a bit of success, Complexity finding a bit of success, but outside of that, hard to see where it's going to come from. So the Brazilian Counter-Strike players right now are entering NA Counter-Strike, and they have been taking over for quite some time.
Yeah, speaking of one of the Brazilian lineups, of course, we'll be seeing Sharks taken to the stage first of all. Any initial thoughts on this lineup, considering, they are quite different from the last time we saw them gracing the stage at the Blast Circuit? Is it mostly question marks for you?
Yeah, mostly. Look, they're unknown quantities. I think they symbolize this new generation of Brazilian players out there who maybe one day will grace the highest stages, right? And I think that the Brazilian scene as a whole is in a very good stage right now, as in maybe we don't have a lot of teams at the very, very top outside the Furia, the Zero Nation and whatnot, but still the players are coming in the pipeline. They're coming here. There are a bunch of motivated players out there who are playing, trying, and all they need is to learn. They need the experience, they need the exposure, they need the time and the mentors. And I think Brazil has everything it needs for the next few years, but we might be still early in the stages. For a team like Sharks, for example, to survive the cold test.
Well, let's get a few more intricate details on the side of Sharks. We've got Coach Kochi with Banks.
So, Kochi, Sharks have gone through quite a lot of changes this year. I just wanted to get from your perspective, how's that been? How's that affected the team?
Yeah, so as I think everybody knows, we've been going through a rough year, I would say, in terms of changing roster. But yeah, I think that's just a consequence of the past we had last year, and then some teams wanting our players. We decided on betting on young talent, and this is why our journey has been a little bit tougher. But we will for sure improve and get back to our normal selves, I would say so. But yeah, obviously not the easiest of the days, but yeah, I think we are improving.
And you touched on it, right? You guys have been focusing on the younger talent, which is great to see. But a player like Lukowski that came through, obviously you lose him. He was definitely, I would say, a star player role. In terms of that, do you start to feel okay, if you bring these young players up, these other big organizations will just come and take them away from you each time, and you might not be able to build upon what you want?
Yeah, I would say that it's kind of our job as a club to prevent that from happening, but still, our policy is always we never hire established players. I think the way we work, we prefer to take this young talent and develop them as human beings and as professional players. And because the pro scene is so full of bad habits, bad characters, and that's not exactly how Sharks wants to work. We want to build this team, build these people, help them grow the way we think professional competition should be. And this is why we always bet on young talent. But then, of course, we don't want to keep losing them all the time to these clubs with more with better finances than us at this moment. But I think we are working on developing our club structure more. So next time we find these bright stars, they won't leave, because we will be in equal territory to compete with these other, let's say, bigger clubs.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just interesting for me, because obviously I've spoken to you multiple times, seen you across many events. Sometimes you see you qualify for the international events. And I guess I kind of wanted to ask what the goal is. Is it to then just go back to that level and stage where you can regularly qualify for these bigger events and make your name for yourself again?
Yeah, I think we've talked in many events before. So what we really want is establish ourselves as a team that is always playing these kind of events, the big events. Every year we are playing either the major or ES League, Pro League finals, or ECS finals, or now it's our first time at Blast. So I would say we are a team that played all the biggest events in the world, and we want to establish ourselves in that level. Now we need to go back to the drawing board, build a stronger team, and be able to get back to that level and never leave. I think that's the objective. Don't never leave again this kind of Taiwan events, such as Blast, of course.
So this is the build back up to the top, and that's something great that we want to see. But you've got a Complexity standing in your way for the first game, and certainly not an easy team to go up against. But how ready is your team with this new lineup in order to face a team like Complexity that's already shown that they can make huge improvements recently?
Yeah, I think Complexity made like huge improvements. I already faced most of these players in other teams in the past. As a Sharks, I would say, JMT, our captain, faced and I think beat them many times in the past, some of these players, but let's be honest, right now they are in a much higher level than we are. And they are doing good. We only had like 1 week of boot camp in Europe. It was good to get us Para, but I think we are still developing our new guys and teaching them how CS at the pro level should be played. And I think we need more time to be ready. But still, it depends if we have a good day and if Complexity makes it easy for us, if they will regret it, because I think despite not us being in a great level, I think we can still play some solid Counter-Strike. But yeah, we know that for this game we are the underdogs, of course.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing you. Give me a great amount of insight as always, mate, and good luck going up against Complexity in a little bit of time.
Thank you so much, James. Nice talking to you again.
See you soon. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Great to get some finer details for the side of Sharks coming into this best-of-3 elimination series. And let's continue on that same vein as we do have Danny with a few Sharks moments from Dust 2.
Yeah, Sharks are a team that really like to pick Dust 2, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the video today. So just want to break down one of their favorite things to do, which is just a simple B pop. And I just kind of want to highlight the way they do it, because this particular B pop really counters C2s who typically like to do the jiggle with the smoke at the B tunnel's entrance. If you're not familiar with that, it's basically whenever a CT sees some pressure, he's just going to drop the smoke at the entrance. But Sharks, they have a good way to counter this. And all it really comes down to is just Che being able to push past the entrance and past that smoke. But there are some finer details to kind of break down as to why this works. So the first thing is that you'll notice that Che, he pushes as soon as the flash comes out. And one of the reasons why you want to do that is so that the CT typically will try to dodge the flash when he sees it coming. So that's basically opens up space for him to kind of push in towards the tunnels. The second thing you'll notice here is that he pats along the left side here. The reason why he does that is because he wants to kind of close the gap to the CT as quick as possible and to also beat the smoke that he's trying to throw here. Those two things in combination allow him to take down this player at B. And you'll see that from Brendan Zera's point of view, he doesn't really have time to drop that smoke and get that kill. This play is also supported by some flashes. You'll see JNT is going to throw flashes just over towards the site to support the players as they come out towards the tunnels. But the important flash here is this one from the seam that actually goes towards this cubby position right here. And this flash is probably one of the most common flashes when you come in towards that B side. And that's because what it does is it blinds the car area, blinds the site area, also blinds the window room. So as soon as you get space here, throwing a flash here is extremely effective. And you'll see that from L's point of view here. As soon as he gets that first kill, that flash hits him, and he's basically isolated out of the site. And that's really all you need to do whenever you kind of go in for this B pop. And Sharks, they really like to do this, so I'd like to see it work against Complexity as well.
Yes, and very interesting insight onto potentially what we should be expecting to see out of the Sharks squad. But I do want to start to talk a little bit more about Complexity, just because of their recent RMR run as well, because it was, incredibly heartbreaking if you're a Complexity fan, looking at that run initially looking really, really solid, got to those best of threes, and then to have that final best of 3 series against Imperial of all teams.
I feel the team was finally starting to trend upwards, right? Coming into the RMR with a great amount of confidence. A lot of people, including myself, believed they were good enough to qualify for the major. And as you said, Freya, going into that game against Imperial, you know, it went to double overtime on overpass, back and forth, third deciding map. It is a heartbreak situation for Complexity, but I don't want to let that define the period they've been in. You know, bringing in Halzerk, I think that's done a lot of good for this lineup. Grim is starting to play some solid Counter-Strike. There's a lot of positives to take on right now when it comes to Complexity. Unfortunately for them, it didn't mount down in a qualification for the major, but they still have a chance of you know, continuing the upward trend if they play well here.
You know what? I agree with you. In essence, I think Complexity is playing better Counter-Strike. I think ever since they got Halzerk and Grim is playing better, we have a lot of assets coming in together. But somehow, based on results, I think if Showdown doesn't go well, this could undo all of the attraction they've gotten for that roster, for that lineup. They failed the Road to Rio qualifier, mental breakdown, losing 3 best of 3s in 3 maps. What if they bow down out of Showdown as well? Then they just go into the unknown until the beginning of 2023, and what stock do we put in them? There is a lot at stake for Complexity. We have the maps coming over. The Dust 2 pick that Danny Foreshadowed is coming over. Nuke for Complexity and Ancient. But again, I think the stakes are high for Complexity. They're here looking for redemption, for salvation.
Yeah, they're one of many teams coming into the showdown. There's their potential kind of last chance saloon if we're looking at those top tier tournaments coming into the end of 2022. Do you see Complexity, you know, having the upper hand? Do the maps maybe paint a good picture for you, Jacob?
I don't necessarily think the maps is going to paint the picture any clearer than it was for me coming into this matchup. You know, I think we heard a lot of great insight from the coach from Sharks. It's not a team that bring in tested players. It's not a team that bring in, you know, players with a lot of tenure. This is a build-up project from the ground in Sharks, whereas Complexity, we talked about it already, they're at a good level right now. They're at a decent level. They're at a level where they could have and probably should have qualified for the major. So regardless of what maps we're going to play right here, I still see Complexity as the heavy favorites. I agree with you. It's time for redemption, and it's time for Complexity to show that it can win a game like this 2-0 in a clear fashion, where they don't have to break a sweat, where they don't have to pull off an Astralis, you know, going out to triple overtime in order to close it down. I want to see Complexity establish dominance, because if they can't beat Sharks with no issues, they're not going to beat EG, they're not going to beat 0-0 Nation, so they have to show us right now that they're ready for the task.
Well, Jacob, those queries are ready to be answered. Dust 2 up first on the cards as Sharks pick coming into things, and Scoring and Launders are ready with all the action.
Damn right we're ready, Freya. It's time that North America takes over. The Euro nerds have been put to bed. It's myself and Launders to take you guys through the first game of the NA Showdown. And who else other than Complexity? Obviously, as our panel has just so aptly put it, a bit of a breakdown towards the end of the road to Rio. Didn't qualify for the major, but the next best thing after the major, getting a spot at the fall finals.
Yeah, that would be also fantastic. You know, this LAN is one of the most spectacular ones that you can get to. And for Complexity, this is kind of a hard bracket, and not everybody picked them to go through, right? I think there was a couple of picks that assumed it would be 0-0 Nation, and that's also possible. And EG is another one. I mean, I even assume, based on what we saw at the RMR, EG could do it. But nobody picked Sharks.
No,
nobody picked Sharks. And obviously, you know, even looking at the interview with James and Kochi, he's recognized that Complexity are strides better than they were the last time that they played against them. So it will just be about Complexity not even in doing anything different. Even if they played as well as they did versus Imperial, they should win this match. It's mostly just about staying at that level.
Right. Showing that it wasn't some fluke over at Pro League, that they're not going to take that loss in Stockholm too harshly, but a very real chance to bounce back. Sharks, they get majority numbers out long, pressure Floppy off of the bomb site, and JT will trade frag towards top mid. Falling back around Suicide, DRG's kind of lost track of him. And if JT can just get away, that's one thing. Bomb's planted. Man advantage here for the way of Complexity, but the health is so low. And the pistols do enough damage to finish off JT, to get rid of Grim. My eyes fall on Halzerk and possibly Floppy as he starts to push up from CT. It is, of course, the Norwegian with the first, but DRG, element of surprise. Dropping Grim is big, but then he dies to Halzerk, and with 2 players up, Complexity take pistol.
So that was so well done there for a second with the low HP players. Nearly locked that up, but Complexity shooting really well right now. So letting JT go, I think, was the first mistake. Getting him out into long, or back through mid, that was where it was just a bridge too far. As we can see, Complexity back in the headquarters.
Ooh.
And had spent a good amount of time over in Europe. And yeah, right here, I think Halzerk is a little low on HP, so he could have lost. Sharks will go into a buy after getting that bomb down, and it looks fairly healthy, but what we don't have is a lot of grenades. So Shay, JNT, they'll combine with these 2 flashes in the smoke, and they'll have to keep it simple.
I think that pistol strap from Complexity could be a real sign of things to come. You know, they just charge up top mid, 2, maybe 3 players with the one behind. It's like a, you know, flying knee in the first 3 seconds. But I understand why. Like you said, been in Europe, been playing well. Pro League, if they can remember the confidence boost that gave them, you know, they all did interviews and said, confidence is brimming. We feel so good. And I would understand why. It's just a matter of making sure that Stockholm didn't dent that. Here we get the long push from Grim, tucked behind doors. But at Sharks, they just kind of slow things down a bit. 4 versus 4 with Che low, but a good amount of guns here for Sharks. There's no reason they can't win this one.
Yeah, an important next step taken by Grim to get into the long doors. This just allows him to get all the way around to mid if he just feels like they're going to commit to something. The more time that burns off the clock, the more of a threat that'll actually become. But for now, eyes on Halzerk as he's the only one here on A.
Yeah, the guy. He's got the A1S, he's got the flash. And of course, Grim at any moment could go for that cat flank. Hell, he could have support him on long. Halzerk, 1-man army for the time being. Gives himself the flash to work with. Doesn't play this hyper aggressively, just keeps himself alive. A little discipline from Halzerk. And then off of that next one, tries to re-engage. Gets the dink, but 2 T's stuck on site. Cat player could come help if needed. Floppy trying to get the shape shots in, and there we go. Nice clean sweep from the retake on Complexity side. M4 gets grabbed, so all is good considering how much money Sharks invested and, well, the fact that they didn't get away with nothing.
Yeah, it was a very calm situation. And yeah, the post plant's hard because they just don't have any utility to, you know, it's no smoke on the site, no way to one-way, no way to delay to get to a new position. They just had a fight over the railing.
Yeah, very low util. 2 flashes between the 2 teams.
Yeah. For Halzerk, he is fighting on the ramp, and he takes a spot that's open along because he has that guaranteed. But he also has to wait for Grim to come all the way back from long to help him out. So making sure not to overcommit is a great idea.
Coach's interview, of course, with James, just I think highlighting the fact that Sharks have gone through this rebuilding process. I think it's, you know, fair to remind everybody that it's not as if Sharks have just come off of a qualifier in the last month to get them to this showdown, but missing out on the last one and earning a spot here instead. A long-term promise.
Yeah.
Hopefully a chance to prove, you know, that the progress is starting to piece together.
Yeah, we have seen Sharks over the years many times in different places, and almost every time with like 3 or 4 new players, right?
Yes.
And they have done a good job of finding players that want to get bought, that's for sure.
JT's about to get tested. We got a bunch of bodies looking over top. Not to mention Halzerk's dead. Suddenly JT not comfortable. Che gets the frag. DRG gets the bomb plant. Sharks 5v3. Man, if they could have just grabbed either of those guns, you know, the scale tilts their way just ever so slightly more. But now we'll see if Grim can alleviate the pressure. 2 headshots, 3, as Grim is a bit of a monster, man. We go back to that Pro League performance, so sick. And if Nissim can pull off this clutch, it would be even sicker. But Grim just gets right to business, sticks the bomb, and despite Fang going down, it's Grim who comes up big.
Yeah, there's a quick clap on the third guy. That's a clean one. Another round where they don't have much to work with, so fortunate to get the bomb down. Very nice to get the first 2 frags.
For sure.
And they make the little bit of utility go, you know, it's maximum distance, right? Smoking on the fast cat, and then one-wing around it. And yeah, let Grim work.
We just made the same sound, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, Grim.
Yeah. Grim, you know, the best statistical player on the team, but still suffers inconsistency, doesn't play to his level on average, which it's like such a high top level that it's almost a compliment to say that, you know, that he can get that high, but
let's go.
Yeah.
Mahone having highlighted this exact play off the B-pop, and nobody playing close, right? Good counter for when they come out to the exit of the tunnel, but Fang is instead tucked behind Carr, loses his teammate and his own life as well. Meanwhile, we've had Nissim fighting in towards middle, so he's the reason this is a 2v2. Easy pick on Halzerk, as he just assumes everybody's going to be inside that bomb site. Would have predicted Nissim to maybe have gone back through tunnels. So we just talked about Grim, statistically top dog for complexity. Does he have the clutch factor in him? He's got an op trained this way, so it's going to be a tough job. We've got Sharks on the board off the signature B hit.
Yeah, so they use it, and they're even when there's no one close, it's still a great idea because it's still hard to counter util, right? And I think when they play that close spot where you have a guy waiting to smoke, you do that so you have the most quick smoke possible. And in this situation, there's absolutely no way to react to it besides just sitting and waiting and holding your spots. And it almost works with the 2 guys there. But overall, I think Sharks will be very happy that this tactic kind of goes so smoothly.
Yeah, off of the back of, again, 4 kills in the previous round when they were just working with the Tech-9 Deegs. So that round win nets them a, could be, easy pill to swallow. Scout and pistols. Halzerk's, there we go.
Vitamin D is the easiest one, I think.
Is it?
Yeah,
I was just
tiny.
Do people say easy pill to swallow? I know we say that's a hard pill to swallow, but I feel like...
No.
No, they don't.
Nobody says that.
Okay, just me. Classic. JT's scout attempts. Ooh, there's a chance there. Grim tried to set him up with a nice bit of a distraction, but Togs peels back to Fang's nowhere to be found. And we're going to have Sharks following up. So excellent start to the T side.
Hardest are multivitamins and fish oil.
Oh, yeah, those too thick.
Yeah.
Bomb has been planted.
Too thick. I want to take a second to address what Pimp said prior to this map going live.
This can't be good.
We had the list of players' nationalities, right? The scoreboard as to which countries are represented here at the NA Showdown. And there's a bunch of Brazilians. They've taken over the America Showdown. That's awesome. Going into the RMR as well, or excuse me, the Rio Major. But he said that America and Canada are in a bad spot.
Yeah, like, be specific. America or Canada or both, Pimp.
Yeah, and also, per capita, bro, there's not a lot of us.
Also, I would like to be on that list, and so would Connor.
Yeah. But not Maui.
Not Maui.
So, speaking of which, Canadian Fang, and then obviously Hexed for EG.
Yeah.
One of two teams have qualified for the major.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad spot.
Bad. Come on, Pimp. You know what's bad is your attitude.
There we go. But can't take anything away from the abundant Brazilians, we'll say.
Yeah, 22, 23 of them.
23.
Yeah, and then JT said there's a lot of them, and they're really good. And that's definitely true.
I'm not going to argue that. When the going gets tough, resort to the solo flashbang. If it's well-timed, maybe Complexity gets something off it, but by the way Sharks are leaning towards mid with Che already, I don't think that this strat gets much. And they're starting to figure that as well. Through the doors they'll go soon enough. Maybe if they rush this, they could catch the bomb carrier. Who knows? But it seems as though the T's are moving faster, and so I'm going to call this 3-3.
To be honest, I don't have much to add.
That's fair.
Okay. I wouldn't want to spoil this peaceful moment.
Complexity don't have much to add either. Frag on Fang. Deagle in hand. Sit back, wait for the exits. Neesum's going to be the first. Ooh, there we go. That's a clean 2K. Now he's got help to deal with the third. Will the frag find him? Nope. Goes a little bit too deep. That's Neesum's chance to exit. Hauserk's going to die to the bomb, trying to bait JNT back in with it, which could work. Nah, all good.
It feels like because of Inferno,
Exactly.
you're going to die everywhere on every map, but no.
Until they change the bomb radius on all maps.
If they change the bomb radius on all maps...
When? Not if. I'm telling you.
I'm trying to think of a downside.
I can't see one.
Yeah, it's more fun.
It's more exciting. It's, deals with the save meta. But here we go. Back to where Complexity want to be, rebounding off of the 3-0 start. No op for Hauser just yet. But a nice position here on CT. There we go. Catches off the first one, falls back away safely as well. Molly's going to find him, but Fang puts the back of his barrel into Nisum's head. And Che up next. Oh, he goes for the close fight, finishes it, but exposes himself to Grim. So double man advantage, Complexity. Bomb to go up catwalk. Scoped already towards sight. Oh, almost. Felt like the flick was there, just not enough time to pull the trigger. Grim back in the kill feed with a couple of kills for Complexity's fourth.
Yeah, some nice layering there, very simple spots. We've seen the walkout from Sharks a number of times now, and it looks like Complexity just want to give it to them. They want to keep the door smoked. They said, we're happy to take this duel, and even though Hauser gets tagged down low, his height advantage means that, it's going to be very hard to adjust for the head. You're not going to get one tapped in a position like that. And so if he can fall back as well, with Grim in the exact same direction, he's got help. And they try to go and punish Grim afterwards, but he also is aware they're going to chase him. So an attempt off the spawn here from JNT to get a kill off long. He sees one cross, but that's all they get.
Middle currently unwatched. JT starts to come back. He'll put his eyes on it. The difference being that Hauser now holding that op, is able to post up on Catwalk. And once the Molotov finishes burning, he's going to take a bit of a gander. Ooh, and Che keeps it clean. There goes the Opper, JT at bat. They could line up, but Che does it back-to-back. Now Grim is being put in the playmaker's position, and as he drops the Opper, Floppy catches one towards mid. Fang close on the wall, but then 2 kills back into the 1v2 from Fang. Just a single kill away. He's waiting for Nissim to walk up, and Nissim instead starts to run. This could go anywhere.
Yeah, the bomb being all the way back in playground is interesting. This is a cool play from Fang because it could have felt like a bait. I don't think he knows about the bomb, but the thing is now he's going to walk into this. Will he think, though, that the bomb is over here, or if the guy went lower tunnels?
Ah!
Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Well, there's no way for Nissim to know that Fang would be walking in the tunnels on that timing. Overall, it was a great play by Fang. I think he did, you know, everything correctly there.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Nissim, he just didn't have the bomb to plant in that spot. But Fang gave himself the best chance to win that round with 20 health. So.
I like that, man. That's an active play from Fang.
Yeah.
When I do criticize Fang, sometimes I think it is in his clutches. I've seen it multiple times on like Ancient where he'll sit in Donut and then just end up losing a bomb plant on the A site. So this one was active. He went for the chase. He envisioned it. He pulled it off. Props for that. Nice 1 versus 2 as well. Energetically chasing down that mid kill first, but not as energetic as what we've seen from Che. Already back in with a kill. Grim's gonna try to get cheeky. Just shot, but still catches Togs, and there was very little left of Che, so easy 2-piece. But we get that push from DRG up on Cat, and it means nothing in the end, because JT finds it quickly, falls away, disengages, and is gonna force Nissim to chase him back. Bomb plant for Catwalk. Could put the Opper of JNT into the clutch. We'll see if Nissim can bring down anybody with him. It's a double man advantage for Complexity. It's going to be 2 up from CT spawn as Floppy gives away the door push, and no kills there, unfortunately. So JNT is going to have to do it all. First one's nice and clean, comes back at it, and Floppy finds the headshot for Complexity's 6th win.
It is very nice to look at Grim and kind of know he's going to get his next kill. No, he's going to get 2. And I think that consistency is paramount for Complexity, who are taken very seriously these days as a team in a lot of their big matches. Like, they don't feel like when you look at the cameras they have the same stature as some of the other teams, but we're talking about a team that actually nearly beat FaZe in an important game. And there's only so many times we're going to talk about that before we need another big win.
Right.
But at the same time, this is it almost looks like a team of rookies, right? It looks like a team of players who have all shown really good promise on individual rosters, but none of those rosters have ever had great success. So it's kind of cool for that reason. But if they're confident and they feel like the winning team when they come into big games, it's obviously a great sign. On the other hand, Sharks don't look bad at all. You know, we've seen a lot of good opening kills here. Another one of these B pops coming through. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, blind as a bat. Fang never stood a chance. JT's gonna try to set up Floppy. Gun advantage, but it goes dry. Window peek from the South African. We'll give them number 2. And the Molotov goes over top. Ooh, finds the bomb carrier. So now things get really awkward. Not to mention Grim on this slow lurk, creeping through the bushes of tunnels is soon enough going to find Sharks sitting in the open. If Che can get that instant headshot on the back end, well then suddenly this seems doable. And sure enough, he finds Grim. Bomb is still down here. JT's kind of lost track of it, I think.
And JT has been actively spotting. There is a blind spot, of course, but
this is on Che. 9 bullets in the magazine. Oi! Bomb pick back up. JT goes over top, loses his teammate, and that's a big moment here for Sharks. JNT getting the deagle kill. He's the next into the fight. JT swings!
Wow.
And with Che catching flank, plus the kills in the entry, that's another one for Sharks.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not mad about the way that JT played it. Of course, he could have dropped it on the site. The idea there is if someone's planting in the 2v2, then you know where the plant is going down. You're just looking for who's covering him, but JNT played this right beside the smoke, couldn't get spotted. That bought him some time, and he pulled off a great reposition. Didn't just sit in that spot and hold the window. Instead, went to big box and played off his teammate who got the next frag. So a nice sequence and another good B pop.
Yeah, reading that Grim would, play it actively. Wasn't even a retake, right? Bomb's not down, just comes right at it and kind of gives them the opening. But Complexity, they go kill mode. 5 guys rushing up mid. It's DRG who gets fried, and JNT who plants. AK for Fang. Most HP.
Ooh, they got a pop flash.
Let's see it. Tog's blinded by it. That's going to allow them in. But once they get in, they go down. Fang's final chance to bring maybe a couple players with him. Put the AK to work, or hell, just walk away. Cut your losses and save it.
I felt some pain in the voice of Coach. He was talking about the trials of the team right now and losing players and having to try to go for fresh blood and work on them throughout the year and how hard that is and having like limited expectations but also big ambitions. And I think the contrast between those two things makes you want to cheer for a roster. And I think it's always, again, always great to see Sharks popping up at events like these. But Dust 2 is going to be one of their best chances, of course, in the series. A map that they play very frequently.
Mm-hmm. And a map that right now, again, like that B-pop with guns, and then anti-ecos after. That's their first three. Come in with pistols, B-pop once more. So clearly Sharks know what works. See if Complexity can adapt. Ooh, how's it going to lose the mid-duel? Man advantage for Sharks in a gun round. The lead can be reclaimed. No doubt about that.
Yeah, there wasn't much creativity behind the peak. He just went in front of the smoke. And I don't actually, was there a decoy thrown?
I have no idea.
Oh, I don't know.
Sorry.
I wonder why he just walked into mid like that. Because he himself didn't flash, I don't think.
I've seen one decoy today. It's when I walked by Pimp earlier.
Because he's a dummy.
Go for the walk up here. Nobody else going to step into that crosshair by the looks of things. Complexity maybe just turtle shelling in the B site.
Yeah, Grim could do this by himself.
He's got it.
He's
well,
fine. Well, he's sitting on default. If they don't molly default, it's probably the best spot on the site, especially not dealing with long. So we'll see.
Ooh, Grim, what can you offer? A little flash over top. That scrambles him. But then he goes for the second, and Togs is already right there with vision regained. So Fang looks the wrong way in tunnels. Puts him very much exposed and in the open. He'll have teammates right behind him, so maybe Nisam dies. But again, Sharks going to tie this game. We get 3 rounds for each team's twice.
It's like you said last round, they do what works, and we see that Complexity are reacting specifically to that B pop, right? We have this over heavy stack towards that side of the map, and they thought, especially with the mid kill coming down, we're going to have more of the same. They're going to try that again, and it didn't come this time. Instead, they tried to go to the A side, so they're showing some range here. They've conditioned Complexity a little bit, and they also, once again, are trading pretty effectively. The main threat in the trades has been Grim, honestly. It's not like everybody else has just been farming them.
Yeah, so on individual level, I think Sharks doing well. Showing they might have it. At least enough to put up numbers on the T side of their map pick. 4 survive, 2 up for Complexity. Look at this, Halzerk. Not gonna cut it.
Yeah, it's a little bit, it's risky. I feel like there had to be some idea or read behind it, so I don't want to be overly critical here, but the style of mid peak, because everybody takes some kind of risk when you walk in a mid, but it doesn't always mean it's a bad idea. But it also did mean there was a severance between the A players and B players, and most of the map was on B. There was not really a balanced map.
Aye.
It looks like a little bit more do what works.
Feels like the red flag on the lower tunnels has been raised, so they're just locked in and waiting. It's Grim to the left, Fang to the right. What's that?
That is quite a lineup. I think he's lining up against his teammate who's throwing a nade.
Oh, Grim times the first push. Oh, nice trade from JNT on the op.
Well, they've scared him a little bit because they waited for
the
this.
exec.
They waited for the exec, and then they came out of the stairs. But it's still not continuing into B, and they've kept options open, leaving GRG on Cat. However, the bomb is still here.
It's just a moment of hesitation here.
The best guns outside the site here for the CT side.
But Halzerk's close enough with that pistol to just clamp down on Che. He's getting dangerously close to the P250. Jay's gonna go over top. Hauser, he's gonna activate, finds the one in the back, dinks him, but then Che gets the vision towards mid, and DRG splits it through the doors. So all good.
Yeah, a little awkward because they got nervous about a long A play, and that's why waiting was actually a great idea. In the inside of the tunnels, we saw that Che was shaving off angles as the CT was leaving the site, and that actually worked to his advantage, even though it looked like a missed opportunity. Hauser trying to play his favorite position right here. Of course, there's a huge blind spot above him, so I think Complexity could have had probably slightly better spots, honestly, to deal with that. But the idea was good in the beginning to stop in the lower tunnels and wait and see if they try that B-pop, because they were right about it.
It's that intuition, you know, you got to trust it. Out through doors is Che. I feel like I've been saying his name a lot. 13 kills off that one.
Yeah, he's trying.
Looking for the pit player, especially on the openings of the rounds, right? I feel like every time we've had a madman running out long, it's generally Che. Loves to get into this smoke on the corner, which soon fades and would reveal Hauser.
Well, they put him in all the worst spots here, and CT just corralled right now.
Meanwhile,
every single CT is in here like it's a zoo.
Bang, Floppy instead trying to get into the fight. Ooh, second kill to DRG.
With a bomb on top of it.
Yes, sir. That's a big stoppage in middle JNT.
Oh, they smoke it? They don't grab the bomb, though.
Can't reach far enough.
Well, okay, listen. They've got long presence on top of the bomb here in mid.
Timing.
Oh.
Nice peek from Togs. Good chance at the second. JNT able to get it back.
Oh, this is so rambunctious from the CT side. I feel like there was man advantage there.
Fights on all fronts. Che gets across long.
Why do they have to be worried about a bomb out mid, you know?
Nobody's keeping eyes on CT right now. Actually, Floppy turns, but he's also pulled back towards that B site. Che connects. JT tucked into the cubby. Wants to go clear CT first. Oh, makes a sound, loses track of the T. And this feels like JT's gonna get wrecked. Sharks on fire as this half is nearly over. And Sharks will guarantee a lead.
I mean, that was a great round by Sharks. I do think it was a bit disappointing the way Complexity played that, as if they were losing the round when they had the bomb in their possession. I think, ironically, this is a round where if they forget they have the bomb, they actually have a better chance of winning. All their regular spots would have been fine. We've already seen that Sharks have tried to wait in situations where they don't have control of the round. We saw that last round on B, and it worked for them. And Complexity kind of played into that, again, like they were the weaker team.
Trying to push Grim back into a position to succeed. Togs holds it. It's a good chance for a second kill here if Grim can catch the one in the back with hands busy. Trench warfare right now. Just holding the line. And Grim hasn't yet gone for it. Little presence seen from tunnels, so that's going to keep Hauser's attention. Just working with the scout. Grim decides to show his hand, pokes Sharks on the back, and then immediately peels away. Heavy A-lean here from Complexity.
Yeah, they don't have info on a full B exact that could come, but they did see mid for quite a long time there.
I like that. Just trying to catch anybody along the wall, doesn't work.
Looks like Sharks' patience has kind of been perfect. Like, they have outweighted this whole mid setup. They are now approaching on mid. They got this long control with no resistance.
Never showed their hand at the B site. Didn't give Hauser a target.
And, okay, Grim gets the first kill off Cat.
See if it unravels.
Wow, nice shot, Shay.
Point blank on that. Looking for the next one. We've got two here. One close box, a second towards the deeper. And Che takes the high road up close, gets Fang.
Oh, he's smooth.
He's keeping it in the hands of Sharks. An attack from the back off Neeson. 8 seconds though. Bomb's gonna be planted. Floppy's gonna try to charge it down. Can't stop it. And now what an awkward spot. 3-round lead for Sharks as they close out the T side of Dust 2.
Let's roll. Let him fly. Stay sharp.
Por um. Por morto era 2 fora. Ele veio posicionando. Fica aí, fica parado.
Tá, eu também.
Mano, vai vir mais um escuro, primo.
Mas demorou pra vir.
Tá. Vai vir mais um escuro agora. Vou continuar na esquerda aqui. Pode plantar.
Os dois.
Em cima aí.
Janela,
Fora.
janela.
Buraco. Tava buraco.
2v1.
Passei pra gorda. Porta é minha.
contato?
Porta é minha.
Contato?
Porta.
Boa!
Boa, pega a porta. Pega a porta.
Bora, bora!
Bora, guys. Linda, linda.
So, Sharks had to wait an entire season before they got a chance to sink their teeth into the showdown. They wasted no time in that first half of Dust 2. 3-round lead on the T side of their map pick. And honestly, those 2 signature B-pops is what got them 3- and 4-round streaks respectively. Then, they just ran with the momentum, closed out the half, used the conditioning, transferred towards that A site. All in all, a T side they can be proud of. See if Complexity can bounce back on the offense of their own. We get a good clash towards mid already. A fallback from Che that'll get caught out by Grim. The shining star so far for Complexity. Fang gets caught, down to 4 health. Neeson sits on 2. So a very awkward situation here with still 7 players up.
Well, let's see if their T side can get rolling. And it goes in the direction of the A site right now.
Love this.
JNT, yeah, right on their heels though.
Good timing. But remember, his teammates have no HP, so this is very much on JNT. Taps what was left of Fang. Comes over top with a smoke to work with, and Grim kills Neeson. So the bomb site belongs to Complexity. JNT's in the open. Had to keep those ones clean, no other option. Tough spot to be in, tries his best, but it's Grim and Complexity to succeed.
There was this interesting thing where Complexity have lost 8 Inferno games in a row.
Pog.
That was kind of pog. They still are on that loss streak right now, and they don't have to play Inferno in the series. But it does also feel like it's just like first map of the series where they struggle the most. Messioso, after one of their games, like, why don't we just skip the first map? Because they still will win some of their series.
Right.
Because they have been really good. But that's also a problem, you know, not getting warm early. I think it's psychological.
A slow
I think a few
start.
of them. I think a few of them could go to the gym more. Yeah.
Yes.
You go to the gym. I think that helps directly, specifically with slow first maps, or just
sauna.
What was the or sauna, which may or may not may be in the gym or wherever you are. What was Liaz's? What was Liaz's advice?
Oh, go outside, chug a Red Bull, and smoke a cigarette.
They could try that too.
You know, to each their own.
Yeah.
JT, point blank, just lost a teammate. He's trying to unearth all this. Oh my god. Ooh. 35 bullets in the magazine and not enough. Fang trying to join Grim on this crossfire, but pistols for Sharks looking to work. They nail it. They stick the landing, stacking that A site. How does JT not manage those kills? They all just kind of disappeared and got away from him. Corners of boxes and walls. Awkward spot. Oh, it's the long-range cover from DRG. Wow.
There's actually a lot of great shots right here from Shark. Even Nisim's here. Falmus frag on the ramp. So, well, Sharks touch 10 first. They do it by ecoing as well in the second half. How bad will this get?
I believe Minecraft Steve said it best. Ooh.
Dedicated wham for the Sova.
Tough stuff, man. Deagle's up, though. Maybe Complexity can show us a little magic.
See, when you have a Galil, you know you can miss shots.
I was talking to TC during the America's RMR, and he said that during pracs and scrims, JT is the one guy who always buys Deagles. And then in officials, we don't always get to see the ridiculous things he pulls off. But
yeah.
As of late, I've been seeing those headshots connect. He starts it off with a nice one. It's Halzerk to get the next, so 2 kills for Complexity, but 4 deaths. It's going to have to be Ricky Camaro to try and pull off the miraculous 1v3. Wastes no time. Love that. Charges his way up long. Tries to post on the CT. Gets the deep shot. 88 damage into Nisim. Should have been a kill.
Maybe if it was $800.
Who's next?
There's enough time to pull this off, I'm just going to say, but you can't get Togs. Togs will take it down. So it'll just be the 2 kills. In a kind of a tilting situation here for Complexity, who have completely bungled the bag here in the second half. They had a way to start off nicely, get into the T side, but now this is becoming a very real chance for Sharks to actually win the map. 5-1 odds in this game, right? So you always have to think there's going to be a chance Complexity come back, but at the moment, I think we've got some of the ingredients for the recipe for an upset. And Sharks, if they were going to do it, it would be on Dust 2.
Next map, of course, Complexity's pick of Nuke. Ancient if we need it. Complexity into the meat grinder. Nisim gonna get 2 kills off the start. JNT USP out. Can't really take that risk, so he holds for a second. Listen, it's no armor, it's low util. Complexity, they'll get their bomb plant, and that's a win in and of itself. But Grim's got his paws on an AK. Unfortunately for him, that frag finds half his health bar, so he gets dropped down to 52, makes things a little awkward. And Sharks, tons of retake utility. But, oh my god, nobody watches the window. Grim walks right out, doesn't lose any other health. And now that bomb is halfway gone. Incendiary onto the site. Togs hasn't cleared down beneath him, but the molly burns Halzerk. And that's enough. He never even checked, didn't need to.
Didn't need to even look him in the eyes. Yeah, if Grim had somehow figured out a way to win that round, they would have had to change his jersey into a cape. And he after getting that first kill in the reposition, you think, okay, this can get sketchy. You might get rocked, but they do a good job using their utility and coming in safely. So another round lost here for the Cold Boys. And in that first half, there were a lot of good things to say about Sharks and some things that were clearly issues for Complexity that I feel like they can look back and kind of very quickly see what they did wrong. But we're far away from that point. And now it's just looking like Sharks are stomping.
Nice move from Togs here into the pit. Clean kill versus JT. Halzerk lost in smoke. DRG nails Grim with the nade. And Togs good for the double. Not to mention floppy shoot. So Che on high alert. Drops that one in an instant. And it's going to have to be Fang in a 1v4. No bomb control. And Nisim's got his number. Locked and loaded, honed in, headshot, but the AK's simply better. That's the reality check for you.
Yeah, it's not better. It's just better here. Let's be clear. We don't need to rebalance the AK. There is a gun we need to rebalance. Everyone knows what it is.
5.7.
Everyone knows what it. Okay, there are 2 guns that we need to rebalance.
Tech 9?
There are. No, we don't. I don't think we need to, do we?
No.
There's just once in a while you get a kill, you're like, that's not a good gun. Sure. You can't do that. But I don't think we need to rebalance it. I don't think $500 pistol should one-shot, ever.
There's actually 3 guns we need to rebalance.
All right, I'm going to need to hear yours.
Ready?
Yeah.
5.7.
Yeah.
A1S.
Yeah.
And the A4.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I was only thinking of what do we need to nerf, but yeah, rebalance the A4. But if we nerf the A1S, do we need to rebalance the A4?
Yes, for skins market manipulation.
Oh, okay.
It's about the profits.
Okay. It is all about the money at the end of the day.
Nice 2-piece from Togs here on the pit hold. Under pressure as well from Floppy. Chase slides right through, trades it out efficiently.
Hit it, dude. Hit it, man. At the RMR, he was smacking up the chair arms.
Yes.
You got to take it out on the chair arms because
they're padded.
That, and you literally just get fined if you hit the tables.
Ooh, okay.
If they fine you for hitting the chair arms, you start hitting yourself, then I don't know. I feel like they should fine you for doing that too.
We're talking 4 in a row from Sharks. Aye.
Okay.
Hate to see that. Che wants to play at hard mode.
I can't. That sounded like a right click, but it did 28-2 damage.
How much?
22.
Okay, 22. Yeah.
What?
No, it's okay. Fang gets naded by 20. Not going to stop him from trying to press into the B site. Car player looking like he could come up big, despite being blind. Ooh, almost gets into the cover. Neeson comes wide. Nice long range shot. Tons of damage. Ooh. Tippity taps it into Grim. USP swap. A slice through JT. Fang's been found. Recovers with a double. But then as he jumps up, it's Sharks on fire yet again.
That was quite a highlight right there. Neeson so calm out in the open. Had a teammate behind him. Didn't worry about anything. Used his ammo very efficiently. Made that A1S sing right here.
Love these taps. Woo. Keeps it clean. Nice try by Fang, but the jump up kills him. Two away from not just a win, but a blowout.
Yeah, they're getting smoked. Not a good start.
Ooh, that'll help. Togs no longer in the cover of pit, caught in the open. No man's land belongs to Complexity. And we got a whole pack of players already out through the doors. Good amount of damage off the Molotov. 2 smokes burned on that one, but he could still snip a player off the side of this. We got Hauserk down in the pit, looking to counter-op this, and yeah, he picks it up. 5 versus 3 advantage for Complexity. Can they stop the Shark streak? Not on the mark. Easy pickup for Hauserk. Che's like, oh god, I've gone too far. Can't get back into the cover, so it's just Neesum's kill this time for the Sharks. DRG tries to cut off the long hit, but there's Complexity's 8th.
Yeah, drop in the bucket though, isn't it? It feels like this game is almost too far gone. Sharks have shown good stuff on both the first half, the second half. They egoed off the pistol in the second half. Their aimers look very good. Shay's been kind of a two-way player with both his T-side entries and CD-side holds, and it feels like they've got a lot more to give. So way more to prove here for Complexity on a very balanced map that slightly leans in a T-sided. I'm not sure those advantages are going to be enough.
No mid-pick on that one. I won't have any vision. Floppy brings bomb top mid. Nobody there for Sharks, in fact, so this one can be taken by Complexity. Now's the perfect time to do it. Get a player out through doors. compromise any rotates. Open a door to the B split, maybe. We'll see. But additionally, a ton of time for the North Americans to figure out this offense.
Well, they split the map right down the middle. Don't see anything as well. This will make the CTs feel somewhat insecure. This is good T-side organization overall. I mean, they've held on to long control. They're making it unclear exactly where they're trying to go. They're looking for a B push as well. Grim might find some action, but we're not exactly sure.
Just thinking about it, but he's out.
They've primed the mid B split. They have mid cleaned already, so rotations now actually fan out in 2 different directions. And Sharks just the Sharks just have no idea what's coming. I mean, they're playing 2 on long right now. Complexity have done very well here, but the refresh of the smoke, 25 seconds. Complexity got to make a move.
And Neesum's been putting up numbers. They won't find him initially. Can he time this to perfection? They're sliding by.
They don't clear Hummer.
Oh, it gets a little weird, and he's not able to get more than the 1, but at least Che picks up that mid kill, and a stray bullet would have dropped Floppy. If he plays that to perfection, suddenly Complexity in a world of hurt, but they'll get away with that hit.
Yeah, that was excellent. I mean, overall, that was excellent. They called out every single point of the map where Sharks were not pushing, we're not looking, we're not counter-nading, and said, if you give us this much control, we know how to use it against you, and made Sharks wait, look around, switch spots, but not take any map control back, not organize better rotations, and they ended up gambling or just guessing on having 2 at long, 3 on A in total, and hoped that their B-hold smokes would be good enough to stop Complexity from coming in. But I think this is kind of a shining moment for JT where they just shows why Complexity have been so good lately. They are quite good at organizing on these T rounds. And we'll just kind of have to see if they can do it again.
Man, they get away with this one. Could have been much worse. Bank accounts bottomed out for Sharks, but they get away with a decent enough buy. Double FAMAS, 1 MP9. That's what we can expect from them in this follow-up. Fang sets his sights on long yet again. Nobody here to stop him. Oh, but the MP9 push, and the FAMAS is being primed. Neesum gets both. Floppy's in the corner. Still players both directions. The fact that he gets 2 could.
Oh, Fang hears this.
Still push his teammates
shoots
into a spot to win, but Fang doesn't catch him on the fallback. Will still get across, but again, no bomb.
Yeah, no bomb. No, he rotates so quickly that he might. Maybe he doesn't. Okay, he does know. Yeah. He goes right to flash it. Flash doesn't go deep enough. Togs doesn't see it or dodges, and that's potentially match point now. JT in a 1-on-3 in playground. Seems like they know where he is.
Playing with the weapons that they had. MP9 at the front of the B hit. You know, I feel like Sharks have been nice and passive on those B plays. Finally throw one at Complexity. Stick a wrench in the works. Comes to a grinding halt, and now JT can't get the machine back up and running.
Well, they smoked themselves out of the bomb, so there's that.
Bottled in the back of the head. Sharks gonna find 15 off that one. 3 alive as well. They've got double ops for the next round. 6 attempts to close Dust 2.
Yeah. It's moments like these where you see they're obviously really good at kind of hiding how they feel. Just trying to be very composed, but it's obviously going to be a very tilting way to lose. You just won a very good round versus a fully stocked CT side team, and you know they're quite low. You're probably going to be able to get your eco, make this 11-14, and instead, oh, they do the one thing that can work. And another great shot here from Hauser.
It's a start, but will it be enough? Gonna leave Fang locked in.
Also cool to see Neesum just playing well because he has been their best player in the last 3 months.
Oh!
Whoa!
2 players easy for Che. Man advantage is gone. Neesum's under pressure, and Che's here to alleviate exactly that. And not to mention, Floppy didn't go out middle, so now Hauser fully blind, standing in the open, and it's gonna have to be Ricky with the big one, but nothing more for Complexity. Ladies and gentlemen, there is blood in the water, and the Sharks can smell it because Dust 2's in their back pocket, and it wasn't even close.
So the box on the left and right, yeah, obviously you can go there, but not alone, can you?
No.
Maybe you can, but you're not good enough in movement.
A lot of opers like opening middle,
Yeah.
like some of these angles.
Yeah.
And then if
Take a shot.
things are coming on A, they go to the left and they play this entrance for like repeats.
Oh, yeah, like this one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And they take a shot
Yeah,
and go in.
yeah, I
And
remember.
that's also fast to go to B short.
But A side looks pretty much the same. Like the boxes are placed almost the same.
Yeah, all the same.
I just think it's like too many details. I feel like there's too many colors. I think it's hard to see like the opponents.
The opponents,
Yeah.
Can get boosted, like there, on the left, behind you.
This one?
Yeah. So just someone go and you go on the, yeah. That was typical from Source. It looks like really like Source, to be honest.
And this corner
Oh,
is
yeah,
spammable,
yeah.
you remember?
No.
You can still, no, not this, but okay, you can actually do that as well, but it's like wooden plank, I think. This one.
This one?
No, the other one, in the
No,
corner.
this one?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay.
And try and stand on the other side, I think you can, yeah, you can.
That's pretty nice.
Remember that in the clutches, I'm just saying.
Yeah, will
do,
do.
Do you remember this?
Yeah, the door here.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
Good
yes.
old door, I remember
Yes.
this one. No, they
Yes?
plugged it.
No. E.
I don't use E either, I use so many different settings.
Doing all this back with the door when you can block it.
Yeah, but not anymore, right?
You can.
You can?
Yeah, I saw some something on Reddit. It's still
How is
working.
underground? Can you?
Let's go. Let's check.
Yeah, I remember this place. I was down here a lot.
Yes.
I like
Lurking,
being,
huh?
Yeah, I liked being down here.
You
down
played
in the
slow back
underground.
then?
Yes.
You turned into a more aggressive player throughout the years?
Yes.
It takes so long to push the NCTNG.
Yeah. He's dead. With XM. No, it's not even longer. Yeah, you can hide everywhere.
Okay. It's shorter, right? Yeah, that's cool.
It's almost the same. It's almost the same, just the graphics are much better.
I don't remember anything.
What? You don't
I
remember?
don't remember anything from this.
There were no right corner as well. No right corner for me on Source. Just was a long, okay.
I remember Forrest did the flag movie on 1.6 here.
Yeah?
That's it.
Okay. So A lobby. Okay, so you go under by there. Okay, because back in the days, that wasn't there. That was like behind you, on the right, and that was here. Exactly,
yeah.
like kinda, not here, but a bit in front. Like
Some connector here, no?
Oh, yeah,
this
now
one.
it's the
underground.
Underground. Before this was like all the way back there.
Yeah, you should like break wood or something.
Yeah, it was the wooden thing.
Complexity may have fang, but Sharks proved that they certainly have bite. And I don't know about you, Jacob, but in that second half, at moments it felt like I was watching Jaws because Sharks were able to tear their opponents limb from limb on a defense that I don't think any of us were expecting.
No, it wasn't even a close game. Let's be completely honest. Complexity, they won both pistol rounds and still end up losing 16-9 to Sharks, who, let's be honest, right, we didn't know much about them coming into this matchup. We were questioning, what are some of their strengths? What are the liabilities? They're ranked number 136 in the world right now, and they just made, they made Complexity look like a bunch of silvers playing Counter-Strike right now. That was a rough one for Complexity, and again, I can't stress it enough. If you win both pistol rounds in a best-of-1 scenario here in Dust 1 and you still lose 16-9, it's not good.
Complexity looked flustered.
Yeah.
They looked flustered in that game, and it was very strange. I thought, let's say 8 or 9 rounds into the game, I thought Complexity had stabilized, right? They won the pistol round, they let Sharks come back in a couple of rounds, and then suddenly they bounce back. They have the money, they have everything they need. I thought, okay, that is it. Time to move on to map number 2. And then actually Sharks stayed very composed. They didn't panic. They just played with the weapons they had. They played with their game plan. And Complexity started making mistakes. I mean, strange mistakes happening. You can see here the round history on our screens. These are the 3 rounds that I was talking about from Sharks. Complexity stabilizes 5, 4, 5, 6, and after that is just a complete drought. From that moment on, Complexity will only win 3 rounds. 3 rounds out of all the remaining rounds. What the hell just happened?
No, it's huge question marks indeed for Complexity. I like the way you summarize that as well, because maybe, you know, looking at what we saw playing out on the server, it was more evident that they were struggling in that second half. But that wasn't to say that there weren't some, you know, dire straits for Complexity in that first half as well. Round number 14 just springs to mind.
Yeah, mistakes were made on the side of Complexity. Round 14 is a good example. It's a little bit all over the place. So bear with me on that one. It starts with that long take coming out of Sharks. Shay find the first kill onto Grim, and then Sharks even overplay their hand just a little bit. You can see here Floppy does a beautiful job finding Nissim, DRG, and they have the bomb. It's a 4v3, but they give away their hands by being aggressive towards shore for no reason at all. They had no need to overcompensate trying to take that short control, and then the trades just allowed Sharks to come back into this. Here JT 1 versus 2 running around. This should have never been the case. This situation had no right to be. They had the bomb down in a 4v3. They did not need to retake that mid area. They put themselves in danger. They allowed Sharks to come back in. It just illustrates the kind of flustered character from Complexity we saw in that first match.
To me, this is a great example of often when we talk about you want a team that is playing with confidence. You can't play with overconfidence. You got to be smart about it, right? Don't be afraid of taking duels. Don't be afraid to be aggressive on the map and making a move. But in this situation, right, there was no reason whatsoever to do what they did right here. And that's why I'm a little bit disappointed with Complexity as well. I said they play like a bunch of silvers in the sense that I've been praising them. I've been watching them play Counter-Strike. We've been watching them, you know, trend upwards, and it's getting better and better and better. Yeah, sure, they're doing the RMR, you know, not qualifying for the major. That hurt, that loss to Imperial. But this is some of the worst Counter-Strike I've seen Complexity play in a long time. And that's more so the Complexity we knew, you know, 4, 5, 6 months ago. I don't want to see them again. I don't want to see that iteration of Complexity. I thought they were better, and I still think they are much, much better than we saw here in Dust 2.
Yeah, and that's the especially painful thing, I think, about this Complexity performance is we were praising them coming into this saying, sure, okay, didn't manage to qualify for the major. They had kind of a tricky run, particularly with Imperial being that last best of 3 series they had to take down, or didn't end up taking down, rather. And then we come into this, and it's kind of a shame to see that drop off. I know it is only one map, but
I know
it's against Sharks, who we had, you know, little to no expectations for this.
Yeah, a story can change really fast. If Complexity is coming on to bounce back on map number 2, put it to bed on map number 3, and move on to the showdown, I would have no issue. But as it currently stands, and with the Counter-Strike we have just seen from them, we have reasons to be worried. We have reasons to be concerned. It's a Complexity that's coming here at the showdown, looking for redemption, looking for a shot at being at the Roll Arena, because of course they forego their chance at the major. Back-to-back disappointments, but this roster who had mustered a little bit of interest and hype, that could just smash it right there.
One of the biggest reasons for concern I have is the fact that the Shark team was playing a good game of Counter-Strike. Nissim, you know, kept his composure in a lot of the rounds on the CT side, especially on that B-bomb side. There was some individual brilliance being shown by some of the Shark players that I wasn't aware was able to be shown. We have the guy right here on your screen as well. So not only did Complexity play a game where they made way too many mistakes, they didn't play up to par, they're also playing against some players and playing against a team in Sharks that we have to praise for playing a good game of Counter-Strike. They kept their composure, they played a good game, and they thoroughly deserve to win. Once you lose both pistol rounds on a map like Dust 2 and you're still able to, I would say, dominate your opponent, being the underdog, it's impressive. It's very, very impressive.
I want to go back to a particular moment that kind of lit the fire, I guess, underneath the Sharks' bellies. I don't know how exactly that would happen underwater, but technicalities, you know, we'll go over that one. Round number 17, I think it was. It was just after Complexity managed to get that second pistol, as Jacob was alluding to, but Sharks, they really answer back.
The beginning of the end for Complexity. An eco play that we bring you right here to show. Jacob talked about the difference between confident and overconfident, and I thought that in this game Sharks were just confident, not overconfident at all. You can see here's a very good example. Look at the poisure and the composure that Sharks are showing. We have the low exec coming in from Complexity, first kill being found by JNT, and then they don't really give away the game. They stay composed, they know what they're doing. There's this flank coming over, punishes by Grim, but the bodies have already fallen. They've already hit the ground into 4v2, and it's still very calm and composed for Sharks. This is not what I'm expecting for a team like that. Usually when you have a team that's on the brink of creating upset on the map, what you see is that they give away advantage. Maybe they try to force the play. They overcompensate when they try and close the game. I didn't see that from Sharks. I thought they were relatively calm. Granted, we are in online Counter-Strike. This is usually where nerves and pressure are a little bit more under control, where the small names can actually really annoy the big games. That was the case right here.
If we were going to give, like, you know, a TLDR maybe of Sharks, particularly as we were coming into this with, you know, just basically a lot of questions about them. We haven't really seen this iteration of Sharks playing all that often. What would you say coming off of that first map? How are we going to be summarizing Sharks?
I think it was a very good performance coming out of Sharks as a unit. You know, all the players chimed in, and then there were a couple of the individuals who showed, I guess, a level that I didn't expect. I don't know much about Nism. I don't know much about Cray as well, and they played a good game of Counter-Strike. So the TLDR would be Shark, you know, playing I wouldn't call it beautiful Counter-Strike game, but good enough in order to make Complexity look like the weaker team in this matchup. And I didn't anticipate that. I didn't think that would be possible. A little bit disappointed in Complexity, but Shark played well.
Yeah, I mean, is that beauty going to reflect onto Nuke, considering, you know, that is Complexity's pick coming into the series? We have to put that caveat out there. Do you see Complexity having the ability to bounce back after losing out Dust 2?
I cannot possibly imagine that we would witness the same story on Nuke. I just simply cannot imagine it right now. If you look at the calibers of team that Complexity play on the day-to-day basis on Nuke, they should be up to par with the highest level of Counter-Strike, the highest meta, the most refined procedures and protocols of the map. Just based on that, they should be better than Sharks. Based on experience, rotations, routines, protocols, contingencies, that should be it for Complexity. But the truth is, once you're 1-0 up, maybe you have a good start of the half, you get the piss around, get it going, you take a couple of duels, and then Complexity just piss in their pants because they know Roll Arena is just fading away in the background. We sound I don't know.
That movie. Yeah.
Could get real bloody for a second.
I mean, the showdown, not necessarily always logical. Either, Pimp, anything can happen here.
True, we saw Pain Gaming, you know, walk through it last time around, the NA bracket, and making a huge surprise by taking down Freya and qualifying for the finals, the spring finals. That was, I believe Complexity is too good of a team on Nuke to let this one slip out of their hands. You saw the win percentage as well, 86 to path 3 months. The one team they have lost to is FaZe, which is okay. So I expect Complexity to bounce back now.
Well, we're going to see if Complexity can have a firm grasp on their map pick. It does come down to Nuke as potentially the last lifeline for the squad. But if Sharks have anything to do with it, they will be hoping to submit a huge upset coming into things. We're going to see exactly how it goes down with Scrawny and Lawless, and you don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody. Brazilians rejoice. We've got Sharks with a map advantage over top Complexity. The Betway odds still the way of Complexity, but definitely not as far as they were when this series started. I didn't know if Sharks had it in them, man. I'm not going to lie. And yet, suddenly, here we are. Complexity getting smoked.
Yeah, it's tough. We've seen a lot of Complexity recently, and like slow starts aren't weird. The fact is we knew Sharks would be good at Dust 2. I still obviously see an upset coming, even on that map. But it happened. I guess in some sense it was possible. We've set this up a number of times with Complexity games.
Yeah.
They still come back and win the series when they're favored. I think Nuke is a really good map for them.
Yes.
I don't want to do too much faff. We can let the map talk, but if you're worried for Complexity, maybe you shouldn't be.
Yeah, no more faffing.
We'll see.
A lot more fragging. At least that's what Complexity's hoping to accomplish, because they got 7 rounds on Dust 2. Grim will open up, and Hausark follows suit. Che has tucked into the corner. Beretta's ready, but it is just the one. Grim's got that quick trade frag, double man advantage for Complexity. Tippity tap in from Togs. Ooh, things have gotten even. Now Beretta's on the doors. That'll get dropped by Grim. They know that Togs is around here, and he has found a chance to just shave off the 1v1s. But then he stands in the open, thinking maybe they go back towards control stairs, and it's the end of him. Complexity pick up a pistol on the T side. Now, unlike on Dust 2, this time they gotta convert it.
Yeah, this time they gotta convert it. So yeah, we have Dust 2 specialists in Sharks that really played at their highest level, and all their individuals also kind of played at their highest level. Like Nisam has been their best player by a huge margin and showed up on Dust 2 as pretty much the best player on the team. Maybe Shea was actually, because of the number of opening kills that he got. I think that was the most valuable stat for them on the T side. But between those two, that was enough firepower. Rotations and map knowledge just so much more important on Nuke than aim is. And I think that's how you kind of separate yourself and why people consider this to be like a hard map. Especially if you're not going to pick it, you don't want to play it.
Togs looking to chew away at the player just above him. Fell back for a moment, comes into the hut yet again. So does he fancy his chances? He is indeed thinking about it.
What do you think Floppy is saying right now in his head?
Oh man, 3 maps, man.
Yeah.
At least I get to watch the major from home.
But unironically, you'd be like, you're looking forward to chilling.
Yeah. I feel like Floppy makes the best of bad situations.
Yeah.
Grim has found the MP9 point blank, and JT's gonna body bag Togs. Hausark, he's got himself one. They lose Floppy on the entries. Fang trying to keep his eyes up, but it's the scout with 2 kills, and JT is a stiff breeze away from death. There's no nade here for the Sharks, unfortunately for them. They've got a flash to try and take a gander downwards. Fang sits just beneath, and Nisam finishes off the little HP that was left. He left-clicked. Oh, through the wall as well, by the looks of things. If the kill feeds are to be believed.
Which sometimes they should not. Wallbangs are I haven't seen any wallbang problems, but smokes, flashes. I mean, Valve, if you're listening.
They're always listening.
You guys suck. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Ronnie, why would you say that, man?
I don't know. Ooh,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not consistent all the time. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think it's the kill feed's fault.
Yeah.
Complexity back home, of course, no longer in EU, so, you know, the level of their practice may not be as top-notch, but I'm sure these guys have been on the road for a while.
Imperial boot camped in Brazil and then beat Complexity in Europe, so.
But that's Brazil, not NA.
Facts.
23 representatives here at the Americas Showdown from Brazil. Top of the board. So it didn't work, but they kept the scout at least, and the damage is meaningful. See if Complexity can get through round 3 with lesser costs. They've already pushed one back. Nice and easy. Oi! But the scout connects into Halzert. JNT just keeps on running. Not just for the hills, but then the mountains. Soon through the swampy bogs.
What else?
Next up, Arkansas. No smoke yet towards doors nor window, but once Grim gets out, they pop. He's going to clear all the corners he can. CT's blocked off. Trying to squeeze an angle out of this one. Neeson, he'll be caught out by Halzert. So the bomb plant's good. 4 up still for Sharks. Woo. But Halzert seems to have their numbers. I think there's a chance that maybe the ramp flank could catch a Complexity player on the exit, but everything else goes swimmingly for Complexity. And so a 3-0 start yet again.
Yeah, lately have been really enjoying watching them play on their kind of when they look good on their T side. You can see why we talk about Complexity, because they are extremely cohesive on rounds. It kind of showcases how much people are listening to JT, and how I would say how they move with conviction. When they know they need to take something or they need to pause, you kind of never really worry about them. They understand what they're doing with their space, and you can see that when they've started to put some of the puzzle pieces in place, they do have a concrete understanding of like what's happening on the map. It's not really a guessing game for them, and that's when it's cool. So this round, of course, it's only pistols. We'll have better examples of it in the future on these rifles. Actually, there might be one coming up very soon.
Still Floppy on the MAC-10. What's his destiny here in round 4? Quick outer pressure. Nothing applied back by Sharks. They pulled JNT away. Op primed and ready. Can he catch a leg through the edge of the smoke? That's the question. Oh, God! Yes.
Oh.
Finds Halzert straight between the eyes. Ooh.
Well,
and Floppy gets found out in Hut, so Sharks 5v3, nice and comfortable.
I wonder why Halzert did that.
Call of the Void.
Oh, he just drove into traffic, basically. Yeah.
It'll get you. Freya apparently always has Call of the Void.
Nice. Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever I look at Freya, I see a person who wants to die.
Yeah, thrill seeker. JT, he's got the answer, but is it the solution? The bomb plant, oh! Grim perfectly timed.
Damn. Well, you can want to die or not want to, but Grim's going to decide for you sometimes.
Yeah. Ultimately, his decision. And look at that. It just sucks the soul out of Sharks. Che and JNT will have nothing to say about that one. And, I mean, Grim, risky business, bro. He's sitting inside that smoke. There could have been a player tucked in the corner of Mini waiting for that to phase out.
So right here, obviously, JNT cannot see anybody on that cross. The smokes are perfect, and Halzert is looking to phase it. I'm not sure if he's just going to go sneak through in a big garage after they leave. Maybe they thinks the smokes won't be watched, but the smokes are coming up. So you think you'd give it a last check, and ultimately gives Sharks an opportunity to get a free frag. Then we get this Grim clip, man. And that's some of the aim came through on Dust 2. To give Complexity, honestly, some of the only rounds they got in that entire game. There were multiple 2 or 3 kill holds or attacks from Grim that just changed the makeup of the round.
It was swinging haymakers early.
And honestly, when they played against Imperial as well, that was another thing. It was just like, honestly, not that many people were just fragging besides Grim. So that's a little worrying because they got a lot of good players.
And it was weird because, up until some of those last games, I mean, Floppy was having a standout performance.
Yeah.
Despite Complexity's success, he was somebody who had kind of been muted in the frag department. He was very well aware of it.
That's true.
He said, yeah, I'm not allowed to get kills anymore. JT hates me. And then JT was right there and said, that's not true. The formula worked. Floppy then went one better. And then again, once those maps really counted, Complexity just couldn't put it all together. So far, so good on Nuke.
Sharks will try again.
Yeah, rebuy made easy with the 3 players surviving. Or 2, excuse me.
Well, this might net a kill for JNT. He is deep there in the hut, but Halzerk was actually waiting specifically for that push. That's why he let him kill him the last round.
Ah.
So we could just get some data on the kind of person he is.
Nice time utility from Sharks there as well, right? Molotov goes down to give up the position, but then the flash is also instant. So, the old left, right. And Neeson, if he times this correctly, could very well pull back man advantage. We got Grim rounding the red box. Ooh, but now he's going to play to the right side. Utility's been spotted here by Neeson. He knows that, again, if he can just time it to a T.
Oh, they're doing the double mini wrap. This is the Furia.
Grim just lost his teammate.
Oh, there it is.
Nicely done by Chase. Sets up Neeson in an instant. He goes over top. And we've got a 4 versus 3 from Sharks. So not even getting back man advantage, but grabbing one of their own. 2 players on control stairs. Fang's not gonna find anything. Bomb busy. And Halzerk's dead to rights. Floppy's got the double. And as he turns back towards doors, half of Togs cut off of the situation. Bomb actually gets planted.
Jesus.
Oh, I thought Halzerk died before.
That
Floppy.
was close.
That could have been incredible, but he comes up short.
That was very close. I mean, Floppy's one of the best clutchers for sure. And he put that together. He just didn't hit the shots on the second guy. So a good attempt. I think they took that straight from Furia. So for something that Furia have been doing where they get Art and Yuri to wrap outside into mini, they'll send one in first and then one a little bit later. And in this situation, they both just die on the wall after the wall smokes go down. And Neeson makes a great rotation to go through secret late after JNT dies in hut with the op. And that makes up for some of the space they lost and also the man advantage. So really nice response here from Sharks versus what is normally a very tricky strat.
So it takes them 5 rounds, but they're on the board.
And you could see that even with that, Complexity still burst ramp and got down lower with full HP players.
This one's fast as well. We've got Floppy.
Just a vent drop, I think. Oh, he's actually not even doing it.
Sitting behind it. Vent's not even broken.
Yeah, so this is also another kind of Furia move. But like Art does this, and Floppy just finds that timing.
Now what?
Yeah.
They throw a player down ramp, so we see that shuffle back outside.
Oh, they left. So Neeson left ramp, but they didn't rotate properly. But JNT still is able to catch Grim because they don't molly Turnpike.
Now Fang's up. Oh, he
Wait,
walks
why are they
right
challenging
into the scope. They just try to follow through. Neeson catching Floppy downstairs, so now that emergency rotation works out. And this one flatlining quickly. From a lively ramp push to a cadaver. Essentially just JT and Halzerk left over.
They got Floppy lower. That pulled Neeson down last round as well. And then Neeson went out to secret. But you never leave ramp without your teammate getting the Turnpike first. So that you don't have any lurk that comes out, of course. Or, well,
he got away from the hut player
round
as well.
is still alive, yeah. We'll see what happens. Wait, what's
now
happening
he's
right
dropped.
now?
Oh! JT gets another kill. Togs comes out with the double off the hut.
Okay, so, yeah, real quick. Neeson does his rotation on time. He recognizes the danger after Floppy drops into that vent. And he goes down there on the search. No one refreshes his position in time, so the op is a little slow. And so there's a chance that Complexity can just stop the next rotation from even coming in. A smoke or a molly would have been enough for them all drop down. Floppy and then 4 other players could have been crushing Neeson and punishing this rotation that he made. And instead, they sent 2 players to challenge into a very depressed angle from the op and an even more depressed angle in the second one. Not sure why. Maybe they didn't. I don't know if they didn't have utility, but that was pretty early in the round, right?
Nade goes beyond the front runners of the hut push. Ooh, nice and easy from Togs. Couple kills off the fire. There's Che to close alongside JNT, and we've got Sharks already starting to close that gap.
Damn.
Dare I say it? Easy.
Very easy. That is surprising. Now, they could see Nuke coming through in the veto, so there's that. I mean, they knew that they'd get Dust 2, most certainly. So maybe they could see Nuke and put a lot of preparation into this. Maybe there's something special happens tonight.
Here's the thing, Sharks, they weren't at the America's Road to Rio. Complexity, tons of game tape, very well-known map. You know, what else were Sharks doing other than preparing for this showdown?
Yeah.
They waited an entire season.
And how long would they have known their matchup in advance?
That I don't know.
Definitely quite a while to prepare for the first round. That's for sure.
Dust 2 went to perfection as far as Sharks are concerned. JNT leans back comfortably. What's going down with Mini? We got DRG behind the close vent. Yeah, Mini wrap looking likely. Got a player backside and vent. Okay, so no top hut means no compromise. Point blank. DRG's got the double. And then we've got Togs into the mix. But they tried to throw Fang and Halzerk around. Things get weird for a second. All good as far as Sharks are concerned. That's a 4-4 game already.
They can keep up on the individual level. That's not been a question for sure. Felt like that was going to break down a little bit on Nuke because, again, it's not a map that really comes down to aim as much as positioning, as much as utility, and as much as rotations. But it's been sufficient, and clearly Complexity not playing up to their own standard right now. So another attempt in Halzerk. This time we'll just have an SG. An op is definitely not required. And look, another early secret rotation here. Doubling up in the ramp, leaving one upstairs. Love this risk. They shut down an upper play so quickly. Why overstack it early? If Complexity ran out of HUD and Squeaky right now, they'd literally win the round. But instead now, we've got Sharks thinking about what's going to come in a slow default, and they'll be very happy to know that Complexity haven't tried anything fast. So a little too legible, maybe.
DRG dives down. Couple players.
And the thing is, they also have done the double ramp push as well, right? So much information here to cover these options.
Yo, Sharks got protocols.
Yeah.
They play in response.
The only thing scary is they still only have one upper at this point in the round. But if someone comes in a late split, it's like in the last 30 seconds because you have to get either into Mini or into Heaven. Those are very far away, but it looks like they might be working on that, so we'll see.
Fang looking for the contact as Neeson goes up ladder.
Man, they're waiting for it now. They're literally waiting for this one strap because they covered lower and they covered ramp earlier.
Active plays, information gained, and time lost for Complexity. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. Man, they're not even climbing up yet. And a quick peek down from Neeson, perfectly timed. Gets the next contact, deals a lot of damage. It's Fang at least with the kill. DRG, the landmine on the A site. Swings out. Oh, gets Halzerk. And then the sweep from Togs. It is played to perfection from the Sharks.
That's one of the best outplays I've seen in weeks in terms of game plan coming into the round based on what they just saw. And then all the positioning. They did the exactly correct thing where double stack on the ramp. We've seen Complexity late explode on the ramp after taking outside. They got down early into lower with two people just in case a vent drop came. They know that there's been a lot of late rounds outside, so they went up secret late. Then they even broke off the ramp push, came back, doubled up in upper, just in time for Complexity to hit it. They read JT at every second of that round.
That was sick.
Yeah, that was really sick.
They didn't make a single wrong move. I mean, if I'm Complexity, a round like that sends a shiver down my spine.
Luckily for them, they just didn't see the early move, so maybe they're not as scared, but yeah.
Quick player in the vent. Nice replacement there from Che. Togs empty-handed. And Nissim into the site. Door swings, bombs down, and it's all left on Floppy. Again, he's got the clutch, but he doesn't have the guns. As he comes around the corner towards the vent, he doesn't time it this... Wait, oh my god, he still gets away? Aye, that's a corpse. Now it's at least hands on an AK, but no bomb possession. And two sets of eyes downstairs already. I feel like Floppy, just the fact that he's still alive in this play, because he could have had the back of his head blown out the moment he came in through Mini. Every second living now is just bonus. And he's got the utility to put things into question. Op shot from ramp, so kind of piecing together the picture, but it's really about the execution. Needs 3 of them. Again, confirms his presence, being toyed with by the ramp player. Could try to tuck into dark instead.
Damn, he's got him so scared though, and he has figured out where 2 out of 3 players are.
DRG still sitting up top. There it is. Finally, Nisam decides to pull the trigger, and it's a lethal move for Sharks' 6th.
Yeah, they give it a try. But again, perfect setup as the round goes live. Sharks play 2 lower in the beginning and figure out that's Complexity might want to try that. So on fire, and it doesn't feel like they're going to slow down right now. Complexity, of course, they have the tools and experience and have beat much better teams on this map. But today, I think for sure they should be a little bit worried because Sharks are showing that they're meeting their preparation with their execution. And of course, it's really hard to play against a team who you know are going to play very differently versus you on this map, but you don't really have any way to figure out in what way.
Sure.
You know, you have to look into your own kind of the way you play and try to predict it.
Self-reflection would be a scary thing.
I think that the main thing that's clear is, what's the best option? Like what was clear in that previous round where there was a huge outplay throughout every stage of it was that if Complexity had simply hit upper, the round would have been over. There's one person there. That was the huge flaw. But how can you make that call when you just lost an upper rush the round before? You can't always do that. I really don't think they're going to end this half and learn about exactly how much they've been outplayed until afterwards.
So the 2-round lead of Sharks as the timeouts come to an end. Remember, 4-0 for Complexity once upon a time. Sharks' CT side now very much up and running. Looks like outer early once more. With 4, in fact. The answer is here, Sharks. They've got 2 players just next to Mini, 1 back towards Credit Card. Ooh, an ominous wall of smokes. Dare you go through it? They'll head towards Secret instead, but the smokes actually come up. They weren't fast enough to get everybody down for free, so Fang gets spotted and swept away. Oof, Floppy trying to clamber over the railing. JNT's gonna hear all this movement. Meanwhile, they head towards ramp. Hauser not ready for that one. Grim doubles back, catches Togs at least. There's a second player here for him to frag, and he seems to have figured it out, but DRG stands taller. Nisam, perfect spot. 2 kills for him, and this is Sharks continuing to succeed.
Yeah, they are. There's more good ideas, more timings. I feel like they missed that one by a hair in terms of what they were watching and how they were holding it and the shots and everything like that, but that was just a very solid round where Sharks kept up, and they played together. They had options that even if they lost one, they'd have a chance to trade. The spot from Nisam is beautiful, so nothing bad to say. And now, you know, we're at the point where it's 9 rounds and Complexity were out of the showdown, which is not something I thought would happen. Not something anyone thought would happen. You know, based on the interview with Kochi, it didn't even seem like he thought that would happen.
Yeah, right? Yeah, tempered expectations. Fair. I think he knows he's going up against a team that obviously kind of shook the world just like a month ago at Pro League. But all of a sudden, you know, that spotlight that they earned could be over, you know, sooner than they would have expected. All of a sudden, all these failures are starting to stack up. But then again, I'm speaking like it's happened. There is still a CT side for Complexity to get to. There is still rounds here to be won. It's just an excellent CT side so far. Great reads. And still, everybody's performing. Not nearly as top-heavy either from the Sharks. So nice and clean. We get the pop into the A site. Lesser weapons.
They're dropping or not?
Yeah, trying to. They get at least the Tech-9 down with bomb. Grim is inside of Mini. There's the second player downstairs. So Floppy looking for the plant. They leave 1 in Mini, 1 in Squeaky, and a duo of Complexity players over towards that B site. JT pushes out as the CTs push in through lobby, back around on ramp. Grim gets spotted, and that makes his job so difficult. He's just trying to burn time, but everybody's starting to fall here for Complexity. It is Halzerk with a 1v5 and a Deagle. Hate to break it to you, brother. It's over. Missed the first shot. Nice, clean sweep on the retake, and 8 consecutive for Sharks.
Yeah, they didn't panic right there. Complexity did a cool thing in getting the squeaky or getting the vent control, getting down the vent, you know, getting that bomb plant without any rotation, and then also making sure it was kind of difficult to try to rotate into the vent and rotate down lower. But Sharks didn't panic, and they went through the hut and went all the way around just to be safe. That ended up paying off. They also watched for this Grim lurk that was probably hard to figure out in the turnpike with still a minute left on the clock. And from there, they still had plenty of time to get that bomb defused. It barely lost anybody.
Grim's job not getting any easier. Oh, and Jay over the smoke.
What a spot.
Finishes off Grim. Fang tries to respond. He wanted to go join Floppy in the execute, but he gets flashed, so no chance to do so. Then he has to run through fire, but hell, he makes it work. Tech9 point-blank headshots JNTs, and then what's left of Complexity trickles out through hut. 2v2, bomb plants theirs. There's going to be a Heaven player in a second. Nisam, can he dunk it? Oh, almost. JT to 24.
Oh, he's waiting for a pop.
I think he just dropped it down for Che, so Che's going to throw it through the doorway. It's going to keep Che out of the equation. Neeson didn't see it. Spots the Opper instead. Che's not going to know that there's a player down beneath, and Complexity pull one through.
That was pretty fortunate. I think it was on his screen, but okay, nice cover, and the upper hit ends up working out. And of course, it is true that Complexity just kind of have to get through a T side, but I was definitely expecting a lot more out of this one. So the trades come through after some time. It's a very slow exec on the upper side. It's not as explosive, but they make it work and put up that fifth. And finally, stop the streak from Sharks. That felt like it was never going to end.
I'm just excited to see Sharks on their T side. You know, based on some of these reads, felt very much prepped. Counter-Strike always a tale of two halves. Wow, the utility damage is massive. Floppy and Fang limping into whatever comes next.
That was quite a tactic with the molly and the flash push as well.
We'd seen that one earlier on when they tried to, you know, join through with the hut push. This time they don't force the issue. Ooh, secret peek is perfect, but then Halzerk immediately in with the trade.
They see two outside, so JT's going to spot the cross, and they have another attack as well that they could try to implement. And now Complexity will get a little bit worried about their inner. Oof. Oh, what a shot.
Che tries to press into Mini. That's going to be costly. DRG, could he catch them off? No, they're prepared. Fang finding a headshot. Halzerk's got the cover. Damn, that's damage, but not enough. So, Sharks. It's not total perfection after the 4-0 start from Complexity. That's 6 to the T side. And again, because of that 4-0 start, 2, maybe a third perhaps for Complexity. And you just kind of forget about this half, switch to CT side, and hope things go smoother.
That was pretty good. I mean, Nisam went out there to get information, and he got a kill, and then he saw two other people, so it was majority outside, and that could lead to Sharks going to take over lobby control. And Complexity just waited like 1 second and immediately split onto upper, which was kind of the perfect punish in that spot. Surprised Togs didn't go get the op, but maybe he thought it was being watched. It was on the lip of the ledge on Heaven.
Critical kill there. And this one as well from Fang. Didn't have much HP to survive it, but graced by the headshot.
And there were still 3 layers of defense upstairs as well. Just no one got a kill.
Oh, also, they have a ton of money, so no op needed to be saved. Last round of the half.
True.
Empty the bank accounts, and we're good to go. See if Sharks can add the cherry on top. They've had some wonderful moments on this defense. They've got a 5 versus 4 in the 15th, but Grim comes in from the top of Mini. Does he want more now, or does he wait a second? Floods down, and it will be caught by Togs. So, man advantage maintained. Smoke soon to fade. Floppy, could he find the catch? No. We get another smoke in front of him, and he'll have to wait at the minute 15. Seen Floppy find timings coming through the mini. How about now on Squeaky? B-site belongs to Neeson, but he would give over Decondor. Floppy snuck out. Oh, he's gonna walk right up. And Togs comes out just to finish that one off. Not to mention Neeson still has this corner, so Complexity's starting to feel squeezed. They want to split this B-site. Final 40 seconds of the half. JT, well-placed Molotov. Excellent chance for Fang. Now he's going to try to get JT into a better spot. Nobody here to stop them. Yet again, we get this emphasis from Sharks. Instead of coming down through vents, they want the ramp retake. Remember, we once saw Grim get caught towards Hell in a similar situation. Now it's JT pressed up close. Double flashbangs here for Fang. Doesn't throw either. It is him v3 to close the T side of map 2. They're working out already. They don't know where he's at. Now he strikes. There's the first, and he goes down to DRG's pistol. So it is, in fact, a 3-round lead for Sharks with the map advantage. Is their T side as clean as their defense? Well, we'll find out after the break.
Hello everybody, here we are. It's the Coinbase hot swaps with Rez and with Apex. It's a Liege, it's Hunter, Cirque, I'm joined by Kerrigan. It's the fall season, boys. The fall season of 2022. Way more roster moves than some people can keep up to. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on roster swaps, negative and positive.
Vitality. Let's say Vitality.
I think the Vitality change with bringing Spinks reminds a lot about the phase with Rob's joining. An upgrade in kind of the role and the position and the philosophy of the team.
For me, honestly, Vitality signing Spinks, I think it's a very good move because Spinks, I know he's a really good guy and a really good player, honestly, and that's the piece they needed. No excuses for them. They have really good team. I'm including, of course, only coach. So yeah, I think no excuses for them. I think they'll be really good this season.
I didn't really think that like ENCE was doing too bad. Like maybe they needed to change something to like improve them, but you know they were like a top team like this entire year. Sure. So to see that change was pretty surprising for me.
Final seconds, last few days right before we kind of get back into action. You guys have a huge signing in Spinks. I had Zywoo in here earlier, and he told me that it already feels like Spinks has been on the team for months. That this guy just showed up, slotted right in, wants to work hard, good mentality, good communication. Do you agree with Zywoo?
Of course I am. I would say that for us last year was, the first 6 months of the season was a bit of a mess. We couldn't find our form most likely because of roles. We had like 2 real entries and no like real lurker. So that was kind of hard to play on some situations. Dupree and Misuta had to swap like roles sometimes coming in the group to entry, sometimes like lurking. So we took, I think, one of the best lurker right now, who is Spinks Lawton. He's been fantastic for the first 6 months in his role. And we try to not change his role at all, almost. We try to put him in best condition when he arrived into the team, both in CT and T side. We try to do that. Of course, he had some changes because we had also maps where we felt really comfortable, and he just had to fill the gap. But other than that, I think he's a really hard worker. He's been there obviously for maybe 2 years.
Tô strifando bomba. Estourou, tô cego. Mais um, 2 casas, matou os 2. Ó os suportes agora.
Cuidado duto,
casa morto. Boa!
Nice.
Isso aí, mano. Agora é Ralph. Cuidado, rushar. Força de novo, Shai, aqui.
Vence de novo.
Vai ser rushar, se pá.
Respira aí.
Dropa pra mim, Shai.
Sharks, the Dust 2 specialists, the stars we expected to shine were there. Everything seemed like it was the part of the known formula. Complexity tend to start slow as well. But now that we've gone through 15 rounds of Nuke, Sharks have put up a stellar defense. It seemed as though they had good reads. The big question will come down to, can they close this in 2? Will this T-side be too daunting? I love the kill differential here from Sharks. Everybody putting in the work to try and pull off what would be a wild upset to start the NA Showdown. It's a tough spot to be in, and Complexity could always reel it back. For now, it's Fang with the 2 kills in the pistol, and that's enough to send Sharks spinning towards the ramp.
Now they run, but they have vents here, and Floppy's going to see them getting down, but doesn't stop them. So there's actually a chance they can put this bomb down. However, 3 players in the vent spreading out, and Fang up front, who already got 2 kills, means this might be difficult, but he goes down.
JT still just holding on. Neesum's not able to take off the pressure. DRG with hands busy, but it's 2 kills. 2 critical kills. Floppy in with the clutch attempt. He's got 1 pinned in the corner, and he knows where Neesum's at, but that's 3 in a 2vx for Neesum. What a moment, as now Sharks have second pistol, 4-round lead, 10 on the board, and map 1 in their back pocket. This is a big moment if they can convert early on a T side.
You got to give it up for Neesum no matter what happens at this point. He was a star on Dust 2. He had that amazing M4 A1S hold. He has been the best player on the team for a consistent period of time, and this is their best competition, and he's still showing that he's that guy. And now here on Nuke, 16-8 and a fantastic pistol round when it's absolutely going to matter. I mean, this T side is not going to be free. Still 6 rounds to go, but Complexity are certainly sweating.
Yeah, there's no way there's not that seed of doubt in the back of their minds. And now we get the quick trade from Tog. So Killer Instinct into the A site. Oh, smoke down in front of Mini. Fire spreads awkwardly, but he'll be covered here. So there's no extra pressure added by Complexity. Nothing they can really do. They'll fall back into the CT spawn and lick their wounds. They're going to have to try and use what they have in the next one. 5-round advantage.
I love this idea. They sent 2 people out upstairs. I don't think either of them had the bomb in that spot. And it's a scout in front with the ability to trade. If they see the site is clean, then they just go forward with a very simple upper exec versus pistols that they know Complexity have and have a great chance to win the round. If it doesn't work because there's a stack, then maybe they can hit ramp in this position and try to do something else afterwards. But I really like them not trying to go into a default and playing it down to 30 seconds and looking for scouts outside and making the round really long, because I think that's where Complexity would be the strongest. So it looks like, yeah, they might have 2 parts to this game plan. CT side look good, and T side is looking good. Did you have Complexity winning?
I had Complexity in the finals.
In the finals? Okay. I think I did too.
In fact, I may have said they beat 0-0 Nation to go on. I can't remember. But I definitely had them in the finals of this side of the bracket. You know, and if Sharks can drop Complexity, I mean, who's standing in their way after that? In comparison to Complexity, there shouldn't be a bigger challenge.
Maybe EG, yeah.
Easy pickup there. Bomb planted an instant. Nothing being done here by Complexity. Bro, if they don't even get a kill, if they don't even make this costly, then Sharks have all they need to start a momentous T-side. We get Floppy flying in from the heavens, wings clipped by Che. 2 fall back.
You know, I think most of us would have said this would be a 2-0, so at least we could be right about that.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way. Hauserk, a desperate chase. And a chance, but no, they're going to get away. 5 up for Sharks.
Yeah, they're rich and winning.
Let's see. Okay, so, I mean, if Sharks beat Complexity, it's MIBR and Team 1 on their side of the bracket.
Anyone can win. It's definitely not one of those situations where just because someone's harder, then they have a better chance of winning. Like Kochi said, you know, he knows a lot about Complexity. He's just watched them grow. They just done a lot of good prep here. But stylistically, they might not match up as well to other teams. But I think we got to hope for them if they take a scalp this big that they can make a deep run.
putting it in perspective, Complexity currently ranked 18th in the world. Sharks, 167th.
Wait, what? I didn't even know it went that high. Does it go to 200?
I think it goes further. Ooh. Che, a victim, finally, that Complexity could be proud of. It's an opening kill in a gun round.
Out of curiosity, who's 166th?
Let me go check. I don't know how to check. I lied.
Okay, another one for Halzerk. Nice lining him up now.
Floppy, good spot. But he loses.
Damn, he just
to the
lost.
Galil.
He just literally lost. That was a good spot. He had it.
But it's okay, because DRG and Togs have barely any health, so Complexity can just sweep through from decon like it's nobody's business. The retake will be easy. At least that's how they see it. Meanwhile, JNT, double flashbangs, couple more for Togs. I mean, there is a...
Wait.
Flank is perfect. Oh my god, the flank is perfect and nobody's watching it.
Jesus.
DRG, he is creeping in behind them. They close the door. That could make it weird. They're starting to press in. Complexity running out of time. DRG connects. JNT, full health, dead to Grim.
Okay,
Grim
nice.
gets all 3 kills in that retake.
No, they don't have a kit. Oh, no. Whoa.
Oh, no! No kit, no time, no round win.
Wow, that flank was great then. They spread to control side and then started working on a late round probability where that, like, you know, they're not going to watch the back. They close the door behind him, to be fair, and Grim just gets out of dodge on the other side of the silo and gets all these kills as quickly as he possibly can. But if you think about this, they basically didn't have time to defuse that bomb even after they opened that door. It was already too late.
Yeah.
Jesus, man. That Galil, the fact that they killed Floppy from that position, who has, like, you know, kind of an easy shot, an easy lineup, and the Galil outduels him because it's a headshot. That's terrible. That's scary. And they're walking the outside cross. No friction here. Fang watches. There could be a good smoke rotation for him right here. So, oh, the feet come up, and oh, he doesn't get the kill, but he gets so much damage off. If he held that spray down, there was a chance he takes out Nisam, and that's the guy you want right away. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no way they queen sweep this next half. This second half, there's just no way.
Okay.
You're not just gonna go 13 to 16 rounds on T-side nuke versus Complexity's map pick. It won't happen like that.
You sound confident.
It won't happen like that.
We got 3 guns trained in, waiting for Complexity, and Grim goes down empty-handed. JT with the double. Che's got the quick trade. And DRG, will he find that rotator? We've got a Halzerk fight in lobby. Oh, JNT looks away. Bomb's been planted. The lobby fight goes the way of Complexity. Floppy's creeping around these positions, but the bomb planters disappeared.
Yeah, fully.
Che's making a bunch of ruckus. DRG again, just like last round, he could have a killer flank. And as that bomb
He bought him some time with the molly.
Is lit on fire, we have DRG coming at it from an unknown angle. He sees the one, but he whiffs the first 2 shots, collects it on the third, goes back into the off, and Halzerk gives the cover that they need. This time, they've got the kit, they've got the defuse, and the round win right with it.
Dude, shout out to Halzerk for not shooting right there. Oh, it's two, not even a shoulder peek on the second one. He actually got a tag off. He showed his whole body. And this vent setup is good enough. The trades are really good here for Sharks, but even with that, they have the floppy rotation downstairs.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean,
nice to not bite on that.
Dude, the discipline.
Yeah.
Even takes the shot to the chest.
If he was holding, like, if he was holding a little tighter, he could have just taken it, but he wasn't, so he didn't want to flick. And smart of him not to.
Still a substantial 6-round lead. Still money in the back pockets of Sharks because of how easy those first few rounds did go.
It's crazy how close that got.
There's the commitment. Nice stream of flashbangs. But Grim's got the double kill. Nisam's got the trade frag.
It's 3v3. So they have vents open in this spot. They know a heavy rotation is going to come in, and they're looking to back up the plan on the site. How aggressive will Hauser get? Well, it looks like they're not worried about it at all, in fact, and they're holding for the ramp push. They missed a shot, but the rotation's kind of cut off. Like, you can't just kind of run back into JNT, so...
Makes things weird. Bomb plant back site. That's not for either of his two teammates. Floppy in a desperate position to get up vents. Neeson point blank.
I got 2 bad rotations and an op in heaven.
But I would say Sharks don't have the plant for them necessarily. We'll see. JNT blinded. Oh, but DRG gets cover. And then the shot's connected. Sharks with the post plant win. 2 up and 2 away.
The flash was great. The cover was fantastic. You were right. The bomb was planted backside, so that would have been a little bit more difficult. But they had vents. They had vent, they had opposite vent, and they had the guy in front of Hut. They're both watching heaven at the same time, matching up perfectly to where the CTs are coming out. Gotta give it up, man. We saw some rougher post plans from Complexity, honestly, earlier.
Complexity don't have money.
Yeah, that was 4 players dying in that last round. No, 3.
Yep.
3 players dying in the last round. Everyone dying the round before that. Everyone dying the round before that.
You asked earlier how long could Sharks have known who they had to prepare for, but we have to remember this is highest seed versus lowest seed, and if you're ranked 177th, you're looking at this like, of course Complexity are the top dogs. The biggest possible upset we could have had at the NA Showdown in the opening round. A measly 2 rounds away, and what does the economy get Complexity? An MP9 on Floppy, a scout for Hauser. And considering how important that op has been in the last 2 rounds, man, Jay comes in with a P90.
A P90?
Salt in the wound.
A P90 and no nades.
I don't know.
He just used his whole kit.
Let's find out. There we go. That's what you get.
I mean, it's just like any gun if you don't shoot it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, just as lethal. He's at the front of this. We got a player close left. We got Floppy up top. Perfect spot for the MP9. Fang draws the attention. They get the first, and it's a big 3K from Fang. He could even get another. JNT on the other end of this. Soon. Oh, wow. Nice. Lee done by Fang. Sure enough. Solid hold from him.
Yeah, smooth moves right there. And the double up on ramp as well. And the random MP9, or sorry, P90 coming out of Squeaky is just hilarious.
Yeah, that ain't it.
It's also quite a slow gun to try to jump through smokes with. And honestly, way too expensive. Neutered kill reward. It's still strong, but it's definitely not meta. And a little bit expensive. Sharks broke now.
Oh,
key round win here for Complexity. Recover the economy. Good. They've got back off. They got the MP9. They're on an op again.
You know, we rewind a little bit. We go back to the road to Rio. Complexity failing to qualify for the major, but in that last series versus Imperial, we had huge second half performances from Fang on back-to-back maps that arguably kept it as close as it was. And a 4K like that, well, we'll see if it primes Complexity for a bounce back on Nuke. But near non-existent margin of error. An easy round for JT as well. Pads the stats on Hut and gives Complexity at least a little longer to live. It is 5 rounds the difference still.
Yeah, Fang is a hard one to wrap your head around. He kind of like doesn't have consistent stats, but he like in games where he's doing badly, he can still have big rounds. He did that. I think it was versus Imperial at like a back-to-back 2, like 1v2 and 1v3.
Definitely, yeah.
He had his score recovery in the same series from half to half. You can get these late game entries on T side randomly as well, so the power is there for sure.
When push comes to shove. But Sharks looking to hit back now. Guns up. Grim, tough position. He's got support far off and down to half health. Burning, pressing through smoke. It's all he can do. He has to try to get lethal.
Wow.
But he's now down, and Hauser has no vision. Smoke's fading. Catches DRG. They're desperate to cross, and now JT's got his chance. They find them in the open, and that simply took too much time to get rid of Grim, slowed down what Sharks wanted to commit to, and in an instant, they evaporate.
While there wasn't any protection there directly for Grim, there were so many ways to refrag with the amount of attention here from the CTs. Outside on Big Garage, outside on the cross, with the op up aggressively. Inside of Mini, and they did a good job of delaying and throwing support flashes to delay for as long as possible so that even if Grim died, by the point that he died, outside was no longer an option. When you go for an outside cross, you're using majority of your smokes. So it's an important thing to think about, especially if you're going to be posted up out here. So while it's going to be an important part of the game plan for the T side to think about outside control, it's also going to be something that Complexity are going to be the best at fighting against. Because again, they've won rounds versus very much harder teams in Yard.
They don't show Neeson anything. Not an inch of skin given outside. So keeping 4 up, I think they realize economy needs to be stacked.
I mean, it's good we didn't get any silly interview where it's kind of like you're forced to banter and say like, oh, we're going to crush them. Yeah, we got thumbs like some grapes. You know what I mean? They didn't say anything like that. They said Sharks are probably really good and these Brazilian teams are all really damn good and we got to take them seriously.
Those smokes just came up at the worst possible moment. And many sets of eyes from Complexity ready for that one. So 3rd time out here for Sharks. But again, breaking through so early on this T side.
They tried to kill Grim, but those flashes from his teammates helped them out a ton.
Right. They didn't want to press through smokes. It's all they could do to try and help him.
Well, this must be a nerve-wracking situation. I mean, these are the moments where you just don't want to be the coach. You know what I mean? You have no actual impact on the round when it's live. You want to be able to control a situation, but you've just got to watch and trust that your players are going to make the right decisions. What a win for Sharks this would be.
So I'm going to have to go God mode. He is surrounded by Glocks, and Togs is dead. Hauser gets a second. Nade. Ooh, that's nasty. Oh, Hauser, come on. Nail it. Sticks the landing for the ace. 5 on ramp for Hauser.
Oh, that's the first smile of the day from Hauser. So he puts together the ace. Well done.
Now just do it in the gun rounds. It's all about the backswing. You gotta follow through.
It was a $500 eco ace. So it made the least amount of money possible.
Didn't break a sweat.
Yeah, the last shot's hilarious because it shows that he's not just flicking blindly. He's aiming.
Right back into the action though. Pressure applied by Sharks outside.
That did 0 damage.
That did 21. This will do 100.
What are you, Vsauce?
I was waiting for the Huandig. Floppy doesn't want to stick around. Don't blame him. That's a bunch of damage. The Fang really has no business landing. So even more. Bro, Fang's got that intuition. And a nade.
Oh.
And it's, you know.
Che got away.
A little chip here, a little scratch there, and a big cannon set up downstairs. Easy pickup to Che. Hauser going to be feeling everywhere as far as Sharks are concerned. And you can't be doing that. DRG gets clipped as he shows the shoulder. Togs has the answer. And now Hauser, he's got himself a 3rd. Come on now. Back-to-back, perhaps?
Yeah, Hauser insane in the second half, up to 25 and 14. The ace and 3K to follow.
I said it to him. I challenged him. I said, do it in a... Oh, no. Oh, Grim. Sidelined by the Deagle, and AK instantly picked up.
JNT, can he cross safely is the question. He has the bomb.
Fang's got him. Dead to rights. Catching him off the CT peak, and now poor Neeson has no time. So Fang in the right place at the right moment, and Neeson dead before time expires. Complexity are on fire, and I've got to say, Big man Halzerk, 3 pickups downstairs. That site could have been under question, and instead, he just lays down the law.
Yeah, the crosshair placement was perfect. JRG thought he was doing a shoulder peek, and Halzerk punished him for it. 3 even kills, 3 different positions. It's a masterclass. Well done, Halzerk. And this gives Complexity a whole lot more hope, you know. Within 2, lots of money left over. Even if this gets to 15 now, they're probably still feeling okay. But that being said, you know, straight up Sharks. They just 1 round to guarantee OT. And that's already very impressive.
Tech 9 pop. Oh, easy for Grim. Bomb at his feet as well, so he's on high alert, and they should be. We've got a couple of Tech 9 kills coming through for Sharks. Neeson with the M4. But again, they don't have bomb, and JT, he's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, Neeson got a gun. He's just going to come back, and he'll clear out Mini.
He could find the fight versus Halzerk outside. But Halzerk has been very sharp in the last couple of rounds.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, but it could be awkward timing.
Oh, yikes.
Lucky to be alive.
A little scary, though. He's kind of dislodged them, and now Halzerk is just floating, right? He doesn't have any cover to feel good about.
And if anybody's to come help him, then that's 1 less player towards the bomb. So now maybe JNT tries to slide through. He actually grabbed
got to ramp.
He got the bomb, and he's down on ramp. They're all trying to come and find this M4. They'll get him. JNT could just sprint towards B, find himself the plant. We've got players nearby, so he is a dead man running. He's going to try on the opposite end. Ooh.
Will he get it? He will.
Money in his back pocket, but no follow-up frag. Complexity within 1 of tying the game at 14, and Sharks still stagnant, 2 away from this win.
Yeah, hilarious that Halzerk missed that after the couple of rounds that he's had, but it also makes it really scary because they feel like they have to go save him. That buys time to collect the bomb. There's even a chance for Neeson to find another kill. And if he had made that a 2v2, I'm guessing Sharks actually win right there, with JNT going to have a free and clear bomb plant and a whatever post plant he wants. So, very scary situation averted. And now, 13-14. I mean, it's still Sharks in the lead. They got the plant. They have money to buy right here. It's a full-fledged round. Complexity do this. Mountains come back. It's going to be earned, for sure.
Safe to say the wind no longer in the Sharks' sail, but a quick gust is kind of all they need.
That's kind of a nice game plan frag here from Sharks.
It's bang dead. Halzerk wants the answer.
Just a bit of patience.
Oh, wow.
He just walks right back into the off. It was in the same spot that it was when it killed Fang. And that's a 4v3.
Lapse in judgment.
Jesus. And there's a lurk coming in. Floppy. He might be able to get in front of it. We'll see if Che goes a bit too quickly. If he's just going to hold. This is a composure standoff. Now, with the man advantage in this situation for Sharks, you're trying to rattle some other part of the map to make Floppy move first. And then they'll maybe forget about each other. But we don't know if they're going to do that. However, the squeaky push comes in.
It's JT on his own right now. Oh, Floppy wins the fight.
Oh, okay, very nicely done by Floppy.
JT burned back somewhat, finds a pocket. Floppy, oh, Togs is in the sight, catches him off, bombs drop. Grim gets the kill, op shot connects. JNT, 16 health and the bomb in his possession. Open route towards B.
Yes.
Run, brother, run.
And he knows that Grim is going to go for the vent rotation, so he knows he can just run down and plant. However, he goes up to heaven. Oh my God, he's a genius.
Oh, we got layers on this one.
He just read that instantly.
Back sight for him. Plant confirmed, and Grim is nowhere to be found. He's got to go back upstairs, and JNT swaps out to the AK. Grim's got a tough choice to make. If you come up that ladder, friend, you could be dead in an instant. How does he get out? He doesn't. He goes down, and Sharks 1 away.
Damn. The leader, the captain, and the smartest man in the room. Well done. In a pressured moment like that, that's the best chance that Grim will rotate quickly, because he knows that JNT's going to beat him no matter what. So what does JNT go? He goes to the next level. He gives him credit. He gets these first 2 kills to set it up, and he makes the next level play in the 1v1. You know,
that extra split second to make sure he's firmly landed for that one op shot, that one chance to take it to the 1v1. Last timeout called for Sharks. Final round, perhaps.
That's, yeah. That's nice. Wow. Complexity's last line here. This is it. The flame's been extinguished. The streak is over. Sharks have already won the first map. They're at the 10-yard line. They're on the precipice of closing out this series, taking Complexity completely out of the hopes of making it to the fall final. And the only nice thing to say about Complexity here is they still got money left over. Galil here for DRG. Can't believe what we just saw from that op and that brain of JNT to make this a potential possibility. Wow.
Wait, through hut, desperate. Fire, critical, and JT nicely done. Slides past Neeson, but there is some kind of an answer here. Togs connects one through the smoke. Definitely not the opening Sharks are hoping for. They get a little desperate with the wall bangs. Gonna try to pull out gimmicks to regain, but Grim, oh, that could have been it. Instead, bomb dropped at his feet. And a very likely round 30.
And a very, yeah, this is one where you just got to save right now because they have spent all their money. Wow. Okay, Grim with a couple of clutch kills on the hold upstairs. And they just shut down the early play. It's a round where there's not a lot of money here. So even though Sharks had won, they had a Galil coming into it. Little line of utility. Didn't want to try to go for outside in a spot where Complexity, they knew. They just won 5 rounds. They have some left over. It'd be the hardest round to test them there. But this is where it gets scary for Sharks. Oh, I mean, Complexity should actually just run at them. They'll just be able to buy next round no matter what. They want to get rid of the remaining money of Sharks.
They're taking a bit of a look, but they're going to let this one slide. So Togs and JNT hang on. A couple of critical weapons to hold on to. DRG, Neeson, 3,600, 3,200. It's not an ideal buy here for Sharks, but it could have been way worse had they been all swept away. Final round of map 2. Maybe. At the very least, it's regulation. So, Mac 10 Galil. Extra bits of grenades added in. And remember, the real key here was JNT catching those 2 kills outside with that op. Oh, there's a little gap on that Che.
Yeah, but Fang didn't see him.
Oh, Che, he's got the split. There's a player back sight.
Oh my God.
Grim behind the first vent. Dude, there are layers already on this one. And now they're jumping up on Hut. Che, this is such a good position. Not to mention Togs. He's the one that opens, but Fang survives, and JNT catches Halzerk trying to get aggressive. That's the open door. They'll head towards ramp, but they also need to go grab bomb. Critical seconds shaved off.
They get the molly down. DRG is very worried about rotating because of the squeaky rotation. JT hasn't pushed it just yet. The T's come back to make sure they do this correctly. And it actually looks like they're thinking about just turning it into an upper hit.
They've just got to trade out kills, and it's not even a necessary trade.
God.
Fang a chance yet again.
Oh my God.
He goes down empty-handed. Floppy is all that is left. Considered the clutcher of Complexity, but all he's holding on to is the hope that Complexity don't get embarrassed in the opening game of the America's Showdown. Sharks come in big. 2-0 over the potential favorites. They had to wait so long to get to play their chance at a Blast event. So long they waited, and it wasn't their fault. They lost some of their stars. They come back with fresh blood. And all of a sudden, we are staring at Sharks in victory lane.
I wasn't ready for that. Nobody was ready for that, dude. Well, what was their, what's their ranking on HLTV?
167.
Damn.
Have just taken down Complexity, and all of a sudden, unfortunately for Cole, We look at that near win over top of FaZe, you know, these moments of success now very much overshadowed, gobbled up by the Sharks.
Man, when we said upsets were rife at the showdown, we were not mincing our words one bit. Somehow, some way, Sharks managed to take down the highest rated team in the Americas division of the Fall Showdown. And man, I mean, for Complexity, that was just like watching Sharknado. Pure pain.
Pure pain. That was the watching experience from Sharknado.
Yeah.
Going back from that. Look, we always talk about the upset potential at the showdown, but this wasn't the game that I had in mind. This wasn't supposed to be the game where an upset was happening. This was supposed to be an easy sail for Complexity. We were supposed to already foresee a game versus MIBR or a game versus Team 1 maybe. That's a game that we could talk about. What the hell just happened? The Sharks just ate them.
Yeah, they did. They played a good game of Counter-Strike. They beat Complexity, highly surprising, I'd say, but thoroughly convincing in a way, right? It was deserved. Sharks were the better team in this one. There's no two ways around it. Complexity ended up winning 3 pistol rounds in this series overall, and they still lost 2 maps. This one got, you know, way closer, and it could have gone the way of Complexity in the sense that we could have gone into overtime. But overall, it felt like Sharks were the better team. They had the better players as well. Nissim had a fantastic showing on Dust 2, had another fantastic showing here in Nuke as well. There's a lot of positive to come out from these guys, and overall just a very close and tense map right here.
Look at their composure, Jacob. Look at the composure coming out of Sharks. 167 again ranked HLTV, and how they're gonna negotiate this last round with everything's on the line. Shay here in that weird ass position misses the spray, but it doesn't deter them. They stay put. GNT pushes the back, and then they see the rotation coming in. They go towards the inside, and the trades are perfect in control from start to finish. They were pushed to round 30. The difference between map 1 and map 2, if anything, puts even more credit on what Sharks were able to do, because after map 1 you could technically argue they had momentum. You know, they won the easy rounds. Complexity were not in the game, it's fine, but on Nuke it's Complexity mounting to come back on the CD side of Nuke. They have the economy, they have the finances, and Sharks have to kind of dig. I mean, you cannot really dig into the ocean, but they have to find rounds, find solutions, and they did. They actually did.
Yeah, it was the pure mental fortitude. I think we have to give it up to Sharks. Sure, they could have said, you know what, we have a potential, another chance coming into what could have been potentially a third and final deciding map. I do want to give some props to JNT in that penultimate round as well. The play for him, as we're seeing here, to actually be planting onto the A side, completely outplaying his opponent.
Completely outplaying the entirety of Complexity right here. There was a massive round coming in from him, you know, 4 kills in total, starting off on Silo and getting the job done on was it Grim, I believe he outplayed in that situation. Just read the situation completely by the books. I was very, very impressed by Sharks winning on Nuke. That's what makes it legit to me, right? Winning Dust 2, sure, you can put a caveat to that and say it's Dust 2, it's their own map pick. It is sometimes a little bit random, especially at this level, but Nuke, I reckon Complexity to be a very solid team on Nuke. We've seen the results the past 3 months. They've only lost once. That was to FaZe. Now they lost twice, and apparently Shark are at the same level as FaZe, you know, able to beat them in
Take it easy on the mattress activity right here.
That's how it works. If they can beat them, so can Shark. So I'm just impressed, you know. We didn't see this coming at all. And once again, you know, Nissim is a player that I haven't watched play Counter-Strike ever. And the way he played right here, well, fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely massive props to Sharks going forward. But unfortunately for Complexity, that does mean the end of the road here at the Fall Showdown. But we do have a few words courtesy of Grim before his departure.
Grim, an early exit here at the showdown, and certainly one that I know you guys won't be happy with. I guess just want to start with just how much practice you guys were able to grab before you got into this event, and kind of what you felt went wrong. Because I think a lot of people had yourself and maybe 00 Nation, EG, as kind of the favorites to go and take this spot.
Yeah, I'd say we had a limited days of practice just because of the practice here, but Halzerk was flying in from Mexico, so we had a rough travel day for him, and JT just came back from South Africa to try to renew his visa. So definitely the circumstances weren't fully there, I'd say, for us, but obviously still no excuse. We've only had a few days of practice because of all that visa stuff and Halzerk flying. So honestly, we haven't had too much, but still we were confident going in, and honestly, we were probably all disappointed in ourselves.
And it felt like on Dust 2, right, that there wasn't really much of a chance of that, and you can forgive it. It's the pick that they come into. But then on Nuke, there was this back and forth moment where we thought, okay, you guys are going to come back into it. So just give me kind of a little bit of analysis on where you think it went wrong this time. What was missing?
I'd say they actually had some good reads on some of these rounds, because when we were up 4-0 and we started losing some of these rounds, it seemed like they had really good reads on what we were going to do next. For example, we tried to pop out Hut, and we got like double mollied, and there was 3 there, so they stopped it right away. And then one round, we were trying to do like a mini split, And I got on Twinkie, got double nated. It was the first one I ever double nated. It's the one round on there. So I'd say they just had some pretty good reads overall. And we definitely could have played better, but I just want to give some props to them too. I think they played pretty well.
Yeah, a complete props to them as well. It was a wild scenario for us to watch and a good game from them. And I guess for you guys now, right, not making it to the full finals, also sadly not making it to the major, this kind of puts the tournament circuit short for you guys. So what's next? What's the plan?
I think we're just gonna reevaluate and take as much time, try to practice as much as we can with the limited time in NA. Maybe try to get a boot camp in EU and just see where it goes from there. Really, I just say like we just need to practice and hopefully we can get as much practice time as we can to make sure we're on our game.
Well, that's what it's all about. You know what to do. Grim, thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you soon, hopefully.
Thank you.
And this is exactly why we say the Showdown is such a damn brutal tournament. Of course, with that loss for Complexity, they're down and out, and exactly what Banks was just saying in that interview, also failing to make it to the major. This, I guess, is technically, you know, the end of the Tier 1 or higher level Counter-Strike run for Complexity in 2022.
I really feel for Grim and the boys. I want to give commiserations to Grim as well for being very level-headed in this interview as well, you know, giving props to Sharks. I do believe Shark were the better team, and he realizes that as well. For Complexity, as you said, you know, where does it leave them? Out of this tournament, not able to make it the fall finals, and even him saying, you know, yeah, we want to go to Europe and perhaps going for a boot camp, but if there's nothing to boot camp for, if there's no tournament to play, it's tough to motivate yourself. It was so close beating FaZe, you know, doing the Arma as well, and now we're here, so I just feel sorry for them.
Yeah, well, from lows to highs, I guess, technically, as we are moving on into our CS Money Play of the Day. We've seen a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike action going down today. You guys can have your say over on the Blast Premier Instagram account. Will be coming up as our first option for the picks.
We got our Danish boy Magic, you know, showing up big time in this matchup with the M4A1S in this clip. You know, a nice 4-kill, isolating the duels and winning every single one of them. Magic's had one hell of a day playing Counter-Strike today for Vitality.
We are staying in Denmark for our second choice, which is Zip, and a little bit of a clutch action. What else? What better duo than Zip and Clutches on Overpass? A 1v3, maybe a little bit misplayed by Eternal Fire, but I have to say his spade transfer towards the very end is pristine. Right here, you see the punish coming in from Zip. Zack onto Path.
Old-fashioned Zip right here. It's been a while since we've seen him in these clutches. It's good to see he still got a bit of it. Imor, he didn't have a great game against Astralis, but this clip you're about to witness right here is pure filth. 2 very nice kills coming in from Imor, entering in towards the inner bomb site, and then the spin around completely blind. No idea what's going on, just spraying the AK and finding Sipnix in towards gate. That was filthy, that was dirty.
Just illegal.
That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, how on earth do you pull that one off? Well, let's continue to put some more stars in our eyes with our Mersk MVP check-in courtesy of James Banks. So who has piqued your interest today, James?
There's been a few of them that have piqued my interest for sure, Freya. And we're going to start with Magis because he's been topping it up on the scoreboards. We've got Blame F alongside him. And probably no Sharks, considering what they did there. Che's another one I want to mention. We're going to take a look at some of the frags we saw from Magis, though, throughout all of this, because he was dominant. I'm sure some fantasy pickers in there are going to be oh so happy, as well as the Vitality fans amongst us. I will say that if he can keep this up as well, he might even put Zyru on a run for his money when it comes to a tournament like this. Obviously, Vitality, Heroic coming in as some of the favourites for the EU side of things for the Showdown. But we'll have to see how it goes throughout the rest of it, because this was only day 1 and it was only TYLOO. The opposition will certainly get tougher from here.
Thank you very much for that one, Banks. I do also want to check in with our Betway predictions as well, because I know the CS Unfortunate account, they're getting the screenshot ready because of our last picks. We're all stars across the board, and we're all equally wrong. So I guess we're all losers.
Yes, some of us are more wrong than
Jacob,
others.
you and I, we had a bad day.
Right,
it's okay.
I'm going to throw it back to you guys. I'm going to throw it back to you, Jacob. Remember when you said, why did you pick Astralis?
Yeah, so why did you pick Astralis?
Because I'm right.
So yeah, I just have a question. Who did you have as a champion of the NA Showdown in your pickings?
Ooh, moving on.
Moving on swiftly.
For tomorrow, because
I had it in the chamber. It was ready because I knew the taunt was coming.
God damn it, you knew.
Just had to.
You knew the trash talk was coming in. Let's take a look at tomorrow, because we do have 3 more best of 3s on the cards that are going to be gracing our screens. 2 EU games going to be going down. Big versus Sangul. We saw Sangul, you know, almost qualifying for the major, just lost out in that opportunity versus Mouse in their last game at the Road to Rio RMR. Ecstatic taking on Heroic, a bit of a Danish derby in our second game of the day. Then MIBR versus Team 1. This was pitched as your kind of your hallmark matchup of the opening games of the Americans division?
I thought that was going to be the closest one, you know, in the NA division, but I think we've just seen one of the closer games right here between Complexity and the boys from Sharks. I'm curious to see what Aesthetic can do against Heroic tomorrow as well, and for Big versus Sankel, I expect Big to make it a pretty short game.
Yeah, a lot of exciting CS going to be going down. Of course, it is single elimination, all best of threes going forward in a savagery that we call the Blast Premier Showdown. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you join us then.